Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 259 Dragon Ball vs Flames 3. Do you think you can stand against us with just that spiritual treasure of yours? With a pair of icicled eyes. The old man who was giving off blue flames jerked as soon as he saw the imposing fire divine dragon. His blue flames formed into a long spear, bursting with fire and fiery edges. Let me slay the dragon. The old man wielded his spear and thrust at the fire divine dragon. When Wang Xian saw the old man striking at the Dragon Ball, he sneered. The Dragon Ball was almost part of his body after his nurturing. As such, the Dragon Ball possessed part of the mightiness from Divine Dragon under his control. The Fire Divine Dragon did not only have the look of a dragon, but it possessed the soul of a divine dragon. Roar! The Fire Divine Dragon stared at the old man in blue flames with a disdainful look in the corner of its eye. Immediately, it swept its tail at him. HMPH. An illusory divine dragon will only restore into its original form with my sapphire flame. Blue flames continued to flicker in the eyes of the old man. He hurled the long navy spear in his hand at the dragon tail immediately. Pop! 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 Suddenly, loud crisp sounds were heard. The navy flaming spear fell onto the tail like an egg bashing itself on a rock. The mighty dragon tail broke the spear instantly, sweeping at the old man forcefully. What? That old man was appalled. Oh no! Block it! The rest of the Fire God denomination experts around him were looking slightly surprised. They fired off tongues of flames at the Fire Divine Dragon. Two of the experts even charged at Wang Xian. Roar! Fire Divine Dragon exhibited a contemptuous look in its eyes as it swept its invincible dragon tail. Bam! The strong fire dragon tail hit the old man with blue flames. The daunting dragon energy immediately sent him flying off, along with his agape eyes. What? The rest of the Fire God denomination experts were horrified. Roar! But before they could react, the Fire Divine Dragon spun around and hurled dragon flames at the two experts who tried to assault Wang Xian. What a daunting flame! The two Fire God denomination experts were aghast as they quickly dodged to somewhere far away. The tongues of flame hit the ground, causing the ground to have a 5-meter-long crack with dragon flame ignited everywhere. What a terrifying spiritual treasure! Is this even possible? The two Fire God denomination experts who escaped had a dreadful look as they looked at the fissure on the ground. Penetrating light. Just then, a gentle and noble voice was heard. What? Hang Wang's horrified voice cut the surrounding air, attracting all the attention of the Fire God denomination experts. They saw that Hang Wang had the lava ball in front of him. He was holding the lava ball with both his hands, forming a flaming shield with immense fire on it. The shield was blocking the beams of lights that looked like the aurora. The light rays were like inexhaustible domineering lasers passing through the flaming shield. The shield was quickly dissolving at a rate visible to the naked eye. What a formidable lady! Every Fire God denomination expert was aghast. Hang Wang might have been the weakest among them all, but with the lava ball in possession, his strength was equivalent to the strongest one in the group. Yet, Hang Wang was forced to use lava ball as a defense in such a short time. Moreover, he was completely suppressed now. Die! Wang Xian cast a glance at Sun Lingshu with a smile. With the Fire Divine Dragon under his control, the dragon scratched one Fire God denomination expert with its dragon claws. Mighty dragon claws about half a meter long seemed like they were tearing the void. Boom! Die! That Fire God denomination expert wrapped himself with a pair of fire wings. The flame burst into a sword, thrusting at the dragon claws. Ka. However, the sword was grabbed by the dragon claws tightly. Ah! A horrifying shriek was heard. Before any blood could drip, it was already dissipated in the air. Boundless might struck unlimited terror in them. This! No way! The Fire God denomination experts were in disbelief. The guy only had a spiritual treasure which had transformed into a Fire Divine Dragon. But the dragon severely injured and killed 2 of their men. They were top-notch inborn experts. Moreover, there were another 5 people from their group who had not yet made their moves. the siege and kill that divine dragon first. An old man bawled and wrapped himself with flames. Subsequently, he turned into a 3-meter flaming giant. Another 5 fire god denomination experts surrounded the divine dragon immediately. The fireballs they fired were absorbed by the fire divine dragon immediately. The fire rings that they chained on the neck of the dragon were melted straight away. Hee. The dragon ball was nurtured by the origin source of flame. No ordinary flames can destroy it. The blue flame just now was able to counter the fire divine dragon. But he is simply too weak. Wang Xian watched with a smile. Miracle Doctor Blood Man and Maniac Jai by his side were stupefied by what they saw. A fire divine dragon transformed from a ball spat out from Wang Xian's mouth could easily fight against 8 experts from fire god denomination. Is he still a human? God damn it. He's domineering. No wonder my master is fond of him. He's too strong. Miracle Doctor Blood Man muttered as he was dumbfounded. He turned around and looked at his master. Screw this golden-haired lad. How dare he tease my master, haha. Now he's scared stiff. Miracle Doctor Blood Man yelled with a contemptuous face, as he saw Hang Wang holding his lava ball in defense of the penetrating lights. Sweating. Upon hearing Miracle Doctor Blood Man, terror surfaced in Hang Wang's eyes. He could not have imagined that this holy and beautiful-looking girl would be such a terrifying person. He had wanted to follow his tracker later at night to abduct her and make her his concubine after annihilating Flame Palace. But now, he only had fear and despair. If it were not for the lava ball, he could have been penetrated by those daunting lights and been completely purified. However, he heard a pleasant voice when his thoughts were running wild. The voice sounded like a devil's call from hell. He stared with wide-open eyes. Suddenly, the beams of light in front of him quickly gathered and formed into the head of a light divine dragon. The enormous head of the light divine dragon bit him straight away. No! Terror and remorse were heard from his scream as Hang Wang was swallowed by it. The fist-sized lava ball fell onto the ground. The head of the light divine dragon and Hang Wang disappeared. Hang Wang was completely purified. Dragon incineration. At this time, Wang Xian let out a soft bellow. The fire divine dragon in front rolled its body with immense fire encompassing a radius of more than 10 meters. The entire region turned into fire divine dragon's territory as it rolled itself. Shrieks and screams of disbelief were heard. The 10 of them had annihilated dozens of inborn experts of Flame Palace. Yet they were exterminated by one person with a spiritual treasure. Since when did China have such a formidable existence? Chapter 260 Generous Spoils of War. Chapter 260 Generous Spoils of War. Flames raged and a fire divine dragon flew in circles around them. The surrounding grass and trees had all perished. Roar! The fire divine dragon let out a roar, turned over gradually and looked to Wang Xian. Moving his huge dragon body, he flew towards Wang Xian directly. Wang Xian stretched out his hand. The fire divine dragon turned back into the dragon ball and landed on his hand. Silence returned to the surroundings once again. The autumn wind was sowing and the Flame Palace had been annihilated. Only an old man among the group of experts from the fire god denomination was left lying on the floor. As for the rest, they had been reduced to ashes. At a location a short distance away, there were various bags. Inside the bags were treasures that the fire god denomination had looted from the Flame Palace. My master is incredible. The idol of my master is domineering and imposing. Miracle Doctor Blood Man chanted loudly. No one knew where he had learned these phrases from. Yo, master. Let us go get the treasures. Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan commented before moving forward to grab the bags. Even if the Dragon King could shatter the sky or crush the land, they wouldn't be surprised. In their hearts, the Dragon King was invincible. Wang Xian nodded his head as he looked at the lava ball that had fallen to the ground in front of him. The dragon ball in his hand flew above the lava ball and sucked it up. The dragon ball was devouring the lava ball gradually as they slowly fused. The glow of the dragon ball grew even brighter and one could vaguely sense a divine dragon moving around him. Under the control of Wang Xian, the dragon ball flew to where the old man with blue flames was. Flames spewed over and the body of the old man was reduced to ashes. However, a fist-sized blue flame remained suspended in the air. This blue flame is really powerful. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before drawing the blue flame towards himself with the Dragon Ball. Heavenly Flame. Tranquil Blue Flame Level 9. A Level 9 flame, no wonder it could resist the Level 10 Dragon Ball. When Wang Xian looked at the ball of Heavenly Flame, he was slightly shocked. He hesitated for a moment and didn't let the Dragon Ball absorb it. If the Dragon Ball absorbed it, it would vanish completely. This wouldn't bring much incremental increase in strength to the Dragon Ball. Its effectiveness would be even worse than the Lava Ball. When the Dragon Ball fused with the Lava Ball, it would retain the effects of the Lava Ball. However, absorbing the Heavenly Flame wouldn't be the same. The flames of the Dragon Ball were very similar to the origin source. All other types of flames could be absorbed by it. Young Master, we found quite an amount of treasures. Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan carried over the treasures that had been gathered by the group from the Fire God denomination. Approximately 1,500 spiritual stones, 3 tufts of level 6 spiritual medicine and 10 tufts of level 5 spiritual medicine. All the spiritual medicines are of fire attribute. Besides these, the most precious of all should be this, said Mo Qinglong before handing the basketball-sized body refining spiritual flame ball to Wang Xian. Body refining spiritual flame ball level 9. Inject flames into the body to refine one's physical body. When Wang Xian looked at the body refining spiritual flame ball and received its information, he was shocked. Injecting flames to refine the body was an extremely powerful effect. For cultivators with fire attributes, this would bring great benefits. Through this cultivation treasure, a martial artist could increase his affinity with flames and thus the speed of cultivation. It could even allow one to break through to the inborn realm quickly, and thus was incomparably valuable. It's no surprise that the palace, master of Flame Palace, stole it away despite risking him incurring the wrath of the Fire God denomination. For the Flame Palace, this is too valuable. Wang Xian heaved a sigh. It was also because of the body refining spiritual flame ball that the Flame Palace could quickly nurture several inborn experts and push the Flame Palace to the level of a sacred sect. However, there was a huge weakness in them becoming a sacred sect through this method, and that was the fact that their foundation couldn't keep up. This was also the reason why the Flame Palace was easily annihilated. This body refining spiritual flame ball could be absorbed by the Dragon Ball. After absorbing it, the Dragon Ball would also possess the ability to refine one's body. A faint smile appeared on Wang Xian as he placed the Dragon Ball above it. Suddenly, the Dragon Ball ejected a layer of flames that gradually surrounded the body refining spiritual flame ball and started fusing with it. Take all the treasures along. Let's go. Wang Xian looked around before instructing Mo Qinglong and the group. Yes. Young Master Mo Qinglong and the group nodded their heads. Sun Lingxiu smiled and followed behind Wang Xian. As for Miracle Dr. Bloodman, he quickly followed behind Sun Lingxiu. Maniac Jai looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. Nonetheless, he caught up with him quickly. In the middle of the night, 6 figures gradually disappeared from view. No one had expected the experts that annihilated the Flame Palace were in turn killed easily. At this moment, figure after figure were heading towards Flame Palace at high speed. Some were strong experts at the half-step to inborn realm while others were horrifying inborn experts. All the experts in Flame City and the surrounding cities were heading there. Flame Palace has been annihilated. The voice of an old man pierced through the silent night. How can this be? Flame Palace had just become a sacred sect. How can they be annihilated? A sacred sect was annihilated. How can this be? Oh my god, Flame Palace is on fire. Flame Palace has really been annihilated. Based on Flame Palace disciples that managed to escape, it was the 10 experts from the Fire God denomination that annihilated their Flame Palace. Fire God denomination is a powerful force internationally with a deep history. No one would have expected them to deploy so many experts to annihilate the Flame Palace. 10 inborn experts easily annihilated the Flame Palace. This Flame Palace's history is still too short. Shocking, astonishing, all the experts that had rushed over stared at the burning Flame Palace in shock. A sacred sect had been destroyed right in front of them. Great. Since the Flame Palace had become a sacred sect, their disciples had been extremely arrogant. They deserved to be annihilated. Damn, those absurdly arrogant Flame Palace disciples had been oppressing all the families in Flame City. They deserved it. While some were shocked, others were cheering. Flame Palace disciples had been too arrogant recently and had totally disregarded the other ancient martial arts families and sects in Flame City. When they saw disciples of Flame Palace, they had to lower their head, now that the Flame Palace was annihilated. Although they were shocked, they felt gratified. From this, one could easily tell that the reputation of Flame Palace was too favorable. Their behavior was similar to a man who got rich overnight. Let's find a place for tonight before heading back tomorrow. It was already midnight. Wang Xian, Sun Lingxiu and the group were walking towards the city center of Flame City. Flame City was a small city. It was serene with beautiful landscape. Some places in the city had preserved the buildings from ancient times. They were arranged neatly in a row and looked beautiful and dignified. However, as they were in a small city, there was no one around them at midnight. Ha ha ha. Just as Wang Xian and the group approached a small street, they heard rapid footsteps. Two small figures were running quickly while turning back worryingly from time to time. They were agile and one could easily tell that they were martial artists. Rascals. You two sure can hide. I can't believe you managed to hide from us for a month. You have no one to blame except yourself. You guys won't be getting away this time. Behind them, more than a dozen middle-aged men were chasing them while mocking them. Chapter 261 Be Your Teacher. Chapter 261 Be Your Teacher. Little sister. Run now. Hurry, let me handle them. A little boy was holding a girl's hand as they raced across a serene path. Upon hearing the taunting voices from behind, the little boy had a hopeless look on his face before he stopped and shouted at the little girl. No, brother. I'm not leaving. I'm staying with you. The eyes of the little girl were flushed with redness as she shook her head with stubbornness. She bit her lip as she stared at her elder brother. Mengson, be good. Go now. If not, none of us can escape. As the little boy spun his head and looked at the dozens of middle-aged men, he pleaded with his sister anxiously. Hayek, none of you can escape. A dozen middle-aged men gazed at them with a teasing look and approached them just like how a cat would play with a rat. You people, stop right there. The boy glared at the group of people with anger. He put out his arms and stood firmly in front of the little girl, protecting her with a pair of determined eyes. Wow, this little fellow is great since he knows how to protect his sister. I wonder if you will want to kill us when we kill your sister before you later on. I'm so scared. A middle-aged man who was leading the team stared at them playfully as he revealed a ghastly smile on his face. You villains. I'll never let you off even if you kill me. The little boy gritted his teeth until traces of blood were seen. He stared at the man with a pair of obstinate and vengeful eyes. Hee, what a pair of fierce eyes. The middle-aged man stared at the juvenile coldly. I wonder if you can be fierce when I dig your eyes out, said the middle-aged man as he approached the two children, looking ruthless. Little sister. Run now. The little boy gritted his teeth. He turned and pushed the little girl away before he took out a sharp dagger from his waist and thrust it at the group of middle-aged men. Hee, you are already a level 4 martial artist at such a young age. You are talented, but it's your fault for coming to this world. The middle-aged man raised the sword in his hand with a cold face, along with the scabbard. He wielded his sword at the little boy. Bam! When the sword scabbard hit the young body, the little boy was thrown 5 meters away from his spot like a doll. He even spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Brother. When the little girl saw her brother spit out blood after being knocked down on the ground, tears rolled down from her cheeks immediately. She quickly ran to the boy and threw herself on him. Don't kill my brother. Hee. Lass. Don't worry. Y'all soon be joining him. The middle-aged man put on a creepy smile. Wang Xian and the rest walked over slowly. When he swept his gaze across the boy and girl, he felt odd as his eyes glistened. Seeing them reminded him of himself and his sister, Xiaoyu. They were so similar. The group of middle-aged men paused slightly when they saw Wang Xian and his gang walking over. With a cold bellow, one said, Get lost now. Sun Lingxiu looked at the pair of children and frowned as she strode towards them. Poking your nose around, I guess all of you are digging your own graves. The middle-aged man threw Sun Lingxiu and Wang Ziyan death stares while the rest of the middle-aged men watched them coldly from behind. Sun Lingxiu ignored the middle-aged man as she continued on her way to the two kids with an unwavering expression. The little boy gazed at Sun Lingxiu and Wang Ziyan as his eyes were seeking for help. Subsequently, he turned and stared daggers at the middle-aged man. Do you want to die? How dare you come over? The middle-aged man stared at the approaching Sun Lingxiu with a ruthless expression as he drew his sword with his right hand. Boom! Before Sun Lingxiu and the rest could strike, Wang Ziyan swung his arm, sweeping blazing flames at the dozen of middle-aged men. What? All of them stared with wide and round eyes. That was the only word that appeared in their minds before they lost consciousness and vanished in the air as though they had never existed before. He's formidable. The little boy who fell on the ground was shaken as he turned to look at Wang Ziyan in a stupor. Woo! Sun Lingxiu came to them. With an arm swing, a white-colored light entered the little boy's body and healed his injuries straight away. The little girl parted her lips slightly as she lifted her head and looked at Sun Lingxiu with tears all over her face. Let's go. Wang Ziyan took a look at the siblings and spoke impassively to Sun Lingxiu. Sun Lingxiu paused for a moment before she nodded to Wang Ziyan. The group of people made their way forward once again. Thank you, big brother and sister. The little boy quickly got up and went to Wang Ziyan. You're welcome. You're pretty good too. Wang Ziyan gave him a faint smile and continued on his way to the hotel ahead. Brother, I would like to become your disciple. The little boy hurriedly followed beside him and shouted with passionate eyes and a face full of anticipation. Wang Ziyan looked at him and shook his head slowly. Brother, please, I beg you to take me as your disciple. I will practice hard, and I'll become an expert. The little boy was desperate as he pleaded loudly again. Wang Ziyan kept his silence and strode ahead. Brother, please, I beg you to accept me as a disciple. The little boy's voice was shaking and he was almost in tears. He went down on his knees immediately, with a knocking sound coming from the ground. Big brother, please accept my brother as your disciple. The little girl ran to her brother and knelt down to Wang Ziyan, just like how her brother did. Wang Ziyan paused for a moment. He shook his head gently before he went ahead. Disciple, you've got to be kidding me. He was not in the mood to be taking in any disciple. Besides, he did not know how to teach one even if he did. Sun Lingxiu spun her head and looked at the siblings with pity. Brother, please accept me as a disciple, the little boy shouted again. Wang Ziyan ignored him and walked into the hotel along with the rest. The little boy's expression darkened as he stood up slowly. He gritted his teeth while he watched Wang Ziyan entering the hotel. Let's go, sister. I must ask him to be my teacher and master formidable martial arts so that I can protect you in the future. We will not be hunted by someone else, and we'd be able to avenge our mother, said the little boy with determination as he wiped the tears on his sister's face. Okay, I'll follow you. The little girl nodded as she reached for her brother's hand. Let's go over. The little boy followed behind Wang Ziyan and came to the entrance of the hotel. He stood at the door and knelt on the ground with a pair of resolute eyes. The girl followed suit beside him. Sister, I'll not let you suffer with me again. The boy stroked the head of his sister when she knelt together with him. Okay, I trust you. I'll be happy if I can be together with you from now on. A smile surfaced on the little girl's face. Two children were kneeling in front of the hotel without moving an inch. Chapter 262, Taking in a Disciple. Chapter 262, Taking in a Disciple. The morning in Flame City was shrouded by faint fog, making this little city look a little like an immortal's realm. Wang Ziyan opened the window of his hotel room and gave Xiao Yu and Guan Shuking a call on his mobile phone. At this moment, Wang Ziyan squinted his eyes and looked towards the entrance of the hotel. There were two figures. They were skinny, but stubborn and looked familiar to him. Both of them kneeled in front of the hotel, not moving an inch. The boy and girl looked a little pale and seemed like they might faint at any moment. They are really stubborn. Wang Ziyan looked at the boy and girl. The boy was at most 15 years old while the girl might have been just 12 or 13 years old. From the two of them, he seemed to have seen Xiao Yu and his shadows. However, He was generally luckier. He wasn't hunted by others and didn't have to wander the world. They probably have been kneeling here for the entire night. Wang Xian was a little moved as his resolve wavered. He had never thought of taking in a disciple, let alone guiding one's cultivation. At 7+ in the morning, the boy and girl kneeling at the entrance of the hotel attracted the attention of many people. Some hotel guests that were leaving stared at them, feeling baffled. Two beggars, why are they begging at the entrance of the hotel early in the morning? How unlucky we are to witness this. They are so young and yet are begging here. I really wonder what their family members are thinking. They must have gone crazy from thinking about money. As the guests from the hotel walked out one after another, they saw the dirty and skinny boy and girl. They couldn't help but frown and critique. These two kids are really pitiful. Only a city cleaner walks towards the two kids after seeing them. From his pocket, she took out a crumpled $10 note and said, "Hey kids, get yourself some breakfast." The boy looked at the old woman and shook his head. "Take it. I still have to work. Get yourself something to eat." The old woman threw the $10 note on the ground before moving to the side and starting to clean the streets. The boy and girl didn't say a word and simply kneeled there. They were clearly fatigued, but still looked attentively towards the entrance of the hotel. "Wah, master, there are two beggars right there." At this moment, a group of 7 to 8 people walked out from the hotel. Among them, a little boy pointed at the boy and girl kneeling at the entrance of the hotel as he exclaimed. He ran towards the boy and girl excitedly while scrutinizing them. "My servants, you may rise." The little boy was roughly 13 to 14 years old. He stood in front of the boy and girl and shouted mockingly while imitating what he had seen on television. "I have already told you to rise. Why are you still kneeling down, disobedient?" The little boy tucked his hands on his waist and was clearly displeased. He continued shouting, "Your young master is asking you to rise, can't you hear him? Ha ha ha." The little boy broke into laughter while speaking. He looked to the girl beside and extended his hand over to pinch her face. "Get lost." Seeing that the little boy was reaching towards his sister to pinch her face, the boy that was kneeling down was furious and pushed him away. That little boy staggered and almost fell. "How dare you push me? I'm going to beat you to death." The little boy was furious to have been pushed away. He lifted his leg and kicked towards the head of the other boy. Although the little boy was young, he was extremely agile and fast while striking. The force and speed of his kick was even stronger than an ordinary hunk. The boy that was kneeling on the floor was enraged. He lifted his hands and pushed away the little boy again. The little boy had the strength of a level 2 martial artist at most. He was still a far cry from the other boy. Even though the other boy was kneeling down, the little boy was still pushed away. "Arg!" That little boy fell to the ground and let out a cry. Zhou, a middle-aged man from the group of 7 to 8 people, shouted worryingly and walked over from the car park slot outside the hotel. "Master, that beggar hit me." The little boy was furious. His face was flushed as he stared at the boy on the ground. "It's all right, Zhou. Master will teach him a lesson on your behalf." The middle-aged man caressed the little boy's head lovingly. His attention then moved to the boy and girl on the ground. "You two are just beggars and yet you dare to hit someone. You guys really do not know where you stand." The middle-aged man stared harshly at the boy kneeling on the floor before turning to his disciple and saying, "Zhou, hit him the same way he hit you. If he still dares to retaliate, Master will teach him a lesson." "Yes, Master." The little boy stared at the boy on the ground and remarked, "With my master here, he'll be the one hitting you." He clenched his fist and threw it towards the boy on the ground immediately. The boy that was kneeling down could sense the ill intents of the surrounding people. He gritted his teeth and used his hands to protect himself while the little boy attacked him. However, he didn't dare to retaliate. "How, you are pretty good at taking a beating." Seeing that his disciple's fist was blocked, the middle-aged man was surprised and looked at the boy on the ground. "You're just a beggar without parents, yet you dare to hit me. I'm going to beat you to death." As the little boy spoke, he threw punch after punch at the boy on the ground. "Don't hit my brother. You are a bad guy." The girl beside the boy on the ground was furious as she grabbed the little boy's hand. "How dare you scratch me? I'm going to hit you. Seeing that the girl left a scratch wound on his arm, The little boy kicked towards the girl furiously. Don't kick my sister. The boy on the ground pounced towards the little boy once again. How dare you retaliate? The middle-aged man threw a kick towards the boy on the ground after seeing him retaliate. Bam! The middle-aged man's kick landed on the boy and sent him lying on the ground, grimacing in pain. Brother! Beside them, the exclamation of the girl sounded. Die! Within the hotel, while Wang Xian was still hesitating, he saw the incident at the entrance of the hotel. A cold look flashed in his eyes. He moved like a phantom and jumped down from the 6th floor of the hotel without catching the attention of anyone. I'll ask my master to beat you to death for hitting me. The arrogant voice from that little boy sounded once again. Alright, Zhou Qiu. Don't be so calculative with a beggar. He's not qualified yet. The middle-aged man smiled and said to the little boy. Wang Xian looked coldly at the middle-aged man, the little boy and the group that came with them. He walked ahead towards the boy on the ground. Brother, are you alright? I'm fine. Your brother is fine. The boy shook his head and forced out a pitiful smile. You are pretty good. At this moment, an emotionless voice sounded. The boy turned around and was instantly overwhelmed by joy. He looked agitatedly at Wang Xian as excitement filled his face. Chapter 263 Beat him up. Chapter 263 Beat him up. Will you accept me as a disciple? The boy's face was filled with thrill. He immediately knelt beside Wang Xian with a pair of eyes filled with anticipation. Stand up. Wang Xian looked at him and patted his shoulder gently. Master, if you don't take me as your disciple, I will not stand up, the boy said to Wang Xian with some obstinacy. That would depend on your performance. Wang Xian looked at the boy with a smile on his face. He repeated, stand up now. With some hesitation, the boy stood up slowly. He supported his numb feet with his hands before he picked his sister up from the ground. Wang Xian nodded and turned to the middle-aged man and the other boy. Then, he told the boy beside him, duel him. Hit him just like how he did to you. Master, the boy looked at the middle-aged man and hesitated. It's okay. Wang Xian shook his head and continued. He has a backing. So do you. Yes. Master. The boy brightened up his eyes as he nodded his head with force. He looked at the other boy and walked towards him. I, Zhao Ran, want to challenge you. The boy walked towards the other boy and spoke with seriousness. The boy who was talking to the middle-aged man was slightly stunned. That middle-aged man was also taken aback as he looked at Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran was earnest as he repeated to the boy again. I want to challenge you. Haha. A little beggar wants to challenge other people. I think you can get lost and return to your begging. The middle-aged man found Zhao Ran funny as he teased him. You're an adult. Don't meddle around in the kids' affairs. Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man as he spoke coldly. Oh, the middle-aged man spun his head and looked at Wang Xian with coldness flashing in his eyes. Is your disciple afraid to answer his challenge? Wang Xian looked impassively at the middle-aged man. Just a beggar. I'm afraid my disciple will kill him by accident. The middle-aged man threw a disdainful look at Wang Xian. He then looked at his disciple. So Qiu, show them your kung fu that you learned from me. Teach that little beggar a lesson. Yes, master. The boy nodded as he straightened his body and got into his ready stance. Zhao Ran's expression turned cold, despite his young age. His eyes were sharp when he stared at the boy. I'm going to attack. Show them what you've learned from me. The middle-aged man smiled and spoke to the boy. He, what a spoiled child. Wang Xian looked at that boy with an aloof expression. Lad, watch your mouth, said the middle-aged man to Wang Xian. Woo! Ha! Just then, Zhao Ran launched his attack at that boy with a frail-looking body. The young boy let out a cry as he attacked Zhao Ran in his stance. Bam! However, the boy was obviously not of the same level as Zhao Ran in terms of their strength and experience. Bam! Zhao Ran's fist punched forcefully on the boy, sending his teeth flying out as he landed on the ground. He did not put up any resistance at all. It was a combat of different classes. What? How dare you hurt my disciple? You're asking for your doom. When the middle-aged man saw his disciple landing on the ground instantly, he was infuriated. He reached out his arm to grab Zhao Ran, standing at the side. Wang Ziyan narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand to grab the middle-aged man by his arm. Ah! The middle-aged man let out a scream. He turned his head and stared at Wang Ziyan in horror. Do you want to die? I think it is you who wants to die. Wang Ziyan looked at him indifferently. Master. Xiao Ran walked over with a thrilled face when he saw Wang Ziyan stopping the middle-aged man's attack. If someone hits you, just fight with him. Don't be afraid, said Wang Ziyan to him impassively. Yes, master. Xiao Ran nodded his head with force. Let me go, the middle-aged yelled in embarrassment. Wang Ziyan was still gripping his arm. No matter how he tried to shake him off, he could not struggle out of his grip. Ka. Wang Ziyan looked at the middle-aged man emotionlessly. He moved his arm, and a bone-cracking sound was heard. Ah! The middle-aged let out a painful cry. Fang Liang, junior brother. At this time, 6 middle-aged men who heard the scream turned their heads immediately. They were waiting to fetch someone when they realized the boy was lying on the floor and the middle-aged man was in pain. All of them were exasperated. Xiaoqiu, junior brother, are you all right? 6 of them walked over and asked with nasty looks. How dare you cripple my arm? The middle-aged man was shaking as he glared daggers at Wang Ziyan with a darkened expression. His eyes were filled with killing intent. What? You want to die? The group of middle-aged men turned and glared at Wang Ziyan immediately. No, I think you guys are asking for it. Just then, a cold voice suddenly cut the air. Daunting oppression enveloped the group of middle-aged men instantly. For a moment, terror struck the middle-aged men. They turned around with shaken bodies. Several people walked over from the hotel entrance. 2 middle-aged men were leading at the front as one of them was giving them cold stares. Daunting oppression exuded from his body. Such oppression. This is inborn. Inborn expert. He's an inborn expert. A hint of terror flashed across their faces while looking extremely dreadful. He. Wang Ziyan cast a contemptuous glance at them. He then turned to Xiao Ran and his sister and gestured for them to walk away. They turned out to be the middle-aged man whose arm was crippled was shivering. He stared angrily at Wang Ziyan. Sect leader is here. Sect leader and vice-sect leader are here. At this moment, the group of middle-aged men looked into the distance with shaken bodies and embarrassed looks. Faint glimmers flashed in their eyes. They looked at Wang Ziyan and his clique with ruthless expressions. Stop right there. All of you. You're leaving after you wounded Xiaoqiu and my junior brother. He'll make you pay a hefty price for this. Inborn experts. Do you think you can bully us just because you're an inborn expert? It's not going to work today, even if you have inborn experts. Several middle-aged men bellowed coldly at Wang Ziyan and his clique with radiance flashing in their eyes. Oh! Wang Ziyan drew his lips when he heard their cold bellows. He spun around, gazing at them with a smile on his face. Mo Yuan and Mo Qinglan threw them emotionless glances with impatient looks. King Mu sect is not afraid of you. If you do not give us an explanation today, you'll not leave this place easily. Several middle-aged men's barking drew the attention of another group of people who were walking towards them from a short distance. They wore green uniforms with 2 elders walking in the middle of the group. The old man took a majestic gait as he exuded imposing demeanor. Their eyes were sharp as they turned their attention over here. Chapter 264 Comparing Number of Inborn Experts. Chapter 264 Comparing Number of Inborn Experts. Oh! Wang Ziyan and the rest stopped and stared coldly at the few middle-aged men who shouted at them. You can't possibly leave like this today. How dare you cripple our junior brother's arm? We will definitely make you pay twice. The group of middle-aged men stared harshly at them after catching sight of their sect leader and members walking over. Oh he. Mo Yuan looked at the group of middle-aged men and noticed another group of people from King Mu sect walking towards them. His expression turned callous. Just as the group of middle-aged men was feeling pompous while waiting for the sect leader, Mo Yuan suddenly moved. He disappeared from his original location suddenly as one could only see a black shadow sweeping by. Arg! Shrieks of pain propagated through the air. You guys! You dare! All the middle-aged men were stunned. They looked blankly at Mo Yuan. Their eyes filled with horror and disbelief. What? The group from King Mu sect that was walking towards the incident was shocked. The two old men walking at the front of the group were clearly infuriated. "How dare you injure the disciples of our King Mu sect? You must be seeking your own demise," shouted the old man as he led the group over swiftly with his eyes fixed on Mo Yuan. "How dare you show arrogance in front of us? Do you guys believe you are qualified to do so?" Mo Yuan had completely ignored the approaching group of people from King Mu's sect while staring at the few middle-aged men that he had crippled completely with contempt. You. The few middle-aged men were gripped by fear. They had never expected themselves to be crippled because of some brazen words. Moreover, they were crippled right in front of the experts from their own sect, feeling their crushed elixir field. They were desolated. With their elixir field crushed, they would become ordinary people. This made them feel despair. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the people from King Mu's sect had surrounded Wang Zan and the group. Two old men standing in the middle of the circle looked extremely gloomy. "Sect leaders. He crippled all of us." A middle-aged man reported to the two old men while grimacing in pain. "If you say another word, I'll slaughter you," said Mo Yuan coldly as he stared at the few middle-aged men. The few of them were immediately frightened. "You guys aren't even going to show us King Mu sect the slimmest of respect." Great. The two old men turned their heads over and stared at Mo Yuan. From them, strong killing intent and the aura of inborn experts shrouded towards Mo Yuan to attack their disciples right before their eyes. This was completely disrespectful to King Mu sect. As experts, they would naturally want them to pay a huge price for their actions. "Sect leaders, you have to back us up. We have two inborn experts while they only have one. Yet they dare to mistreat us." Beside them, a middle-aged man pointed at Wang Zan and the group angrily while remarking, "We will definitely back you up on this incident. Since they dare to cripple you, I'll let them pay a price 100 times more." The two old men glowered at Mo Yuan. "If you don't give us a good explanation today, we will put you down forever even if you are an inborn expert." Two inborn experts. Wang Zan looked towards the two sect leaders of King Mu's sect and smiled mockingly. "Are you guys comparing the number of inborn experts?" asked Wang Zan in a ridiculing tone. "Within the underworld, the strong rule. Those who die because they offend the strong will not be pitied." One of the old men stared at Wang Zan coldly and demanded strongly, "I'll give you 5 seconds to give us a satisfactory answer. Don't you ever harbor the idea that you could offend the King Mu sect just because you have an inborn expert with you." The two old men put on an arrogant front as they stared gloomily at them. "You want a satisfactory answer?" Mo Qinglong smiled at them mockingly. Suddenly, the atmosphere around him changed. A horrifying and stifling aura shrouded towards the sect leader of King Mu sect. Mo Yuan also released his aura as he pushed back. "Are you satisfied with this answer?" Mo Qinglong looked plainly at the old men with disdain. If you still aren't satisfied." Miracle Dr. Bloodman walked out slowly and stared coldly at the group from King Mu sect. "Let's have a fight, and your death will really not be pitied by anyone." As he spoke, blood started flowing throughout his tuxedo. A strong scent of blood propagated towards the two old men from King Mu sect. "What?" When the two sect leaders saw Mo Qinglong and Miracle Dr. Bloodman stepping forward and directing their strong aura towards them, they were horrified. Rumble. At this moment, another violent aura shot over. "This is bad." Facing the pressure from 4 inborn experts, the two old men were petrified, and this was clearly evident in their expressions. Perspiration covered their foreheads suddenly as they staggered back subconsciously. As for the disciples that had surrounded them, their bodies had completely gone stiff. The pressure from the 4 inborn experts made them feel like there was a mountain weighing down on them. Their bodies couldn't help but shiver slightly. Bam bam. A few weaker disciples couldn't withstand the horrifying and dense pressure as they fell to the ground. Sorry. If our King Mu sect has offended you guys, please forgive us." The two sect leaders of King Mu's sect were flushed while looking at Mo Qinglong, Mo Yuan, Maniac Jai and Miracle Dr. Bloodman with horror. They had never expected the other party to have 4 inborn experts, 4 of them. They still thought they could have easily suppressed the other inborn expert, as there were 2 of them. However, to their surprise, The other party had 4 inborn experts. That's twice theirs. Who the hell did these disciples offend? The 2 sect leaders of King Mu sect immediately begged for mercy. 4 inborn experts could easily annihilate their King Mu sect. Since we have given you a satisfactory answer, should you give us a satisfactory answer too? Mo Kinglong said mockingly while staring at the 2 sect leaders. The 2 old men looked conflicted as they gritted their teeth while withstanding the aura from the 4 inborn experts. The surrounding disciples of King Mu's sect were horrified. As for those few middle-aged men, they were completely dumbfounded and lay flat on the ground. They had never expected themselves to draw such horrifying enemies because of a spoilt child. 4 inborn experts. I'll give you 5 seconds to consider. Mo Kinglong returned the words back to the 2 old men. Bam bam bam. The 2 old men were bitter. They gritted their teeth, exchanged glances and waved their hands. Streams of energy fell on the few middle-aged men that were previously crippled. Arg! Shrieks of horror sounded once again. The few middle-aged men shivered violently. Their eyes were filled with despair and desolation. Their elixir fields were crushed previously and now their limbs were crippled by their sect leaders. This made them feel like they had fallen into hell in a day. If only we had not halted them arrogantly. Remorse and regret overwhelmed the group of middle-aged men. If they had not halted this group of horrifying people, neither their elixir field nor their limbs would be crippled. Misery filled their faces. The strong ruled the underworld after all. If you offended an expert when you did not have the strength, your outcome would be devastating. Chapter 265 Sakerid Clan. Chapter 265 Sakerid Clan. The crowd gathered before the hotel drew the attention of many people. In particular, today, when the news of Flame Palace getting annihilated had spread around, numerous powerful families and sects in the surrounding rushed over here. Those who arrived early were surprised by what they saw at the hotel entrance. Isn't that miracle Dr. Wang and a few inborn experts around him? Sure enough, I've said miracle Dr. Wang's subordinates were those who were pit against Flame Palace during their pilgrimage. Looks like it's the truth. Miracle Dr. Wang seems to be on good terms with those inborn experts. That is King Mu sect. Why did they provoke Miracle Dr. Wang and his people? Are they digging their graves? Didn't they know that Wang Xian and his people were good enough to go against the sacred sect? Seems like some King Mu sect disciples offended Wang Xian and his group. Sigh. King Mu sect is really courting their own doom. Given the strength of Miracle Dr. Wang and those few around him, they are comparable to a first-class force. Miracle Dr. Wang has a strong network. King Mu sect only has 2 inborn experts. And yet they actually provoked him. Most of those who arrived early had attended the pilgrimage of Flame Palace. The group of spectators whispered their comments among themselves when they saw what happened. When the King Mu sect disciples vaguely overheard the surrounding conversations from the center spot, their faces went green. Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown. They might not have paid attention to this name before, but after what had happened yesterday, this name had already propagated around the surrounding provinces. He was the miracle doctor who dared to pit himself against the Flame Palace, to the extent of embarrassing them. Now, the King Mu sect actually offended such an existence. Damn, he could even pit himself against a sacred sect. Not to mention a King Mu sect. 5 to 6 King Mu sects could not even match up to a Flame Palace. Gentlemen, are you satisfied? The 2 King Mu sect leaders were looking dreadful. They lowered their heads and asked this with respect. Why go to such extent? Wang Xian was sarcastic as he walked ahead. Let's go. Wow. The rest of the surrounding King Mu sect disciples hurriedly gave way as they saw them off with fear and respect. You'll be my unofficial disciple from now on. Wang Xian spoke to Xiao Ran indifferently. Thank you, Master. My name is Xiao Ran. This is my sister, Liu Mingxin. Oh, is she your biological sister? Yes, Master. I followed the last name of my father while my sister followed my mother's. Sister. The white-colored light you released the other day was impressive. Can you teach me? I want to become your disciple. Xiao Ran and Liu Mingxin were elated as they talked to Wang Xian and Sun Lingxiu. The group of figures and their voices slowly diminished. King Mu's sect disciples heaved a deep sigh of relief behind them. They were gasping for breath. The two King Mu's sect leaders also wiped the sweat from their foreheads. How did they even provoke such a domineering existence? They looked at the middle-aged men who were lying on the floor with cold eyes. Everyone was commenting on it. A large luxury bus was driving from Flame City to Rivertown at a rapid speed. Wang Xian was hugging manuals in the car. These manuals were taken from those fire god denomination people, which included cultivation arts of Flame Palace and fire god denomination. They were the top-notch manuals. But they were of no use to Wang Xian. He cast a glance at Xiao Ran, who looked reserved while standing beside him. I think you also practiced fire-attributed manual. Your art of cultivation is great, said Wang Xian. Looking at him. Yes. Master Xiao Ran answered as he nodded. But he quickly lowered his head. It was from my father's family. Family. Wang Xian nodded. Where did you stay? Shangjing Xiao family of Shangjing. We came from a huge family known as the Sacred Clan. Xiao Ran answered without the slightest hesitation or concealment. Shangjing Sacred Clan. An unexpected radiance flashed in his eyes. Shangjing, the capital of the country, used to be the ancient city where emperors lived. Now, it had become one of the cities with the strongest foundations in the country. Shangjing, a place known to have gathered hidden talents and experts. In this country, sacred sect did not represent a sect, but rather, a sacred clan. However, sacred clans were rather scarce as compared to saint-class sects. Besides, every sacred clan was a powerful family with hundreds of years of legacy. The disciples in the clan could hit more than thousands. Sacred clans were not any weaker than sacred sects. They were even more united and stronger. Memorize these fire-attributed cultivation arts. As Wang Xian spoke, he grabbed Xiao Ran's arm and examined him. His physique was considered good, but it was still far off compared to inborn constitution. But Wang Xian did not unblock his 8 extraordinary meridians with his dragon energy. He had his own plan. Xiao Ran was only his unofficial disciple, and he would not turn him into a dragon. So Xiao Ran was just a human disciple. Yes, Master. Xiao Ran was showing his excitement as he nodded his head hard to Wang Xian. He took the manuals and began his reading at the side. Wang Xian nodded with satisfaction. He fidgeted his finger with a ball of blue flames dancing on it. Even though you're just an unofficial disciple, it'll make you rise above the sacred clans. As an incompetent master, this flame is my gift for you. Wang Xian pondered to himself as he looked to the other side. Liu Mengxin was sitting beside Sun Lingxiu, watching her with a pair of watery eyes. This last wished to possess magical power so that she could treat her brother's injuries in the future. Sun Lingxiu examined her body before she finally agreed to it. The bus quickly came back to the city. Maniac Jai bid goodbye to Wang Xian with respect. After witnessing Wang Xian's capabilities and strength, he was in complete awe. He could not imagine how Wang Xian could transform a ball into a divine dragon and kill 8 powerful inborn experts. Old Mo, there's another villa not far from here. Go and buy that villa. So that Xiao Ran, his sister, and you guys can stay over there. Wang Xian said to Mo Qinglong. Yes. Yell Master. His villa was getting crowded. Wang Xian did not want too many people to disturb his happy sexual life. Lass, I roamed around the world for nearly a century. Anyone who sees me must address me as Sui Huang in respect. After you marry into the sacred clan Sui family, no one will dare to bully you. All the guys in the Sui family are outstanding. You can take your pick then. You can marry anyone you like. He'll make the decision for you. In the future, everyone in the Sui family will treat you with respect. Also, he'll let you have a taste of my strength. Don't be alarmed. Haha. Just when Wang Xian and the group of people were approaching the villa, an old man's elated voice was heard from it. Subsequently, overspreading oppression exuded from it. Chapter 266 A Powerful Old Man. Chapter 266 A Powerful Old Man. Rumble. A strong aura formed a field around the surroundings. The field was incomparably frightening with immense energy that sent chills down their spines. Wang Xian and the group were shocked to experience such a powerful field the moment they approached the entrance of the villa. Mo Qinglong, Mo Yuan and the group instantly sharpened their vigilance as they walked in carefully. Wang Xian frowned slightly and was shocked by what he was seeing. At this very moment, the entire space in front of him seemed to be inside a huge furnace. Standing on the outside, he could still sense a scorching sensation. This aura, could it be a Dan Realm expert? Mo Qinglong was astonished as his gaze fixed on the person in front of him. How is it? Do you know how powerful I am now? Hey, girl, if you marry into my Sui family, not only will I give you huge authority, but I will also give you powerful strength. Do consider it. The voice of an old man sounded once again. From his tone, one could tell the arrogance and haughtiness. Standing outside, Wang Xian heard that voice as he walked slowly into the villa. Once he was in the backyard, he saw an old man in a yellow robe standing in the middle of the backyard. In front of him, Xiao Yu, Guan Shuking and Elder Fang were standing there, looking at the old man in shock. The old man stared intensely at Guan Shuking, and it was clear that his previous words were for her. Xiao Xian. Seeing Wang Xian walking in, Guan Shuking immediately ran towards him with joy. Huh! The old man frowned upon seeing how Guan Shuking reacted. He turned around and started scrutinizing Wang Xian. What's the matter? Who is this old fogey? Wang Xian glanced emotionlessly at the old man in a yellow robe before asking Guan Shuking. Guan Shuking stuck her tongue out playfully and answered. This man is our benefactor. Benefactor. Wang Xian was taken aback as he knitted his eyebrows. I didn't tell you about this when you called in the morning because I was afraid you would be worried about us. I'll tell you the details in a while, mumbled Guan Shuking softly. Hey kid, you better choose your words wisely. The old man squinted his eyes and observed Wang Xian. He was displeased about Wang Xian's use of old fogey. He looked to Guan Shuking and continued. Hey girl, is he your boyfriend? He has nothing that stands out. Any kid from my Sui family would be more outstanding than him. I'll get my kids over the next 2 days for you to take a look. Grandpa, I already have Zhou Xian. Please don't try to matchmake me with others or I will really be angry. Upon hearing the old man's comments, Guan Shuking replied discontentedly. Girl, I'm doing all this for your own good. With your talents, you would not be at the same level as him in the future. You guys belong to separate worlds. The old man reminded Guan Shuking immediately. Alright, old fogey. If you are to call the members of your Sui family over, you'll let them remain in River Town forever. Wang Xian heard the old men and remarked emotionlessly. If it wasn't for Guan Shuking saying that he was their benefactor, Wang Xian would likely have turned this old fogey into a dead fogey. Tisk. The old man was taken aback by Wang Xian's remarks. His smile disappeared slowly as he stared at Wang Xian. A scorching hot and terrifying aura that resembled a furnace gathered above Wang Xian and shrouded him. With a single thought, the old man could let it fall. An ordinary person would melt under such an aura. Even so, Wang Xian still felt as though there was a sun above him and the pressure was incomparably scary. He frowned slightly and stared coldly at the old man. A stream of dragon power pierced through the furnace above his head and towards the old man. It seems like this old man is seeking his death. Mo Qinglong, Mo Yuan, Sun Lingxiu and Miracle Dr. Bloodman surrounded the old man and locked down on him with their aura. What? The old man was shocked and looked at Wang Xian in disbelief, following which, he glanced at Mo Qinglong, Sun Lingxiu and the rest. His expression was constantly changing. The aura emitted by the young man in front of him had smashed through his field easily. This greatly impressed him. Field? This was his field and the aura from this young man. This. Besides Wang Xian, 4 people were surrounding him. Not a single one of them was weak either. This is just a small river town. How can this be? The old man was thinking constantly as his expression changed. After tens of seconds, his mouth twitched a little and a smile appeared on his face once again. Haha, I never expected a small river town to be hiding so many experts. Im Sui Wang. Sorry for the intrusion, it's fate that brought us together. As the old man spoke with smiles and in a light-hearted tone, the aura around him changed. It was as though the intense atmosphere from before had not existed at all. Wang Xian looked emotionlessly at the old man and retracted his aura. Haha. Girl. You are indeed someone I have high regard for. Even your boyfriend is so incredible. I can tell that you two are truly in love with each other and will definitely live together for an entire lifetime. The old man laughed and maintained a sincere smile. However, I really think highly of your talents. I, Sui Wang, sincerely hope to take you in as my disciple. Guan Shuking was taken aback, but was more shocked by how fast the old man's attitude had changed. Wang Xian took a further glance at the old man before saying to Guan Shuking, "Let's go. Back to the room." The old man stood in the middle of the backyard. Seeing them walking into the villa, his mouth twitched a little. Damn it, how can a small river town have someone so horrifying? Moreover, he's still so young. Did I live my 100 years in vain? The old man's eyebrows twitched constantly. I had thought of getting this girl to marry into the Sui family. Blood ties and family relationships are always better to tie her down. Now, I can only go for the best alternative. I must definitely take her in as my disciple. The old man revealed a determined look. The next moment, he smiled and followed the group into the villa. What kinds of danger did you guys encounter yesterday? Wang Xian SZOU. Guan Shuking and Elder Feng caringly. A few half-step to inborn realm experts ambushed us. Sect leader Tang conjectured that they might be from the Flame Palace. Answered Elder Feng. They practiced fire attribute art of cultivation and are likely to be experts at the half-step to inborn realm. At this moment, the voice of the old man sounded once again. He looked to Wang Xian and continued with a smile. Oh brother, you might not know about this. The situation was really perilous. 4 to 5 half-step to inborn experts cornered them. That sect leader of a small sect couldn't even deal with one half-step to inborn expert. Just as they were all about to be killed, I happened to be nearby. I stepped in immediately and saved them. If it wasn't for me, this matter would have been more dangerous. Elder Feng nodded his head speechlessly. The incident was just as the old man had described. Flame Palace. Wang Xian frowned slightly and looked to the old man to thank him. Thank you for extending your help to save them. Ayo, you don't have to. If you would like to express your gratitude, let your girlfriend, in other words, that girl, be my disciple. Brother, please don't take this the wrong way. I'm talking about simply taking her as a disciple. My kids could never match up to you. Let me take the girl as my disciple and I'll guide her diligently and groom her to be an expert. This old man was trying to get something by harping on his previous assistants. Chapter 267 Death of Dragonians 1. Chapter 267 Death of Dragonians 1. Guan Shuking, Xiao Yu, and the rest of them looked at the old man speechlessly. The old man came with domineering strength. He was prideful and acted like a child. When he came to their rescue, he marked Guan Shuking, saying he would find a boyfriend for her so that she could marry into the Sui family. Yet, he wanted to take her as a disciple now. His frequent inconsistency was a mismatch with his image as an expert. Hence, they were speechless about it. Yet, he was rather cute. After all, this old man was their benefactor. Wang Xian also looked at the old man with nothing to say. The old man had no dignity and temper like an expert. Instead, he seemed more like a rogue by trying to gain returns from the debt of gratitude. But Wang Xian could not comment on anything. I don't think she needs your guidance, Wang Xian said without any excitement in his voice, as he did not have a good first impression of this old fellow. Why not? I have decades of teaching experience. Several of my disciples are now experts in some regions. I have vast teaching experience. And you can't compare me to any average person. I have all the resources and treasures for cultivation. Oh right, the old man said as he fished out something from his pocket with smiles. Lass, look, what's this? Look. This is the elixir that I refined. Muscle Flex Elixir. After taking a pill, your skin will be as smooth as a baby. Back in those years, the pretty girls in all of Shangjing were crazy about my Muscle Flex Elixirs. They are priceless. Come, try it. As the old man spoke, he took out more pills and handed one each to Elder Fang, Xiao Yu, and Sun Lingxiu. Sun Lingxiu held it in her hand as the bright energy flashed across. With smiles on her face, She said. Thank you. You're welcome. My forte is refining elixirs. Refining elixirs is putting various spiritual grasses together to refine more effective elixirs. Lass, if you accept me as your teacher, you can refine muscle flex elixirs and beauty elixirs. The old man boasted to Guan Shuking. Really? Guan Shuking's eyes glimmered as she was tempted. Every girl pursues a youthful appearance. Of course. Why would I cheat a bunch of lasses become my disciple? And you can have as many elixirs as you want in the future. You could even maintain your current beauty even at the age of 50 to 60 years old. The old man continued to encourage her with eagerness. He did not hesitate to reveal what he was capable of, just like how he wanted Guan Shuking to be married into the Sui family. Wang Xian smiled at the side. He had also discovered the uniqueness of Guan Shuking's physique in recent days. He was speculating whether this had anything to do with mating with his dragon body. Shuking, you can decide on your own. Wang Xian did not make any decision for her since the old man, Sui Wan, had formidable strength. Judging from his look, he seemed genuine in offering to take Guan Shuking as his disciple. Guan Shuking hesitated. Lass, what are you waiting for? An invincible and caring teacher is right before you. The old man stared at Guan Shuking and spoke anxiously. I don't want to leave Rivertown. You don't have to leave Rivertown. This is a trivial matter. I'm used to roaming around. I can settle down in Rivertown from now on. But I still have to go to school. It's okay. Given your talent, it will be sufficient if you cultivate after school every day. Guan Shuking continued to hesitate as she could not make up her mind. Lass, this is the gift from your master. You'll accompany me to Shangjing a few days from now for a formal ceremony of disciple acceptance. Don't worry. It will take at most 2 days. Upon seeing the hesitating Guan Shuking, the old man took out a bangle from his pocket. The bangle was fiery red in color with a phoenix on it. This is the Flaming Phoenix bangle and is activated by fire attributions. It can form a fire ring during attacks. If you struck unexpectedly, an inborn expert would be bound to be seriously injured. Disciple, wear this on your hand. The old man self-proclaimed himself as the master when he handed the gift over. Guan Shuking took it without realizing it. Haha, lass. Now you have to address me as your master. The old man shouted with excitement. Wang Xian smiled with no comments. He looked at Xiao Ran. Come over here. As my unofficial disciple, I'll also gift you a thing. Yes, master. Xiao Ran nodded and walked over immediately. Wang Xian flicked his finger, and a sapphire flame emerged from his hand. He encompassed it with dragon energy and injected it into Xiao Ran's body. This is... The old man stared with eyes agape. He watched the sapphire flame in Wang Xian's hand with disbelief. Heavenly flame. It's the heavenly flame. The heavenly flame entered Xiao Ran's elixir field. Wang Xian moved his palm slightly, and the dragon ball emerged as it slowly suspended itself above Xiao Ran. We will be using spiritual inferno to refine your body. You'll circulate your internal energy to integrate with the blue flame. Use the blue flame to replace other fire elements. Hence, it will be painful for you. So bite through it, said Wang Xian to Xiao Ran impassively. Xiao Ran nodded his head with force. Master, I'm not afraid of pain. Good. Sit on the floor with your legs crossed, said Wang Xian. The dragon ball grew to be basketball size slowly as it suspended above Xiao Ran's head. Steams of fire energy flowed into his body to remove its impurities. This is body refining spiritual flame ball. The old man opened his eyes wide with shock on his face. His expression changed drastically. Such a badass. The old man looked at Wang Xian and blurted out the words uncontrollably. Everyone around him was speechless when they heard it coming from an expert. Disciple, this sapphire flame is not suitable for refining elixirs. I'll get you heavenly flame that is suitable for it. We also have such a body refining spiritual flame ball too. The old man peered at this other person's disciple and assured Guan Shuking, using spiritual inferno to refine the body is way too painful. I have a way. You don't even have to look for heavenly flame because I have my own plans next time. As the girlfriend of Guan Shuking, he would make her turn into a dragon in the future. Once she became a dragon, the heavenly flame would not be of much use to her. This was the reason why he did not pass Guan Shuking the heavenly flame. The old man twitched his mouth as he glared at Wang Xian with dissatisfaction. He muttered, "She's my disciple, master." "He's my boyfriend," Guan Shuking whispered softly beside the old man. The old man's face turned black and he made no further remark as he was indignant. The thing is, the entire Shangjing would get excited if Sui Huang declared he was going to accept a disciple. But now, not only did he have to coax his disciple, he also had to consider her boyfriend's opinion. Damn, if it were not for her boyfriend being such a badass, would he be humiliated? "Sao Zion, is he the disciple you just accepted?" asked Guan Shuking with her curiosity piqued. She came over to Wang Xian and observed Xiao Ran, whose cheeks were flushed with redness as he endured the tremendous pain. "He's not bad." Wang Xian nodded with a smile as he explained briefly to them. On the other hand, Mo Yuan's expression changed as soon as he answered a call. Chapter 268 Death of Dragonians 2. Chapter 268 Death of Dragonians 2. The villa got livelier with more people in it, and Xiao Ran was still undergoing the baptism by the Dragon Ball. He would at least be a level 6 martial artist after being baptized by the energy of the Dragon Ball combined with the heavenly flame. Tranquil blue flame. For a teenager of 15 years old to be a level 6 martial artist, the talent could easily be considered demon-like. Even the saints and saintess from the sacred sect or sacred clans might not have such capability at this age. Sui Huang dragged Guan Shuking aside to explain to her about cultivation and refining elixir pills. Mo Yuan respectfully walked to Mo Qinglong and reported an incident. "We couldn't get in contact with them. They might have encountered a mishap." Mo Qinglong frowned upon hearing Mo Yuan. He looked at Wang Xian, who was talking to Zhou Yu, before replying. "Investigate this matter thoroughly. If they encountered mishaps, find the culprit." A tint of brutality flickered across Mo Qinglong's eyes as he spoke. At noon, the whole group had lunch together. Sui Huang unabashedly sat down together with them. He even requested that Wang Xian provide him with a room in the villa, so he could stay for a long while. Naturally, he was mercilessly rejected by Wang Xian. Instead, Wang Xian allowed him to stay with Mo Qinglong and the rest in the neighboring villa. There's no way he would let an old guy live in his villa and disrupt their lives. In the afternoon, the group went to the top of the villa to take a break. Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan walked to Wang Xian and reported solemnly, "Young master, something bad has happened to two of our dragonians." Wang Xian, who was lying under the umbrella and looking at Guan Shuking and Xiao Yu on the yacht a short distance away, was taken aback and sat up. "What happened?" His eyebrows knitted a little as he looked at the duo and asked, "Young master, although the dragonians split off to roam the underworld, we have been maintaining communication. The norm would be to communicate once every 3 days," said Mo Yuan. He looked at Wang Xian before continuing, "Yesterday, we weren't able to contact two brothers of ours. The dragonians who are in charge investigated the matter and confirmed that they were met with an accident." Two dragonians were met with an accident. Wang Xian was a little gloomy, and solemnness gleamed in his eyes. The 50 dragonians were his most loyal subordinates. They had stayed with him since his rise. And now, 2 of them had died. Although asking them to roam the underworld was risky to a certain extent in the first place, Wang Xian was still furious to learn about their deaths. "Who killed them?" asked Wang Xian glumly. "We don't know. We have not found out who the culprit was. But what we know is that they died during a mission." Mo Yuan shook his head and continued, "We have found the mission. It was a protection mission and the rewards were great." Mo Qinglong handed Wang Xian a mobile phone. Wang Xian took the phone and looked at the mission. It looked just like any ordinary protection mission. The protection period was just 2 months, but the reward was 200 million. The reward was really handsome, but the requirement for the strength of bodyguards was really high too. It requested level 9 or stronger martial artists, and there would be no reward if the mission failed. A protection mission where a level 9 martial artist would die in mission. Furthermore, with the capabilities of the dragonians, they wouldn't have to fear half-step to inborn realm experts. Wang Xian frowned as he read through the details of the mission. Considering the strength of Mo Urson and Mo Sani, There's no way they could have been killed unless there were 5 to 6 half-step to inborn realm experts attacking them together. Or an inborn expert involved. Mo Qinglong continued. According to the information we have gathered, there are 2 more level 9 experts who accepted the mission. All of them died. My guess is that an inborn expert is involved. Do we have nothing on the enemy? Asked Wang Xian with a frown. We do not know yet. Perhaps the issuer of the mission and the one being protected might know something. We are currently investigating, replied Mo Qinglong. Investigate it thoroughly. We must definitely find the culprit and take revenge for our brothers, Wang Xian ordered. He didn't care who the enemy was or why they killed the 2 Dragonians. This feud must be avenged. Yes. Young Master Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan nodded their heads and left immediately to investigate the matter. Wang Xian looked at the mission on the mobile phone again. The issuer of the mission was hiding it all. His name was Tang Jiechao, the richest man of Gui province with assets of approximately 70 billion. He was a hugely successful businessman. However, this mission wasn't protecting himself, but his daughter. Wang Xian sank into deep thought while reading about the mission. He noticed that Tang Jiechao had issued a new mission yesterday. He was hiring half-step to inborn experts, and the rewards were 500 million. 500 million in rewards for 2 months was an exceptionally attractive mission. Wang Xian had never had 500 million. This amount might even tempt some inborn experts. Master, at this moment, Xiao Ran and his sister came and respectfully greeted Wang Xian. It's done. Wang Xian observed Xiao Ran's body attentively from head to toe, as he revealed a satisfied look. Level 6 martial artist. After undergoing the refining by the Dragon Ball, he now had the strength of a level 6 martial artist. Although his body was still lean, his complexion had changed substantially. His pupils had a tint of blue and his body had a drifting disposition. Wang Xian smiled faintly and said, "Have something nutritious for the next few days." "Oh yes," exclaimed Wang Xian as he looked at Sui Huang who was beside him. "Old man, aren't you well versed in refining elixir pills? Take care of my disciple and refine some elixir pills for him. Feel free to use the spiritual grasses and medicine in the small garden. Make some for Shuking too. Don't attempt to keep some for yourself." Sui Huang, who happened to be in the small garden observing the various spiritual grasses and medicines, was taken aback. The edge of his mouth twitched a little subconsciously. "These spiritual medicines aren't to my liking," replied Sui Huang. The moment Sui Huang completed his previous sentence, he asked, "Brother, I'd like to ask you something. The attributes of these spiritual medicines are totally different. How did you manage to plant them together while ensuring they survive?" Sui Huang was an alchemist and he knew a lot about spiritual medicines. The Sui family also had a garden with spiritual medicines and grasses. There were even level 6 spiritual medicines in his garden. However, the breeding of spiritual medicine was extremely troublesome with extremely stringent requirements for the environment. However, spiritual medicine with fire attributes could be planted with spiritual medicine with water attributes in this place. That was darned amazing to him. "I don't know. They just survived after I planted them there," answered Wang Xian emotionlessly before lying back on the chair. Spiritual medicine indeed had stringent requirements for its environment. However, Wang Xian just needed to inject them with Azure Dragon energy regularly for them to survive. Moreover, their growth would also be quicker with the nourishment of the Azure Dragon energy. If you have nothing to do, just rest or cultivate. As for the matter regarding cultivation, follow your master's girl. Also, listen to the teachings of this capable old man. He's someone with decades of experience," Wang Xian said to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran looked at his own master and the old man at the side before replying, "Yes, master." "Damn it." Sui Huang's face turned gloomy. "You didn't answer my question when I asked you about breeding spiritual medicines. Yet, you are pushing your responsibilities of teaching your disciple to me." Chapter 269 Vengeance. Chapter 269 Vengeance. Wang Xian did not know how to teach at all. He did not have the capability, and he had a different cultivation system. Hence, he could not teach even if he wanted to. Since a formidable expert was here, Wang Xian simply got Xiao Ran to follow Guan Shuking's lessons. He believed it would be better than teaching Zhao Ran himself. After a relaxing afternoon, Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan rushed back in the evening. How did it go? Wang Xian asked as soon as he saw them enter. Young master. It's a little tricky. Mo Qinglong frowned slightly. According to the updates we've gotten, the richest man of Gui province, Tang Jiakao's daughter seems to be a disciple from one of the sacred sects, Heavenly Sound sect. They are now selecting their saint and saintess. As the saint and saintess, they have to experience the outside world and accumulate enough strength and experiences before they can become a saint and saintess. While Tang Jiakao's daughter was roaming around, someone attempted to assassinate her. It may have been sent by her rivals from the same sect, or Tang Jiakao's. After all, the more power his daughter gained, the lesser obstacles he had in his business. So many parties are involved in this. Wang Xian frowned as it would be more complicated if sacred sect was involved. Heavenly Sound sect, unlike the newly promoted Flame Palace, had so many experts that even Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan had to be cautious. The assassins may not be from the sacred sect. They may be from some assassination organizations. Mo Qinglong added as he knit his eyebrows slightly. If we want to take our revenge, we need to obtain some news from the daughter of Tang Jiachao. Otherwise, it will be difficult to know who our enemies are. Radiance flickered in Wang Xian's eyes. We must avenge them. Young master. There's a way now. Mo Yuan and I accepted Tang Jiakao's mission. We'll get close to his daughter for more information, said Mo Qinglong. I'll go with you guys. Wang Xian hesitated slightly before he made the decision. Get the rest of the Dragonians to be careful. No more accidents. Yes. Young master. I'll accept the mission tonight. Tomorrow, we'll rush to Gui province. Mo Qinglong nodded. Great. Wang Xian nodded too. We'll set off tomorrow. Yes. Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan left while Wang Xian had his thoughts. At night, Wang Xian gave a heads up to Xiao Yu and Guan Shuking that he would be busy for the next few days. He left Xiao Ran in Sui Huang's hands. Hence, Sui Huang was indignant. Damn you for taking me as your babysitter. But the thought of having a formidable talent as his disciple stopped him from complaining after his mumblings. The next morning, Wang Xian, Mo Qinglong, and Mo Yuan took a flight to Gui province. Sun Lingxiu, along with Miracle Dr. Bloodman, had officially started their business in Divine Dragon Medical Hall. Gui province was about 1,000 kilometers away from River Town. It was a rather far and less economically developed province. There were more mountain ranges within the Gui province. It was important to have mountains in terms of geographical location. Tang Jiachao was the richest man in Gui province. The provincial capital of Gui province was a not-so-bustling second-tier city, Wu Mountain City. Even though the city was not bustling, it was beautiful for a provincial capital. Young master, according to the mission's instruction, we need to go to Tang Jiakao's villa for a test, said Mo Qinglong to Wang Xian. Do we still have to get tested? Wang Xian was unsure as this was his first time accepting a mission. Yes. Young master. They wanted to test if we're capable of the mission. After the test, there's another round of selection too. Mo Qinglong nodded. A total 500 million commission for 4 selected candidates each. That's a total of 2 billion. Such a huge sum of money could tempt some of the first-class forces. Perhaps some of the inborn experts will be here too. 500 million commission was not a small amount to level 9 or inborn experts. Hence, it was worth it for some of the disciples from powerful forces to take up this assignment. Wang Xian nodded, and the trio took a cab to the Wu Mountains Villa district within the city. Wu Mountain City was named after the mountains. Dozens of huge mountain ranges were surrounded by luxurious villa zones. Tang Jiachao lived in one of the biggest villa zones in the region, surrounded by lush trees and beautiful scenery. The villa occupied half of the mountaintop, and it could be considered a manor house. The trio arrived at the villa entrance and identified themselves. 7 to 8 bodyguards dressed in black were inspecting everyone at the entrance. Their waists seemed to be bulging with things. Guns were still a threat to average martial artists. Even inborn experts could not block out intensive artillery bombardment. Only those that were known as the immortals of the land, Dan realm experts, could ignore those weapons. But if it were a nuclear bomb, even Dan realm experts would be blasted to death. Wang Zan had no idea if there were any other special weapons to attack individual experts. The security guards grew in numbers as they entered the villa. It was a huge villa that was 7 to 8 times larger than the one Wang Zan had near the sea. Only the richest man in the province could own this. Wang Zan sized the place up with a tint of shock on his face. This portrayed a true blue rich man. Please come with me. The bodyguard in black led the way in front and came to the front of the villa. There was a huge pool and an open space in front of it. At this time, there were 20 to 30 people at the open space. Please wait over here. There are more people to come, the bodyguard in black told them before he left. All of them are half-step to inborn experts. Mo Qinglong swept his gaze around and spoke in a deep voice. Even half-step to inborn experts could not be free of this money temptation. Wang Ziyan smiled and waited quietly at one corner. A lot of people came. Just then, another 4 men entered. As soon as they looked at the people around them, they had a taunting smile on their faces. Don't waste your time over here. We are clinching the mission. You guys can go back. Out of the 4, one of the middle-aged men swept his gaze around and spoke with a beaming face. Each one of them was holding a blade in his hands. Dressed like a minority race as they exuded harsh and furious auras. The cocky voice drew the immediate annoyance of many people around. Everyone was a half-step to inborn expert. What was there to be afraid of? The 4 heavenly blades. An old man spun his head around with impatience. But when he saw the 4 of them, he was slightly stunned. With trepidation in his eyes. What, the 4 heavenly blades? They are the 4 heavenly blades. Never did I expect their arrival. Aren't they from the far Beifeng province? The 4 heavenly blades. What a familiar name. All of them looked at the incoming 4 people with solemn expressions. Chapter 270. Who else? Chapter 270. Who else? The 4 heavenly blades are 4 well-known half-step to inborn experts from Beifeng province. They once killed an inborn expert together. What, they are that strong? The 4 of them can kill an inborn expert under normal circumstances. It would be hard for 10 half-step to inborn experts to kill even a single inborn expert. What horrifying strength. Those half-step to inborn experts in the crowd pulled a long face. In the underworld, there was a common saying. Your existence was similar to an ant until you entered the realm of the inborn. Although half-step to inborn experts were strong, they were nothing compared to inborn experts. However, these 4 men had once killed an inborn expert. This was incomparably terrifying. When these 4 men use their heavenly blade techniques together, the strength is incredible. They are widely known and even first-class forces wouldn't trifle with them recklessly. The crowd whispered. Their expressions changed when they saw them carrying a curved blade each and walking towards them. There are quite a number of experts here, remarked Wang Ziyan with a smile. Any one of these people could be considered an expert in today's world. Aren't you guys leaving yet? In that case, you guys better be careful when facing us in a while. The 4 heavenly blades looked across the crowd and remarked coldly. At that moment, everyone felt that the pressure on them had increased. They frowned and looked bitterly at the 4 men. The sudden appearance of these 4 experts had lowered their chances of getting this mission substantially. Is everyone here? A clearly fatigued voice sounded. At this moment, 3 people walked out from the villa. One of them was a middle-aged man. He was approximately 50 years old and slightly plump. An old man and a gorgeous lady followed closely behind him. The old man had scars all over his face and looked intimidating. As for that beautiful lady, she wore a long white dress and was carrying a green zither behind her. Her long hair was tied up in the same manner as those heroines in dramas about the past. Her temperament resembled that of an immortal. She seemed out of the world and was very attractive. This kind of beauty was rare in modern times. Wang Ziyan looked at the beautiful lady and found her to be familiar. Tang Yingshuan. When he was in the hostel, Wang Dahai often talked about her. In fact, this rascal even went to another city just to have a look at her. Tang Yingshuan was a singer and a musician who specialized in zither. She had quickly become known by many since last year. Although her fame had not spread nationwide, many had a strong impression of her. Tang Yingxuan had never taken up endorsements or attended any variety shows. She gained popularity after working with a piano master. Subsequently, she released an album and the songs on it became widely popular. Her popularity was on par with second-tier celebrities and she had held several concerts. I heard from Wang Dahai that when he attended Tang Yingxuan's concert, he was so moved that he teared up after hearing her voice and her playing of the zither. It was as though she could sing into his heart. If she could make Wang Dahai, who was nearly tone-deaf, cry after listening to her music, there are likely other factors on top of her zither skills. Heavenly Sound sect used musical instruments as their weapons. By playing and using the attributes of metal and water energy, they could influence their opponents and kill them. According to records, when disciples of Heavenly Sound sect played the war instruments on the battlefield, it had the incredible ability to lift the spirits of the soldiers, making them fearless and causing them to forget about fatigue. Wang Xian looked at the beautiful lady and thought to himself, Mr. Tang, those who should be here are already here. Those who aren't here are unlikely to be coming. An old man said to Tang Jiachao. That's right, those who should be here are already here. I'd like to thank everyone for coming, Tang Jiachao said. He took a quick glance through the crowd in front of him. There were nearly 30 people and every one of them had a strong disposition. Everyone. I believe you all know clearly that I have issued a mission in the underworld to look for 4 bodyguards for my daughter. The period shall be for 2 months. After 2 months, I will reward each of you with 500 million. Now, I need to select 4 people from you guys. The selection process will be simple. The strongest 4 will be chosen. Does anyone have any objections? No. The crowd of half-step to inborn experts nodded their heads. Some of them were gloomy after catching sight of the 4 heavenly blades. Those who believe they are stronger, please step to your right. Anyone can challenge them, but please don't take anything personally. The scarred old man, who was beside Tang Jiachao, remarked at this moment. He looked across the crowd and started emitting an aura. Inborn expert. The crowd was astonished. They looked at the old man in awe and nodded. That's a given. In the underworld, the strong rule. Haha. That's right, in the underworld, the strong rule. After a peal of loud laughter, 4 men walked towards the right, waving their arms. They held the blades in their hands and their eyes gleamed with arrogance. We are the 4 heavenly blades, and we will be taking these 4 slots, the middle-aged man in the middle of the group announced. 4 heavenly blades. The crowd looked at the 4 men who walked out straightway and their expressions were gloomy. Some of their eyes were flickering. 4 heavenly blades. Tang Jiachao and the old man beside him looked over. They were surprised, but gradually revealed smiles. The beautiful lady who was carrying the zither looked at the 4 heavenly blades and she nodded her head slightly in approval. Clearly, they had heard of the 4 heavenly blades. They were the pinnacle among half-step to inborn experts. This mission is mainly for protection and isn't for the 4 of you to fight together. What's more important is your individual strength. I'd like to challenge. An old man stepped forward and had his eyes fixed on the 4 heavenly blades. That's right, a protection mission wouldn't possibly allow the 4 of you to fight together. Hence, individual strength is the best gauge. A middle-aged man seconded. The 4 heavenly blades were strong together, but once they were separated, the rest weren't necessarily afraid of them. Haha, fine, even if it is just one of us. You are no match for us. Old man, I'll fight you, one of the 4 heavenly blades said. A middle-aged man stepped forward and showed his curved blade. The next moment, he charged and attacked the old man. Ha! The old man roared. He stretched his arms and he had a pair of long metal gloves over them. Mountain-suppressing palm strike. The old man shifted his arm and met the attack from the middle-aged man with his palm. The battle between half-step to inborn experts was not only powerful, but also highly destructive. If those around them weren't half-step to inborn experts, they would likely have backed off. Haha! Succession heavenly blades. The middle-aged man was ecstatic, holding the blade with 2 hands. His body turned like a spinning top. The slashes of the blade were incomparably fast and the attacks were relentless. Bam bam bam. In a span of just a second, the curved blade had collided with the palm of the old man over 100 times. What? The old man was flushed and shocked. His opponent's attacks were relentless, pushing him back constantly. Bam! Scram! The middle-aged man shouted loudly as he came down hard with his last strike. The old man was knocked back directly. Splash! The old man fell into the pond, sending up a huge splash of water. What fast swordsmanship! How swift and horrifying! The attacks were relentless. If the four of them combined forces, wouldn't they be just like a meat grinder? Such horrifying swordsmanship combined with agile movements. It's no surprise that they managed to kill an inborn expert. That's simply too strong. The half-step to inborn experts and the crowd looked at the four heavenly blades in awe. At that moment, the atmosphere seemed to have been frozen. No one dared to step forward. With the previous display of strength that seemed invincible amongst the half-step to inborn experts, no one seemed daring enough to launch a challenge. Haha, who else? The four heavenly blades looked at the crowd and lifted their heads proudly. The four released their aura at the same time and shrouded everyone in it. The combined pressure imposed by the four men was shockingly on par with an inborn expert. Once again, they had managed to impress the crowd as a gloomy atmosphere shrouded the crowd. Don't forget about the three of us. We will be taking 3 slots then. An emotionless voice broke the silence of the room. Chapter 271 Everyone here is trash. Chapter 271 Everyone here is trash. We'll be taking 3 slots then. An emotionless voice resounded through the open space. Wang Xian, Mo Qinggong, and Mo Yuan were striding to the right with beaming faces. The 3 of them. The voice cut the silence in the courtyard of the villa. All the half-step to inborn experts were slightly taken aback as they looked over doubtfully. 3 slots for you. The 4 heavenly blades turned to the trio with arrogance on their faces. They revealed a hint of sarcasm. You don't take the slots. You fight for them with your own strength. There's a lad among them. If you want 3 slots, you should get on your knees and beg us for it. The 4 of them mocked the trio, especially when they saw Wang Xian. How dare a lad ask them for a slot? Hee. Beg you guys, you better scram. Mo Yuan cast his icicled gaze at the 4 heavenly blades. With a swift movement, he attacked them directly. He did not exhibit his imposing demeanor as an inborn expert, nor did he fully display the strength of an inborn expert, seeking your own death. Upon seeing Mo Yuan's assault, one of the middle-aged men of the heavenly blades' eyes were cold. He picked up his machete, slashing away. Mo Yuan had no expression. He reached out his hand slowly with his palms opened with glimmering dragon scales. Woo! With creepy body movements and serial wielding of blades, the middle-aged man of heavenly blade struck ferociously again. An ear-rending sound was heard. The surrounding spectators wore grave expressions as they witnessed the middle-aged heavenly blade man's assault. One after another swift and non-stop slashes. No one could react in time. That middle-aged man is blocking with his palms. What isn't that a suicide move? His palm could be hacked in a single move. The people were astonished by Mo Yuan as he received the blades with his bare palm. Receiving the heavenly blade with a bare palm that was as good as suicide. Bam! 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 However, what amazed everyone was the sound of a metal collision that kept coming through. Mo Yuan's palms continued to slam against the machete, and his speed was even faster than it. But a weapon was, after all, a weapon. The 4 heavenly blades had not reached the stage where they could wield their weapons just like parts of their bodies. Wielding weapons was greatly different from using the limbs. Bam! 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 At this time, Mo Yuan was so fast that the machete could not keep up with it. He struck his palms on the body of middle-aged heavenly blade man. The forceful impact caused him to spit out mouthfuls of blood. Puke! He had a drastic change in his expression as he staggered back with eyes full of fear. 3 of you can strike together. Mo Yuan was expressionless. He did not feel anything about defeating the middle-aged heavenly blade man. After all, he was an inborn expert, and he was concealing his cultivation level. Hence, there was nothing to brag about. Seeking your own death. The remaining 3 middle-aged heavenly blades saw Mo Yuan charging at him, and they were infuriated at once. None of them hesitated. They picked up the machetes uniformly and slashed at Mo Yuan. Let's stay harmonious. An old inborn expert standing beside Tang Jiachao reminded them when he saw 3 of them striking together. He's too cocky. How dare he challenge the other 3 heavenly blades? That middle-aged man has a formidable physical body that can actually block the offense of the heavenly blades. The combined force of the 3 of them was on a totally different level as compared to a solo attack. Gosh! Look, the frequency of their strikes matches each other perfectly. That is to say, each one of them will attack 3 to 4 times at the middle-aged man in a second. Even inborn experts have to handle such intensive blade moves carefully. Scary. This is the 4 heavenly blades forte. Seamless serial attacks. No wonder they could kill an inborn expert. Mo Yuan remained unwavering. He jerked his arm, darting out towards one of them. Slash. 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 I don't believe you can defend against our full blow. Upon seeing Mo Yuan focusing his attack on one person, the 3 middle-aged heavenly blades switched their techniques, bringing their machetes from the top with tremendous force. Like a crescent moon, their machetes were smeared with cold radiance. So what if I did? Mo Yuan's expression remained unmoved as he quickly raised his arm to block the machetes. Bam! 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 3 machetes slashed Mo Yuan's arm, and the imposing force field caused rings of ripples in the pool next to them. What? How was this possible? Everyone around them drew a cold breath as soon as they witnessed it. Even the 3 heavenly blades were stunned, with a hint of horror in their pupils. That physique is formidable. It's absolutely invincible. That's just scary. With such a physical body, I don't think he would get hurt from bombings either. Mo Yuan looked at the 3 middle-aged men impassively. He swung both his arms and assaulted 2 of them. Bam! The 2 of them were unable to react in time. Both got a hit in their chests. They staggered about a dozen steps back with trembling bodies. Do you want to continue? Mo Yuan threw an emotionless gaze at the last middle-aged man and asked nonchalantly. Gulp! That middle-aged man swallowed his saliva with horror in his eyes. Slowly, he shook his head. I want all 3 slots. If anyone is unhappy about this, you'll have to defeat me first, said Mo Yuan without a doubt as he swept his overbearing gaze across everyone. Tang Jiachao, Tang Yingshuan and the old man beside them were looking doubtful, but they did not refute him. With such an expert around, it did not matter. Even the other 2 were weaker. He was domineering and was almost on par with an inborn expert. Is there any half-step to inborn expert that is as strong as him? He must be practicing some unique cultivation techniques. Even without unblocking his conception vessel and governing vessel, his physical body is as good as an inborn expert. Everyone gulped. He was so strong that he could beat the 4 heavenly blades easily. Even when 3 of them combined their power, he was really invincible among half-step to inborn experts. Invincible among half-step inborn experts. Invincible, he's invincible. Everyone was aghast at the prowess exhibited by Mo Yuan, and none of them had the desire to battle. Dominating. Not bad. You're impressive and almost invincible in the world. Suddenly, everyone heard a praising voice. But 3 is too much. You can take 1 at most. An old man spoke casually from a corner of a crowd. Beside him stood 2 middle-aged men, with his chin lifted up. The middle-aged man looked prideful. They looked at everyone. We also want 3 slots. They swept their gazes across Wang Xian and the rest and eventually halted, looking everyone. Honestly, everyone here is trash. As he spoke, the old man beside him was Serenelking. Chapter 272. It's you who are not worthy. Chapter 272. It's you who are not worthy. Everyone here is trash. When this sentence was said, those who were around were stunned and outraged. Arrogance, you are indeed arrogant. Who do you think you are? Hey, pals, don't be too arrogant. You will regret it. We are trash. Who do you think you are? You are talking big without even showing your strength. How arrogant are you? The crowd looked at the 3 of them and criticized coldly. He. When the old man saw the crowd staring at him angrily, he gave a faint smile. Although what my disciple has said is a little crude, you guys are indeed trash in my eyes, said the old man as he turned his attention to Mo Yuan and eventually Tang Jiachao. Presumptuous, how presumptuous. Arrogant and conceited old man. Since you are so arrogant, Show us if you have the capital to back your words. The old man's words had once again enraged the crowd as the crowd stared harshly at the trio. Shut your mouth. The old man shouted and changed the aura around him suddenly. Boom! The terrifying aura of an inborn expert erupted and swept towards the crowd of half-step to inborn experts with reserves. What? Inborn expert. This! He is an inborn expert. Inborn expert. It's no surprise that he was so arrogant and disregarded everyone. I hadn't expected this mission to attract an inborn expert. The crowd was shaken. They looked at the old man in awe and exclaimed in fear. Once the inborn expert had stepped forward, he dominated the area. The old man looked at everyone proudly and asked, "Does anyone have any opinion if I take 3 slots?" His aura was domineering and weighing down on the crowd. Would anyone still like to object? The middle-aged man beside the old man smirked and said, "Since an inborn expert is here, I guess you guys should be on your way back now. We will be taking 3 spots. As for the last spot, you guys can fight it out." The arrogant voice sounded again, but the crowd lowered their heads bitterly and didn't say a word. Once the inborn expert had appeared, they had already lost the contest. "I believe the last spot should go to this person. He's pretty strong and worthy to be with us for the mission," commented the other middle-aged man with a faint smile. "Hee hee." Mo Yuan broke into laughter and turned to look at Wang Xian. Wang Xian replied with a nod. They had wanted to keep a low profile initially. However, there were always some who wouldn't let this happen, if that was the case. However, "You guys aren't worthy to do the mission with us." Mo Yuan looked at the middle-aged man and replied, Huh. Upon hearing Mo Yuan, the old man and the 2 middle-aged men were stunned and glowered at Mo Yuan. The crowd also turned and looked at Mo Yuan with disbelief. To speak to an inborn expert in such a manner, that's too cocky. "I guess you are courting death," the old man remarked calmly as he looked at Mo Yuan and stretched out his arms. Shifting his body, he charged towards Mo Yuan like a bolt of lightning. "It's over. That middle-aged man has offended an inborn expert. He must be too eager to die to offend an inborn expert. I guess you are the one courting death," Mo Yuan remarked coldly to the astonishment of the crowd. Mo Yuan moved too. His palm turned into a claw as he grabbed forward towards the old man's fist. "Die!" the old man shouted. His eyes were cold and his punch struck much more violently towards Mo Yuan. Bam! As the punch and the claw collided, the situation of Mo Yuan being sent flying back didn't happen. Mo Yuan stood firmly in place, staring emotionlessly at the old man. A black aura started circling his body. It was an aura from the strong, the aura of an expert. What? The old man was astonished. His pupils enlarged as he stared at Mo Yuan in disbelief. Just someone who has just reached the inborn realm. And yet you dare to be so arrogant. Mo Yuan didn't speak, and the voice was from another person. All the crowd could see was a series of blurred images. A figure appeared beside the old man suddenly, following which, to the astonishment of the crowd, that figure raised his leg and kicked the old man. The old man was surprised. However, the kick was too fast and terrifying. Bam! The old man flew back like a kite with a broken string towards the far end of the area. Boom! The old man smashed into the pond heavily. Tst! Everyone gasped and stared in disbelief at the events that unfolded. Their eyes popped wide open and they were speechless. Wow! The old man stood up in the pond. His body was still trembling as he stared at Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan. Inborn. 2 inborn experts. A coarse voice sounded from his throat as he walked out from the pond with a gloomy expression. Indeed, they are really inborn experts. Horrifying. This is too horrifying. 2 inborn experts vying for this mission. I wouldn't have come if I knew earlier. The crowd was flabbergasted. Even Tang Jiaqiao and the other 2 were shocked. The scarred old man squinted his eyes and looked at Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan solemnly. A while ago, Mo Qinglong had sent an inborn expert flying with a single kick. This wasn't something any ordinary inborn expert could do. Mo Qinglong was probably stronger than the scarred old man. These 3 experts will do. These 3 experts shall share the 2 billion reward. Tang Jiaqiao was flabbergasted. Happiness gleamed in his eyes as he announced this quickly. 20 billion to hire 2 inborn experts as bodyguards was definitely a great deal. With them around, they could easily match dozens of half-step to inborn experts. Fine. Mo Qinglong nodded in agreement. Tang Yingshuan, who was carrying the zither behind her, frowned slightly and started to observe the 3 of them. Everyone, we will be handing this mission to these 3 experts. Thank you for your time here. Tang Jieqiao put his hands together and thanked the crowd. Let's go. Let's go. A mission that attracted 3 inborn experts sigh. It seems like I have made a wasted trip. Let's go. There are 2 inborn experts. Even if they didn't make up the 4 slots, it wouldn't be unfair for them to split it evenly among themselves. The crowd didn't comment further. They shook their heads slowly and headed out. Some of them looked at the 2 dumbfounded middle-aged men with ridicule. They thought that their master was incredible. Yet, their master was easily defeated by others. Those who were arrogant wouldn't get a good ending. Let's go, the old man said to his 2 disciples bitterly after giving Mo Qinglong and the group a harsh stare. The 2 middle-aged men pulled long faces as they followed behind the old men and left. Haha, please come in. Experts. Seeing that the crowd had left, Tang Jieqiao went forward and spoke enthusiastically to Wang Xian and the group. Chapter 273 Tang Yingshuan. Chapter 273 Tang Yingshuan. Let's sign the contract. Upon entering the magnificent and resplendent villa, Tang Jieqiao told the trio with a beaming face. Sure. Wang Xian nodded. Mo Yuan examined the contents in the contract and signed after the confirmation. Seniors. Just then, a clear voice that was pleasing to the ears like birds was heard. Such a voice. No doubt she's from Heavenly Sound Sect. Wang Xian pondered to himself as he looked at Tang Yingshuan, who had the zither on her back. You possess great and outstanding skills. No average inborn experts could ever be compared with you. Tang Yingshuan looked at them indifferently. Her eyelashes were long, and they moved gently when she talked. It was as though her eyes spoke. Her voice was a pleasure to the ears, and no one looked as beautiful as her. She was a ravishing beauty. Sensing their doubts, Tang Yingshuan continued to say, Just now I saw your moves. Somehow, they seemed familiar. Besides, there is no need for you to take on this task given your strength. As she spoke, her eyes flickered with intelligent radiance. Tang Jieqiao was stunned for a moment as he fixed his eyes on the trio. He, a babe like you is indeed smart. No doubt you're one of the strong contestants for the Saintess of Heavenly Sound Sect. Mo Yuan looked at Tang Yingshuan with smiles. They were not surprised when their identities were revealed. When they decided to expose their real prowess, they had already taken that into consideration. Tang Yingshuan narrowed her eyes as a tint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Not many people knew about her identity as the disciple of Heavenly Sound Sect. Do you know who killed Jai and Mu? Jai and Mu were the fake names Mo Ersan and Mo Sani used. Jai and Mu. Tang Yingshuan suddenly understood everything. Subsequently, she shook her head with bitterness. Honestly, I don't know who killed them. The selection of Heavenly Sound Sect Saint and Saintess is rather cruel. During the 2 years, the one who proves herself to be the strongest or has the highest number of subordinates will become the Saintess. During this period, our sect prohibits killings between disciples, but there are always people who cross the line. On top of that, the killer might be the rival of my dad's business. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with helplessness. I still have 2 months before the time is up. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Hence, I need to find a way to break through it within these next 2 months. Hence, we hired bodyguards with a handsome reward. I'm sorry about Jai and Mu too. When Tang Yingshuan was talking, Mo Yuan and Mo Qinglong were staring at her. We don't blame you for their deaths, but we want the killer to die, Wang Xian said coldly. Regardless of the reason that caused the death of Mo Ersan and Mo Sani, the killer must pay for it with his life. From the way they did their job, they seem to be from an assassin organization, but I can't say for sure. Tang Yingshuan shook her head slowly. Since they failed the last time, they will definitely strike again. We just need to wait for the killer to appear, Mo Qinglong said with a calm face. Tang Yingshuan thought for a moment. I'm not sure now. After all, I have the protection of 2 inborn experts now, and word has already gotten out. The trio knit their eyebrows. Then well wait. Since we took up this mission, we'll protect you for the next 2 months, said Wang Xian after weighing his options. If the killer did not show up after the long wait, he could leave first and let Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan complete the task. Okay. Thank you. I'm afraid you guys will be busy with me in the upcoming period. Tang Yingxuan put on a smile. It's okay. We'll ensure your safety. You can rest assured, Mo Qinglong promised her. Thank you, Tang Yingxuan nodded. Haha. We prepared lunch for you guys. Since you've traveled a long way here, we should grab a bite. Tang Jiaqiao stood up and invited the trio with a smile. The three of them nodded and came to a ballroom in the villa. After lunch, a maid walked over and handed them a schedule. It was the upcoming itinerary for Tang Yingxuan. She has 4 concerts in the next 2 months. Looks like it will pose troubles to our protection mission. Wang Xian looked at Tang Yingxuan's schedule and shook his head. 4 concerts in 4 different cities. This could make things difficult for them in between. Looks like she is trying to make a breakthrough in her cultivation through the concerts, said Mo Qinglong after some pondering. Heavenly Sound Sect integrated their cultivation with the musical instruments, which was a tedious way of cultivating. Not only did one need to have the strength, but one also needed to master the musical instrument at a certain level. Drawing their own spiritual strength as the media, they could attack with instruments as their weapons. If the cultivation level was not high, it was still manageable. But when one's cultivation level got higher, one could pursue interfering with the mind of anyone through music. A powerful inborn expert from the Heavenly Sound Sect could challenge 2 people of the same level at the same time. This was also the domineering part of Heavenly Sound Sect. We're setting off tomorrow. Let's follow her around in the meantime. And it'd be better if the killers came for her. Wang Xian stood up and headed to the guest room, arranged by Tang Jiaqiao. When he was at the door, he heard a faint zither, playing from upstairs. The sound was pleasing, and the note struck his heart. Somehow, he was in a daze. What great music! Wang Xian was slightly shocked as he looked up and narrowed his eyes. The wall in front of him slowly disappeared. Tang Yingxuan was playing the zither in the music room before his eyes. He saw a myriad of musical instruments hanging in the music room. Wang Xian withdrew his gaze and returned to his room. The next afternoon, Wang Xian, Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan took a flight with Tang Yingxuan to Lion City. Lion City was a second-tier city with a higher population. It took them 2 hours by plane to reach it, and it was a few hundred kilometers away from River Town. Like other celebrities, Tang Yingxuan wore a pair of sunglasses and a cap. Given her capability, it was hard for foreigners to recognize her. Oh, Yingxuan, you're finally here. After walking out of the airport, a young man who was gorgeously dressed scurried fervently over. Let's go. Yingxuan, we need to make a trip to the concert hall and have dinner with the sponsor tonight. The young man spoke in a high-pitched voice as he looked at Wang Xian and the rest. Are these 3 the bodyguards? Take the back seats. Okay, Yingxuan, we need to hurry. Our time is tight, the young man said anxiously. King. Don't be in such a hurry, Tang Yingxuan said without any emotions. Turn down the dinner with the organizers. No way. Missy, you're now in their turf. They specifically asked you to have dinner with them. If you don't go, they might play some tricks just to ruin your concert, King said hurriedly. Tang Yingxuan frowned before she said, all right then. Chapter 274 No Idea of Death or Danger 1. Chapter 274 No Idea of Death or Danger 1. The stage for the concert was in the Lion City Center Stadium. It was a stadium that could accommodate 80,000 people. Wang Xian, Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan followed behind Tang Yingxuan. This made Wang Xian feel a little speechless, as he was just following behind a girl instead of finding the culprit that had murdered the 2 dragonians. However, that's all he could do at this moment. The young man, who was a little feminine in his actions, was instructing and telling Tang Yingxuan about some matters. It was clear that this young man was most likely the manager of Tang Yingxuan. Yingxuan, the representatives of the organizers will, at most, request that you play a few songs on the zither and ask you for photos during dinner. At that time, please don't reject them. The dinner will last an hour at the most. After dinner, you can return and have a good rest. The young man repeatedly reminded Tang Yingshuan. Apparently, he knew about the indifferent attitude of this girl. Rest assured, as long as they don't go overboard, everything will be fine, answered Tang Yingshuan plainly. They wouldn't. I'll be with you, and will keep an eye on them, replied the young man in a hurry. It was already past 7 at night when they walked out of the stadium. The group boarded the car and headed towards a 5-star hotel in Lion City. Kingmu International Hotel was the best hotel in Lion City and was situated in the city center. The owner also had widespread influence. When they reached the entrance of the suite of the hotel, 4 young men in suits stood beside the door emotionlessly. Do you all want to look for another place in the hotel to eat? I'll give you a call later. Tang Yingshuan turned around and said to Wang Xian, Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan. Tang Yingshuan knew that there were 2 inborn experts among them. Even though they were her bodyguards now, she didn't dare to be rude, and she asked politely, All right, we will be waiting at the entrance for you after we have our dinner. Mo Qinglong nodded his head, moving his palm. A ball of black aura fell onto Tang Yingshuan. Don't worry, the moment you trigger your spiritual strength, we will be able to sense it. Mo Qinglong smiled and explained to Tang Yingshuan, who looked a little confused about what had happened. I'll be troubling you guys then. Tang Yingshuan nodded her head. The group of young men at the entrance looked at Wang Xian, Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan. Feeling puzzled, Tang Yingshuan's attitude towards them was a little strange in their eyes. Isn't she a little too nice to her 3 bodyguards? Tang Yingshuan entered the suite with a young man. Wang Xian took a glance inside and noticed there were 4 to 5 young men with 2 middle-aged men inside the suite. There were ancient martial artists among them, but they weren't very strong, nor were they a match for Tang Yingshuan. Let's go. Wang Xian, Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan headed towards the public restaurant in the hotel. Don't you guys have eyes? Just as the 3 of them made a turn, they crashed into a group of a dozen people. A young man from the group didn't manage to dodge in time and knocked into Mo Qinglong. As a result, he was knocked back and staggered several steps before recovering. Mo Qinglong turned around impatiently and stared harshly at the young man. What the hell are you staring at me for? Shut up. Bam. When the young man saw Mo Qinglong staring harshly at him, he berated him immediately. However, before he could even complete his words, the voice of a middle-aged man interrupted him. Not only did the middle-aged man shout at him, but he also gave the young man a tight slap on the head. Instantly, the young man was knocked into a light trance, and he felt the world around him spinning. Master, the young man was initially furious, but such emotions were quickly overwhelmed by fear. Miracle Dr. Wank, we are really sorry about this. This rascal failed to recognize you. If he has offended you, please forgive him. We are sorry. Sirs, we are sorry. Please accept my apologies on behalf of King Mu sect. We have failed to teach him well. We are sorry. Please forgive us. At this moment, the young man found that his master had completely ignored him. Instead, he was apologizing incessantly to the 3 men in front of him. The fear written over his master's face greatly shocked him. This was their territory. Yet, his master and an elder beside him looked so petrified. Who are they? Be careful next time, Mo Yuan remarked emotionlessly at the group of King Mu's sect disciples before leaving directly. Yes. We will definitely be careful. The group nodded their heads profusely, lowered their bodies and were being as respectful as they could. Wang Xian and the group weren't paying any attention at all as they left without taking a further look at them. Why would we encounter them here? Seeing that Wang Xian and the group had left, the few middle-aged men in the group of disciples from King Mu sect wiped the sweat off their foreheads. Their eyes were still filled with horror. Master, they are. Who are they? That young man that knocked into Mo Qinglong previously was baffled as he asked cautiously. Who? Rascal, you better not be that arrogant in the future. When the middle-aged man looked at the young man, he chided furiously. They aren't people we can afford to offend. Keep a low profile from now onwards. Don't be so arrogant. Otherwise, you won't even know when you will be slapped to death by an expert. The middle-aged men chided coldly and stared solemnly at the young man in the black shirt. I never expected them to be in Lion City. Relay this information. All disciples of King Mu sect must not offend them. Otherwise, it'll debilitate their cultivation and expel them from the King Mu sect. The middle-aged man in a black shirt instructed seriously. Not long ago, they had to apologize in fear to such a horrifying existence even when they were with their sect leaders. At this moment, their sect leaders weren't around. They had to be even more careful and cautious of them. If any disciples had no idea of death and danger and offended them, King Mu's sect would really be finished. What the young man was completely dumbfounded. What kind of horrifying existence would warrant the King Mu's sect relaying such orders to the disciples? It didn't come into my mind that King Mu International Hotel belongs to the King Mu sect. So their nest is in Lion City, remarked Wang Xian plainly with a faint smile. King Mu sect could be considered a respectable sect. They are also one of the strongest forces in this province, Mo Qinglong added. However, an existence like this still didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Wang Xian and his group. The three of them arrived at the restaurant and ordered some dishes. After dinner, the three of them headed towards the suite. Wang Xian took a quick glance and noted that they were still eating. Therefore, he simply stood by the side and waited. After waiting for an hour plus, Wang Xian felt extremely bored. Rattle, rattle, rattle. At this moment, sounds of things crashing came from the suite. FCK, how dare you really start a fight? A furious roar erupted from the suite. The four bodyguards at the entrance exchanged gazes before pushing the door open and entering. You were just a second-tier bitch, and yet you dare to act pure and lofty in front of me. Look at your disdainful attitude when drinking with us. You must be tired of living. Let me tell you this, if you can't make us happy tonight, don't even think of leaving Lion City. An arrogant voice sounded once again as the four bodyguards entered the suite and stared harshly at Tang Yingxuan. Wang Xian, Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan exchanged glances before looking into the room. Chapter 275, No Idea of Death or Danger 2. Chapter 275, No Idea of Death or Danger 2. Tang Yingxuan stood in the room coldly as she fixed her eyes on the people before her with a calm and aloof expression. The young man was anxiously pacing beside her. Gentlemen, Director Yuan, Yingxuan has always been like this. She doesn't know how to get along with others. Why don't you just forget about what happened today? And I'll make remedies with all of you tomorrow. Tomorrow, are you thinking of leaving without entertaining us today? If you can't finish this bottle of wine, you can forget about leaving this place. A young man stared at Tang Yingxuan with a pair of cold eyes. He looked at her disdainfully, trying to act like someone noble. Haha. This fine gentleman over here, I'll drink this up. Yingxuan has a concert tomorrow. She needs to protect her voice. Let me do it. The young man picked up the bottle of red wine from the table and apologized with smiles all over his face. Scram, who do you think you were, such a pervert? That young man scowled at Tang Yingxuan's manager coldly. When he heard what the young man said, the manager blushed immediately as he was super embarrassed. He. Tang Yingxuan looked disdainfully at all of them. So what if I'm not giving you any face? Haha. How conceited you are. Even a first-air celebrity wouldn't speak to us in such a cocky way. How dare you, a worthless second-tier singer, talk to us in such a manner? Everyone's expression turned cold and they fixed their eyes on him after hearing his remarks. Such a pretty girl. Would it be exciting if I just strip you down and post pictures of you on the internet? A young man exhibited a lustful look as he threatened Tang Yingxuan with a flat voice. Gentlemen, this isn't a joking matter. The young man paled after hearing it. He quickly squeezed out a smile as he waved his hands. He felt difficult. At the same time, he looked at Tang Yingxuan with dissatisfaction. Tang Yingxuan was a talented and pretty singer spotted by him 2 years ago. The moment he saw her for the first time, he had a premonition that she would be popular. The fact was that Tang Yingxuan had been a total hit as soon as she debuted, just as had thought. However, the subsequent developments left him powerless, as Tang Yingxuan refused to accept any invitations from varieties or other programs. Sometimes, he did not know her whereabouts. Hence, he felt helpless and as if he was being treated unfairly. If she had focused on the entertainment industry, she would have become one of the first-tier stars with his resources. Yingxuan, just drink some with them. It won't hurt to drink a little. The young man looked at Tang Yingxuan and persuaded her. Tang Yingshuan looked at her own manager, looking aloof as before. Whatever. If they refuse to hold our concert here, we can go to another city. How can we do that? All that we need for the concert is ready. How can we cancel it? This will be a huge loss. How can we do this? The young man asked anxiously. The loss is theirs since they are the sponsors. Tang Yingshuan did not care as she looked at the people around her impassively. Well, just put an announcement on the bulletin board that someone is giving us trouble then. Anyway, they can refund their tickets. I guess you want us to be rough, don't you? A young man stared at Tang Yingshuan coldly. Whatever. Tang Yingshuan threw cold gazes at them as though they were a bunch of garbage. She picked up her zither and walked out. Bam! At this time, a bottle was hurled and smashed against the wall beside Tang Yingshuan. If you dare to step out, he'll make sure you're famous throughout the country as someone erotic. A young man glared at Tang Yingshuan with a darkened expression. They had invited a second-tier singer for dinner today. Given their identities as the rich gentlemen of Lion City, all they had received throughout was cold treatment. Even a handshake was a brief and aloof one. Hence, all of them were pissed off. How dare a second-tier singer put on airs? The people present here were the richest sons in Lion City. What a bother. Witnessing the event from the door, Wang Xian and the rest shook their heads. Babe, let's go, said Wang Xian to Tang Yingshuan immediately. Okay. Tang Yingshuan nodded without looking at those young gentlemen in the room as she walked out. Stop them now. Several bodyguards at the door responded to the low voice by blocking Tang Yingshuan's way while looking at her coldly. If you can't make us happy today, you'll never walk out of this room. We call the shots in Lion City. That young gentleman stared at Tang Yingshuan before he looked to the trio outside. Get rid of the three of them and lock the door. He yelped and raised his glass of red wine while swirling it. I just want to see how cocky and insignificant second-tier star can get. Hee, she's my type. Next to him, another gentleman did the same thing by picking up his wine glass. He sized up Tang Yingshuan from top to bottom with an interesting look, comparing to those obedient and gentle little sheep. I'm more interested in such a savage horse. Tisk tisk. It must be a sheer pleasure to tame her. Haha. You're right too. We can have a switch of taste today. Those gentlemen raised their wine glasses as they observed, and made their comments about Tang Yingshuan without the slightest scruple. The four young bodyguards at the side turned their heads over and looked at Wang Xian and the rest. Are you getting lost over here? Or do you want me to throw you out? The young man said to them with a poker face. The four burly bodyguards gave off an inhospitable aura, but Wang Xian felt funny with their looks. The four bodyguards were just ordinary people who were not even martial artists. How dare they peer disdainfully and say such a thing to them? You're tired of living. Mo Yuan extended his arm and slapped them gently. An ordinary slap that did not take 1% of his strength. Bam! 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 When the four rich gentlemen were teasing Tang Yingshuan in the room with their wine glasses, the four bodyguards were sent flying off. They smashed hard into the dining table in the middle of the room. The wine and dishes on the table spilled all over on the four gentlemen with their red wine. Their elegant yet teasing expressions froze on their faces. All of them sulked as they noticed the four bodyguards who were lying beside the table. Very well. You have pissed us off completely. Today, I'll teach you the outcome of provoking us in Lion City. One of the young gentlemen darkened his face as he checked the mess on his clothes. He then looked slowly at the group of people. Hee. Interesting. It's been a long time since someone dared to offend us in Lion City. Tired of living. Chapter 276 Crippling Your Own People. Chapter 276 Crippling Your Own People. The four young men stared harshly at Wang Xian, Tang Yingshuan and the group. Their lips slowly curved into smirks as they sneered. Tang Yingshuan reached for her zither as she looked coldly at them. Ancient martial artists. Hee. One of the young men looked at Mo Yuan. From the way he had defeated four bodyguards in an instant, the young man had determined that he was most likely also a martial artist. He squinted his eyes a little and started observing Wang Xian and Mo Qinglong attentively. I'll play along with you. The young man took out his phone and dialed a number directly. Suite 3302. Get everyone here. Oh, they are martial artists. A young man by the side looked at Mo Yuan and chuckled. Brother Kong, they dare to hit our guys. You have to teach them a good lesson for me. Rest assured it'll cripple their limbs and cultivation, so they will remember it vividly, the young man remarked plainly and clearly had no respect for Wang Xian and the group. Their vision turned to Tang Yingxuan, and a young man from the group said plainly, "How should we handle her then? She will naturally be rotated among us." A young man revealed a desecrating smile before continuing, "Let me go first. FCK, can't we just go at the same time? I don't want to be the last." "Haha, you sure have strange taste. However, going together is something I'm fond of too." Haha. The few young men broke into laughter and openly insulted Tang Yingxuan. "What's the matter? Junior brother Lai, why did you call Xiao Liu and the rest from the hotel?" At this moment, a voice interrupted their laughter. Another group of 4 to 5 young men arrived at the entrance of the suite with the management of the hotel. From the group that had just arrived, one of them stepped forward, smiled, and asked one of the young men that was in the room, "Oh, senior brother, why are you here too?" That young man was taken aback and surprised by the crowd at the entrance of the suite. "We are here with Elder Liang. I heard that you called Xiao Liu and therefore came over to take a look. What's the matter? Who's the ignorant fool that has offended you?" The one who had just arrived took out a cigarette as he walked towards the young man in the suite. "Just some rascals who have no idea of death or danger. I was just thinking of teaching them a lesson." The young man in the suite answered with a chuckle, "Haha, those who offend junior brother Lai do deserve to be taught a good lesson." The young man that had just arrived saw the 4 bodyguards on the table in the suite. He smiled faintly and entered the suite. "I'd like to see who the brazen one is." As he spoke and entered the suite, he spotted a few familiar figures. He immediately stopped and his expression changed drastically. They are some bodyguards for a second-tier star. A bunch of death-seeking rascals." The young man who was addressed as Junior Brother Lai smirked and pointed to Wang Xian and the group. He looks to the management team of the hotel that had come with his senior and remarked, "Cripple their limbs and cultivation before throwing them to the streets." Cough cough cough. "Junior Brother Lai, your jokes aren't funny at all." When the young man heard what his junior brother had said, perspiration broke out on his forehead and his teeth chattered. "Call the elder over," he immediately shouted to the people behind him. Yes, those people that had followed him into the suite also noticed the severity of the problem when they saw the 3 men. Their faces were covered with perspiration as they ran out, feeling panic-stricken. Senior brother, what's the matter?" Junior brother Lai was taken aback and looked baffled as he stared at his senior brother. The young man didn't respond to him. His gaze swept across Wang Xian and the group, but he didn't dare to look them in the eyes. In fact, he was so flabbergasted that he did not dare to speak a word, or even know what to say. Even his legs were trembling a little. "Senior brother Zhao, take a look at that beautiful girl. If she meets your expectations, we are willing to let you have the first round." He. At this moment, the other few people in the suite also felt that senior brother Zhao was behaving a little strangely. Their comments instantly infuriated senior brother Zhao. He shook his head and stood there, clearly flustered and distracted. Junior brother Lai was confused over why his senior brother was acting this way. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen at that moment. Tang Yingxuan was baffled. She saw the horrified looks of the young man before looking to Wang Xian. "Wang! Miracle Dr. Wang! Miracle Dr. Wang!" An exclamation sounded from outside the suite. From the voice, one could sense a tinge of bitterness. At this moment, all the people in the suite looked in shock at the elder who ran here and was staggering into the suite. His face was as white as a sheet. At this moment, the elder could only feel darkness shrouding his eyes as he couldn't help but curse why he was so unlucky. A disciple of his had bumped into the 3 of them previously. Luckily, he was around and stopped his disciple on time. However, another disciple came to report that another disciple of King Mu's sect had offended these 3 distinguished men. Soon after, "Could it be that fate is screwing our disciples? How the hell did they offend them?" "Miracle Dr. Wang, may I know which insolent rascal has offended you?" the middle-aged man asked loudly the moment he entered the suite. Anger and misery were clearly evident in his tone. Since fate was screwing his disciples, he might as well be the one punishing the disciple. "I guess you have to ask the people from King Mu's sect." Wang Xian looked plainly at the crowd from King Mu's sect and smirked. The upper management of King Mu sect would die before offending him. However, disciples of King Mu sect offended him one after another. That's really interesting. Miracle Dr. Wank. I don't have to ask. He'll just cripple all those rascals. The elder from King Mu sect remarked furiously and domineeringly. His gaze turned to the rest in the suite and was cold as ice. Damn rascals. All the young men in the suite were dumbfounded as they witnessed the developments of the incident with disbelief. The next instant, the elder from King Mu sect struck. He expended almost the entirety of his strength as he moved like a phantom through the suite, attacking the 4 young men and 2 middle-aged men. Arg! Shrill cries resounded in the suite and junior brother Lai was completely petrified. Elder Liu. Im Lai Kong, my father is Elder Lai, he screamed in horror loudly. In that case, you'll just have to cripple an insolent brat like you for your father, the elder of King Mu sect growled angrily as he appeared by the side of that young man. After which, he placed his palm against that young man's limbs and elixir field. What? Arg! That young man was horrified. His eyes popped wide open and were filled with disbelief. An elder from King Mu sect had crippled his limbs and cultivation. This was an elder from his own sect. Why would he do this? He stared with his eyes wide open at the 3 men standing by the entrance. At this moment, the elder from King Mu sect, who had struck and crippled the 6 people, walked towards Wang Xian in fear. Miracle Dr. Wank. I have crippled them. These insolent rascals have all been crippled. Please don't spill your anger onto the King Mu sect, the elder of King Mu sect remarked fearfully, and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The few young men wailing in pain on the ground were gripped by fear by what they had just witnessed. It was no surprise now that the elder of King Mu sect would cripple their own men. Chapter 277 Breakthrough Assistance. Chapter 277 Breakthrough Assistance. Even their elder was afraid to offend Wang Xian and his group, let alone allowing his own people to provoke them. They were simply digging their own graves. The young men lying on the ground were despondent. Sensing their crippled limbs and the immense pain, they blacked out immediately. Wang Xian waved his hands in dismissal when the elder of King Mu sect apologized to him profusely. He then turned to Tang Yingxuan. Let's go. Radiance flickered in Tang Yingxuan's eyes as she sized up Wang Xian from head to toe. She quickly followed behind him after some ponderings. Initially, she thought that this youngest man among the group was only the disciple or junior of the other 2 inborn experts. However, she recalled something. Along with the attitude from the elder of King Mu sect, she thought of someone, Miracle Dr. Wang of Rivertown. In that case, he isn't a disciple or junior. He was the pivot point among the 3 of them. Tang Yingxuan pondered to herself as she fixed her eyes on Wang Xian, who was walking in the middle. He was ranked 8th on Miracle Doctor's chart at the age of 20, and several inborn experts are at his disposal. Tang Yingxuan was stupefied as she followed behind. The sissy young man sulked as he followed behind her. He looked at the 3 men who were walking in the front with awe. Initially, he thought they were just 3 bodyguards. But now, it was completely bullshit. Can the bodyguards be that dominating? Besides, he noticed that he had offended Tang Yingxuan, who seemed to be displeased with him. Kinking, you may go back now. At this time, his expression changed because Tang Yingxuan's emotionless voice came from ahead. Yes, Yingxuan. He looked sullen, stopped, and headed in the other direction. Oh, just then, Wang Xian, who was walking in front, suddenly halted. He whirled around and looked at Tang Yingxuan. May I know what's wrong? Miracle Dr. Wang asked Tang Yingxuan respectfully after learning Wang Xian's identity. Is there a better way to lure the killer out? Lure the killer? Tang Yingxuan froze for a moment as she pondered. That's right. Lure the killer so that he can strike again. Wang Xian nodded. He realized that he could not keep following Tang Yingxuan around passively. What if the killer didn't show up? Their 2 months' effort would be in vain. Most importantly, they probably would lose the killer if they could not locate him in the meantime. Mo Urson and Mo Sani would have died in vain. They could never have died for nothing. And they could not sit back and wait for the killer. Tang Yingxuan knit her eyebrows slightly as she walked beside Wang Xian. One thing that I'm very sure of is that the killer must have tried to assassinate me just to stop me from being the saintess of Heavenly Sound sect. If the mastermind feels that I'm a huge threat, I might be assassinated again. It's just that I'm unsure if they will take the risk after knowing I have two inborn experts beside me. Wang Xian frowned as he fixed his eyes on Tang Yingshuan. So you mean the killer will strike again if you have a higher chance of becoming the saintess? That's right. I'm looking for a breakthrough now. I have the confidence to do so within 2 months. I can probably take the risk to help you guys then, said Tang Yingshuan to Wang Xian. That's too slow. What's your current level now? Asked Wang Xian immediately. Peak of level 9. I'm a half step away from half step 2 inborn. Once I reach the half step 2 inborn realm, I'll have a 70% chance to become the saintess of Heavenly Sound sect, Tang Yingshuan answered. Really? Wang Xian nodded his head slightly as he looked elsewhere. There's a park by the lake. Let's go there. And you can play me a song. Tang Yingshuan was a little doubtful. She hesitated with a nod, but she did not pose any further questions. It was 9 p.m. at that time, and the park was almost empty. Tang Yingshuan sat on a stone bench in a remote corner near the lake. She looked at Wang Xian and placed her zither on her lap. I practice music notes that are water attribution, using the flexibility of water to make a penetration attack. As she spoke, she placed her slender and fair fingers on the zither. Ding-dong. As the pleasant sound of the zither played, cool and moist air surged. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He observed the surroundings with his piercing eyes. With his vision, he saw faint water elemental energy gathering in the air. Tang Yingshuan was controlling the energy movement. She could make these water elements condense into liquid arrows for assaulting or binding people. On the surface of the lake, the water ripples began to ripple outwards in the opposite direction. Fish surfaced out of the lake water with their mouths open, waiting to be fed. The entire situation formed a picture of a fairy playing zither with fish paying respect to her. You lack something. As he gazed upon Tang Yingshuan's petite figure, he froze for a moment as he hurriedly checked her 8 extraordinary meridians, with a tint of sapphire radiance flickering in Wang Xian's eyes. A blue water current encircled him. The surrounding fish were excited as they leaped out of the water like they were jumping across it. Tang Yingshuan, who was playing her zither, opened her eyes and looked at Wang Xian with disbelief on her face. Marine divine dragon was swimming inside Wang Xian's eyes, and the surrounding water elements in the air were bouncy and spirited. Ready to make a breakthrough, said Wang Xian to Tang Yingshuan. Tang Yingshuan was slightly stunned. As she sensed the immense water elements in the air, a sharp radiance flickered in her eyes. She immediately closed her eyes and stopped the music. Wang Xian slowly extended out his arm as he guided the water spiritual energy from his hand to Tang Yingshuan's body. As soon as the water spiritual energy entered her body, her cheeks flushed. She quickly focused, making use of the immense energy to make a breakthrough. As the water energy kept pouring into her body, the energy in the surrounding air slowly disappeared. Wang Xian frowned. He walked to Tang Yingshuan and placed his arm on her back. Marine dragon energy streamed in. Boom! For a moment, intense and high-class energy was injected into Tang Yingshuan's body. She made a breakthrough immediately since she was already at the peak of her level. Vague water flowed and circulated in her body rapidly. Thank you. She opened her eyes with a glimmer of excitement. She tilted her head slightly and thanked Wang Xian with a beaming face. You're welcome. I just want to find the killer as soon as possible. Wang Xian shook his head gently. Me too. Cold radiance flicked in Tang Yingshuan's eyes. After all, the target was her. I'll display all my power at tomorrow's concert. I'm sure they won't be able to sit around after that. Tang Yingshuan regained her aloof look as though nothing could affect her. Her personality was as calm as a millpond. Well, don't worry. You will be alright even if your enemy is an inborn expert. Wang Xian nodded. Thank you once again. Miracle Dr. Wank. Chapter 278 Draw the Snake Out of the Hole. Chapter 278 Draw the Snake Out of the Hole. A shocking scene appeared in the 80,000 person stadium in Lion City. A beautiful girl was on the stage and singing in a soft and alluring voice. Fair and slender fingers were playing on the zither while a heart-touching voice resounded throughout the entire stadium. Several tens of thousands of people stood in the spectator zone silently. They were completely engrossed in the beautiful voice and music. In a corner of the spectator zone, a few people looked in shock at the stage. The music covers 1,000 meters and is soothing the souls of everyone. There's also water spiritual energy gathering in the atmosphere. Half step to inborn. She has reached the half step to inborn realm. This is bad. Things are getting complicated. Tang Yingshuan has reached the half step to inborn realm, but Missy hasn't. There's only a month left. Now that Tang Yingshuan has 2 inborn experts protecting her, we would need at least 500 spiritual stones to hire the dark conjurer to assassinate her. That's going to cost us 500 spiritual stones. Let's get back and look through our plans again. Missy must become the saintess no matter what. And we can't tolerate any mistakes. A few people whispered softly among themselves before leaving silently. In a stadium of several tens of thousands of people, no one had noticed their departure. Wang Xian stood backstage and was watching the performance by Tang Yingshuan. A smile was revealed on his face. This is what a real singer should be. Her voice is beautiful and she's at the level of a master in zither. If she was to cry with this voice. Haha. Wang Xian couldn't help but think licentiously for a moment, following which, he revealed a light smile. Soon, the concert ended after more than an hour. Tang Yingshuan returned backstage, smiling radiantly. Any strong martial artist would be able to tell my current cultivation level. If they are going to make a move, they would likely do so in the next few days. Tang Yingshuan smiled and said, "Thank you." Wang Xian nodded his head at her. "Yingshuan, your performance was perfect. It is simply stunning and more successful than your previous concerts. Oh my god, you were like a goddess on the stage that captures the hearts of your crowd. I believe that your fame will greatly increase after this concert." At this moment, the manager of Tang Yingshuan walked in and complimented her. Upon hearing the compliments, Tang Yingshuan didn't smile at all. She looked plainly at her manager and said, "This will be my last concert. I won't be appearing in front of the public anymore." "What, Yingshuan, what are you saying? Please don't joke about this." The young man was flabbergasted upon hearing her and remarked hurriedly, "Alright, from now on, you aren't my manager." Tang Yingshuan shook her head at him. Becoming a star was just a trial for herself. It was to train her to stand in front of an audience of over 10,000 while honing her zither skills and strength. Now that her goals were reached, she naturally wouldn't continue being a singer. The young man's face sank. However, he knew that Tang Yingshuan would not change a decision she had made. "You'll be staying around Lion City for the next 2 days. I believe they will strike within the next 2 days if they are going to do something." Tang Yingshuan ignored the young man, looking at Wang Xian as she spoke. Alright, in that case, we shall stay in Lion City for 2 more days." Wang Xian nodded his head. Lion Feng Lake was a well-known scenic location in Lion City. It was a lake that spanned several dozens of meters and flowed through 10 huge mountains. There was a trekking path on the mountains and one could reach the peak by taking it. There was also a shallow water stream below the peak with beautiful scenery. As it wasn't a holiday, there weren't many people on it. Wang Xian, Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan arrived at the location below the peak with Tang Yingshuan. The place was a little deserted and had a few benches along the way. Therefore, the group went over to take a seat. Tang Yingshuan placed her zither on a stone table and took a look at Wang Xian who was beside her. "Miracle Dr. Wang. I had not expected you to be a cultivator with water attribute. I believe your strength must be at least at the level of inborn realm." Tang Yingshuan commented curiously. She was 30 years old this year and her cultivation level had finally reached the half step to inborn realm. Even when compared to her peers in the sacred sex, she could be considered one of the most outstanding disciples. However, Wang Xian had not only attained the 8th rank on the domestic miracle doctor's chart, but had also reached the inborn realm by the age of 20. Such talents were exceptional and rarely seen. This made her a little curious about him. Wang Xian shook his head, smiled and replied, "Nope. I'm only level 7 currently." Level 7 martial artist Tang Yingshuan was taken aback and wasn't convinced. From what he had demonstrated the previous day, how could he only be level 7? However, she soon recalled that some miracle doctors had extraordinary means. Therefore, She simply nodded her head. If there are really assassins later. Miracle Dr. Wank. You've got to be careful. Tang Yingxuan took a glance at Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan before reminding Wang Xian with a smile. Rest assured, it won't be a problem. The two of them can go against 4 or 5 inborn experts at the same time. Wang Xian smiled and didn't divulge his true strength. Moreover, his current level was indeed still just 7. Time passed gradually and it was noontime soon. The group got some fish from the stream and was roasting them. Tang Yingxuan was chatting with Wang Xian until noon. Pleasing music sounded from below the mountain peak. Wang Xian sat by the side, smiling and watching the beautiful girl in front of him playing the zither. Tang Yingxuan smiled back at him. The sound of water flowing formed a perfect melody with the music from the zither. Hearing the perfect melody, one's mood instantly improved. Hee, how fearless is she to be playing her zither leisurely in this place. She must be emboldened by the fact that she has 2 inborn experts as bodyguards. After all, that's quite an impressive lineup. The sun is setting and the mountain peak is dyed blood-red from the sun rays. Let's make the red a little brighter with their blood. At this moment, 8 people stood at the peak and edge of the mountain, looking at the 4 miniature figures below them while conversing casually. 2 inborn experts, hee. Leave the 2 inborn experts to the 4 of us. The 4 of you shall go and slay Tang Yingxuan. Once you guys have killed her, we will leave immediately. As for the 3rd person, just kill him if he doesn't know what's good for him, said an old man with a faint smile. On his arm, a centipede that was approximately 20 centimeters long was crawling constantly. 500 spiritual stones. It is worth the time and effort for the 4 of us to strike. An extremely ugly old man lowered his stance slowly. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Weird sounds came from all directions and one could see countless poisonous bugs appearing in the surroundings. There were lots of poisonous bugs as they filled the area. Spiders, scorpions, centipedes, crickets. Hee. Surround them and let the hunting begins. An old man let out a heart-wrenching cry and countless snakes charged down the peak at an astonishing speed. The 8 people at the peak of the mountain leaped into the air at the same time, seemingly unconcerned by the fact that they were on the peak more than 100 meters high. Below the peak, Wang Xian, who was watching Tang Yingxuan play the zither, sensed something and immediately looked up. Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan stood up, lifted their heads and squinted their eyes. Tang Yingxuan stopped playing her zither abruptly as her expression turned cold. Is it them? Wang Xian asked Tang Yingxuan. From their clothing, it looks like them. However, I'm not entirely sure. Tang Yingxuan looked at the 8 people pouncing towards them and was instantly shocked. This is bad. They have 4 inborn experts. Chapter 279, Killing an Inborn Expert with a Single Palm Strike 1. Chapter 279, Killing an Inborn Expert with a Single Palm Strike 1. Looking at the 4 nimble elders, there was a huge change in Tang Yingxuan's facial expression, which began to look awful. Little did I expect 4 inborns from the other party to deal with me this. Tang Yingxuan uttered in disbelief, for these were 4 inborns. To her, to have 3 inborn experts coming was itself an overstatement. Given their status, it was the norm to have 2 inborns followed by a group of 7 to 8 half-step inborns. Just 2 of her top-notch bodyguards handling a couple of the inborn experts would have more than sufficed. Yet, they were now faced with 4 inborn experts with another 4 half-step inborns. This had far exceeded her expectations. Who is it paying such a huge price just to have me killed? Tang Yingxuan wondered with a tinge of paleness across her face. Given the situation up front, there was no doubt about the impending danger. Miracle Dr. Wank. We'd better make our escape now. Tang Yingxuan shrieked in panic. The assassins sent by the opponent were indeed beyond her expectations. Trying to escape Tesk. Can you now? The elder smirked. With one swift leap, he hopped onto the water's surface in front. He gradually lowered himself upon touching the surface. Venomous snakes slithered out from his sleeves, slowly hissing and slithering their jet-black bodies into the water, heads raised and tongues sticking out. The snakes peered at Wang Xian and the gang with ice-cold stares. More than a score of snakes had slithered out from the sleeves. It was terrifying to think that an elder had that many snakes hidden on him. Tang Yingxuan, targeted by us dark conjurers, Scram now should you three want to live. Otherwise, we'll kill all of you. The hideous elder told Mo Kinglong and Mo Yuan while standing in front of them. Smack, smack, smack. While the two elders spoke, a group of 8 surrounded the trio, eyeing them coldly. You're the same group that tried to assassinate us previously. Tang Yingshuan blurted out. Her face had gone a tad paler as she gripped onto her zither. Your bodyguards back then were pretty good, causing serious injury to 2 of our dark conjurers. But you won't be so lucky today, Yun Las, said the elder with no intention to hide anything, while standing atop the water surface. To them, no concealment was necessary, for it already appeared to be mission accomplished this time. Such was the confidence of the experts, which was also owing to the prowess of the dark conjurers. Dark conjurer, Mo Kingling and Mo Yuan muttered as they swept their gazes across the 4 inborn experts coldly, their eyes slightly squinted. Dark conjurers, renowned for half a century, were amongst the apex of assassination groups in the underworld. The group had tried to assassinate experts from the sacred sect in several attempts. They even managed to silence a sacred sect elder once. The same scared sect had once made an order to kill, vowing to annihilate the dark conjurers, which ended up having been in vain, for they had no clue as to the whereabouts of the dark conjurers' hideout. Since then, the fame of the dark conjurers had spread far and wide. Only the hidden assassins could be considered on par with them. The audacity to kill my dragon sect disciples, I shall annihilate you dark conjurers. Mo Kinglong hollered as he turned his gaze towards the elder. His eyes were overwhelmed with a murderous look. Dare you to retaliate? The elder challenged. This is interesting. Mo Kinglong rebutted. Kill them all, ordered the elder. With a shift, the few inborn experts lunged directly towards Mo Kinglong and Mo Yuan. With not a word further, the killings came down swift and decisive as expected of assassins. What's more, these were explicit attempts made by powerful assassins. All of you shall die, roared the duo. With one shrug, an immense demonic aura oozed out of both Mo Kinglong and Mo Yuan, rampaging above their heads like an evil dragon. Their arms were slowly covered by scales. Piece by piece, they resembled the arms of a wild beast. Boom! Emboldened in a powerful stance, the duo pounced straight for the 4 inborn experts with swirling devilish aura. Oh, such a formidable stance. The 4 dark conjurers yelped. Their faces grew heavy at the sight of the duo's stance. Slightly taken aback, the 4 of you, kill Tang Yingshuan, ordered one of the dark conjurers, who proceeded straight for Mo Kinglong following one swift move. Venomous worms spilled out from under his feet and followed in his attack. Claws of the devil dragon, Mo Kinglong roared. Looking on coldly, Mo Kinglong extended his arms. The devilish aura scampered from above his head and wrapped itself around his arms. A dragon's claw 2 meters long was formed, and it began to attack. Slaughter, the elder ordered. With the twitch of an arm, a bone blade appeared, which he aimed straight at Mo Kinglong. Below him, venomous worms leaped in masses. They aimed straight at Mo Kinglong for a bite. However, within 2 meters from Mo Kinglong, all the worms began to twitch and shiver. They sprawled on the ground, not daring to move, as Mo Kinglong swept his claws of the devil dragon across. The look on the dark conjurer's face changed drastically. He retreated meters back. Pinnacle Inborn. He is an expert of the Pinnacle Inborn. One dark conjurer yelled, joint attack. Another shouted, and together, the 2 sieged an attack at Mo Kinglong. Meanwhile, another 2 went straight for Mo Yuan. Just the 2 of you, Mo Kinglong said smugly, as he lifted his head slightly. Bouts of devilish aura circled and eyed the 2, overwhelmed with an urge to kill. The audacity of them to kill members of the dragon sect, for that they shall be annihilated. How formidable! Tang Yingshuan glanced over at Mo Kinglong in shock. Yet, upon seeing the 4 inborns as they made their attack on her, a subtle change of expression flicked across her face. She strummed her zither gently. Once the zither was suspended in midair, Tang Yingshuan began strumming rapidly. The melody from the zither switched from its usual light-hearted tune to that of one filled with chill and bloodthirst. Like a thunderstorm, it plucked at heartstrings and pricked at the core. Stay right behind me. Miracle Dr. Wank. "I'll deal with them," Tang Yingshuan said to Wang Ziyan with a heavy look. Zoom! Zoom! Streaks of water began to form above the tune before transforming almost immediately into 4 sharp arrows. They darted straight for the 4 half-step inborns. After the arrows were formed, Tang Yingshuan strummed again. Voom! 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 Suddenly, ice needles formed from the water appeared alongside the 4 dark conjurers, surging past. Such a powerful melody. No doubt a disciple under the Heavenly Sound sect. A target worthy of so many top assassins from us, the quartet claimed. They were slightly surprised upon seeing the attack, but managed to recover quickly with smiles. A greenhorn in the world of the half-step inborns, regardless of power, shall die. They smirked. Piercing daggers held by the quartet sliced through the ice pricks before coming straight for Tang Yingshuan. Such speed, Tang Yingshuan said and closed her eyes briefly as they narrowed involuntarily. Swish! Swoosh! Eerily, water from the stream behind her began ascending towards the sky. Oh no! Tang Yingshuan exclaimed. It was at this instant that the black snakes hopped into the water streaks. It forced Tang Yingshuan to open her eyes instantly, where a tinge of embarrassment had flashed across. Ding! With the flick of her finger, a water streak transformed into a sword and cut straight at the snakes behind her. Then came another ambush from the back. HMPH. Meet your doom, the 4 dark conjurers claimed. In an instant, they snuck like ghosts and shot over with their piercing daggers. Chapter 280, Killing an Inborn Expert with a Single Palm Strike 2. Chapter 280, Killing an Inborn Expert with a Single Palm Strike 2. Heavenly Sound Acute Strike. Seeing 4 assassins approaching her, perspiration broke out on Tang Yingshuan's beautiful face. Her fingers moved quickly on the zither and dense water attribute energy shot out like a waterfall. Ding! Shit! Suddenly, Tang Yingshuan was shocked to notice that a string on her zither broke. She slammed both of her hands heavily on the zither and a dense layer of water appeared in front of her. The layer of water that spanned 5 to 6 meters and possessed immense energy swept towards the 4 approaching assassins. Haha. There's a saying in Heavenly Sound sect that goes, one perishes or thrives with his instrument. What an apt saying. When the 4 half-step to inborn experts saw the string on Tang Yingshuan's zither break, they smiled with bloodthirst. The 4 assassins waved their daggers heavily. Dazzling glow shot out from the daggers and split the layer of water. Bam! Crack, crack, crack. The 4 daggers landed on the zither, breaking it. Cracking sounds broke out. Let's go. Seeing her broken zither, tears welled up in Tang Yingshuan's eyes. Nonetheless, she turned around rapidly and, to the astonishment of Wang Ziyan, carried him up and fled in the opposite direction. Wang Ziyan was shocked to be carried by a beautiful girl. This, picking up the scent of Tang Yingshuan, Wang Ziyan was slightly embarrassed. He had wanted to make his move previously. However, he had not expected Tang Yingshuan to carry him away. Do I need a woman to protect me? Wang Ziyan was speechless. However, he felt a little apologetic when looking at Tang Yingshuan. She chose to carry him away while sacrificing her beloved zither. This made Wang Ziyan a little touched. Escape if you can escape from the hands of us, the Dark Conjurers. We wouldn't be known as the Dark Conjurers, an arrogant voice propagated. And soon, 4 hidden weapons shot towards them. Shit! Hidden weapons. Tang Yingshuan was shocked. She immediately stopped in her tracks and dodged the hidden weapons by landing on the water surface. She had Wang Ziyan carried in one hand as she was worried he would fall into the water. As she turned around, her face turned as white as a sheet as she saw the 4 assassins approaching. Ha 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 ha. The 4 assassins surrounded Tang Yingshuan and stared mercilessly at her. Escape, you've got to ask if we, the Dark Conjurers, agree to it, the 4 assassins said mockingly while staring at her. It's over. Tang Yingshuan's pale face stared intensely at the 4 half-step to inborn experts from the Dark Conjurers. She turned her head to Wang Ziyan and remarked with a bitter expression. I'm sorry. I had not expected these assassins to be this strong. Sorry for implicating you in this. Seeing her apologizing to him, Wang Ziyan shook his head in embarrassment. Luring the culprits out was his request, and now they were stuck in such a situation. Wang Ziyan felt that he had gone overboard by acting weak. It's all right. We will be fine too. Wang Xian smiled plainly at Tang Yingshuan before scanning across the 4 half-step to inborn experts from the dark conjurers. Tang Yingshuan was confused to see Wang Xian smiling. However, Wang Xian's voice sounded at this moment and disrupted her thoughts. Although my strength is that of level 7, killing them is still an easy task for me. As she heard Wang Xian's response, she saw Wang Xian smiling at her. Arg! 4 cries sounded around her. Tang Yingshuan was astounded as she looked around her immediately. Her eyes popped wide open as she looked on in disbelief. The 4 half-step to inborn experts were being held by water streams. Horror filled their faces as they desperately tried to break free with all their strength. However, their attempts were futile and their bodies sank below the water's surface. Their eyes were filled with desolation and horror as they slowly sank below the surface. Sink, said Wang Xian lightheartedly. Cough. Cough. How is this possible? The 4 assassins' eyes widened as their bodies sank gradually towards the bottom of the waterbed. Tang Yingshuan turned her head around immediately and stared at Wang Xian in awe. Feeling her arms still wrapped around his body, Tang Yingshuan immediately let go. I wanted to make a move previously but you. Suddenly, Wang Xian shrugged his shoulders as he saw the expression on Tang Yingshuan changing and her eyes shimmering. Why didn't you make a move earlier, Tisk? Tang Yingshuan sneered, turned around and dashed for the shore rapidly. A poisonous snake attempted to bite her, but was sent flying away with a wave and died horribly. When she reached the shore and saw the zither that had cracked, she took a deep breath. Slowly lowering her body and looking desolate, she picked the pieces up one after another. Wang Xian smiled bitterly and looked at the battle between Mo Qinglong, Mo Yuan and the other 4 assassins. A cold murderous light flashed in his eyes. Mo Qinglong was pinning down 2 inborn experts. He was just like a devil dragon in human form as he swung his dragon claw around. The 2 experts from the dark conjurer battling him looked wretched. On the floor, the poisonous bugs weren't moving at all. Some were dead while others were shivering in fear. Finish that guy quickly and help us out. That ugly old man was trying to defend himself bitterly as he shouted to the 2 experts from the dark conjurers fighting with Mo Yuan. Damn it. The other 2 experts from the dark conjurers were engaged in a bitter battle too. Although they had the upper hand against Mo Yuan's horrifying physical body didn't allow them to take advantage at all. It would be extremely hard for them to defeat Mo Yuan. How could they be so strong? The 4 experts from the dark conjurers thought to themselves bitterly. They were planning to flee the moment Tang Yingshuan was killed. You shall pay with your lives for killing the people from our dragon sect. We will definitely eradicate the dark conjurer. Eradicate? Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan shouted in unison as they launched a fearsome barrage of attacks. I'll definitely eradicate the dark conjurers. Wang Xian walked over and locked onto the 4 inborn experts from the dark conjurers. The next moment, he struck. Shit, where are Yin Yang and the rest? When the old man that was engaged in an intense battle with Mo Yuan saw Wang Xian attacking him, he was shocked. A bad feeling welled up in him. Just a brat and you're thinking of interfering. Let me kill you first. The old man broke free from his battle with Mo Yuan instantly. Moving like a phantom, he attacked Wang Xian. Bam! As an assassin, his movement techniques and speed were definitely top class. The old man was extremely fast as he attacked Wang Xian. However, the speed he was knocked back at was also very fast. It was as though he was hit by a cruising airplane. A black figure was knocked back. Bam! The body of the old man was entrenched into the mountain directly. His eyes still opened wide and filled with disbelief. What? The other 3 old men from the dark conjurers were completely dumbfounded as they looked across. They saw that young man brushing off the dust from his hands casually, killing an inborn expert with a single strike. A short distance away, Tang Yingshuan, who was picking up the pieces of her broken zither, saw it too. Her eyes opened wide and were filled with astonishment. She wasn't as composed and calm as she used to be at all. This rascal. Chapter 281 crushed the dark conjurer with the abyss 1. Chapter 281 crushed the dark conjurer with the abyss 1. Finding it hard to believe, Tang Yingshuan gritted her teeth in anger. How could this fellow have not taken a strike? Given his incredulous powers, the fight would have ended long ago had he done so. Moreover, as she looked at her zither, she felt more enraged. To the heavenly sound sect, the destinies of the zither and its owner are intertwined. To make matters worse, this zither had been gifted to her by her mother. Although this zither was no longer on par with her standards, she could not bear to have it replaced. In the absence of her mother, the zither helped to alleviate some of her longings. But now, the zither had been ruined. How was this possible? Just how could this be? The three dark conjurers fighting with Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan shrieked in astonishment, fixing their gaze at Wang Xian in disbelief. Their faces changed drastically. All followers of the dark conjurers shall die, Wang Xian proclaimed. Despite his somber expression, he let out a glimpse of a smile. Since it was an assassination group that had murdered Mo Urson and Mo Sani, they shall be annihilated. Spare one, so we can find out about the dark conjurer's hideout, Wang Xian said dully. Trying to locate our base dream on, you're never going to find it. Even at the cost of our lives, the hideous elder snapped with a grimace. His body was showing patches of crimson, to which all surrounding venomous worms were drawn to him. As they flew over, they attached themselves onto his body. Buzz! 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 The worms penetrated through his skin and into his body, forming patches of blood pus. The fact that they came in shades and hues made them appear all the more grotesque. We will seek revenge for us dark conjurers. All of you shall perish, including your loved ones, said the nasty-faced elder. Meanwhile, the attire on him started to melt rapidly as it gave off buzzing sounds. A foul smell, with a mix of stale blood and whiffs of venomous liquids, was emitted from his body. Soon enough, a monster-like creature emerged right before their eyes. With a swerve, the monster lashed directly for Mo Yuan. Run! Two dark conjurer experts shouted, a drastic change of expression striking across their faces. With a swift turn, they tried escaping to further grounds. Trying to escape, can you? Mo Qinglong challenged them as he gave chase. Venomous creature, Mo Yuan quizzed. He looked on coldly as the monster approached, about to attack. As a member of the bloodline of the divine dragon, and one who practiced the devil powers, he showed no fear in the face of venom. How disgusting, Wang Xian yelled, as he looked at the creature, which was oozing with the corpse fluid of venomous worms. He flanked his arm. Streaks of water flowed from the riverbank and gathered over to his side. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Yuan swept his dragon's claw past and smashed the claw into pieces. Following the attack, Mo Yuan shifted his stance and chased after the two dark conjurer experts with lightning speed. Given the capabilities of Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan, it took them little effort to apprehend the duo who were seriously battered. Bam! Appalled, the two elders were flung onto the ground, faces overwhelmed by pain and despair. Raising their heads, they saw Wang Xian and the others approaching, and greeted them with grimaces. Never in their wildest dreams had they expected to fail this mission. Prior to this attempt, it had appeared to them that nothing would go wrong, having dispatched 4 inborn experts. Nonetheless, they still failed. On the other hand, killing them appeared so effortless. Thanks to the existence of this formidable trio, from what they could recall, the only time they'd had to face such formidable experts was more than a decade earlier, during which the sacred sect had sent out orders to exterminate the dark conjurers. The entire sacred sect was deployed, and it was only then that the dark conjurers felt a looming sense of crisis. Yet, this trio had given them the same impression this time round. Force it out of them. Make them spill out about the dark conjurer's hideout, Wang Xian told Mo Qinglong as they stood beside one another. Yes, young master, replied Mo Qinglong while nodding. Slowly, he walked over to one of the dark conjurer experts and stared coldly in his face. Trying to make us spill on our hideout dream on, the two elders snapped. They glared on, eyes filled with bloodthirst, and as they turned, they were ready to end their own lives. Bang! With quick reflexes, Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan reacted swiftly, kicking at one of the elders' elixir fields. They managed to stop them from attempting suicide. After all, they had been trained assassins. Trying to end your life, how could we let you have it that easy? Mo Qinglong snorted with a dismissive face. Ha ha, laughed the two dark conjurer elders. Despite looking miserable, their gaze remained prickly cold. Extreme disdain swept past their faces. You won't get any information from us, not even the sacred sect could manage. What's more, you people amongst all, asked the two elders. Seems like there has been some serious brainwashing going on for these dark conjurers, Mo Qinglong responded, slightly embarrassed. With a fling of his arm, he emitted a bout of devilish aura. The aura circled the duo's noses, eyes, and ears before making its way into their bodies and entering their minds. In an instant, the duo went into a daze, appearing as though their minds had gone blank. Out with it, reveal your hideout, Mo Qinglong questioned flatly. Ha ha ha. The two elders laughed goofily. Suddenly, this was followed by a loud cry. This made Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan uneasy. Just kill them, Wang Xian replied. Jaded, Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan nodded as they looked on awkwardly. Little wonder why they remained in existence. Despite the sacred sect issuing the order to kill, each member of the Dark Conjurers has been hypnotized with a mental block. There's simply no way of learning about their base from them, they said in realization. That remains to be seen, Wang Xian interrupted. Looking towards the river flow, he spotted a few of the black venomous snakes and peered at them coldly. Oh, do you have a plan in mind? Young Master Mo Qinglong asked, somewhat stunned by the remark. There's a way, Wang Xian answered with a faint smile. He wanted to achieve what the sacred sect could not. This time, well, wipe out the dark conjurers. Well, get a hold of the one who gave the order to kill us, and get rid of them altogether, Wang Xian proclaimed placidly. As he did so, he stretched his arm out slightly, pointing in the direction of the river flow. Instantaneously, the snakes shivered. As they lowered their heads, they swam towards Wang Xian, cowered in fear. Tisk tisk, tisk tisk. 3 snakes hissed as they lay beneath his feet, overwhelmed by fright. You happen to know where the dark conjurers are hiding? Wang Xian asked the snakes composedly. Meanwhile, a message was being transmitted into their brains. While the snakes were not bright creatures, they still knew a thing or two, to say the least. The 3 snakes nodded their heads, as if in response. Good, Wang Xian returned with a tone smile. While the dark conjurers could induce a mental block on their assassins, they could not do the same on snakes. Never would the dark conjurers have expected that as a divine dragon, Wang Xian could command other living creatures, even understanding them in their language. Prowess of the divine dragon rules the entire animal kingdom indeed. Old Mo, summon those dragonians from the abyss as well. We should challenge those seniors, since they too have founded a similar group. Let's see if we can pick up some of their skills, Wang Xian instructed Mo Qinglong as he broke out in a radiant smile. Yes, young master. Well, contact the abyss right away, Mo Qinglong answered while nodding. To think that these 7 founded the abyss without a single henchman. How absurd, he chuckled. Let them be. The abyss doesn't need much manpower anyway, so long as they are able to helm control over the world. Wang Xian laughed back. With the abyss, we shall crush the dark conjurers. Chapter 282 crushed the dark conjurers with the abyss too. Chapter 282 crushed the dark conjurers with the abyss too. Tang Yingshuan, for the next month, let me arrange a safe place for you. We have some matters to attend to. Walking back from Lionfang Lake, Wang Xian looked at Tang Yingshuan, who was hugging her broken zither, and spoke to her awkwardly. It's all right. I'll go back to my sect. I will be extremely safe there. Tang Yingshuan took a glance at him and soon turned her head back. I'll tell my father that your mission has been completed. Wang Xian nodded his head and the group found a hotel within the city center. On the second day, the 4 of them took a plane to Ning City. This was the sacred ground of the Heavenly Sun sect. Having sent Tang Yingshuan safely into her sect, Wang Xian looked at Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan and asked, have they arrived? They are all waiting at the Dongling mountain range, answered Mo Qinglong as he nodded his head. Dongling mountain range was the largest mountain range in the country and spanned over 1,000 kilometers with a width reaching 200 to 300 kilometers. It was also the largest primitive mountain forest in the country. Within this primitive mountain range, there were various kinds of wild animals and a Dongling river that was several hundreds of kilometers long. Famous mountains and huge streams were known to be the breeding ground for monsters. At the edge of the Dongling mountain range, Wang Xian, Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan approached rapidly. There were few people in this area and they were surrounded by pine trees, red spruce trees, white birch trees, poplar trees and many other kinds of plants. Every single tree was huge and over 10 meters tall. Between the trees, there was a small path that led to the mountain ranges. At this moment, barely anyone was using the path. Young master, they are in one of the mountain peaks ahead. Mo Qinglong pointed to the highest mountain peak in front of him. Wang Xian nodded his head. Moving off, he was like a huge rock spreading his wings as he leaped several tens of meters in a single jump. Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan followed closely behind him. Dragon King. At the peak of one of the mountains, 7 figures in black attire stood on 7 different trees. Seeing that Wang Xian had arrived, the 7 of them immediately went on their knees. Not bad. Wang Xian scanned across the 7 people and revealed a smile. Among the 7 people, 3 of them had reached the half-step to inborn realm while the other 4 were level 9 martial artists. This was a remarkable improvement. Let's go to the nest of the dark conjurers, Wang Xian said to the 7 people. Yes, Dragon King. The 7 people lifted their heads. To Wang Xian's surprise, all of them put on masks. They were masks made of metal with the design of a horrifying and savage devil. At the location of the forehead on the masks, there was the word kill in red. The mask together with their black attire made them look extremely dangerous. That's pretty cool, Wang Xian smiled as he looked at the 7 stunning masks. Dragon King, we have a few more here. A Dragonian took out 3 more masks and passed them to Wang Xian, Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan respectively. Haha, just right, 10 of us, Wang Xian laughed as he put on the abyss mask. The mask felt a little cold but was comfortable. It also didn't affect one's breathing and speech. Wang Xian didn't know what material it was made of. Together with the black casual sports attire he was wearing today, it was quite a good match. Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan also received the masks and wore them. In that instant, a faint silent killing aura surrounded the group. Let's go. Moving his arm, a black poisonous snake appeared on Wang Xian's hand. The head of the poisonous snake pointed in a certain direction. The 10 of them moved rapidly as they pivoted off the mountain peaks that were 500 to 600 meters tall. They were just like figures in mythology who could cover several tens of meters with a single leap. What a majestic view. Wang Xian landed on the tip of a tree on the mountain peak as he looked around and was slightly shocked by the scene. Within the primitive mountain ranges, there were wild boars, rabbits, chickens and all kinds of animals running around. As the poisonous snake did not have its intelligence manifested, it couldn't express an exact location. Therefore, the group could only search for the location. Nonetheless, their speed was incredibly fast. When moving at full speed, they could reach 100 kilometers an hour. Splash! After moving through the mountain ranges for 4 hours, a huge waterfall appeared in their sight. Below it was a huge river. This must be the Dongling River, Wang Xian thought to himself before taking a glance at the surroundings. Let's take a break here. Go get some wild animals to eat. Yes, Dragon King. The Dragonians nodded their heads and dispersed to the surroundings to look for food. Wang Xian walked to the edge of the river and looked at the waterfall. Soon, the Dragonians returned with wild chickens, rabbits and some fish. Wang Xian opened his mouth, took out the dragon ball and placed it on the floor like a piece of roasting equipment. The wild animals were delicious and more fragrant than typical meals. The aroma of the meat could whet one's appetite. Wang Xian sat on a stone bench while observing the surroundings with a faint smile. Rattle, rattle, rattle. There's water ahead. We finally found a water source. This mountain is really dirty. Wash up and let's have lunch. I wonder if we could find that spiritual treasure. There are people here. At this moment, a group of over a dozen people walked out from the forest. The group was made up of men of different ages. They had uniform-style longswords in their hands and everyone wore identical yellow attire. The group walked out from the forest of the mountain and looked inquisitively at Wang Xian's group. When their eyes fell on the masks on their faces, they were baffled. What a strange group of people. They are most likely martial artists. They whispered softly among themselves and headed towards where the river was. Seo Yuan, get a few people with you to hunt some wild animals and start a fire here. We will be taking a break. A middle-aged man instructed a few young men. Yes, master. The group of young men nodded their heads before dispersing. Some went into the forest while others went into the river to catch fish. I guess they are here to capture that spiritual animal too. It seems like there will be several sects and families who will be here. The middle-aged man took a glance at where Wang Xian and the group were before whispering to the two old men beside him. We certainly must get the spiritual animals. Within this vast mountain range, there are really lots of treasures, an old man commented confidently as he observed the surroundings. The middle-aged man beside him smiled and revealed an equally confident look. Wandong, come over. Lend me your sword to start a fire. Beside them, a young man shouted at the other man. Don't use my sword, we can just start a flame by getting a spark from the others. That young man pouted and directed his eyes at Wang Xian and the crowd. All of them are wearing masks, and are likely not very sociable. The young man saw Wang Xian's group wearing masks and reminded softly. Haha, we are just getting a spark from them. Moreover, they have to remove the masks at some point to eat, otherwise they will have to tear their food into shreds before eating. The young man chuckled and walked towards Wang Xian directly. Chapter 283 Crushed the Dark Conjurer with the Abyss 3. Chapter 283 Crushed the Dark Conjurer with the Abyss 3. Gentlemen, could you spare us a fire to start ours? A young man said to Wang Xian and the gang as he approached. But soon enough, he was stunned by the sight of the dragon ball on the ground, emitting a gentle flame. The dragon ball helped to roast the peasants and hare caught in the wild. Gentlemen, this firestarter of yours. What is it? The young man asked as he expressed his shock. There's no fire to lend. Off you go, a dragonian replied to the young man apathetically as he raised his head, donning a face mask from the abyss and speaking indifferently. The dragonian appeared strikingly aloof. As he saw the dragonian's icy gaze, the young man turned and stepped away. Just say so if you don't wish to spare. No need to say there's none when it's just right there, the young man pouted. When he returned, he was received by another young man in sarcasm. Aha, why did you fail? Like I said, one look and you can tell that group of men is difficult to get along with. The latter remarked snidely. Humph, just a few who can't even show their faces. What's so great about them? The young man complained in resentment. Though I have to admit, their firestarter looks pretty amazing. It's a bead-colored bright crimson, and the bead emits fiery red flames from the top. The young man continued. A flame bead? This fellow asked with a face full of doubt, slightly taken by surprise. To which the young man replied, yeah, a bead, one which emits streaks of flames from the top. A bead, came a questioning voice. The conversation between the young men was overheard by several middle-aged elders nearby. Astounded, one of the elders sporting crimson hair began to shift his gaze. He looked over in the direction where Wang Xian and the gang were. When he spotted the dragon ball on the ground, a glow flickered over his eyes as they narrowed. What is it? Old Huo, one-eyed elder asked. He had a look of doubt on his face, as if sensing something amiss. That's a flame bead, the red-haired elder exclaimed while turning his head. As he said so, his eyes squinted into a deep gaze. Flame bead, that's a spiritual treasure of the fire element, the one-eyed elder said in response. To think that they are using such a gem to feed a fire. What a waste, the red-haired elder continued, to which all the middle-aged elders sitting around turned their heads and looked over with sparkling eyes. Every spiritual treasure has its strengths. Those of exceptional powers can even help their owner challenge someone to a class preceding fight. The crowd fixed their gaze on the spiritual treasure which was sustaining the fire with a glow in their eyes. After exchanging glances, the elders said come on in unison and slowly made their way over. Greetings. I am Ling Wujian from the Guangshan Sword Sect. The red-haired elder introduced himself. While walking over, he eyed Wang Xian and the gang, but his eyes were mainly fixated on the dragon ball. Speak, Mo Yuan answered sparingly. Everyone, it's a waste to be using this flame bead for a fire. I would like to buy this flame bead with 50 spiritual stones. What do you say? The elder offered. Although spiritual treasures such as the flame bead and water bead were not exceptionally rare, An ordinary flame bead would have cost anything between 60 to 70 spiritual stones. 50 spiritual stones, as offered by the elder, was a price much lower than usual rates. No, we're not selling. Leave us alone. Wang Zan rejected outright as he looked over at the five. Are you not the red-haired elder? Inquired again, completely unaffected by the response. He briefly skimmed past the people around, stretching his hands. 10 steel beads appeared in each of his palms, each the size of a thumb, which thereafter went straight for Wang Zan and the gang, and began to attack. But each one of the steel beads had not struck them at their vital points, which made it obvious that this was merely a test. Bang! 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 A dragonian swung his arm, and the stones lying around began swerving towards the metal beads in counterattack. Scores of stones had managed to intercept the steel beads midair. The red-haired elder exhaled. His eyes dimmed wearily, seeing how one person was all it took to intercept the attack by his 10 steel beads. Standing next to the red-haired elder, the one-eyed elder waved his arm at Wang Zan and gang. Haha, such kung fu skills you have. Gentleman Im in awe, he praised. 1. Meanwhile, the one-eyed elder exuded a mild but powerful inborn aura, which could not go unnoticed. Sorry to have disturbed you. Gentleman the elder excused himself and gave a wide smile. As he turned around to take his leave, the rest in his company followed quietly and left with glistening eyes. A few dragonians gestured as they eyed the elder and company, before turning towards Wang Zan and the gang. Kill Mo Qinglong ordered in a single word when he saw Wang Zan remaining silent. The masked man who stopped my steel beads earlier, he's rather capable, a half-step inborn expert to say the least. But the abilities of the other 9 are unknown, commented the red-haired elder. We'd better not antagonize them since we don't know what they are capable of, the others chipped in. Such a pity though. I wonder what level that flame bead of theirs is. The group of middle-aged elders trailed off as they went. It was very common for people to kill and loot within these deep mountains and meandering streams, but they were more alert in comparison, having tested the abilities of the other party. Zoom! 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 Just then, they heard the sound of stomping coming from behind. The faces of the 5 intensified and they turned around immediately. They saw a group of masked men coming straight at them. They were closing in for a fierce attack as ferocity filled their faces. What the elder screeched, mildly shocked. They have a death wish. How dare they attack us, hollered the red-haired elder, with an unyielding face. He drew his long sword. How do you realize your foolishness for testing an assassin from the abyss earlier? A dragonian ridiculed unsparingly. As bloodthirst filled their eyes, the dragonians charged directly at the elders. Mo Yuan too made his move, and he targeted straight for the one-eyed inborn elder, whereas the other 3 half-step inborns focused on the red-haired elder. After all, Mo Yuan was an inborn expert as well. Assassins from the abyss blurted the crowd from Guangshan's sword sect. Slightly startled, faces dimmed as they drew their swords immediately. I don't care who you guys are. By attacking us, you're asking for doom, the red-haired elder and one-eyed elder bellowed in unison. In a change of stance, the duo imposed a terrifying inborn aura, which surged ahead toward Mo Yuan's group of 8. Tisk tisk. I'll send the bunch of you to the abyss, a dragonian remarked. Send them to the abyss. The rest of the dragonians chimed in and charged ahead with bloodthirst. Send us to the abyss. One of the middle-aged elders mumbled. Little by little, his face was overcome by shock. You are assassins from the abyss, the elder shrieked in realization. What assassins from the abyss? 5 elders yelped in a state of panic. Assassins from the abyss, or the abyss in short, was a group of powerful killers that had newly emerged in the underworld. The abyss became known after having wiped out another assassination group within the underworld. In addition, they had risen further in fame when they assassinated an inborn expert from the gambling city within a short time span. This powerful force had made their mark despite its recent establishment. This no doubt made it a force not to be reckoned with. Assassins, one of the most haunting existences in the underworld. Faces on the members from the Guangshan sword sect grew bleak. Never had they expected to incur the wrath of the abyss assassins with a mere test. As for the assassins, they would show no mercy. Incur their wrath? and endless killing awaits. End note. 1. Kung Fu refers to martial arts. Chapter 284 Crushed the Dark Conjurer with the Abyss 4. Chapter 284 Crushed the Dark Conjurer with the Abyss 4. I'll send you guys into the abyss. What a catchy slogan. Wang Xian sat by the side and watched the 7 Dragonians chanting the slogan. On his face, a smile was revealed. The 7 Dragonians created the abyss and wore the abyss masks. Together with the slogan of "I'll send you guys into the abyss." They looked extremely attention-grabbing and cool. He looked plainly at the 7 Dragonians battling the crowd from the Guangshan sword sect. These 5 people from the Guangshan sword sect were rather interesting too. They were probing and trying to find out the strength level of Wang Xian's group initially. When they realized Wang Xian's group were stronger, they immediately wanted to leave. Wang Xian was sure that if the other party found them to be weaker, the other party would definitely kill them and plunder their valuables. A group with no idea of death or dangers, what a stupid way to die. Assassins wouldn't be merciful. When the Guangshan sword sect wanted to probe about their strength level, their outcome had been decided. Shit, master. Elders and the vice sect leader are fighting with them. At this moment, the disciples from Guangshan sword sect, who were starting the fire and returning from their hunting in the forest, were shocked to see their people engaged in battle. "I'll send you guys into the abyss." That's the slogan of the abyss. Assassins from the abyss, they are assassins from the abyss. How did vice sect leader and our elders offend them? The group of Guangshan sword sect's disciples were flabbergasted. They immediately grabbed their longswords and stared worryingly at the battles. The young man, who had gone to borrow a light, was breaking out in cold sweat, looking at the group of people in black attire and wearing the abyss masks fighting with his vice sect leader and elders. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Luckily, he had not made rude remarks about them. Otherwise, however, he soon recalled that he seemed to have mocked them previously. Arg! At this moment, 3 cries resounded. The old man with red hair and the old man with a single eye were surprised as they looked to the side immediately. "It's time to enter the abyss." A cold and deep voice sounded as the 3 middle-aged men lay on the floor. Their eyes were wide open and their expressions were filled with disbelief. Die! The savage-looking masks appeared in front of the old man with red hair and the old man with a single eye. Feeling the powerful and intense attacks, the 2 old men were horrified. Why did we offend them? The despair that originated from the abyss slowly crept upon them. Their eyes were wide open as they narrowly withstood wave after wave of horrifying attacks. Bam! In less than 20 seconds, 2 figures smashed heavily towards the waterfall. Signs of life had completely slipped off their bodies. Just 2 exploratory inborn experts, and yet you dared to mess with us. Mo Yuan looked at the corpse being carried away by the waters with contempt before returning to the side of Wang Xian. The other Dragonians also turned their heads over and returned to their initial position. However, one of the Dragonians paused and looked towards that young man. No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. That young man, who had mocked them previously, was shivering and flustered as he noticed the assassin from the abyss that had easily killed his vice sect leader and elder looking at him. The other disciples of Guangshan sword sect were also horrified as they stumbled back constantly. "Your tongue is a little loose. Let me send you into the abyss." That Dragonian stared at the young man. The next moment, he moved. "No, don't!" The young man waved the longsword in his hand and was screaming with desperation. Arg! Cough! Cough! Soon, the cries died down. He landed on his knees before falling flat. SSS. The Dragonian walked back to his position emotionlessly, ignoring the remaining members of the Guangshan sword sect. The remaining disciples of the Guangshan sword sect were shivering in fear at this moment as they witnessed the development of events. Run! Run now! They are the devils of the abyss. The group glanced at the 10 people wearing masks before running away in the opposite direction in horror. "We will move out after eating." Wang Xian looked plainly at the corpses around him and didn't say another word. The abyss was the embodiment of justice. If one had no idea of death or danger and offended them, his outcome would be identical to what the 7 Dragonians had said. "I'll send you guys into the abyss. Let's go." After finishing the meal, the group dashed towards the depths of Dongling mountain range again. We are almost there after an hour. Wang Zan slowed down abruptly and spoke to the dragonians around him. He landed on the peak of a mountain and placed the poisonous snake on the ground. SSSSSS. The black poisonous snake flicked its tongue out before crawling forward rapidly. Wang Zan and the group followed closely behind. SSSSSS. Just as the poisonous snake surmounted 3 peaks, it stopped and flicked its tongue out rapidly. Wang Zan and the group who had been following it were taken aback. Ahead of them, countless small poisonous bugs lay on the ground. The black poisonous snake flicked its tongue, and these poisonous bugs seemed to have picked up the scent of their kind as they moved aside and opened a path. Poisonous bug. This mountain has lots of poisonous bugs. Wang Zian squinted his eyes and looked around him. On one of the branches, there was another black poisonous snake resting. If they were careless and were ambushed by it, they would likely die on the spot. On a stone a short distance away, a scorpion lifted its tail up high. A faint green glow was shimmering on its tail. We are likely nearing the nest of the dark conjurers. Wang Zian smiled faintly and commented, the surrounding defenses of the dark conjurers are much stronger than the Flame Palace. Even an inborn expert could fall and lose his life here if he was careless. Wang Zian waved his arms and the grass below the group grew at an astonishing speed. The grass slowly surrounded them and prevented the poisonous bugs from attacking them or leaking the information of their arrival. If the assassins of the dark conjurers could breed such poisonous snakes, these poisonous bugs would definitely be able to tip the dark conjurers off secretly. Their bodies were almost entirely covered in grass as they followed behind the poisonous snake. After surmounting 2 additional mountains, they noticed more and more poisonous animals. In fact, Wang Zian even saw a terrifying poisonous snake that was over 6 meters long. The fangs of that poisonous snake were as huge as a person's fingers and looked horrifying. It would likely be able to kill experts below the inborn realm. Dangers are really lurking everywhere. Wang Zian observed the surroundings attentively. When they arrived at the peak, a huge mountain valley surfaced in front of him. Within the valley, there was a lake. The lake was connected to the Dongling River. The entire lake within the mountain valley was shrouded in fog. Heavenly rocks were flying over the lake and trees were grown around the lake. It was a majestic view. Who would have expected the center of what the poisonous animals were guarding to be such a beautiful lake? Wang Zian looked down and saw the poisonous snake still crawling quickly. Its target seemed to be the lake in the middle of the valley. Wang Zian wiggled, released himself from the grass that surrounded him, and followed behind the poisonous snake. GRR. Woof. Woof. At this moment, an angry roar propagated and shook the atmosphere. The surrounding trees rustled from the shockwave. What? Wang Zian was taken aback and looked to his left. Chapter 285 Heavenly Hound. Chapter 285 Heavenly Hound. It was a hound, about half a meter long. It had a really long tail, where its yellow fur was especially luscious, extending for scores of centimeters. A patch of fur concentrated on its upper front legs was exceptionally long, measuring up to half a meter. With a full body of thick and rich fur, the hound exuded an overwhelming elegance. Just then, the hound ascended more than 100 meters with one leap, ending up on a tree. Arching its head, the hound roared and howled like a fox, its sharp eyes fixated on what lay behind. Over there! It's over there, the crowd shouted. As Wang Zian looked over, he saw hundreds of men chasing after them. These men were from more than a dozen forces. Amongst them was a group whose attire had a huge Shang character written in the middle. 1. This symbolized the sacred sect, one of the great powers. Meanwhile, this group of men looked terrible. Many of them had even gone stale in the face. Aided by others, it was obvious they had been attacked by the venomous objects lurking around. Astonished, Wang Zian looked on. He recalled what was said by members of the Guangshan sword sect in their meeting earlier. They had come to capture the spiritual animal, and it appeared that the hound up front could be it. It was an exceptionally formidable hound, one whose abilities were that of inborn level, to say the least. Yet, as Wang Zian swept his gaze across the multiple forces, he spotted inborn experts in every one of them. This made them no less powerful. A young man looked fixated on the majestic hound as it stood atop the tree. He was wearing the attire with a Shang character on it. Still trying to escape? Try that again. And we'll make dog soup out of you once we've got you, the young man boasted with a smug look. An elder skimmed past the various forces. This creature will make a good sacred animal, guarding the doors for a sacred soul sect. Therefore, take your leave everyone, he claimed squarely. His face exuded an air of dignity, which tolerated no defiance. The able shall own the spiritual creature. Even if a sacred sect is around, we're not going to make wasteful trips otherwise. We'll suffer huge losses. Another elder retorted in a low pitch. Behind him stood several young men. They had been poisoned. Their faces a bluish hue and covered in bandages. That's right. Fair competition. Should your sacred sect win by merit, we'll concede defeat wholeheartedly. Another elder continued, expression dimmed. Having expended so much effort, the loss incurred would be great should they simply back off. They simply could not take this lying down. As a display of their determination, all the forces remained where they were, while the sacred soul sect poured over the various troops. The faces on their members grew darker. All right then. It's decided, they replied coldly. Charge, capture the heavenly hound, and bring it back to our sect for taming. With the sacred soul sect members nodding resignedly, an elder charged forward. He went straight for the heavenly hound, which stood in front of the lake. Charge, everyone charge, shouted multiple voices while the crowd pressed on. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Xian questioned. Heavenly hound pondering, he glanced over at the dignified creature. At the same time, he realized that the venomous snake had made its way into the lake. It was swimming towards the lake floor. Wang Xian showed little interest in this heavenly hound. Instead, he went after the snake in a shift of position. Come on, we need to catch up with the snake. He hurried. Yet, as they made their dive and suspended in midair, they were suddenly attacked. Scram, the opponent shouted. Bouts of counterattacks came at Wang Xian and the gang. Don't block our path. We, sacred soul sect, are bent on this heavenly hound, the attackers demanded. As they warned, they continued attacking Wang Xian and the gang. Huh, Wang Xian said and squinted his eyes briefly. He paused and landed on the ground immediately. Courting death, Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan snapped. They looked on with savageness in their eyes. As the experts from the sacred soul sect chased after the heavenly hound, they had merely wanted entry into the lake. Yet, they were met with counterattacks and forced to retreat. Make way and scram, you bunch of masked men who can show no face. 3 inborn experts from the sacred soul sect darted across the sky. A group of half-step inborns and level 9 martial artists followed closely beneath. They scowled at Wang Xian and gang who were standing in their way. The power and prestige of a sacred sect were obvious to all. Wang Xian knitted his brows. Come on, let's get within the lake first, he continued with glistening eyes. Wang Xian paid no attention to the crowd that had gone all greenied as they fought for the heavenly hound. In one move, he dived straight into the lake, casting one final glance at the disciples from the sacred soul sect. Mo Qinglong and the Dragonians followed closely behind Wang Xian. Splash! The group of 10 plunged into the water. A handful of disciples from the sacred soul sect stared at Wang Xian and gang, mildly astonished. But they recovered quickly and regained focus on the heavenly hound. Wang Xian and the gang had entered the waters. As Dragonians with the bloodline of the divine dragon, they were able to breathe with complete ease underwater. Even their combat powers would not be the least bit hindered should they battle underwater. Wang Xian was shocked by the snakes as he saw them swimming towards deep waters. Don't tell me the Dark Conjurer's hideout is situated at the floor of this lake, Wang Xian commented. The entire lake measured an area of about 5 square kilometers, making it very large, and the snakes were swimming deep into it. But, the snakes had not swum towards the center. Instead, they advanced closer to the direction where a mountain range lay. How that's? Wang Xian exclaimed and narrowed his eyes. Looking ahead, he could see a stone gate standing 3 meters below the lake floor. Behind the stone gate lies the mountain peak. To think that the Dark Conjurers have their hideout located within a mountain peak. What's more, their entrance is located in a lake. How covert. Little wonder why they could not be wiped out by sacred sex. Even with full manpower, Wang Zan thought to himself, peering over at Mo Qinglong and the rest. He signaled to them briefly. The group nodded in acknowledgement and arrived at the stone gate. Wang Zian looked at the stone gate, which was completely sealed. He extended his arm, and gradually his palm turned golden color. Hat, hat, hat. As he stuck his palm in, it broke the stone gate and forced an opening in the shape of a human silhouette. Shrugging his body once, Wang Zian isolated the lake waters surrounding them. Boom! The stone gate burst open and glowed from its interior. Wang Zian showed himself in. He swung an arm and left the Dragon Ball at the stone gate. As the Dragon Ball glowed with red lights, it prevented the waters from entering. Come on, let's head inside, Wang Zian said to Mo Qinglong and the gang. With no further words, Wang Zian peeked over and headed inside. The entire cave was winding, like a giant staircase, spiraling down as it went. There were no guards standing watch along the walkway. There was no need for them, it seemed. With such an intricate base, they descended along the staircase. When they reached the end of the path, Wang Zian was shocked by the sight ahead of him. Everything was beyond his expectations. In fact, it was way beyond. As it turned out, the Dark Conjurer's hideout was not within the mountain peak, but rather it was beneath the lake. The entire surface above resembled a marine life park. Transparent glass of unique composition was placed right above the hideout. This prevented the lake waters above from seeping in while allowing sunlight to pass through. Within the entire base of the Dark Conjurer's hideout, houses of moderate height sprouted in lines. They looked no different from the housing landscape on the ground above. So that's how it works, Wang Zian exclaimed in gradual realization. The base of the Dark Conjurers is located within the mountain valleys. They had their base built within the mountain valleys, before setting off an explosion at the mountain peak, creating a channel linked to the Dongling River. The channel allowed the river waters to enter the region, forming a gigantic lake. A perfect camouflage was thus formed. What a flawless Dark Conjurer's base it is. End note. One Sheng here refers to Sakikrid. Chapter 286 I'll send you guys into the Abyss 1. Chapter 286 I'll send you guys into the Abyss 1. Wang Zian looked ahead. The base under the lake spanned 3 to 4 kilometers. It was just like a small town with some poisonous plants planted around it. In the central location, the words Dark Conjurer were engraved forcefully over the entrance. A blue light shimmered in the eyes of Wang Zian as he looked ahead of him. However, he spotted 2 humongous animals resting at the 2 sides of the entrance. 2 huge pythons over 14 to 15 meters lay to the left and right of the entrance. The pure black eyes of the anacondas emitted a soul-wrenching aura. When curled up, they were still 3 to 4 meters tall. Blood Python Level 10. Extractable Dragon Energy 15. 432. 2 inborn realm blood pythons guarding the door. How extravagant. It seems like the Dark Conjurers are much stronger than the Flame Palace. Wang Zian thought to himself. As one of the top 2 assassin groups in the underworld, the strength of the Dark Conjurers was unquestionable. Wang Zian looked through the entrance and saw assassins living in different rooms. In this place, there were all kinds of equipment. However, the people in it didn't show any emotions on their faces at all. Some assassins were raising different poisonous animals in their rooms while others were sitting cross-legged in their rooms and cultivating diligently. In the middle of the base, there was a huge training ground. The training ground could be separated into 3 regions. In one of the regions, a group of teenagers were undergoing gruesome and bloody training. All of them looked younger than 20 years old. These teenagers had a savage demeanor. Clearly, they could no longer be seen as innocent teenagers. Addressing them as executioners might be more appropriate. The savage and cold vibes emanating from them indicated that they had definitely killed humans previously. This is what a real assassin group is like. Nurturing and training people into killing machines without any personal thoughts. Wang Zian heaved a sigh when he saw the group of teenagers. Everyone in this place had murderous and savage vibes surrounding them, compared with Mo Yuan and the rest before they had become Dragonians. The differences were stark. No matter whether they were male or female, they were now all killing machines. close to the middle of the base. There was a relatively large room. Wang Xian took a closer look and saw a group of elders in the room. There were a total of 6 elders. They stood in the room and were all looking towards a position above them. How they are able to see what's happening above the lake from their room. Wang Xian was slightly shocked. The lake was 7 to 8 meters deep and wasn't exceptionally clear. Looking down from above the lake surface, one wouldn't be able to tell what was below it. However, the dark conjurers were able to supervise the situation above the lake with another method. Clearly, the sudden arrival of a group of powerful forces had made them feel a little anxious. However, the few elders didn't show it on their faces. They were very confident about their base and were convinced that no one would find them here, even if the group of experts were in the vicinity of the lake. The entire Dark Conjurer's base has more than 1,000 assassins and 6 inborn experts. Furthermore, there are countless poisonous animals and 2 inborn realm huge pythons guarding the entrance. Wang Xian squinted his eyes and explained to Mo Qinglong and the group about what he had seen. From now onwards, let's send them into the abyss. Wang Xian realized that he was in love with this cool slogan as he remarked plainly. Mo Qinglong and the crowd smirked. Under the disguise of the abyss masks, they looked extremely creepy. Attack! Moving off. Wang Xian shrouded his dragon power towards the 2 blood pythons. Mo Qinglong, Mo Yuan and the 7 Dragonians also struck as they dashed into the base of the Dark Conjurers. SSSSSSSS. The moment Wang Xian stepped into the base of the Dark Conjurers, the 2 blood pythons lying at each side were instantly triggered. They stared coldly at Wang Xian with the blood-red pupils. I wouldn't want to kill you guys. Keeping you guys alive would be beneficial to me. Wang Xian waved his arms as the dragon power weighed on the 2 huge bodies of the blood pythons. Beside the blood pythons, there was a tuft of red poisonous grass. A dense stream of azure dragon energy was injected into it directly. The poisonous grass started growing frantically and wrapped towards the 2 huge blood pythons. Wang Xian increased his speed to the maximum and landed 2 punches on the heads of the 2 blood pythons, knocking them unconscious before they could react. Kill! Shouted Wang Xian. He didn't attempt to hide their arrival at all, as he shrouded the entire base under his powerful aura. Kill! We will send the Dark Conjurers into the abyss. 7 Dragonians let out a Mechanica-like voice from behind their abyss masks, which resounded in the entire base of the Dark Conjurers. What's the matter? Stifling pressure and the cold voice spread to every corner of the Dark Conjurers' base. The upper management of the Dark Conjurers, who were observing the situation above the lake from the room in the central location, were taken aback and instantly turned gloomy. Someone has infiltrated our base. This is bad. Our base has been found. The 6 elders were shocked. Moving off. They jumped out from the room through the roof as they looked around them. 10 people. Over there, 10 people who were wearing the abyss masks. They seemed to be the newly emerged assassins from the abyss. The 6 elders looked across and saw Wang Xian and the crowd at the entrance. Instantly, their expressions turned solemn. I had not expected anyone to be able to infiltrate our base. They must die. 10 of them, kill them immediately. The voice of 2 elders propagated throughout the entire Dark Conjurer base. The next instant, the entire Dark Conjurer's base seemed to have come alive. Assassins emerged from various rooms and corners of the base. Every one of them had bloodshot eyes and was staring at Wang Xian and the group harshly as they emerged from their rooms. They jumped to the roof and looked down on the 10 people. Some poisonous animals also crawled rapidly out of the room. Poisonous snakes, scorpions, spiders, blood-red ants and large centipedes. On the ground, poisonous gas shrouded the paths. An ordinary person would die instantly from just a sniff of it. On the roofs, over 1,000 assassins were in position. Wang Xian and the group paused and stood in a single row in front of the entrance. The 7 Dragonians looked solemnly across all the assassins. Dark Conjurers had lots of experts, including 30 to 40 half-step to inborn experts. Moreover, these top-class experts specialized in killing and risking their lives. Any single one of these half-step to inborn experts would be at the pinnacle of the same level when placed in the outside world. Together with these poisonous animals, they were incomparably horrifying. The 6 elders moved like phantoms as they quickly made their way to the row of houses before the entrance. From above, they looked down coldly at Wang Ziyan and the group. "You guys managed to find our base by yourself?" an old lady questioned. What was horrifying about her was the poisonous snakes above her head. When the old lady spoke, they were hissing and spreading their horrifying mouths. This made Wang Ziyan recall a horrifying movie he had once seen. The old woman's face was full of wrinkles and her voice was coarse. When she spoke, it sounded like the pitiful cries of a ghost. Her eyes were staring at Wang Ziyan and the group just like how a poisonous snake stared at its prey. "Yep, just the few of us." Wang Ziyan looked at the 1,000 assassins and countless poisonous animals in front of him and spoke plainly. "Alright then, you guys can die now." Chapter 287 I'll send you guys into the abyss too. Chapter 287 I'll send you guys into the abyss too. You guys can die now. A ghastly voice was heard from the base of dark conjurers underwater. All the surrounding dark conjurer assassins raised the daggers in their hands as soon as they heard the voice. Daggers, the sharpest weapon for assassination. Deadly and fatal at the sight of the blood. Kill. Thousands of assassins spun into quick action under the old lady's order. They moved like a gust of wind. Stone-cold looks in their eyes. Murderous and savage aura, filling the entire dark conjurer's base, could almost make any average person suffocate to death. The thousands of top-notch killers were simply terrifying. "I'll leave them to you guys," Wang Ziyan told the rest of the 9 Dragonians, including Mo Qinglong and Asher Dragon. He did not make his move as he stared coldly at the 6 elders in front of him. These 6 elders were the most powerful existences of the dark conjurers. In particular, the old lady in the middle, who posed a slight threat to him. Even though this old lady is not at the same level as Sui Huang, that old thing, it's just a mere difference. Wang Ziyan looked at the old lady and pondered to himself. Go to hell. Y'all become the food of the dark conjurers for barging in. A half-step to inborn expert of the dark conjurers bellowed coldly and attacked them with a swift move. Hayek Hayek. I'll send you guys into the abyss. 7 Dragonians yelped as they stared at the outspreading dark conjurer assassins charging at them with bloodthirsty faces. Kill. Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan sprang into action too. 9 of them exuded immense clouds of devilish aura that masked their figures. Only a malevolent and cold-looking abyss mask was vaguely seen. Claws of the devil dragon. Mo Qinglong, Mo Yuan, along with the 7 Dragonians, revealed their maximum strength. Faint dragon scales could be seen on their arms. The dragon claws formed with demonic aura exhibited black luster and were as sharp as razors. Bam! 9 of them knocked against thousands of dark conjurer assassins. Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan swept their dragon claws and slashed dozens of dark conjurer assassins straight away. They were already pinnacle inborn to begin with. Hence, they could easily slaughter anyone who was not an inborn. Countless poisonous animals who just made their way before them on the ground were trembling with fear. They did not dare to strike. Deep down in their souls, the poisonous animals were fearful of the Dragonians who had divine dragon bloodlines. Dozens of assassins had been killed after a moment of close-quarters fighting. 6 elders, standing in the middle of a rooftop, swept their icy gazes across Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan. Kill them all. The old lady in the center gave orders to 2 inborn experts beside her after observing the situation with an indifferent look. Yes. Bloodthirsty looks surfaced on their faces as their eyes turned red, giving off a violent vibe. Your opponent, Wang Ziyan said in a cold voice when he noticed that the inborn experts on the roof were about to strike. His voice came through his abyss mask, which sounded robotic and cold. No one could tell the speaker's age by his voice. Then kill this fellow first. The old lady looked at Wang Ziyan with lifeless eyes that seemed offish. The poisonous snake on her head was lifting its head, staring at him with a pair of dark eyes. I'll slay you first. How dare a worthless abyss assassin barge in on the dark conjurers? As the 2 old men spoke, they rushed down from the roof, side by side, with daggers in their hands. The daggers were reflecting green radiance as they were smeared with venom. No one could survive a cut. Wang Ziyan quirked his lips at the corner when he saw the 2 dark conjurer inborn experts assaulting him. He reached out his arm, sending a feared ball flying out with rapid speed. The dragon ball emerged ahead of him with sounds of water gushing in. Damn you! Upon hearing the sound from the entrance, the old lady's expression changed. She grabbed the poisonous snakes on top of her head and hurled them at the entrance. Hiss! Only after they were being thrown out. One realized they were three-headed poisonous snakes. It was terrifying looking with three heads sharing a body. The poisonous snakes exhibited imposing might as they opened their mouths and spurted out an ink-colored toxic mist. The toxic mist lingered around the entrance, blocking the incoming flux of the water. Wang Xian was not bothered by it at all. He looked disdainfully at the two inborn experts who darted towards him. Boom! The dragon ball suddenly exploded into flames, encompassing the two inborn experts immediately. What a strong flame bead! The two dark conjurer inborn experts were appalled. They dodged to the side swiftly. Roar! At this time, a soft dragon roar was heard coming out of the dragon ball. Soon after, two dark conjurer inborn experts watched in disbelief as daunting dragon claws emerged from the dragon ball. The dragon claws seemed to be solid, formed out of magma. Drops of magma seemed to be dripping from them. Boom! They came down and attempted to claw at the two dark conjurer inborn experts' heads. The solid claws were about a half-meter in size each, giving off scorching temperature. Two of them were aghast with a drastic change in their expressions as they quickly raised their daggers to block them. Ka. However, the sound of something breaking was heard when the solid dragon claws tore them with daunting might and temperature. Ah! Two painful shrieks were heard, and the two dark conjurer experts turned into liquid as soon as the dragon claw struck them. The dragon ball jerked gently as it slowly formed a head, body, and tail of a dragon before Wang Xian. The fire divine dragon was even more realistic than the one during the fight with Flame Palace. Its mightiness was stronger after absorbing the spiritual flame ball and body refining spiritual flame ball. It was almost a level 11. What? A fire divine dragon, 7 meters long, had appeared in front of the dark conjurer experts and killed their two inborn experts in a split second. All four dark conjurer experts on the roof had dreadful looks instantly. How can this divine dragon be possible? Radiance flickered in their eyes as they warily watched the fire divine dragon that hovered in the air above Wang Xian. The divine dragon seemed to be a living dragon. They could not have believed it was transformed from a flame bead if they had not seen it with their own eyes. Chi. Hiss! All the poisonous animals were lying on the floor in the base of the dark conjurers. Some of them even tried to flee to the distance in horror as they lost all their fighting spirit. All the dark conjurer assassins in the base were taken aback with a tint of shock flashing across their inhospitable faces. Today, well, send dark conjurers into the abyss. Wang Xian stood there and spoke to the four dark conjurer experts with an emotionless voice. Abyss assassins caught me by surprise. I wonder, how did we offend you guys? The old lady on the roof squinted her eyes into lines. Just like snakes. The dark conjurers killed two of our people. So, the entire dark conjurers must be annihilated. Chapter 288 I'll send you guys into the abyss 3. Chapter 288 I'll send you guys into the abyss 3. You are really brazen. The old lady stared intensely at Wang Xian and said with her coarse voice. She looked to the Inferno Divine Dragon, but wasn't flustered at all. It's still an inborn realm existence after all. Today, I'll destroy it. After which, I'll make you into a puppet. The old lady shook her head as she said. She had a rather long neck that made her look rather creepy. Kill him, the old lady said casually. The moment she gave her orders, all the people on the roof disappeared from sight. Kill. The other three men didn't hesitate at all. They had 100% confidence in the strength of the old lady. Hee. You are also an inborn realm existence. Within Wang Xian's vision, the old lady had appeared above him, carrying two daggers made of bones in her hands. Her speed was astonishingly fast and her strength wasn't something that Mo Qinglong could match. However, she was still just an inborn level expert. If one was considering her cultivation realm, she was probably at the half step to Dan realm. Wang Xian lifted his head slightly and the Inferno Divine Dragon above his head did the same. Rumble! A stream of dragon flames spewed forward. What a strong spiritual animal, the coarse voice sounded from the void space. A faint shadow shimmered and appeared 3 meters ahead of Wang Xian creepily. How quick, Wang Xian commented plainly about the old lady. The moment the old lady charged towards him with the 2 bone daggers. The tail of the Inferno Divine Dragon swept towards her. Rumble. The old lady sank the 2 bone daggers on the tail of the Inferno Divine Dragon. However, she was still knocked back several steps. Shock gleamed in her eyes as she turned solemn. Let me hold this spiritual animal back while you go and kill him. This spiritual animal requires his manipulation to move. The old lady quickly noticed the crux of the situation. She deduced that the Inferno Divine Dragon was a dead thing after all and required the manipulation of a human. Just as she had expected, the Inferno Divine Dragon required Wang Xian to control it. He. Wang Xian smirked and looked towards the old lady and 3 inborn experts from the Dark Conjurers attacking him. Use all your trump cards, the old lady added plainly. She extended her hands and stroked her hair, which was tied up. Her hair was long and could almost reach the floor. When she released the knot, her hair turned completely green. Although having green hair was a hilarious idea, the old lady in front of him at this moment was definitely frightening. 1. Her hair was green and was even emitting a faint green mist. Every strand of her hair was like a poisonous snake as it stood up. Her hair pointed directly at where Wang Xian and the Inferno Divine Dragon were at, and it swayed. A green tinge of light was cast on the old lady's face due to her hair. This made her look just like a vengeful spirit. The other 3 inborn experts from the Dark Conjurers took out small bottles, gritted their teeth and poured the contents into their mouths. Gulp, gulp, gulp. A nauseating voice sounded from them. The 3 experts looked ferocious and emitted strong decadent vibes from their bodies. It was as though they had transformed from a human into a rotting corpse. They wouldn't feel pain, but would have a substantial increase in defense and potency of attacks. I'm going to bite you into pieces. The 3 experts from the Dark Conjurers seemed to be in intense pain in exchange for the horrifying strength from their rotting bodies. Haha. This is interesting. Wang Xian looked enthusiastically at the old lady and 3 experts. The 4 people had increased their strength to a horrifying level by using creepy methods. Even Mo Qinglong wouldn't be a match for any single one of them. Wang Xian laughed loudly and opened his mouth. Roar! The Inferno Divine Dragon flew above Wang Xian before turning into the Dragon Ball and returning to Wang Xian's stomach. After which, Wang Xian stretched his body a little. Rumble. At this moment, a 1-meter-long divine dragon circled around Wang Xian constantly. In the end, the divine dragon rested its head on Wang Xian's shoulder. Let's fight. Taking off, Wang Xian revealed an arrogant and unyielding expression. This was the first time he was able to fight without worries with all he had in his human form. I'll let you bring along your assassins from the abyss to hell. The old lady attacked Wang Xian like a poisonous snake. The 3 experts from the Dark Conjurers with decadent vibes also attacked at the same time. The Dragon King now die. Wang Xian threw his claws forward. The Inferno Divine Dragons instantly wrapped around his arm, covering his dragon claws with flames. SSSSSSSS. The old lady met Wang Xian's claw with the 2 creepy bone daggers. At the same time, her hair charged towards Wang Xian like a nest of snakes. Her green hair was rapid and cold like poisonous snakes. Facing her hair was similar to facing thousands of poisonous snakes. Rut! The daggers of the other 3 experts from the Dark Conjurers were shrouded in a decadent aura. Above the daggers, a unique liquid was flowing. The moment the liquid dripped onto the ground, it corroded the ground and left a hole, approximately half a meter deep. Incomparably horrifying. Is this witchcraft? Wang Xian squinted his eyes. The old lady used the blood and essences of 1,000 poisonous snakes and witchcraft to grow her own hair. This allowed her hair to possess horrifying attacking potency and poison. How could some poisonous snake essences be compared with a divine dragon? Roar! Wang Xian growled loudly. The moment the sound waves hit the old lady's hair, her hair instantly lost its attacking ability. The dragon rules the world. Wang Xian extended his arms, and the Inferno Divine Dragon around him moved quickly on his arms accordingly. Dense flames gathered and shot towards the old lady and the other 3 experts. Rumble! The horrifying flames dried the land completely once again. The old lady's hair was caught in the flames and was sizzling. Horrifying cries that resembled the cries of 100 ghosts sounded from the head of the old lady. Bam bam bam. The old lady and the 3 experts from the dark conjurers were sent crashing back directly. Rumble. Wang Zhan waved his arm once again. Scorching hot flames immediately swept towards their bodies. Arg! When the flames landed on them, they cried pitifully. It was as though they were being corroded by acid. So powerful. How can you be so powerful? Have you reached the Dan realm? No. It can't be. The old lady looked savage. Only half of her hair remained as she looked on in shock. The flames had also burned away part of her clothes, revealing her green body. She didn't seem to be a human anymore. Chi chi chi. Chi chi chi. Kill. Kill. Kill! I'll send you guys into the abyss. At this moment, Mo Qinglong and the group let out a loud roar. They were drenched in blood by now. Within the short time frame, they had already slain hundreds of dark conjurer experts. If it wasn't for the fact that they had the bloodline of the divine dragon, even Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan would have died under the besiegement of the crowd of experts from the dark conjurers. You want to annihilate the dark conjurers? Let me tell you this, even a sacred sect wouldn't be able to do so. End note. One wearing a green hat having a head of green hair is symbolism for being made a cuckold. Chapter 289. I'll send you guys into the abyss for. Chapter 289. I'll send you guys into the abyss for. The old woman's voice was hoarse. She wiped away the blood at the corner of her lips before she jumped onto a roof. The 3 dark conjurer experts retreated with malevolent faces. Those fearless dark conjurer assassins who were besieging Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan stopped. All of them moved back uniformly with their usual coldness in their eyes. There was no fear in them. Why trying to escape? Wang Zhan glared at those dark conjurer experts as he approached them slowly. Mo Qinglong, Mo Yuan and the rest moved together beside Wang Zhan. All of them had their abyss masks on while casting them death stares. They gave off a bloody, daunting, bloodthirsty and conceited aura. As the group of dark conjurer experts retreated, they followed them slowly. All of them moved as though they were ferocious men, entering a tiger's den. May the master conjurer of the dark conjurers arrive. May the master conjurer of the dark conjurers arrive. The voice of the old woman was heard while the rest of the dark conjurer assassins were yelling at the top of their lungs with overwhelming passion in their eyes. May the master conjurer of the dark conjurers arrive. Hiss! Those poisonous insects that were alive crawled slowly to a position on the middle of the ground. Eek! A coffin slowly rose to the ground. Ka ka ka. Everyone heard the sound of a coffin opening. I said not to disturb me if there's nothing important. An old but clear voice that sounded like metal was heard. The voice was so cold that it did not sound human. Pa. A palm slowly reached out. But no. It was not a palm. It was a set of bones. Stickman. He was totally a stickman. His arm was almost twice as long as an average person's. A black layer of skin wrapped around its bones. Master Conjurer, please exterminate the enemies for us. The old woman immediately knelt down. Master Conjurer, please exterminate the enemies for us. All the surrounding dark conjurer assassins knelt and shouted loudly. Someone broke into our base, just kill them off then. The old and clear voice was heard again. Soon after, a figure slowly stood up. A bony old man rose from the coffin without any flesh and blood on him. His eyes were protruding out, and his mouth could not cover his teeth. No vitality could be observed from him. However, this old man that was left with an almost skeletal body turned to look at Wang Zhan and the rest. Kill them. The old man was slow in all his reactions as he had been in his sleep for an unknown period. He only managed to spit out 2 words softly. Yet, he disappeared as soon as he finished those 2 words. Someone who is as strong as Sui Huang. Wang Zhan drew a deep breath at the sudden sight of a coffin that rose from the ground. His pupils narrowed as an old man came into his line of sight in a split second. Master Conjurer, please kill them all. They have killed many of our members. When the old woman and the dark conjurers witnessed the disappearance of the old man, they exhibited immense confidence. All of them were prideful as they lifted their chins. He was their master conjurer. Invincible Master Conjurer, their only faith, the founder of Dark Conjurer. Oh, serves them right for interrupting my sleep. Their consequences. Let them forever rest in their sleep. The ancient and aloof voice cut the air. All the Dark Conjurer's eyes had fires burning fervently in them. They could not take their passionate eyes away as they watched the Master Conjurer annihilating their enemies. The scrawny old man's eyes were cloudy as though he was unawakened. Yet, his speed and prowess were terrifying. While his voice still lingered in the air, the Master Conjurer was already standing beside Wang Xian. He raised his palm and aimed for Wang Xian's neck. Rough and straightforward, with a speed that none of the inborn experts could match up with. Invincible posture. Overlooking stance. He had it all. Ha! Yet Wang Xian raised his arm and contacted with the old man's arm just when every Dark Conjurer thought their Master Conjurer could easily squeeze him to death. You shouldn't come out of your coffin again and act cocky, especially in front of me. Wang Xian's indifferent voice resounded in the entire Dark Conjurer's base. What? All the Dark Conjurer assassins were shocked to see this. That Abyss Mask man had blocked the assault of their Master Conjurer. But that was their Master Conjurer. Even in the beginning, when they were taken out by the other party, all of the Dark Conjurers were almost certain they could win when the Master Conjurer was summoned. They had no doubt that there were no enemies that the Master Conjurer could not eradicate. They stared at that arm that had collided with the arm of Master Conjurer. No, that could not be called an arm. That was a monster's arm that seemed like some kind of dragon's claw. You're the first person that has forced me to display my full prowess in human form. Wang Xian stared at the skinny old man. At the same time, his arm had already turned into a complete dragon claw. The fleshy dragon claws were not transformed from the Dragon Ball. It was part of his divine dragon's body. The protruding eyes of the Master Conjurer regained clear vision as a tint of surprise was revealed in them. Are you surprised? As Wang Xian spoke, another arm began to transform into part of the dragon. Slowly, he stretched out his other arm. I did not expect I would meet another expert at the same level. The Master Conjurer had already regained his clear vision, with flesh and blood recovering creepily on his body. He jerked his arm, exuding murderous aura. You're still weaker than me. Both Wang Xian's arms had turned into dragon claws that were about a meter long. He grabbed both of the Master Conjurer's arms easily. Terror was flashing in Master Conjurer's eyes. Just now, he had tried to struggle away with his full might, but he could not move a single inch. This struck fear into him. How was this possible? Since you don't want to stay underground, I'll send you to heaven. Wang Xian scorned, even though the old man was in Dan realm. However, his strength and body condition were the weakest in the Dan realm. How could such a fellow like him dare to crawl out of the coffin and boast that he could destroy him? Wang Xian raised his dragon claws slowly. No sensing that he was in complete confinement. The Master Conjurer panicked. He lost all of his calm, relaxed, and casual look. Bam! A dragon claw was brought down from the top, sweeping up daunting earth-shattering power that hit the Master Conjurer. Instantly, his body and bones were crushed. Boom! His body was sent flying in the air. The Master Conjurer no longer made any sound. Ka-ka-ka. At this time, the unique glass on the top cracked and gave way as the Master Conjurer continued to fly up into the sky. No way. The husky voice of the old woman sounded petrified as she looked on in disbelief. The Dark Conjurer assassins around looked up, as they were surprised and fearful. Their faith, the founder of the Dark Conjurers, was sent flying off. This time, they were all in a total panic as fear loomed over them. Chapter 290. I'll send you guys into the Abyss 5. Chapter 290. I'll send you guys into the Abyss 5. As the creator and strongest expert in the Dark Conjurers, the Master Conjurer had not fought for a long time. However, the invincible image of the Master Conjurer was vividly etched into their minds. He was their god and their belief. Just a while ago, they were at peace and confident to see the Master Conjurer stepping out from his coffin. As long as the Master Conjurer was around, the Dark Conjurers wouldn't face any grave dangers. In their eyes, the Master Conjurer could kill many of their enemies in a single strike, even if the enemies might seem very powerful. However, What really happened greatly tilted their long-held beliefs. They looked in shock and horror at that abyss assassin whose hand had turned into a monster claw. Is this his true strength just? He didn't even utilize his full strength previously. An expert from the dark conjurer shivered and his eyes were filled with horror. His rotting body was gradually leaking fresh blood after having consumed the drug previously. No! This can't be possible. Our master conjurer won't lose. The old lady cried out in disbelief with her coarse voice. Defeat wasn't possible. Yet, they had lost so completely. The master conjurer had just stepped out, said a few words, took some actions, and he was then defeated. It was as though the master conjurer was just a small existence that the assassin could crush easily. The stark differences made it hard for them to accept. Crack. Just as the old lady completed her words, the glass above them cracked slowly and the lake water gushed down on her head. It was as though fate was reminding her that the dark conjurers were finished. Kill them. Wang Xian's emotionless voice resounded within the dark conjurer's base once again. This time, they were really going to send you guys into the abyss. Ha 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 ha, I said that this heavenly hound belongs to our sacred soul sect. You guys are still thinking of snatching it from us. At this moment, on the surface of the lake, the group of sacred soul sect experts and disciples had surrounded the heavenly hound. The heavenly hound stopped on the surface of the lake while barking indignantly. A middle-aged man from sacred soul sect stood beyond the encirclement. He looked down coldly at the several forces around and spoke. The surrounding martial artists felt indignant, but could only look helplessly at the crowd from the sacred soul sect. The heavenly hound had been tightly surrounded by them. Moreover, they were just first-class forces and wouldn't dare to snatch the items of sacred soul sect. If it were something that had no owner, they might still put up a fight and compete with the sacred soul sect. However, now that the sacred soul sect had surrounded the heavenly hound, it was equivalent to the sacred soul sect owning it. If they still tried to snatch it from them, it would be identical to going against the sacred soul sect. Sacred soul sect was a sacred sect with a deep history. It would require all other forces currently around to work together to have a shot against them. However, how could a heap of loose sand compete with a sacred sect? The disciples of sacred soul sect looked cockily and coldly at the dozen-plus forces in front of them. The heavenly hound was their belonging now. Bam! At this moment, a loud explosion sounded from the bottom of the lake, following which, a figure shot out and flew into the sky. The sudden appearance of this figure from the bottom of the lake gave everyone in sacred soul sect a scare. Some sacred soul sect disciples immediately dodged to the side. What's that? A human figure. Why would something charge out from the bottom of the lake? Everyone was baffled. The disciples of the sacred soul sect and the experts from the dozen-plus forces were shocked to witness the sudden change. They seemed to have seen a human figure shoot out from the surface of the lake to a height of over 100 meters, before falling heavily towards the surface of the lake. Everyone looked in shock at that figure. Bam! The figure sank into the lake once again, causing a huge splash. What's the situation? Is that a human? It can fly freely. Everyone looked on in shock. Charge, capture the heavenly hound. At this moment, an old man shouted enthusiastically as his eyes lit up. The crowd of the sacred soul sect was shocked, following which, they realized that the heavenly hound, which they had previously surrounded, had charged out of the encirclement while they were distracted. A young man looked at the heavenly hound and shouted angrily, "Shit, that heavenly hound belongs to our sacred soul sect." Once the heavenly hound charged out of the sacred soul sect's encirclement, it no longer had an owner. The surrounding forces had once again gained the rights to compete for it. The heavenly hound belongs to our sacred soul sect. The three inborn experts from the sacred soul sect released their aura, without consideration for the surrounding people. A horrifying aura shrouded towards the surroundings. An old man took out a white bead from his chest gloomily. Under the illumination of the sacred soul, everyone will be enlightened. Everyone will have to kneel down, mumbled the old man as the white sacred bead glowed in dazzling light. Carrying the light, he charged ahead of all the forces. With a haughty and cold look, he looked down on everyone as though he was passing judgment. Everyone, do not take a further step forward. The domineering voice of the old man sounded. The dazzling light shrouded an area of 100 meters. Within this space, what was left was just endless white. Even sunlight couldn't shine through it. What sacred soul bead? Shit! Who would have expected the sacred soul sect to have brought along the sacred soul bead? Damn it, although the sacred soul bead isn't that powerful, it could still temporarily halt 4 to 5 inborn experts in the hands of an expert of the sacred soul sect. The surrounding crowd looked indignant once again. They had not expected the sacred soul sect to be hiding their strength all along. Once again, they experienced how terrifying sacred soul sect was. Unfathomable, their trump card was something they could never match. Imbecile, if you still dare to run, I'll slaughter you. An inborn expert from Sacred Soul sect looked furiously at the heavenly hound who was shrouded in strong aura. Run, you've got to ask if we, the Sacred Soul sect, agree to it. The disciples of Sacred Soul sect surrounded the heavenly hound once again and locked their eyes on it. Grrr. Woof. Woof. The heavenly hound growled and stared furiously at the surrounding crowd. Haha, if we let you escape this time, our Sacred Soul sect would let down the name of a sacred sect. You are just an imbecile, don't even think about becoming a demon. The disciples of the Sacred Soul sect stared harshly at the heavenly hound. Huh, forget it. I give up. We can't possibly win against the Sacred Soul sect. This heavenly hound is now the belonging of the Sacred Soul sect. We have no more hope. It would be hard for the heavenly hound to escape this time. The surrounding crowd sighed one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the crowd was whispering, more figures flew from the bottom of the lake and into the skies once again. This time, it wasn't just a single person. Everyone was shocked once again, and this included the disciples of the Sacred Soul sect. The crowd's attention fell on the human figures that were dashing out from the water surface. However, the location they came out from happened to be where the heavenly hound was. The disciples of the Sacred Soul sect immediately moved aside. As for the heavenly hound, it found another opportunity to escape. FCK, who the hell are they seeking death? An inborn expert from the Sacred Soul sect shouted furiously when he saw the heavenly hound escaping once again. Chapter 291 Terror Strikes Amongst the Heroes. Chapter 291 Terror Strikes Amongst the Heroes. The Sacred Soul sect had gone through pains before they managed to entrap the heavenly hound. It would not be long before they finally captured it. Alas! A black shadow emerged from the bottom of the lake and soared into the sky, before plunging back into the waters. This allowed the heavenly hound to escape. When they exhausted all means to entrap the hound a second time, another black shadow came zipping past yet again. This time, it was not just one, but up to 10 shadows coming up simultaneously. This gave the heavenly hound another chance to escape. Members from the Sacred Soul sect were fuming in anger over the constant harassment. It was akin to offending the sect by tugging at the dragon's beard, to which the offender was courting death. An inborn expert of the sect glared coldly at the 10 who landed on the waters. As he did so, he scowled. How dare you antagonize the Sacred Soul sect time, and again you're courting death. The 10, each wearing a black mask from the abyss, looked grubby and possessed an air of bloodthirst. 10 masked fellows who cannot even show their faces. You've pushed the limits to our tolerance. Should you not come up with a perfect explanation? You'll sink in the lake forever, an elder warned, holding the Sacred Soul bead in hand. The elder stared at the 10 masked men with a somber face. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Xian, Mo Qinggle, Mo Yuan and the 7 Dragonians frowned. They quipped, before looking in the direction of the Sacred Soul sect. A bunch of lawbreakers. Now take your masks off, a disciple of the sect snarled. With a face of fury, he attacked Wang Xian and the gang who were standing near him, fancy launching an attack without knowing the details. How overbearing. This group is about to meet their doom for disrupting the plans of the Sacred Soul sect, said the sect members. The Sacred Soul sect has blown their top. Let's retreat. The forces standing around panicked. Bang, bang, bang. It was at this moment that something more shocking happened right before everyone's eyes. Figures shrouded in austerity had flung themselves out of the water, from the bottom of the lake. In no time, more than 20 had emerged. One could sense the desolation that the group evoked as they remained in utter silence. The old lady standing in the middle was even shivering. Upon emerging, another old woman let out a blood-curdling shriek, which chilled everyone to the bones. It's heavens will that we dark conjurers are wiped out. But you, Abyss, even if I should turn into a vengeful ghost, I'll never let you off, she screeched. Prior to this, the glass shield which defended the dark conjurer's base from the top had cracked, from which waters were gushing in at alarming speeds. Meanwhile, Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan had led the 7 Dragonians into a massive wipeout of the dark conjurers underwater. Within minutes, only a little over 20 dark conjurers were left. Disheartened, they were left in panic and fear. This was so, even as the most formidable amongst Wang Xian's group of 10, also the one to have killed their master conjurer in a single palm strike, had yet to make a move on them. As the entire dark conjurer's base collapsed, the masked men from the abyss made a dash for the lake surface. Left with no solution, rushing out was all they could manage. Whoever provokes us from the abyss will be annihilated, even if you're the dark conjurers. For which, you shall be banished into the abyss. Mo Yuan turned to the remaining dark conjurers and said, all apathetic. Among the 20 left were 4 inborns, while the remaining were all half-step inborns. How to think that we dark conjurers have actually fallen by the hands of the rookie abyss, after dominating for half a century. How unexpected. Truly unexpected, the group ridiculed. Since the assassination of their master conjurer, they had lost all will to retaliate. I'll send you all to the abyss, the Dragonians warned. In one shift, the 7 charged forth at striking speed. Along with Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan, they made their way towards the remaining dark conjurers. The surviving dark conjurers showed no signs of struggle. They had given up on fighting back, knowing that the formidable masked man was amongst their opponents. Any form of struggle would only prove futile. Raising their heads, their faces were overcome by insanity and grimacing. Turning towards the sky, they let out a spooky laugh. Even if I should transform into a vengeful spirit, I'll never let you people off, they vowed. While they laughed, they exuded an eerie albeit overpowering aura. Even in death, they would meet their makers smiling with pride. The atmosphere began to fill with gore, tyranny, brutality, and bloodthirst, which took the people around by surprise. At that very moment, they could not help but feel shivers down their spines. Bam! 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 Soon enough, the remaining dark conjurers turned into corpses. As they dropped into the lake, their bodies gradually sunk to the bottom. What's the catch now? The crowd asked, in shock as they looked on. This was abruptly followed by a group of experts emerging from the waters. It was the 10 masked men from the abyss. To think that those horrifying and tyrannical experts had been slaughtered by these masked men easily, and the onlookers could still remember the sense of despair in the eyes of those slaughtered. It was not a case of unwillingness, but rather the sense that it was no longer necessary for them to retaliate. They had felt unfit to put up a fight. All of this despite the fact that they had a group of 20, which included several inborn experts amongst other half-step inborns. Just what sort of experts are those masked men, to be able to force the surviving dark conjurers into giving up? At the thought, the inborn experts and disciples of the Sacred Soul sect could not help but gulp. As for those 20, the stance they displayed right before they perished was simply horrifying. It was more than what would be needed to wipe out all members of Sacred Soul sect present. Everyone began to look over in the direction of the 10 masked men. Just earlier, the old woman seemed to have said that they're the dark conjurers. Some stuttered. That's right. Those killed were the dark conjurers. Goodness. So the dark conjurers have been annihilated, wiped out, others chimed in. The dark conjurers have been destroyed. How could this be? They are the most formidable assassin group in the underworld. Even the sacred sects have found them hard to remove, a middle-aged elder squeaked. Meanwhile, the faces on everyone scrunched in utter disbelief. Along with shock, the dark conjurers have been annihilated. Once again, everyone focused on the 10 masked men. I'll send you to the abyss, aren't they the abyss who have just risen in fame within the underworld? One questioned. The abyss? The ones with the signature masks, and who will roar confidently before they kill. I'll send you to the abyss, it's them. It's got to be them, another replied. To think that it's the abyss who've wiped out the dark conjurers. Goodness. Oh, Goodness, more chipped in. Frightening. How frightening, the rest commented. The rise of yet another threatening force in the underworld, the rest concluded. The multiple forces chirped as they looked at the 10 masked men, overwhelmed by shock. Their eyes gushed in fear. The annihilation of the dark conjurers was a feat even the sacred sect could not achieve. That is not filth on them. That's fresh blood, one of the inborn experts mumbled as he stared at the masked men. Even as an inborn expert himself, seeing the blood and gore on the 10 gave him chills. Did you say you're going to let us remain under this lake forever? Mo Kinglong asked. To which, he turned his head back briefly to look at the crowd from Sacred Soul Sect. Blop, blop, blop. While he spoke, the base of the dark conjurers collapsed in complete destruction. The surface of the lake started to cave in, and as it did, the water started bubbling. Suddenly, dead bodies flushed out of the lake waters from the bottom, one by one, slow but steady. Just gazing over, one could spot corpses numbering in the thousands. Chapter 292 Invincible. Chapter 292 Invincible. You are going to let us remain under this lake forever, the voices from the 10 people who wore abyss masks sounded. The waters in the lake were in turmoil and bodies were moving in the lake. The scene was astonishing and everyone was shocked. All the people looked at the 10 men who wore abyss masks and couldn't help but gasp. Can it be that these 10 people have annihilated all the dark conjurers? This. I didn't expect the nest of the dark conjurers to be under a lake in the Dongling mountain range. What's more surprising is that they were annihilated by the abyss, who just emerged. Sacred Soul Sect. What will they do? Continue to be domineering? Do they dare? The group of forces was discussing fervently. Eventually, their attention slowly fell in the direction of the Sacred Soul Sect. The disciples and experts of the Sacred Soul Sect were breaking out in cold sweat. Fear gleamed in their eyes. At this moment, they did not have the airs of a sacred sect or the dominance they had displayed towards all the other forces previously, facing the 10 unknown experts who were able to destroy the dark conjurers. Even those from the Sacred Soul Sect didn't dare to be brazen. At the thought of the 20-odd experts who were killed without putting up resistance, they felt a chill down their spines. There were 4 inborn experts and over 20 half-step to inborn experts among the group. The group was powerful enough to warrant special attention from the Sacred Soul Sect. Misunderstanding. It was just a misunderstanding. We were wrong previously. It's our mistake, and we will leave immediately. The expression of one of the experts from the Sacred Soul Sect changed rapidly. He took a deep breath and bowed. Subsequently, the expert gestured to the disciples of the Sacred Soul Sect and left immediately. Wang Xian watched them leave without saying a word. Damn. The Sacred Soul Sect left. That's equivalent to admitting defeat. What else did you expect for them to fight these people? This is a group that can annihilate the dark conjurers. Even the Sacred Soul Sect needs to be careful when dealing with them. That's right. Even a Sacred Sect had a hard time dealing with dark conjurers previously. When the killing order from the Sacred Sect was issued, the entire Sacred Sect was activated to attack the dark conjurers. Even though the dark conjurers didn't dare to show themselves, 2 elders from the Sacred Sect were assassinated during the siege. The Sacred Soul Sect was still acting high and mighty previously. Right now, they can only admit defeat and even give up on the Heavenly Hound. I don't know if the Abyss has the strength that matches those of a Sacred Sect. The crowd looked at the Sacred Soul Sect who was leaving and then at the 10 people with the Abyss masks, and eventually the Heavenly Hound. The Heavenly Hound stood in the lake without moving as it was surrounded. It didn't dare to escape. It stood on the lake, licking its wounds and staring at its surroundings coldly. Come here, Wang Xian shouted to the Heavenly Hound. He looked across the crowd before looking towards the Heavenly Hound, which was not far away. After which, he spread his dragon power over the Heavenly Hound. Woof woof. The Heavenly Hound let out a deep howl before looking at Wang Xian fearfully. His intelligence has manifested. Wang Xian looked joyously at the Heavenly Hound and revealed a smile. Woof. The Heavenly Hound barked again and walked slowly towards Wang Xian. Not bad. Wang Xian smiled and caressed the Heavenly Hound's head. At the same time, he injected the energy of the Azure Dragon into it to treat its wounds. Woof woof. The Heavenly Hound stuck out its tongue, and licked Wang Xian's hand before rubbing its head against him. Damn, comparing only makes one feel inferior. We worked so hard in the Dongling mountain range for over a week and couldn't subdue it. Yet, he simply waved his hands and the heavenly hound ran over to him. Everyone here feels the same way. Even the Sacred Soul sect worked hard for a long time for it. This heavenly hound is also fearful of the strong. We tried to lure it and it simply ignored us. Now, it ran over to that guy who just waved at it. The crowd was speechless. For this inborn realm-level heavenly hound, they had worked hard for several days and paid a huge price. In the end, they only got a few strands of dog's fur. However, the masked man just waved his hands and the heavenly hound ran over. Comparison indeed made one feel inferior. Search the information also. Comb the base of the dark conjurators. Wang Xian tapped the heavenly hound's head and ordered Mo Qinglong and group. Yes. Yelm master. The group nodded and replied. Wang Xian moved and arrived at the bottom of the lake with the heavenly hound. The glass under the lake had broken and the base was flooded. Only the outline of the base remained. The heavenly hound was protected by the water attribute energy. It looked curiously around him and barked a few times. Wang Xian let out a smile as he moved to the two blood pythons. The two inborn realm blood pythons were bred by the dark conjurators through witchcraft. They didn't have intelligence and only had bloodthirst. This type of animal did not have potential and it would be hard for them to evolve again. However, once they were able to manifest their intelligence and cleanse their bloodline, they could evolve again, from blood pythons into serpents, and finally into divine dragons. Wang Xian kept the two blood pythons mainly to subdue them to become his subordinates. Submit. Wang Xian moved his finger and 2 drops of essence blood fell onto the head of the blood pythons for them to absorb. The 2 blood pythons were severely injured and couldn't resist it as they absorbed the essence blood directly. SSSSSSSS. As they absorbed the essence blood into their bodies, the pythons spat balls of blood out. This blood was dark and sticky with corrosive nature. Pythons have the attributes of earth. I shall impart to you the cultivation method of the earth divine dragon. Wang Xian thought to himself, as he etched the cultivation arts directly into the minds of the pythons. Afterwards, Wang Xian looked at the heavenly hound and forced out a drop of his essence blood too. Woof woof. The heavenly hound barked. It stared hard at the drop of blood on Wang Xian's finger, before flicking out its tongue and absorbing it. This rascal. Wang Xian smiled, but frowned shortly after. He was bewildered as he looked at the heavenly hound. What's going on? He was astonished as he stared at the heavenly hound. Woof. In the beginning, the heavenly hound was still staring at Wang Xian. However, its body started to shiver violently as if it was experiencing a seizure. Woo woo woo. Deep cries of agony sounded. Its fur became more lustrous and had a faint glow to it. Gradually, the heavenly hound stopped crying. The heavenly hound shook its head lightly and rubbed his head against Wang Xian enthusiastically. This is. Wang Xian realized that when the heavenly hound moved, its fur stood up like wings. He touched the heavenly hound's body and realized that there was flesh growing in places where the fur was longer. A hound with wings. This rascal assimilated my bloodline to strengthen its bloodline. Wang Xian was shocked as he looked at the hound and fell into deep thought. Chapter 293 to the 4. On a python. Chapter 293 to the 4. On a python. During this period, Wang Xian had gained some understanding of his essence blood of the divine dragon. The essence blood was able to assimilate the bloodlines of most living organisms, but it also had a limitation. It was unable to assimilate bloodlines with a grade higher than itself, or those coming from an organism with stronger powers. Amongst all living organisms, the bloodline of the divine dragon was considered as the apex. Yet, as the current abilities of Wang Xian were still too weak, the energy stored in his essence blood remained low. Hence, the attempt to replace bloodlines of a relatively high grade would impose some difficulty. As for the experts whose abilities far supersede Wang Xian's, not only would his essence blood be unable to evolve the party's bloodline, it would be absorbed by the party for energy intake. For the divine dragon which leads the pinnacle, a drop of its blood was enough to turn an ordinary creature into a powerful monster instantly. It appears that this heavenly hound possesses an extraordinary bloodline, Wang Xian exclaimed as he stared at the hound, slightly taken aback. This heavenly hound happened to be the first, which was able to absorb Wang Xian's essence blood and convert it as energy intake. But even so, the essence blood contained the consciousness of Wang Xian. Hence this heavenly hound would still be under his control, having absorbed his essence blood. The abilities of the heavenly hound would have to reach a substantial level before it could free itself from Wang Xian's control. Wang Xian's abilities would also improve immensely as well. Young master, we've got hold of the information, but most of the things have been completely destroyed. Along with the death of the dark conjurers, Wang Xian was told, as Mo Qinglong approached together with Mo Yuan and others. Did you find information on the missions as ordered by the dark conjurers? Wang Xian asked in response. After all, they had come to annihilate the dark conjurers for a reason, mainly to find the culprit who ordered to have Mo Ursun and Mo Sani killed. Yes, we did, Mo Qinglong and the rest replied. Good. Let's return then. Wang Xian nodded back. In quick shuffles, they surfaced from the lake. Swoosh! 2 giant pythons, each reaching between 15 to 16 meters in length, followed closely behind, with thick and muscular bodies. The serpents imposed terror. Come on, let's head for the seaside. Wang Xian gestured to Mo Qinglong and the rest. As he did so, he hopped onto the crown of a python's head. The head of one giant python measured 2 meters across, which could hold a person standing atop comfortably, whereas Mo Qinglong, Mo Yuan and the remaining stood on the python's body instead, measuring between 15 to 16 meters. These giant pythons would more than suffice in transporting the 10 men. On the other hand, the heavenly hound appeared somewhat fearful, as it skipped gently over to Wang Xian's side. Go! Wang Xian instructed the 2 pythons. Tisk! Tisk! The serpents hissed, tongues of over a meter sticking out as they did, nodding their heads in acknowledgement. They glided at charging speeds. By then, the troop forces who were previously at the lake's side had long gone. There was no one in sight. The giant pythons were no less imposing in size, even as they glided amidst vast mountains, bringing down trees 7 to 8 meters in height. They eventually went past mountains and across rivers, and they continued surging forward in an imposing strike, impressive yet domineering all at once. Meanwhile, disciples of the various forces who had just left chatted casually as they walked on the mountain. Sigh. It would've been great if only we'd gotten hold of the heavenly hound. Imagine riding on it for leisure. How impressive would that be? One imagined. You riding the heavenly hound? Why don't you check on your powers even if it was captured? Do you think a heavenly hound of the inborn level would allow itself to be ridden at will even if an inborn expert wished to have a ride? The hound may not concede to it, another retorted. Then should I wait for the heavenly hound to give birth and ride on one of the puppies after raising it myself? The former teased. Upon hearing the disciples' conversation, a few experts walking in front laughed. When inborn beings reproduce, the bloodline of its offsprings will thin. Even so, its abilities would not weaken significantly. Should it display symptoms of reversed evolution, it may even grow up to become an inborn. One explained, which explains why so many powerful forces are out to vie for one inborn level creature, mainly to get hold of them for their offspring. Another chipped in. But inborn beings possess an innate arrogance, unless one has been raised from youth. It would be very tough for anyone who wishes to ride on one. A third added. Boom! Boom! The elders had just finished when a series of sounds echoed from a distance behind them. It sounded horrifying, as though a tank had bulldozed past the grounds and was charging towards them. Watch out, an expert amongst the sects warned. His forehead trickled cold sweat as he sensed the force of terror coming for them. Out of the way! Quick, out of the way! The crowd shouted. They spun around and looked behind with vigilance. Just then, 2 gigantic creatures appeared, crowned with hideous heads and creepy eyes. They stuck out barnred tongues from their wide mouths. Goodness! A female disciple cried out. She looked on, eyes wide, with a stupefied face. She yelled, Up there! There are people up there! Giant pythons! Terrifying giants! Out to trample everything! Some of her fellows lamented. This is unbelievable. More said, The abyss! It's the abyss and the heavenly hound, they continued. The 2 giant pythons were charging at top speed, along with the 10 men riding on them. As Wang Zan heard the ruckus, he turned around, revealing a faint smile. Meanwhile, the heavenly hound exuded an air which overpowered the nearby crowd. Woof! Woof! Howlet barked excitedly at the onlooking crowd, even mimicking a fox and ending off with a howl. How awe-inspiring! Filled with envy, the crowd of disciples looked on at the group of python riders that just went past. What the? That's so awesome, riding to the fore on a python. How cool is that, an onlooker squealed. When will it be that I achieve that, another yelped. Those are no doubt true experts, sighed the experts amongst the crowd, even as they were of the same status themselves. Hence, with 10 people on board, the 2 giant pythons raced straight ahead, towards the Dongling mountain range. Along the way, martial artists from different sects simply stared when they came across the spectacular sight, faces filled with astonishment. Carrying all aboard, the giant pythons dived into the sea. Wang Zan transformed into a divine dragon, and together the group made their way towards Rivertown. After 5 hours, Wang Zan arrived at the villa's doorstep, overwhelmed in excitement. The heavenly hound shook off the seawater on its body and proceeded to check out its surroundings. Despite its moderate size, the hound boasted greater intelligence. Let's go, Mo Yuan said. He then took his leave with the 7 Dragonians, leaving Wang Xian and Mo Qinglong to return to the villa. Young master, let me go look up information on the murderer, Mo Qinglong reported. With a hard drive in hand, he proceeded to enter a computer room. All information on the dark conjurers was stored on a desktop. Wang Xian nodded in approval before plonking onto the sofa, looking all laid back. Woof! Woof! As it strolled around, curious about its surroundings, the heavenly hound let out a bark. Come over. Over here. Could you transform your appearance a little? Wang Zan said to the hound as he waved to it. The appearance of the heavenly hound was known by many. Should it be discovered here, it would be easy for others to figure out its ties with the abyss. Woof! Woof! The heavenly hound barked in response before its fur started to change in color, turning all gold. Chapter 294, Hold the Plane and Move 1. Chapter 294, Hold the Plane and Move 1. Xiao Zan has been away for several days and is finally back. I wonder, did he bring any beautiful girls back this time? Every time he returns, he brings one back. At 5 in the evening, Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu's voices sounded from outside the house. Wang Xian, who was drinking tea and lying on the sofa in the living room, was speechless. Brother Zoe, Yu shouted as she entered through the door. Your brother is here. Wang Xian stood up and answered with a smile as he saw the 4 beauties walking in. Why, Zhao Yu, and the girls shouted in amazement and hurried over. Wang Xian smiled gently as the side of his mouth lifted. He thought his charm had gotten stronger. What a beautiful dog. It is so cute. Look at its eyes, they are glittering. It must be a smart dog. Its fur is so smooth and feels so great. The 3 of them were surprised and delighted as they caressed the heavenly hound. Even Elder Fang bent down and was looking at the dog lovingly. Wang Xian felt aggrieved. He didn't expect to be less popular than a dog. Woof woof. Heavenly hound barked twice and squinted its eyes. It remained stationary and allowed the girls to touch him. Cough cough, did you guys miss me? Wang Xian coughed as he squeezed out a smile. Hee brother, you have been running around every day. It's great that you still know to come back. Perhaps the world outside is much more exciting. Xiao Yu and Guan Shuking mocked at him. Wang Xian laughed it off and said, I went out to settle some things. Look at this big family. I need to work hard to feed all of you. Tisk. Excuses. Although Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu were still mocking and grumbling about him, it was clear that they had missed him after not seeing him for several days. The group sat on the sofa and chatted. My dear disciple, has school ended? Soon. The voice of Sui Huang came from outside, after which, the group saw him walking in with Xiao Ran. Master Guan Shuking greeted with a bright smile. Oh, brother, Wang Xian is back. Sui Huang greeted Wang Xian when he saw him. Sui Huang had a bright smile on his face. Yeah. Wang Xian replied with a nod. Master Xiao Ran greeted and walked over joyously. At this moment, Sui Huang was shocked to see the heavenly hound lying in a corner. Hey, brother. It seems like you got something good on this trip. Inborn realm heavenly hound has only appeared once in history. He stared at the heavenly hound and spoke with a smile. Woof woof. The heavenly hound barked at him ferociously when it heard his words. It was apparent that the heavenly hound, who had intelligence, disliked what the Sui Huang had said. I was just lucky, Wang Xian replied with a smile. Xiao Yu and the group were shocked as they looked at the heavenly hound. Their eyes widened as they asked, "This dog is an inborn realm existence?" Yes, Wang Xian smiled and replied with a nod. He then looked at Xiao Yu and Guan Shuking and said, "The dog is an inborn realm existence and I won't be giving it to you guys. Instead, I will give it to King Yu and let the heavenly hound stay by her side." At this point, Xiao Yu's strength was considerably good. As for Guan Shuking, she had Sui Huang with her and thus wouldn't be in any danger. As for Lan Qingyu, even though her 8 extraordinary meridians were cleared, she was still rather weak. Having the heavenly hound to protect her would make Wang Xian feel more assured. Is it true? Lan Qingyu was ecstatic when she heard Wang Xian. She looked at Wang Xian with affectionate eyes. Of course Wang Xian smiled. Xiao Yu and Guan Shuking both smiled and didn't say anything. Among the 3 of them, only Lan Qingyu needed to be protected. That's great. What's its name? Heavenly hound isn't a good name. I will call it Tan Tan. Hee, not bad. Not bad. Lan Qingyu walked beside the heavenly hound happily and started rubbing its head. She was overjoyed. Oh yes. Disciple, now that brother Wang Xian is here, could you go to the capital with me? Asked Sui Huang. The objective of going to the capital was to hold the disciple acceptance ceremony for the Sui family. As a family with a deep history, taking in a disciple was a matter of importance. The ceremony was also seen as extremely important. It was especially so for someone of Sui Huang's level. At the same time, this would be a significant event for the Sui family. The strongest man in the Sui family would be taking in his last disciple. Seeing Guan Shuking looking at him, Wang Xian nodded in agreement. Since Sui Huang would like to have a disciple acceptance ceremony, he had no qualms with it. I will go with you when the time arrives, said Wang Xian. He looked at Xiao Yu and Lan Qingyu, who were at the side, and asked, "Do you all want to go to Shangjing to have fun for a few days?" That would be great. That was what we are thinking too. Xiao Yu and Lan Qingyu nodded in agreement immediately. They had smiles written all over their faces. All right, old Sui. When will we go over? Wang Xian asked with a smile. Tomorrow. I have chosen an auspicious time and date. Let's head to Shangjing first, replied Sui Huang with a bright smile. All right. In that case, we will set off tomorrow morning. I haven't been to Shangjing before. Let's enjoy ourselves in the capital, said Wang Xian while nodding his head. Haha, in the capital. You guys can play all you want. That's my territory and everyone will have to show me some respect. Zhao King is my disciple. You can do whatever you wish in Shangjing, Sui Huang said with dominance. He looked at Wang Xian and lifted his head slightly. It's about time he showed this rascal what he was capable of. The group was conversing happily as Wang Xian brought Xiao Ran to the side to assess his strength. To his astonishment, Xiao Ran had reached level 8 martial artist over this period of time. That was an astonishing pace. However, when he heard that all the spiritual medicine was used by Sui Huang, he felt a little speechless. As an alchemist, Sui Huang had made use of elixir pills to help Xiao Ran and Guan Shuking improve their level. This old man still has his own methods. Wang Xian was glad. Even he could not improve a person's strength this rapidly. The next day morning, Wang Xian, Guan Shuking, Xiao Yu and Lan Qingyu followed Sui Huang to the capital. The ceremony will be held tomorrow. Zhao King, you should get ready. The process is simple and is mainly to announce to the rest that you'll be taking a disciple. When you reach Shangjing today, you can enjoy yourself as you want. There are a lot of interesting places in Shangjing. Sui Huang happily lay down on his seat in the plain as he smiled and spoke to Guan Shuking. He was glad to be able to take a disciple like her. Finally, he had someone to pass his skills down to. This was also a form of insurance for his Sui family. Yes. Master Guan Shuking smiled and answered. The distance between Rivertown and Shangjing wasn't far. It would just take 2 hours by plane. Boom! However, When the plane was approaching the Shengjing airport, a loud explosion erupted. Chapter 295 Hold the plane and move to. Chapter 295 Hold the plane and move to. Boom. D. Wang Xian and the gang were lying down, taking a rest on the plane when a buzzing sound was heard unexpectedly. Soon after, the emergency alarm went off on the plane. What's going on? What happened? What happened? Why did the alarm go off suddenly? Did we meet with some extreme weather? The passengers stood up immediately, looking panicky as they asked the air stewardess beside them as loud as they could. Fasten your seatbelt. Please. Fasten your seatbelt and stay calm. There was slight anxiety in her eyes, but she calmed herself down and yelped at the top of her lungs. Bam! 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 Ah! At this time, a louder grinding sound was heard while the plane rocked twice again. Please fasten your seatbelts. We're in an emergency situation, and we're in the midst of resolving it. All passengers, please stay calm. Just then, the entire plane was filled with the voice of the flight attendants. Hurry! Stop them now. At the same time, 4 to 5 security personnel on the plane sprinted past Wang Xian and the gang's seats, looking appalled. What's the matter? Hijacking or? Wang Xian sat up puzzledly as he peered towards the back. They were sitting in the first-class seats, and there should be more first-class seats in the back. He looked over his shoulder at Sui Huang. Boom! Just then, another booming sound was heard again. Ah! Are we going to be all right? What the hell is going on? The passengers were screaming in horror from the front. Someone is fighting on the plane. When Sui Huang heard the sound, his expression changed slightly as he unfastened his seat belt immediately with a sullen face. You guys stay here while old Sui and I will check it out. Wang Xian immediately stood up and spoke to Xiao Yu and the rest. Okay. Those girls were wondering as they peered at the back. Gentlemen, please go back. We'll take care of this. And we'll settle it soon. When the air stewardess saw them standing up, she quickly told them this anxiously. Well, just take a look. Old Sui took out an identification card emotionlessly and showed it to the air stewardess. She was stunned as soon as she saw the identification card. Yes, chief leader. Her. Wang Xian peered over with a bizarre look. That red identification card seemed terrific. If you want one, I can get you one next time. Upon seeing Wang Xian's puzzled look, a smile surfaced on Sui Huang's face. Let's go. Wang Xian shook his head and continued his way in. Get lost. I must kill him today. When they arrived at another first-class cabin, a figure suddenly flew over. There was no change in Wang Xian's expression. He even reached out to catch the security personnel who spat out blood from his mouth. Thinking of killing me since I dared to kill your son? I can even kill you now. Haha. Come over and kill me. A bossy voice, accompanied by daunting oppression, was heard. Ah! Another pain shriek was heard. Boom! Another loud bang was heard, sending the entire plane rocking violently. An air stewardess even stumbled to the side. There was a slight change in Sui Huang's expression. When the two of them went in, they realized 2 experts were fighting on the plane. The entire first-class cabin was in a disastrous state. 2 commoners were knocked down on the floor at the side with their faces covered in blood. No one was sure if they were dead or alive. The security personnel on the plane were all lying on the floor. There were another 7 to 8 men around the 2 experts, confronting each other. On one side of the plane, a strong gust of wind was entering through 2 fist-sized holes. It was looking the worst in the cockpit. Both the pilot and the co-pilot were flying the plane in extreme fear. Boom! As they entered, the 2 inborn experts started another round of intense fighting again. Ka. The plane could not take the magnitude of the power exhibited by 2 inborn experts. As such, the hole began to tear even wider. It became a 2.5-meter wide hole with strong wind rushing in, causing the entire plane to shake violently. Back in the cockpit, several flight attendants fell to the ground. The mightiness of an inborn expert was not something an average person could withstand. Stop it. Sui Huang swept his gaze across everyone in the plane with a somber expression. He encompassed the duo with his inborn oppression. What? The duo in the battle was taken aback as they quickly spun around and looked at Sui Huang. How dare you duel on the plain? Are you tired of living? Sui Huang walked over to the duo with darkened expressions. Scram! One of the middle-aged men bellowed at Sui Huang with bloodshot eyes. Soon after, he turned to another middle-aged man. If I'm going to die today, I'll make sure to drag you down along with me. You alone trying to drag me with you, hee. Since you struck on the plane this time, you're doomed. Another skinny middle-aged man quirked his lips and looked at him soberly. You struck too. Even if I cannot kill you, you'll die too. So long as you're dead. My revenge is made, the middle-aged man said as he revealed a bitter smile on his face. A blood feud they had. Heh. My dad will not die. You'll die a horrible death instead. This trivial matter can be easily taken care of by the Feng family, haha. The other middle-aged man did not reply. But a young man with a conceited look behind him spoke. Zhao Ging. He's a dying man. Ignore him. An old man spoke nonchalantly behind that skinny middle-aged man. Beside him stood another two elders. Three of them turned and looked at Sui Huang. Haha, fine. I'll not mind a lunatic. If you continue, the entire plane is going down. Then I'll advise you to commit suicide by jumping off the plane. The skinny middle-aged man nodded with a smile as he stared at the middle-aged man in front of him without fear. Old Sui, I thought you were cocky. Why is everyone ignoring you? Wang Zhan swept his gaze across the group of people. The two middle-aged men in a duel were inborn experts. Three old men behind the skinny middle-aged man were also inborn experts. I only returned to Shengjing twice or thrice in 20 years. Many people have forgotten about me. Eyes turned cold. Sui Huang had not displayed his full mightness just now, because he was afraid he might affect the electronic equipment in the aircraft. He slowly swept his gaze across the skinny middle-aged man and his gang. Feng family of Shengjing. I have heard of it before. I'll deal with this lad. But the rest of you deserve to die. Sui Huang looked at the five of them and spoke slowly. He had announced their sanctions immediately. After Sui Huang finished his sentence, the skinny middle-aged man turned to Sui Huang and said, Her old Foji. Before he could finish his words, Sui Huang extended out his arm. 5 fiery palms immediately reached out and grabbed the skinny middle-aged man and the rest of the people behind him. For a long time, no one has dared to call me Sui Huang. That. Chapter 296 Hold the plane and move 3. Chapter 296 Hold the plane and move 3. For a long time, no one dared to call me Sui Huang. That Sui Huang remarked emotionlessly. After which, 5 palms made of flames grabbed their necks tightly. What? The skinny middle-aged man and the several old men behind him were instantly petrified. The palms made of flames appeared on their necks suddenly. They did not have any time to react to it. To their horror, they realized they couldn't break free from the palms. However, what really frightened them the most was what the old man had just said. Sui Huang. Sui Huang. He said his name was Sui Huang. All large families and sects would know what this name represented. That name belonged to one of the most horrifying old men in Shengjing. Sui Huang. How did we spare me your nonsense? Coldness gleamed in Sui Huang's eyes. When he moved his arm, the palms made of flames moved. Crack, crack. The 5 men's eyes widened and were filled with disbelief. Their bodies trembled violently as they fell to the ground. They weren't even feeling remorseful at all. Bam. Read more chapter on novel full. Sui Huang. Sui Huang. The other middle-aged man mumbled. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he kneeled in front of Sui Huang. Thank you. Sui Huang. Thank you. Sui Huang. They are finally dead. I can now die without regrets. The middle-aged man was very agitated and his face was filled with tears. After which, he gritted his teeth and was about to smash his palm on his head. Bam! Sui Huang kicked his arms away to prevent him from committing suicide. He then said, Whether you deserve death will be determined later. For now, seal the 2 holes for me. Yes. Yes, even if you want me dead now. I wouldn't grumble about it. That middle-aged man kneeled and kowtowed before Sui Huang. He stood up and waved his arms. Instantly, a stream of energy blocked the cracks of the plane. Brother Wang Xian, you are a miracle doctor. Can you help to treat the injured? Sui Huang asked Wang Xian after shooting the middle-aged man a death stare. All right, Wang Xian smiled and replied with a nod. This old Foji, Sui Huang, is pretty domineering. Wang Xian looked around him, squatted down and injected streams of Azure Dragon energy into those with injuries. Soon, they recovered. Chief leader, can you take a look at the pilots? They have lost consciousness. An aircrew member spoke to Sui Huang frantically. At this moment, the alarm system of the plane continued to sound. Let me take a look, Wang Xian replied as he walked over to the cockpit. The cockpit was damaged by the fight between the two sides, and a large hole was left in it. The pilots had collapsed inside the cockpit. Wang Xian walked over and was stunned. He frowned, turned to Sui Huang and said, "They are beyond hope." What? Sui Huang was shocked and turned solemn. What, sir? Sir, are they really beyond hope? The aircrew members and security asked in fear. They are gone, Wang Xian replied and shook his head. One of the aircrew members rushed to the controls and picked up the radio. Mayday, mayday, flight number A934J from Rivertown towards Shangjing. The pilots on board have encountered danger. Requesting immediate support. Mayday, mayday, flight number A934J from Rivertown towards Shangjing. The pilots on board have encountered danger. Requesting immediate support. The aircrew member was sweating as he called for help. This is bad. Soon, that aircrew member pressed a few buttons and realized something had gone wrong. He shouted frantically. The radio is out, the radio is out. There are problems with other action keys too. It's over, it's over. That aircrew member became even more flustered as he shouted loudly. What's the matter? Sui Huang frowned and shouted. Calm down. Hoo. The aircrew member took a few deep breaths and replied. The pilot is dead. And so is the secondary pilot. There's no one who can control the plane now. Furthermore, some equipment is damaged. We. Tears streamed down from his eyes as he spoke. Let me ask. An air stewardess said fearfully. She picked up the announcement system and said with a trembling voice, calling for all passengers. Our plane has encountered a major incident. Is there anyone who knows how to fly a plane? She continued. If there is, please come over to the cockpit immediately. This concerns the lives of everyone. The air stewardess repeated the announcement several times and her voice sounded throughout the plane. What? Who knows how to fly a plane? Who knows how to fly a plane? Get to the cockpit immediately. Oh gosh, the plane is diving downwards, Mum. I don't want to die. It's finished. It's finished. Who knows how to fly a plane? Please get to the cockpit quickly. The plane has deviated from its path and is slanting down now. I don't want to die. I still have a family, my children. When the passengers heard the air stewardess announcement, panic broke out. However, no one stood up. In this era, a pilot wasn't common. Is there anyone who knows how to fly a plane? Please come to the cockpit immediately. We are facing a major crisis. The announcement sounded again. However, there was still no one who stood up. Panic started sprouting in everyone's heart. Make a call, contact the headquarters to see if there are any signals. Sui Huang frowned and said. Mobile phones were prohibited on the plane. However, at this moment, he couldn't care less. The high-speed movements will affect the signals. Nonetheless, we can give it a try. One of the aircrew members replied hurriedly. He then took out his phone and called. We are flight number A934J. We are experiencing a major incident. Requesting for headquarters aid. The aircrew member called and shouted hurriedly. BZZ. From the other end of the phone, an unstable buzzing noise sounded. It's not working. The signals are unstable when flying at high speeds. The message isn't getting through. This isn't working. It's over. We are just 3 minutes away from the airport. However, the plane is totally out of control and we can't possibly land it properly. The plane is going to crash. The emergency equipment is malfunctioning as well. Fear gripped the members of the aircrew as they shouted frantically. They were out of their means. Based on the current trend, the plane would be crashing. At this moment, the command center of Shangjing Airport had also realized that they had lost contact with Flight A934J. Leader, Flight A934J is still uncontactable. According to the normal flight schedule, they are just 3 minutes away from landing. Leader, we have turned on satellite tracking. We found a plane flying abnormally. Leader, we received an emergency call from Flight A934J. However, the voices were constantly interrupted and we couldn't hear anything. Hurry up, lock down on their position with satellite and identify the problem they are facing. Continue to contact them. We definitely must establish contact with them. At this moment, the various leaders from the airline were commanding frantically. If something was to happen to the plane, the repercussions on the airline would be grave. If there were a lot of casualties, even the higher management of the airline would need to bear the responsibilities. Oh gosh, Flight A945J is totally out of control and is spiraling down. One of the staff members shouted desperately at this moment. All the management members from the airline looked up. A plane was barreling towards the ground at an astonishing speed. Everyone trembled and was frightened. Dear passengers, I would like to inform you of an unfortunate piece of news. The plane will crash in 3 minutes. We will try our best to force an emergency landing. Please pray for us. At this moment, a desolating piece of news was broadcasted through the announcement system. No, don't. How did this happen? How did this happen? I don't want to die. I want to make a call. I still have words for my wife and my children. The passengers screamed in fear. Some passengers turned on their phones and tried to convey their last words to their loved ones. The air stewardesses did not stop them. Instead, they did the same and started drafting their messages. They were in complete despair. Everyone felt hopeless. If the plane crashed, how many of them could possibly survive? Everyone in the cockpit squatted down in despair and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. These few rascals only causing troubles for others. Sui Huang was gloomy and clenched his fist tightly. How far are we from the airport now? Wang Xian frowned and asked one of the air crews at the side. We are roughly 15 kilometers away. Boom! As the aircrew spoke, the plane started turning. The group fell and rolled towards the far end. Over 10 kilometers. Wang Xian had a gloomy expression as he looked at the control system. He then pulled the red valve on the end. Rumble, with the propulsion system stopped. The plane fell straight down. Aze. Old Sui, let's give it a try. Wang Xian smiled as he spoke calmly to old Sui who was beside him. Sui Huang was stunned. Soon, he nodded and smiled. If I was alone, I wouldn't be confident in doing this. Since it is the both of us, I am confident. Haha, alright then, landing in Shangjing in this manner wouldn't be a great thing to look back at, said Wang Xian while shaking his head. After which, he smashed the window in front of him and jumped out of the plane. Haha, landing in Shangjing in this manner will be the best way for you to remember your trip here. Sui Huang laughed and followed behind him. The two of them came to the bottom of the plane. They exchanged glances, smiled, stretched out their arms and slowly pushed against the plane. Chapter 297 Like God, like Devil. Chapter 297 Like God, like Devil. Boom! The plane whistled in the air as the entire 4-meter-long aircraft started crushing down uncontrollably. A booming, air-ending sound and the screams from passengers on the plane were heard all over the entire aircraft. Yet 2 soft bellows were coming from the bottom of the plane. Boom! Wang Xian and Sui Huang jerked their bodies, and 2 large pairs of wings sprang into action on their backs. Fiery red, just like the color of the blood. Sui Huang's pair of wings that resembled lava stones emerged from both sides. As the 2 gigantic wings spread out, they spanned across around 10 meters, which looks terrifying. A gentle flap would bring about freaky high temperatures. If it was not for his intended protection, the aircraft could have burst into flames. The wings behind Sui Huang were totally out of their league, compared with those experts of fire god denomination back then. Behind Wang Xian was a pair of feared wings too. The energy of the Dragon Ball could transform into a pair of dragon or phoenix wings. The huge wings may not be as big as Sui Huang's, but they had also reached 7 meters. Besides, the wings behind Wang Xian were more agile and flexible. Flapping them gently would exude the domineering power of Divine Dragon. Boom! Boom! Read more chapter on novel full. Both men raised their hands and exchanged a glance with smiles on their faces. Another booming sound from the aircraft was heard. But this time, the plane stopped itself from crashing down. With the help of the two powerful forces, the plane came to an abrupt halt and eerily suspended itself in the air without moving. Ah! What's going on? Why did the plane stop moving? Did the plane recover? Is it fixed? Is the danger over? Is it over? At this moment, the flight passengers had no clue about what was going on under the plane when they witnessed such an incredible scene. Their eyes were agape. Some of them had tears on their faces as they asked in a panic. Even the staff on the plane was puzzled. Could it be that chief leader and that young man? Some of the staff were in a daze back in the cockpit. When the two of them had jumped out of the plane, they were feeling hopeless and had lost all concerns. Yet, the plane had come to a halt strangely in the air. All of them could not help but gulp. We still have hope. The chief leader and that young man were powerful ancient martial artists. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the eyes of a staff member as he spoke, quivering. Yes. We're safe, that's wonderful, bravo. The staff in the cockpit began to look animated. Dear passengers, the plane is now stable. Do not panic. Keep calm. We'll be landing safely. A flight attendant quickly consoled all the passengers in the cabin through the sound system. What? The plane is stable, great, I thought I was going to die. Haha. Wonderful. Wonderful, we're still alive. When the passengers heard the voice of the staff on the plane, they were zestful. The excitement of the aftermath was reflected in everyone's faces. Wow. Strong and domineering prowess. Is this the strength of Sui Huang? The middle-aged inborn expert was using his power to block the hole in the first-class cabin. When he witnessed the gigantic fiery wings, he was astounded. Using their physical bodies, they lifted and secured the entire plane. Another 10 kilometers away. Let's go. With a shout from Wang Xian, Sui Huang made a swift move as he gazed ahead, flapping his wings slightly. Haha. Go. The two of them carried the plane and slowly flew off, with the two people carrying an aircraft that weighed nearly 100 tons in the air. Their speed was not fast, but maintained 40 to 50 kilometers per hour. Oh my god. Incredible. Crazy, this is crazy. All the staff stopped their work at the headquarters of Shangjing Airport as they were shocked to see what the satellite had captured on screen. Everyone, with their eyes wide open, stared at the monitor in disbelief. Two people with gigantic wings were carrying the entire aircraft in the air. Such a breathtaking scene that seemed godlike struck everyone dumbfounded. They were flying at an incredible speed even with the plane on their backs. Were they even humans? They were simply like a god or devil. The executives of high management of the airline back at the headquarters were staring blankly at the screen. Quick, organize all the planes at the airport now to allow ample time for that plane to land. Hurry. Get the staff to settle this. Also, get the security personnel and seal off the landing area of that plane. One of the executives quickly ordered the surrounding staff. Yes. Great, how wonderful to have powerful experts to carry the entire plane with their physical bodies. We managed to tide through this crisis. That's great. Some of the executives exclaimed elatedly and continued to give orders. Keep the radio on. Since the plane is now landing, get hold of a 934J and ask what was going on. And contact the two mighty experts. Yes. The plane was propelled by the powerful force of Wang Xian and Sui Huang. 10 minutes later, Shangjing Airport appeared in front of them. People are guiding us below. Let's go down. Sui Huang peered somewhere below and saw a few staff members waving red flags, signaling to them. Go. Wang Xian made a swift move, and the wings behind his back disappeared. If his wings were still around at this time, he would be in the limelight. Sui Huang also withdrew his pair of wings as they lifted the plane while walking in the air. Gulp. The surrounding security personnel and the airline executive below swallowed their saliva. Two experts supported an aircraft, walking in the air. That seemed just like what deities would do. Boom! An aircraft that weighed 100 tons was put down gently on the runway by two experts as everyone watched astoundedly. Gosh! They are godlike humans. The airline executives ran towards them with fear and respect. They bowed their bodies as though they had met deities. Hello. Two experts, thank you very much. They did not know how to address them as they spoke frightfully. Okay. I'll leave you guys to handle the remaining matters. Sui Huang was impatient as he saw the people from the airline. He took out his red identification card and waved to them. What? When they saw that card, their eyes could not help but narrow. All the more respect they had for him. Yes, Chief Leader. The group of airline executives responded loudly in fear and trepidation. Chapter 298 2 Senior. Chapter 298 2 Senior. Xiao Ziyan. Master. Beside the plane. Xiao Yu. Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu had just alighted from the plane when they saw Wang Ziyan and Sui Huang. They immediately called out to them. Xiao Ziyan. What happened to the plane? The group of girls walked over and asked Wang Ziyan. Two inborn experts had a quarrel and implicated the pilots in the process. Wang Ziyan explained in a simplified manner. So that's what happened. I thought someone hijacked the plane, said Xiao Yu with a smile. Sui Huang. At this moment, the middle-aged man, who'd had a conflict with the other inborn experts on the plane, rushed over and greeted Sui Huang with horror. I'll investigate this matter clearly. You can go back and wait for my updates, said Sui Huang plainly. Yes. Sui Huang, the middle-aged man, nodded his head respectfully before leaving. Master. Why is everyone calling you by your name? Guan Shuking walks to her master and asked inquisitively. There's only one Sui Huang. Sui Huang chuckled proudly. Although his name was Sui Huang, his title was also Sui Huang. Most people would address him by the title. Alright. Now that you are in your master's territory, have a good rest and time here. Tell me if there's anything you'd like. Haha. Sui Huang smiled and led the group to the exit. Grandpa. When they left the airport, two old men immediately walked over and greeted Sui Huang deferentially. Yes, Sui Huang revealed a faint smile. He looked at the few black luxury cars ahead before turning to Wang Ziyan and asking, Brother Wang Ziyan, are you guys going with me or? Wang Ziyan pondered for a moment before answering Sui Huang. We would like to walk around the streets of Shengjing first. We will go to your place in the afternoon tomorrow. Alright. Sui Huang nodded his head, turned to Guan Shuking and said, Disciple, if you encounter any problems in Shengjing, just give me a call. Enjoy yourself. Alright. Master, thank you. Master. Guan Shuking smiled and nodded her head. Sui Huang responded with a smile, after which, he looked to the two old men by the side and instructed, Leave a car behind for them. Let's get back. Yes. Grandpa. The two old men nodded their heads immediately, after which, they looked to Guan Shuking and said, Marshal Senior Aunt, feel free to instruct us if you have any needs in Shengjing. Ha-arg. When Guan Shuking heard how the two old men addressed her, she was instantly stunned. The two old men were at least 70 years old. Although they had taken great care of their looks, one could still see signs of aging. And now they were addressing her as Marshal Senior Aunt. This instantly shocked Guan Shuking. Haha. My dear disciple. Based on seniority, these two kids should indeed address you as Marshal Senior Aunt. It will be fine once you get used to it. They'll give you a good introduction tomorrow. Sui Huang laughed loudly and remarked after seeing Guan Shuking's reactions. Alright, Master. Guan Shuking smiled bitterly and forced a smile at the two old men. Brother Wang Ziyan, we will leave that car for you. I'll be getting back now for the preparations, commented Sui Huang heartily. Alright. Old Sui, go and handle your matters. I'll walk around the streets with them. Wang Ziyan smiled and nodded his head. Goodbye. Marshal Senior Aunt, the two old men said deferentially to Guan Shuking once again. Goodbye. Guan Shuking replied quickly. As Sui Huang and the two old men left, Wang Ziyan was speechless. He turned to Guan Shuking and asked, Shuking, how old is Sui Huang? That old fogey. His grandsons are already so old. That's my master. How can you call him an old fogey? Guan Shuking rolled her eyes at Wang Ziyan before replying. I've asked my master previously. He told me he has lived for more than 2 jiazi. 1. Oh my god, it's no surprise then. He's still so powerful after 2 jiazi. He should be able to live for another few dozens of years. Wang Ziyan was shocked. 1 jiazi was equivalent to 60 years. 2 jiazi would mean that Sui Huang was over 120 years old. It's no surprise that the two 70-plus-year-old men were calling him Grandpa. Incredible, Wang Xian joked. If he could live for another few dozens of years, he would really be a living Buddha. It seems like there won't be people with higher seniority than you in the Sui family in the future. I don't want to have such high seniority. A couple 70-plus old men just addressed me as their Marshal Senior Aunt. Guan Shuking looked devastated to be called Marshal Senior Aunt by 70-plus-year-old men. If that was the case, those of similar age as her would be calling her Great Marshal Nenny. At the thought of this, Guan Shuking felt her world was spinning. Sometimes, having too high seniority would be extremely embarrassing. Hee. Shuking, I think that's pretty cool. Just imagine a group of old men behind you and having to greet you with respect. Lan Qingyu chuckled as she commented. Yeah. Sister-in-law, I heard from my master that families with deeper history typically have lots of rules. Considering your seniority, those middle-aged and younger generations might have to kneel down before you. Hahaha, it feels incredible just thinking about it. Xiao Yu was visualizing the scene in her mind as she laughed out loud. Forget it. That's not what I want. If you guys like it, you can take my place. Guan Shuking rolled her eyes at the two girls who were deriving joy from her misery. Haha. Let's go. Let's see where the interesting places in Shangjing are. For lunch. Let's go get the roasted duck. Wang Xian was laughing at the girls' conversation, but interrupted at this moment. Let's go. Xiao Yu and the group walked towards the car excitedly. It was an extended Bentley with 6 seats. A rather luxurious car. They weren't surprised that a sacred clan could easily come out with cars like this. Mo Qinglan drove the car and brought the group to famous places in Shangjing. Shangjing was known for their roasted ducks. Therefore, they naturally would like to taste it since they were here. At noon, the group toured the Imperial Palace. The group was still full of energy and enthusiasm at night despite having played the whole day. All of them were martial artists. They wouldn't be tired even if they had been touring the whole day. What would you like to have for dinner? Should we eat in the hotel or head out? The Bentley drove on the streets of Shangjing. Wang Xian smiled and asked the few girls around him. As he spoke, he started observing Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu from top to bottom. Oh, Lan Qingyu. I haven't gotten my hands on you. Today will be a good opportunity. We aren't going back to the hotel yet. We have to go to the night market in Shangjing. After visiting the night market, we still have to go to the famous Wang Fu shopping street. Haha, I am going to go on a frenzy of a shopping spree. Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyu, Guan Shuking and Elder Fang were thrilled and spoke loudly. We have been shopping for the entire day. Aren't you guys tired? Wang Xian felt a little speechless at their responses. Fatigue is non-existent. We should be enjoying ourselves fully since we are in Shangjing. Xiao Xian, don't think of lazing around. We still need you to carry our bags. Lan Qingyu and Guan Shuking looked at Wang Xian and gave their orders directly. Wang Xian was speechless. It seemed like he wouldn't be getting his way again tonight. End note. 1 jiazi is a unit of measurement of time in ancient China. 1 jiazi is equivalent to 60 years. Chapter 299 Call Daddy 1. Chapter 299 Call Daddy 1. Haha. This is nice. Shuking. Try this. This is not bad. Sister-in-law. This is not bad either. Master. Have a try. Shangjing, the richest city with the most robust foundation in the country, had the most lively nightlife. Wang Xian was left without a choice except watching the 4 of them buying snacks from various stalls nonstop. They looked happy as they chatted. Yet, they drew attention from countless people along the way. 4 beauties who were the top-notch existences. Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyu, Guan Shuking, and Elder Fang were all martial artists with perfect figures. The 4 of them were rather tall, and they gave off a unique vibe. Even in Shangjing, a city never short of pretty babes, the 4 of them could easily overtake any one of them when they walked in a row. Let's go shopping. When the 4 of them arrived at a renowned shopping center in Shangjing, they went in with excitement. Shopping and taking care of their own looks were women's innate tendencies. Even the female inborn experts would not lose this born ability. Finally, they unleashed their born ability by exhibiting an endless amount of energy in shopping. Clothes, accessories, bags, one after another. Soon, Wang Xian and Mo Qinglong were following behind with hands full of bags. They were like henchmen, tagging behind the four babes. Wang Xian shook his head. Imagine him and Mo Qinglong being the dignified experts. And they were downgraded to people who carried shopping bags for others for now. The four of them shopped till 11 p.m. before they finally had no choice but to stop. They even agreed to go to another shopping mall the next morning for more shopping. Wang Xian, who was behind them, stumbled as he almost fell to the ground. Not that he was feeling tired, but it was too boring for him. He could not understand this kind of pleasure. Here, Zhao Xian, wear this watch tomorrow. Men must have a watch of their own. Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu took out one thing that they bought for him as they spoke with beaming faces. Sure. Wang Xian took it over with a smile. The two of them had bought a nice and luxurious watch that cost over 2 million. But he really had no love for the watch. You could imagine that he had to remove his clothes every time he transformed into a dragon. Now, he had another watch that hindered him. If he forgot to take off his watch, that watch would be gone as soon as he transformed. However, he could not turn them down. Let me find a hotel. Zhou Yu fished out her phone and searched for hotels. The hotels in Shangjing were quite popular. By this time, some of the hotels might have been fully booked. The group went into 3 hotels before they found one on the street. This is the street with the famous pubs of Shangjing. Zhou Yu was puzzled as she looked ahead. This street was the most lively place in Shangjing during the night. Women in sexy dresses with pretty and exquisite makeup were all over the street. Sports cars were parked on each side of the road. The rich people in Shangjing were far superior to those in Rivertown. Not even 10 Rivertowns could compare with one Shangjing city. Let's go back to our room and sleep. Zhou Yu swept a glance around and headed to the hotel ahead without much interest. It was a 5-star hotel which was also rather well known. Wang Xian and the gang walked in. As they neared the entrance, Zhou Yu suddenly came to a halt. She looked at the person who stepped out of the sports car with astonishment. What's wrong? Zhou Yu asked Wang Xian in surprise. She's Lingyi. Lingyi. A reply that sounded surprised. Wang Xian was slightly stunned as he turned his attention over and saw a pretty girl. She was surrounded by another 3 young men and babes as they walked into the hotel. She's really Lingyi. I love her song. Flying. It's motivating. Guan Shuking and the girls spoke with amazement after they saw her. You shouldn't be too surprised if you see some actors and singers. After all, the best art academy is situated here. Wang Xian smiled. I love her song. Zhou Yu smiled as she looked at the pretty girl. Wang Xian chuckled as he nodded. Are you going on a star hunt? Let's go. We better get back to our room and sleep. It's late. Fine. Zhou Yu nodded. But she could not stop looking at that pretty girl with curiosity. That singer, Lingyi, also overheard Zhou Yu's conversation. She exhibited a faint smile as she spoke while leaning on a young man affectionately. 2 presidential suites. Mo Qinglong came to the reception and spoke to the front desk staff. I'm sorry, sir. We're only left with 1 presidential suite. Just one, then just nice. The girls can take the room. Hee. Both of you can stay in standard rooms. Zhou Yu chuckled as she spoke to Wang Xian. Actually I think I can squeeze in, Wang Xian said with a slight contemplation. Fat chance. Lan Qingyu and Guan Shuking blushed as they spoke to him. 1 presidential suite and 2 suites, Mo Qinglong told the front desk staff. Sure, sir. That will be a total of 130. The staff said with a smile. Mo Qinglong handed his card over immediately. No more presidential suite. Just then, a young man's voice was heard. Sorry, sir, the last one has just been booked, the receptionist said with a smile. Oh, really? The young man raised his eyebrow as he pulled out a card and placed it on the reception counter. The diamond membership card of your hotel. The diamond members have priority over others when the room is booked at the same time. The young man spoke indifferently as he smiled at the people beside him. Wang Xian and the gang were stunned as they spun around and looked at the young man. He was around 30 years old. Beside him was the pretty singer, Lingyi, whom Zhou Yu had mentioned just now. They were the people who had come into the hotel at the same time as them. The front desk staff was placed in a difficult position. Apologetically, she said to the young man, "Sorry, sir. I have already swiped their card. So, I'm really sorry." That young man was taken aback with a grumpy look on his face. "Babes, can you let us have your room? I can agree to some of your requests, such as autographs and taking photographs." Lingyi knit her eyebrows slightly as she peered at Zhou Yu, Guan Shuking and the rest. Zhou Yu also frowned. She looked at Guan Shuking and shook her head slowly. "I'm sorry, Lingyi. We have already booked our room." Lingyi was slightly caught by surprise as bewilderment flashed in her eyes. "I can pay for your room as long as you let us have this one." The young man by the side continued to speak. "Sorry." Guan Shuking and the girls shook their heads at the side. Chapter 300 Call Daddy 2. Chapter 300 Call Daddy 2. As Zhou Yu, Guan Shuking and the group rejected them, Lingyi and the young man beside her instantly showed their displeasure. "Hi, beautiful ladies. Can you do your idol a favor?" Lingyi frowned and asked this to Zhou Yu, Guan Shuking and the group. Lingyi's response made the girls feel speechless, and they found it hilarious. Zhou Yu and Guan Shuking shook their heads and replied, "We aren't overzealous fangirls. We are sorry. We're going back to our rooms." As they finished their words, they took their room cards from the front counter and prepared to head towards their rooms. Lingyi was shocked and embarrassed by the actions of these two fans. "Wait a minute." At this moment, the young man standing by the side got serious. He tilted his chin up slightly, looked at Zhou Yu and the girls and said, "The rooms aren't yours yet." After commenting, he took out his phone and made a call. "Let's go back and sleep." Wang Xian had been standing by the side, watching them silently. He found the whole incident hilarious and shook his head as he spoke to the girls. Carrying their trophies of the day in his hand, Wang Xian and the group walked towards the elevator. "I said, stand right there." Seeing that the group had totally ignored him, the young man's face turned gloomy. "I'm calling the manager of this hotel. If you wish to be chased out of your room, feel free to go up right now." Wang Xian stopped in his tracks, turned to the young man and remarked, "Are you a dumbass embarrassing yourself over a room?" He couldn't understand how this young man thought. Perhaps he felt he was a notch above others and must stay in the best room. "What did you say?" The hand of the young man holding the phone stiffened as he glared coldly at Wang Xian. "I'm calling you a dumbass. Is there something wrong with your ears?" Zhou Yu pouted, looked at this young man and was speechless about his conduct. "Haha, you dare to reprimand me in Shangjing?" The young man was so angry that he laughed instead. With a sinister smile, he pointed at Wang Xian and shouted loudly, "Indeed, he's just another brat who is too used to being arrogant in Shangjing," commented Wang Xian as he looked at the young man. "Arrogant? Let your daddy tell you this. In Shangjing, your daddy can be as arrogant as he wants." The young man glowered at Wang Xian before looking across the crowd and saying, "These few girls are rather pretty. I'll give you a way out now. Get out of here or your daddy will show you what is meant by arrogant." He pointed at the group. "Young Master Yuan. Young Master Yuan. Who is the one who has offended you?" Suddenly, a voice broke the standoff. A few middle-aged men walked in through the entrance of the hotel. From the group, a middle-aged man in a suit was shocked to see what was happening in the hotel as he dashed forward and shouted, "Manager son, the service of this place is getting worse and worse. I can't even get a presidential suite here." Seeing manager son running towards him, the young man remarked harshly, How can this be? How can this be? As long as you want it, we will definitely reserve a room for you unless all the rooms are sold. Otherwise, we would definitely not hold them back or not give them to you." Manager's son ran forward with a smile to please the young man. "Is it so? In that case, why did your guys give the presidential suites to others when we arrived at the same time? Could it be that this card you gave me is useless?" Young Master Yuan looked at manager's son and the corner of his lips curved into a smirk. "How can this be? How can this be? We will give it to young Master Yuan even if it means not letting anyone else stay in it." Manager's son put on a pleasing smile once again, following which, he turned around, stared at the front desk attendants and shouted, "What are you guys doing? Can't you handle something so simple? If young Master Yuan wants the presidential suite, give it to him. Then do you guys still want your job?" "Manager, the two attendants stammered and felt bitter. However, they could only swallow their pride as they lowered their heads. Did you see this? Get out of here now, the young man chided with contempt. Looking at Wang Zhan and the group. Scram, since young Master Yuan wants you to scram. You guys better scram, seconded Manager Sun. You guys. Xiao Yu. Guan Shuking and the girls stared furiously at the young man, and Manager Sun beside him. They had not expected the manager of the hotel to give away the rooms they had booked to others. Wang Zhan's eyebrows knitted together. Mo Qinggong, who was standing by the side, stared at them coldly and clenched his fist lightly. Good evening, sirs and ladies. Just as Mo Qinggong was about to strike, a rather desolate figure saw Wang Zhan and the group. He was shocked and stunned for a few seconds, after which he immediately rushed ahead. Deep fear gleamed in his eyes. Huh! When the voice of the middle-aged man sounded and he appeared in front of the crowd was taken aback. Manager Sun's eyes popped wide open and he was flabbergasted. It's Yu. Guan Shuking looked at the middle-aged man and exclaimed. The middle-aged man looked decadent, just like how he had appeared beside the plane in the day. Miss. Good evening. The middle-aged man greeted her in fear once again and looked at Guan Shuking respectfully. He was still on tenterhooks about what had happened on the plane earlier in the day. After recalling the entire incident, all he felt was fear. His enemies had taken advantage of his easily angered personality as they forced him to strike on the plane. In the end, he almost lost all his rationality as he was shrouded in the desire for vengeance. Subsequently, that horrifying old man, Su Yuan, appeared and killed his arch-enemies with a single strike. Those were 4 inborn experts. As for him, he was still awaiting judgment from the old man after he broke the rules on the plane by fighting. Whether he lived or died fell solely on the words of that old man. With a whole afternoon to calm down, fear started welling up. If he was dead, what would be the outcome for his family and disciples? They probably would be killed by his past opponents. However, just as he was pondering how he could ask the old man to spare his life, he happened to meet this girl. When they alighted from the plane, his mental state was disheveled. Nonetheless, he still remembered clearly how that old man had looked at this girl dotingly. He even called her his disciple. She's the disciple of that old man, and that old man had not taken in any disciple for several dozens of years. If he could convince the disciple of that old man to put in a word for him, his life might be spared. He greeted Guan Shuking anxiously and bowed sincerely. What good evening. Director Zhu. Manager Sun looked at this boss in shock. To his astonishment, the boss was bowing down to one of the girls that he had just tried to chase out of the hotel a while ago. Bam! The middle-aged man swung a slap over and chided. You better watch your words closely next time. This is my last warning for you. Yes. Director Zhu. Manager Sun staggered back a few steps. His face swelled up instantly as he answered in horror. And you guys get out of my hotel and you are banned from entering in the future. The middle-aged man looked coldly at young Master Yuan. You guys deserve it. When Guan Shuking, Xiao Yu and the group saw this situation, they smiled. Chapter 301 Call Daddy 3. Chapter 301 Call Daddy 3. Zhu Qingkang. Are you sure you want me to scram? The middle-aged man slapped cold words on that young man, embarrassing him instantly. The young man looked malevolent as he glared at Zhu Qingkang. Zhu Qingkang squinted his eyes slightly as he peered at that young man with flickering eyes. Subsequently, he clenched his teeth to show his determination. I said, get lost. And you better do it now. Fuck you. Zhu Qingkang, do you think I'm scared of you just because you're an inborn expert? Feng family didn't annihilate you, so you want Yuan family to do it. The young man burst into outrage as soon as he heard Zhu Qingkang. He pointed at him and chided with an extremely arrogant attitude. Even though he knew Zhu Qingkang was an inborn expert, he did not show the slightest fear. Obviously, his backing was somewhat powerful. I want you to get out now. You jolly well should do so. Annihilate me. Stop bragging. Lad. Zhu Qingkang spoke to the young man with a sullen face. He knew which side he should be on by now. Fine. You. The young man was morose and his face was flushed with redness. He pointed at Zhu Qingkang with constantly changing expressions. Zhu Qingkang, you better watch out. if I don't destroy your hotel today. Hi, Yuan Fei. Will tarnish my own reputation in Shangjing. Didn't you hear me asking you to get out? Zhu Qingkang gradually turned gloomy when he saw Yuan Fei's behavior, encompassing him with a tyrannical oppression. 5 minutes. Just you wait. Yuan Fei felt the magnitude of Zhu Qingkang's imposing demeanor. His face paled. He gritted his teeth and spoke ferociously. Then, he turned to Wang Xian and his gang with icicled eyes. And you guys too. Just you wait. I'll show you what it takes to provoke me. Let's go. He then turned and spoke to Ling Yi and the other 2 people next to him while he dug out his phone exasperatedly. HMPH. Zhu Qingkang was slightly embarrassed. He took a deep breath and turned to look at Guan Shuking again. Miss, it's my honor that you stay in our hotel. I hope you have a pleasant rest today. Thank you. Director Zhu. Guan Shuking was delighted on her face as she expressed her gratitude when Director Zhu went all out to offend the young man in their defense. You're welcome, miss. Which room are you staying in? I'll show you the way, Director Zhu said quickly. It's okay. We can go over ourselves. Guan Shuking shook her head. It's nothing. It's my pleasure to serve you. Director Zhu shook his head in a hurry as he led them ahead. Manager Sun, behind him, was a little dumbfounded as he stared at his boss with doubts on his face. Who was that girl such that his boss did not hesitate to offend Yuan family? Wang Xian, Xiao Yu, and the rest went into the president's suite. Boom boom. After Wang Xian placed his things on the table, Elder Feng opened the window for ventilation, and they could hear the roaring of engines outside. Smash. Subsequently, the shattering of the glass window was heard. Wang Xian, Guan Shuking, Xiao Yu, and the rest were slightly stunned as they went to the window immediately. What a lineup. Elder Feng looked outside with a surprised look. It's Shangjing, indeed, with daring people stomping over the hotel of an inborn expert. At this time, more than a score of supercars were gathered at the hotel entrance. Each of the supercars was vrooming loudly with unruly young men standing in front of them. They were gazing at the hotel before them with arrogance. The engine sound from earlier had been from one of the supercars crashing into the hotel rampantly. Arrogance above anyone else. Zhu Qingkang, you son of a bitch. Get your ass out here. Those whores. Too. A familiar conceited voice was heard, stunning Wang Xian and the rest as they exchanged gazes. Let's go down together. Wang Xian told Xiao Yu and Guan Shuking immediately with a stern face. How dare he scold us? The girls were infuriated with that young man's cockiness and swollen head. They put down their stuff and headed downstairs. Bam! However, when they reached the lobby, a figure was sent flying to their faces. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a face as white as a sheet. Director Zhu. Guan Shuking was aghast as she exclaimed. She hurriedly walked over and checked on him. I'm fine. As soon as Director Zhu saw Guan Shuking arrived at the lobby, he revealed a smile on his pale-looking face. At the same time, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Haha, how dare you agitate my buddy Zhu Qingkang? Are you sick of living? A disdainful and complacent voice was heard. The hotel door was knocked down entirely, with a sports car crashing into the sofa in the lobby. Yuan Fei stood beside it, and he did not feel sorry for the luxurious car that had crashed. With his chin lifted up, he stared at Zhu Qingkang disdainfully. When he noticed Wang Xian and his gang were walking out, his face turned cold with a taunting look. All the luxury sports cars had already blocked the entrance of the hotel. More than a score of cars were parked at the entrance. A young man was sitting in a limited edition sports car at the center, and he had crossed his legs with a smile as he remarked just now. Beside that young man stood a domineering middle-aged man. Obviously, he was the one who had struck just now. Apart from that middle-aged man, in every sports car sat a young man with taunting looks. They wore branded goods, drove branded cars. The typical rich second generation who had strong backings. Other than this group of affluent young men, several middle-aged men and elders were around with several inborn experts amongst them. Such a force was daunting. You guys came out? Haha. I'll make sure you kneel over here for the entire night. Yuan Fei took a look at Wang Xian and the gang with a stone-cold face. He was so conceited that, In his eyes, he had high regard for no one. He's quite something. No wonder he was such a rich idiot in Shangjing. They really must have some backings if nobody dares to go against them. Wang Zan observed Yuan Fei and turned his attention to the rest of the young men and two inborn experts at the door. Finally, he fixed his eyes on the young man at the center who had spoken just now. His last name is Sui. Is he from Sui Huang's family? Upon recalling what that young man had said, he whispered to Zhou Yu, Lan Qingyu, and Guan Shuqing next to him. All of them froze for a moment. If that's the case, it'd be interesting. Zhou Yu exhibited a teasing look as he looked at the young man in the sports car at the center position. With a smile, he said, Hey, lad in the middle, your nanny is here. If you're not paying your respects, then what are you waiting for? Boom! Zhou Yu's words struck all the young men in the sports car dumbfoundedly almost immediately. How dare a lass speak to Sui Ao in such a manner? Tired of living, the young man in the middle was slightly stunned as he looked at Zhou Yu, Lan Qingyu, Guan Shuqing, and Elder Fang. With a smirk drawn at the corner of his lips, he sneered, Tell me, what do you think of asking them to crawl over to lick my shoes and call me daddy? Chapter 302 Crawl on your knees here and pay respect to Great Marshal Neni 1. Chapter 302 Crawl on your knees here and pay respect to Great Marshal Neni 1. Tell me, what do you think of asking them to crawl over to lick my shoes and call me daddy? Sui Ao looked around him as he commented casually with disdain. However, just as he completed his sentence, he broke into laughter and answered his own question. I think that's a pretty good suggestion. After which, he stood up. The surrounding group of young men naturally saw him as their leader and got out from their cars. Brother Ao, those girls over there are pretty good looking. Licking shoes might be a little too much. Let me remove my shoes instead. Haha. Guzai, are you trying to stink them to death with your size 4 to 5 feet? I can't imagine the stench of his feet after he removes his shoes. You are too cruel. The few young men broke into laughter and joked as they walked towards the hotel. All of them were swollen with inordinate arrogance. They were all from elite-tier families in Shangjing. Each one of them possessed considerable strength. Moreover, they had now gathered together and had Sui Ao who came from the highest-tier existence in Shangjing. Therefore, the group was fearful of nothing. When the crowd walked into the hotel, a middle-aged man and an old man stood to the left and right of Sui Ao respectively. Both of them gave off horrifying vibes. Sui Ao, who was standing in the middle, looked at Wang Zan and the group with contempt. He walked towards a chair at the side and placed one of his legs on it. I, Sui Ao, typically wouldn't argue with girls. However, you guys have offended my brother and therefore you guys have offended us. Sui Ao squinted his eyes and shouted, Come here and kneel down. Come and kneel down immediately. Otherwise, we will toy with you till you die. Yuan Fei stared at Wang Zan and the group, and chided before walking to the side of Sui Ao. Hee, you guys are so incredible. Wang Zan looked at the group of 20 to 30 young men coldly. Who are those people? Why are they so noisy? Yeah, why are they still kicking up a fuss in the middle of the night and disrupting our rest? At this moment, some guests arrived at the lobby of the hotel. Clearly, the commotion caused when a car crashed directly into the hotel had alarmed many people. 7 to 8 middle-aged men were in their pajamas. They had tattoos on their hands, with fat drooping down their face. But they looked extremely fierce. They bemoaned unhappily. However, when they saw the group of young men in the lobby, they were taken aback. Their gaze fell on some of them as their pupils constricted. Young Master Zhan, Young Master Fang, Young Master Lai. The few of them immediately went over to the group of young men to greet them. However, the group of young men wasn't paying attention to them. Their eyes were still fixed on Wang Xian's group. Tisk, you guys must be eager to die to offend young Master Zhen and his friends. A middle-aged man chided Wang Xian and the group to get on the good books of young Master Zhen. Scram Mo Kinglon looked at the group of middle-aged men and shouted. Horrifying aura and killing intent swept towards them. You are, plop. The group of middle-aged men couldn't withstand Mo Kinglon's aura fully as they were knocked unconscious and fell to the ground. After which, Mo Kinglon turned to Sui Ao and the group. Contempt and disdain were written all over his face as he said, Can you afford the consequences for making us kneel before you? Inborn expert, it's no surprise that you guys are acting so presumptuously. Sui Ao squinted his eyes and stared coldly at Mo Qinglong as he continued. From your accent, I believe you must have come from somewhere other than Shangjing. Haven't you heard of the saying? In Shangjing, even inborn experts have to keep a low profile. Otherwise, the middle-aged and old men beside him stepped forward at this moment. The aura of inborn experts immediately shrouded towards Mo Qinglong as they continued the sentence for Sui Ao. Otherwise, you will die too. Haha, I wonder who gives you the guts to be arrogant in our territory. Right now, I'll give you 5 seconds to get here and kneel before us. Otherwise, you guys can forget about leaving Shangjing. Not even an inborn expert could escape. Yuan Fei's haughty voice sounded once again. Don't be so imperious. When Guan Shuking saw the arrogant looks of Sui Ao, she was infuriated and continued. You are Sui Ao, this has nothing to do with you. Stay out of this and don't be arrogant. Otherwise, I'll let my master know. Haha, imperious. Sui Ao burst into laughter. A few foreigners dared to offend my brother. It's only natural that I'll be involved now. Let your master know. Even if your master was here, he would have to kneel before me like you guys. All of you here have to kneel before me today until the sun rises. Otherwise, I'll strip you guys and throw you on the street. You girls are pretty good looking. I believe there would be lots of people interested. Hehe, brother Ao. These girls are really beautiful. Haha, they are pretty good. However, I still prefer to see the horrified looks of beautiful girls. What a pervert you are. As Sui Ao completed his words, the group of young men around him joked and conversed casually. This group of young men wasn't concerned about the strength that Mo Qinglong had demonstrated, or Wang Zan and the group. You. Great. I'll convey what you said to my master. Guan Shuking was referring to Sui Huang when she talked about her master. She had asked Sui Ao to stay out of this, but he started insulting them instead. This infuriated her and made her pull out her phone right away. Ayosha's really calling her parents now, haha. This is interesting. When Yuan Fei saw Guan Shuking take out her phone, he looked at her with ridicule and mocked loudly. I'll let you call anyone you wish. In Shangjing, there's really no one we are afraid of. Get your master here. I'll let him kneel down in front of me too, said Sui Ao disdainfully. Hearing what Sui Ao and his friends had said, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Hello, master, someone is bullying me. Guan Shuking's voice sounded. When she called through the phone to Sui Huang, she immediately spoke bitterly. There are people who dare to bully you when brother Wang Zan is with you. Where are you? I'll send my guys over. In a Sahayuan in Shangjing, Sui Huang sat with his legs crossed, cultivating. When he heard his disciple, he was taken aback initially. His name is Sui Ao. He brought many people with him and they surrounded us. After which, he demanded that we kneel before him and even wanted to strip us and throw us to the streets. I told him that I'd be informing you, and he said he would make master kneel in front of him if master was here. Guan Shuking snitched to Sui Huang as she repeated everything Sui Ao had said previously. Haha, you really called your master in that case. Tell him to get right here, kneel before us and apologize. Sui Ao heard what Guan Shuking said over the phone and responded loudly with disdain. End note. One Sahiyuan is a historical type of residence that was commonly found in Beijing. It is also the basic structure and pattern used for residences, palaces, temples and many others throughout Chinese history. Chapter 303. Crawl here on your knees and pay respect to great Marshal Nanny 2. Chapter 303. Crawl here on your knees and pay respect to great Marshal Nanny 2. Sui Huang, with the phone in his hands, froze, standing in the room. He was stupefied with what his disciple had told him just now. Upon hearing the haughty voice from the phone now, his expression darkened immediately. The other party wanted him to go there and kneel in front of him. On top of it, it was the descendant of the Sui family who had said it. For a moment, Sui Huang's face sank with a cold expression. Not only had his descendant bullied his new disciple, but he even wanted him to go over with his knees on the ground. This unfilial descendant may have not known the truth, but it was still disgraceful and unforgivable. Looks like some of the younger fellows of Sui family are accustomed to arrogance. Sui Huang darkened his expression. As the pillar and founder of Sui family, he fought with his life such that they could become a sacred clan and achieve their current status. Now, he was old. He could only have a few decades of lifespan left. For the future of Sui family, he had spent 20 years roaming around the country just to find a successor. He wanted to find a disciple who could take over for him and inherit his prowess. Nothing is impossible for those who try. He finally found a fantastic disciple. And he was sure that this disciple would be extraordinary. Her strength could reach his realm easily. When he turned old, his disciple could still maintain the prosperity of Sui family for another century. Yet, a lad from Sui family had dared to provoke his own elders, and even acted arrogantly in front of him. Sui Huang had a nasty and cold look. Disciple, where are you now? Someone will be there in 5 minutes. I have not been meddling with family affairs for 20 years. It looks like some people have forgotten about how their ancestors worked hard for the family. Sui Huang hung up his phone and made several calls. Get your ass to Fenghuo Love Hotel now. My disciple is surrounded by a lad from Sui family. He was so arrogant that he asked me to kneel and apologize to him. You better get over and settle it for me now. A phone call was made to the current Sui family leader. The leader of Sui family, age 75, was the grandson of Sui Huang. When he heard his grandfather's exclamations, he was so frightened that he almost peed in his pants. That's right, almost peed in his pants. His grandfather was a godlike existence to him. In his impression, his grandfather may have been a mild person, but anyone who provoked him would be as good as digging his own grave. Yes, grandfather, I'll bring my men over and check out who that is. I'll ensure Marshal Ant's safety. A film of cold sweat covered that old man's forehead instantly. As one of the 3 Sakeward clan's leaders in Shangjing, when had he ever been so panicky before? Ensure her safety. Get it done in 5 minutes. Sui Huang hung up the phone immediately as soon as he finished. Yes, yes. Despite hearing the dial tone, the old man continued to answer and nod in fear. Subsequently, he called his siblings one by one with a darkened expression. Grandfather is angry. Check who the troublemaker is now. A phone call got all the 3rd generation of Sui family to put on their clothes and set off in a panic. They were the current headmen, running the family. If their grandfather was angry, this was serious. All the cars, one by one, drove out from Saheyuan at late hours. Sui family had a score of 3rd generation members, and the number increased when it came to the 4th and 5th generations. Currently, the Sui family had over thousands of members, blooming with offspring. Haha, you finished making your call interesting. Let's see who your master is. It'd be good if she was a pretty woman. No fun having an old man. Sui Ao chuckled loudly. Brother Ao, you have unique taste. Haha, what do you know? Brother Ao is growing rapidly. From Lolita, young girls, young ladies to pretty women. We should learn from him, the bunch of young men remarked with a smile. HMPH. I hope you can laugh 5 minutes from now. Upon seeing their cocky faces, Guan Shuking spoke with disgust. All of you will be kneeling before me in 5 minutes. Yuan Fei stared at them with disdain. HMPH. Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyu, and the rest stared at them coldly. Well, wait and see if you can laugh later. The bunch of young men smiled and commented on Xiao Yu and the rest, looking at them from head to toe. Wang Xian and his gang kept quiet. Your 5 minutes are up. It looks like your master is late. In this case, why don't you guys just kneel down now? I don't have the time for you. Sui Ao looked at his watch after 5 minutes and commanded them with contempt. At this time, luxurious cars were parked at the hotel entrance with old men walking out from them. Brother, clan leader. All the elderly people looked over and greeted the old man who was dressed as a clan leader with 2 golden words. Shang, Sui on his clothes. Let's go. The old man swept a glance at the rest before he frowned at the sports cars in front of the hotel. A cold smile surfaced on his face. As soon as he was at the door, he heard the arrogant voice. The clan leader immediately pulled a long face and walked in. Those elders behind him were also looking stern. This incident not only enraged the clan leader, but it also incensed their grandfather. That man was the fundamental reason for Sui family to be standing firm. "Do we need to kneel before you too?" A voice resounded in the hotel lobby, stunning the group of young men. Sui Ao was puzzled as the voice sounded familiar to him. "Who get in here?" He turned around with some impatience in his soft bellow. "This." When the young man at the door turned around, his entire body stiffened up. All of them parted their lips with wide and round eyes in disbelief when they saw the group of old men arriving at the door. A total of 20 old men were walking into the hotel with eye-catching family uniforms. There was another old man with an expensive elking walking stick standing to the side. The bunch of young men at the door unconsciously stepped aside with trembling bodies when they walked in. The atmosphere was so still that they could even hear their own breaths clearly. "Clan leader." Sui Ao opened his eyes wide when he saw that all the third-generation members of Sui family, including his grandfather, were here. All he had was a surprised look. "Clan leader. Grandfather. Why are you guys?" asked Sui Ao fearfully as uneasiness surged. But he did not dare to think further. The clan leader cast an indifferent look on Sui Ao, the current most outstanding offspring of Sui family. He did not reply to anything as he swept his gaze across Wang Xian. Eventually, he fixed his eyes on Guan Shuking and quickened his pace. The elders behind him sped up at the same time. Chapter 304 Crawl on your knees over and pay respect to Great Marshal Nanny 3. Chapter 304 Crawl on your knees over and pay respect to Great Marshal Nanny 3. An old man with a walking stick walked at the back of the pack. When he walked to Sui Ao, his body shivered a little as he glowered at him. "Grandpa, what happened?" asked Sui Ao cautiously. At this moment, the experts of the Sui family of his grandpa appeared with him. "What happened?" the old man growled while trying to keep his anger in check. To the astonishment of the crowd, he waved his walking stick ruthlessly towards Sui Ao's legs. Bam! Crack crack! Without holding back at all, the walking stick swung heavily on Sui Ao's legs. Sounds of his bones snapping instantly propagated throughout the lobby. "Arg! Grandpa!" Sui Ao shrieked in pain. However, the physical pain he felt from the body wasn't what he was most concerned with right now, as he looked in horror at the grandpa who had always doted on him dearly. To his surprise, the old man with the walking stick didn't even pay attention to him after hitting him and simply walked past him. The surrounding group of young men held their breath and they were terrified. The current clan leader of the Sui family and every member who held considerable influence in the clan were all here. These 20 people represented the Sakakrid clan, Sui family. Moreover, they were the ones with speaking rights in the Sui family currently. Every single one of them had extremely large authority and influence. Sui Ao was just one of many grandsons when compared to these true big shots in the Sui family. Read more chapter on novel full. Regardless of seniority or standing, Sui Ao was nowhere close. However, the crowd was soon stunned and horrified by what was to come. The clan leader of Sui family and the third generation of Sui family walked towards the girl that made the call directly and lowered their heads respectfully. "Greetings, Marshal Senior Aunt." "Greetings, Marshal Senior Aunt." Marshal Senior Aunt, the clan leader of the Sui family and the third generation of the Sui family are addressing that girl as their Marshal Senior Aunt. "Oh gosh. This. The clan leader and a member of the upper management of Sui family are calling that girl their Marshal Senior Aunt. She. What's her real identity?" The surrounding group of young men looked on in horror and disbelief. When Sui Ao saw his grandpa and the clan leader lowering their heads in front of the girl, his body couldn't help but shiver in fear. "Marshal Senior Aunt. Marshal Senior Aunt. Marshal Senior Aunt." He was in a daze as he mumbled. Slowly, fear and horror gripped him. If that girl was the Marshal Senior Aunt of his grandpa, wouldn't that make her the disciple that his great-great-grandfather was taking in? Oh gosh, his great-great-grandfather was an immortal-like existence in Sui family and the true soul pillar of the Sui family. That phone call from before. At the thought of this, his body started shivering violently. He didn't dare to think about the consequences. It's over. It's over. At this point, Guan Shuking was once again embarrassed by the group of old people addressing her as their Marshal Senior Aunt. The age differences between them were too huge. Guys, get up now, you don't have to be so courteous. It's our fault that Marshall Senior Aunt had to suffer such grievances in Shangjing. The clan leader of the Sui family continued deferentially. The disciple of their grandfather was deserving of them acting deferentially towards her. The old man with the walking stick turned around, glared coldly at Sui Ao and demanded, "Crawl here on your knees and pay respect to great Marshal Nanny." Yes. When Sui Ao heard his grandpa's voice, he immediately crawled over. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Great Marshal Nanny, this is all my fault. I failed to recognize you. It's my fault. Please give me another chance." Sui Ao had completely lost his pride and arrogance as he kneeled there, apologizing constantly. The group of young men behind him was paralyzed with fear. Yuan Fei felt his whole body go numb as he lost all control of it and collapsed onto the floor. After which, he quickly went on his knees. I was wrong. When the group saw Yuan Fei go down on his knees, they also kneeled down in horror. Sui Ao was the leader of this group. Now that even Sui Ao had to kneel down, they could only do the same in front of the Sui family. Tisk. Guan Shuking sneered at Sui Ao, who was horrified and lost. "You were still so arrogant a while ago, why are you acting like a wimp now?" "Marshal Senior Aunt, Grandpa instructed us to handle this matter. We will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Seeing that Guan Shuking was clearly still displeased, the clan leader of Sui family spoke immediately. In that case, I leave this to you. Thank you for rushing here at this hour." Seeing the group of old men being so respectful to her, Guan Shuking spoke gently, as she would feel bad if she continued to be demanding. It's all right. Marshal Senior Aunt, do you want to return with us to have a good rest? The clan leader of the Sui family asked, revealing a smile. "No, thank you. I'll just stay here for the night. I'll see you guys tomorrow." "All right. In that case, we shall not disturb Marshal Senior Aunt," said the clan leader of the Sui family. After which, he looks to the group of old men that had come with him. "Grandpa is dissatisfied with the current state of Sui family. Aren't some of our disciples from Sui family getting too arrogant outside? It's time to teach them a lesson. Perhaps some of these juniors have forgotten about the sweat and tears our grandfathers and fathers shed to give us what we have today. It's time we do something." As Sui Ao heard what the few old men said, his face turned as white as a sheet. Clan disciple Sui Ao has offended his senior and broken the rules of the clan. Your identity as a core disciple of the clan will be taken away, and so will the benefits bestowed upon you. You shall now be deployed to manage the company. The clan leader of the Sui family gave his orders immediately. Upon hearing this, Sui Ao felt desolated. With all his rights as a disciple of Sui family taken away from him, he could only be an ordinary member of the Sui family and would have to work for the family. His future might end up even worse than ordinary Sui family's disciples. All the young men around him were shocked and horrified. Sui Ao was the most gifted in the current generation of the Sui family. He was also ranked 10th on the Outstanding Young Heroes chart. Yet, everything would be taken away from him as he would be shifted from the core of the family to the fringe businesses. It would likely be difficult for him to make a comeback even if he made it to the inborn realm. Or rather, without the resources provided to him by the Sui family, how could he possibly reach the inborn realm? His magnificent life could now be declared as completely finished. Guan Shuking looked plainly at Sui Ao. After bidding goodbye to the group of old men from the Sui family, she followed Wang Zhan and the group back to their rooms. The clan leader of Sui family looked at the middle-aged men standing beside their Marshal Senior Aunt. "We have investigated the matter in the day. If you do it again, our Sui family will come and annihilate you." Yes, thank you. Clan leader Sui. When Zhu Kingkong heard clan leader Sui, he was thrilled. His meager life had finally been kept. His gaze fell on the desolated Sui Ao as he couldn't help but sigh. "You must be too eager to die. As a junior in the Sui family, you stood up for others and humiliated the disciple of your great-great-grandfather. If this isn't courting your own death, what else is?" Chapter 305 Arts of Refining Elixir Pills. Chapter 305 Arts of Refining Elixir Pills. A storm was over just like that. However, it did not affect the ebullient mood of the girls at night. The next day, the four ladies knocked on Wang Xian's door at 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. as they dragged him to see the flag-raising ceremony. All in high spirits. Wang Xian was speechless. Sometimes, women's energy was beyond imagination. After watching the flag-raising ceremony, they went to the famous bun shop in Shengjing to have some buns. Subsequently, they went shopping again. Wang Xian could only help to carry their shopping bags behind them as he watched the four pretty ladies walking into stores, one after another. It was only after just past 3 p.m. in the afternoon that they stopped after receiving Sui Huang's call. This is insane. Wang Xian let out a brief sigh. The group took a car and came to an ancient district in Shengjing. This place was known to be old and ancient because it was filled with Sihiyuan. In Shengjing, an ancient Sihiyuan could easily cost a few $100 million. It was not easy to get a place here even if one was wealthy. However, there was a mountain known as Shengsui Mountain just right behind the Sihiyuan. Many people did not know why it was named Shengsui Mountain. Only those who knew called it Sui family. Sacred Mountain. 1. There were 3 sacred mountains in Shengjing, which represented 3 powerful sacred clans in Shengjing. When Wang Xian and the rest drove a car to somewhere near, someone from the Sui family sacred clan would guide them around. Read more chapter on novel full. Great Nanny. Please follow me, said a middle-aged man to Guan Shuking respectfully, as he led the way ahead into Shengsui Mountain. Okay. Guan Shuking nodded as she looked around with curiosity. They were surrounded by Sihiyuan. Most of them were connected, and the doors were not closed within. Groups of well-dressed Sui family members were either dressing up or exchanging conversations. Most of them were talking about Sui family's Liaozu accepting a disciple. 2. They were in awe of it when they were talking about it. From there, one could tell Sui Huang's status in Sui family. Does the entire region belong to Sui family? Xiao Yu was surprised as she looked around. There were hundreds of Sihiyuan around them, spanning an area of several kilometers. This seemed like a small village. Yes, this is Sui family's territory. Our sacred mountain is just ahead. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. He was a little proud, as this was the strength of Sui family. Impressive. Xiao Yu, Lan Qingyu, and the rest were slightly stupefied. Just these Sihiyuan of Sui family were worth close to 100 billion. Besides, not everyone could get Sihiyuan even if they had the money. The gang followed the middle-aged man into the mountain. The entire Shengsui mountain was landscaped. The peak stood at about 40 to 50 meters tall, which was not very high. A cave was found at the center of the mountain. A domineering flame seemed to be coming out from that cave. There were quite a number of houses on the mountain that resembled ancient buildings. Liaozu is staying in this room. You may go in. The middle-aged man pointed to a house. Sure. Guan Shuking nodded, and the group walked into the room. Master, come in. Sui Huang's voice was heard. After Wang Xian entered the room, they saw him sitting in a chair, reading a book in his hand. My disciple. Sui Huang put down his book and smiled. He was wearing the uniform of Sui family, with no hair out of place. Every move that he made exuded the superior vibe of an expert. He looked very different from how he had looked back in Rivertown. Master, upon seeing Sui Huang, Guan Shuking walked to him and beamed. Master, you became more good-looking. Haha. Well, I was even more handsome when I was young. Many girls in Shengjing carried a torch for me. Sui Huang chuckled as he stroked Guan Shuking's head. Zhao King is also a pretty girl. You need to change into Sui family's uniform later in the disciple acceptance ceremony tonight. I already got them ready for you. Since there's nothing much going on now, go and change your clothes now. Yes, Master. Take Zhao King in to change her clothes, Sui Huang instructed a servant in the house. Yes. Old Master. The old servant nodded and looked at Guan Shuking. Miss, please follow me. Okay. Guan Shuking nodded. Let's follow them and check it out. The 3 ladies went to join in the fun, leaving the rest behind. Old Sui, your Sui family is quite impressive. Wang Xian sat down at the side bluntly and began to sip his tea. Haha. Of course. After all, this is the sacred clan, which I founded. Sui Huang was very proud as he praised himself shamelessly. Wang Xian quirked his lips and did not answer him. Ever since they had towed the plane together yesterday, both of them were less awkward, and their relationship was closer than before. Besides, Sui Huang may have been old, but he acted like a child. Hence, he was someone easy to get along with. Wang Xian had a rather good impression of Sui Huang. I can tell that you have quite a number of good things in this sacred mountain. Old Sui, I want to check it out. Haha, sure. I'll take you around. I've been managing this place for 100 years. Sui Huang stood up with pride. He signaled for Wang Xian to go out with him. This is the Sui family sacred mountain, and it's not just a name. Sui Huang gazed at the surroundings and smiled when they were outside. What treasures do you have inside that cave? Asked Wang Xian with a smile. Let's go. Yeah, I'll find out when you get there. Sui Huang chuckled and brought Wang Xian into a cave in the sacred mountain. They were swamped by the heat as soon as they went in. The temperature inside was at least 100 degrees. Any ordinary people would be incinerated the moment they entered. The entire cave was glowing in red. Wang Xian looked up and spotted 2 giant flame spiritual beads embedded in the top. Below it was fuming magma and a few tables for the use of cultivation. There was a red door deep inside, but he did not know what was behind the door. This is our cultivation area. What do you think? 2 spiritual flame balls. And one of them is body refining spiritual flame ball. Not bad. Is it? Sui Huang said with slight contempt as he had spent quite a lot of effort to obtain these 2 spiritual flame balls. Not bad. Wang Xian did not rebuke him this time. The 2 spiritual flame balls were all level 10, one level higher than the spiritual flame ball he had gotten the other time. Never underestimate the difference between levels. It marks a significant difference between inborn or non-inborn. Let's go. I'll show you my alchemy room. Sui Huang was beaming as he walked inside and opened a door. More than 330 square meters of space popped out in front of them. In the middle of the room was an alchemy furnace. And notes? 1 Sheng means sacred. 2 Liaozu is a title usually referring to the founder strongest of a school or sect in Taoism. Chapter 306 Kai Lu Fa Dai. Chapter 306 Kai Lu Fa Dai. Triangular alchemy furnace. Below the alchemy furnace was tumbling lava. The entire alchemy furnace was green and looked like it was from a long time ago. Despite being within a cave of a scorching hot volcano, Wang Xian didn't feel the heat at all. This is my triangular green alchemy furnace. I found it from an ancient ruin. As for the arts of refining elixir pills, I got it from the same place. This is also the root of my ascension. Sui Huang smiled and looked at Wang Xian. I don't know how a demon like you can reach this horrifying realm at such a young age. You probably have your own chance encounter. Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. Subsequently, he turned and looked at the alchemy furnace inquisitively. I had not expected the alchemy recorded in history to really exist. I wonder if I could concoct elixir pills that grant a person eternal life. Elixir pills that grant eternal life, haha, that might be possible. Records of emperors in history searching for all kinds of elixir pills to extend their lives weren't just myths. They truly existed. Sui Huang said in a definitive tone. When it came to refining elixir pills, he maintained a confident and reverent attitude. Is it really that incredible? Could it be that there were real immortals on Earth in the past? Wang Xian was surprised and asked as his eyes beamed. Perhaps. However, there might not have been. Sui Huang sank into deep thought and couldn't give a definitive answer this time. Based on some records, there were definitely more experts in the past than current times. As for the existence of immortals recorded in mythology, I can't be sure. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. The world is too mysterious. Based on mythology, there were ghosts and demons that roamed the world and immortals that flew in the air. However, these claims couldn't be verified. As to whether there were real immortals, no one could be sure. It was especially so for ancient martial artists. After all, their arts of cultivations had all originated from the past. The path of refining elixir pills is vast and deep. If you can become a powerful alchemist, you will gain huge benefits too. As for the value of elixir pills, They are typically valued 10 times more than spiritual medicine of the same level, explained Sui Huang. Really, Wang Xian was taken aback as he asked in shock. Read more chapter on novel full. Definitely. The effects of level 1 elixir pills could match the effects of a level 2 spiritual medicine. Sui Huang explained as if he was explaining a known fact. Spiritual medicine in the world is just simple elemental energies and effects. If you could mix them with other spiritual medicine to form elixir pills, the effects of the elixir pills would be several times better. Naturally, refining elixir pills is an extremely difficult thing. It requires great talents and control over fire. At my current realm, I am only able to refine up to level 5 elixir pills. A level 5 elixir pills made by me can allow a half-step to inborn realm expert reach the inborn realm directly without obstructions. Level 6 elixir pills can allow an inborn expert to reach the half-step to Dan realm. Level 7 elixir pills can allow a half-step to Dan realm expert to reach the Dan realm. Wow! That's incredible. Wang Xian was shocked. The path of cultivation requires Kai, Lu, Fa, Dai. Based on the sequence, Kai is the first requirement. It represents resources. What's the most important resource for cultivation? That is spiritual medicine. Lu represents cultivators who cultivate together. It is about interaction, cross-verification and helping each other understand. Lu could also refer to one's master and receiving guidance from one's master. Naturally, it could also refer to couples. Fa refers to the cultivation method. In other words, it's the secret art of cultivation. As for Dai, it's about the location of cultivation. Kai, Lu, Fa, Dai together are a train of thoughts that any cultivators, past or present, can agree to. Resource is the first requirement, and therefore you should be able to see the importance of spiritual medicine and spiritual grass, Sui Huang explained to Wang Xian. Wang Xian pondered. As a divine dragon and having the divine dragon system, the system could substitute for Lu. For Fa, he had the divine dragon transformation. For Dai he had his dragon palace. He was only lacking in Kai. If the system was similar to the divine dragon cultivation system, would Kai appear in the system in the future? Only by having all 4 requirements could he become a powerful divine dragon. As for the notification from the system, he had only learned about the dragon palace after subduing 3 marine animals. Could it be that I need to reach a certain condition to have the Kai? If that's the case, what should I do? Can it be that I need? Wang Xian's eyes beamed as he looked to the triangular green alchemy furnace. Since he had obtained the system, there were few notifications. Moreover, this system was different from common novels he had read. The system did not issue him a mission or a main path to follow. He had to do the discovery of most things by himself. Old Sui. That. Wang Xian's eyes shimmered and smiled. Old Sui, can you let me take a look at your arts of refining elixir pills? When Sui Huang heard him, he was taken aback. His expression turned gloomy and looked at Wang Xian with ridicule. Rascal, you have pretty thick skin. Passable. Passable. Wang Xian pressed on and continued. I'd just like to take a look as I'm interested in it. If I can become an alchemist, I'll send some level 6, 7 and 8 pills to you after I refine them in the future. PFFD. Sui Huang was a little annoyed upon hearing Wang Xian. Level 7. 8. Do you think the arts of refining elixir pills is that simple? Disregarding refining elixir pills, can you find level 7 and 8 spiritual medicine and grass? You sure know how to brag. In that case, tell me what I have to do for you to show me your arts of refining elixir pills, Wang Xian asked directly. You little rascal. Sui Huang wasn't pleased when he heard that Wang Xian wanted to learn about alchemy. This was his trump card and the reason for his ascension. However, he recalled that his wife would be his disciple. He couldn't guarantee that his disciple wouldn't let this rascal know. I'm fine with you taking a look at the arts of refining elixir pills. However, in the future and as long as you are alive, if my Sui family is in trouble, you have to help them. Besides that, give me some treasures that interest me. Otherwise, don't even think about it, Sui Huang said with a little disdain. I'm fine with helping out, but I can't be forever guarding your Sui family. Right, 3 times. 3 times at the maximum. As for treasures, Wang Xian frowned. He didn't seem to have any treasures at all. Even his spiritual medicine was used up by this old man. He'll give you the treasures when I find them. In that case, let's continue this conversation when you have something that interests me. After finishing these words, Sui Huang continued impatiently. Go. Go. I'm not bringing you around anymore. If something interests you, you might just take it away from me considering how thick-skinned you are. Damn, old man, am I a person like that? Wang Xian was speechless and asked him this directly. You aren't, you just asked me for my trump card. You are not a person like that, sneered Sui Huang. You didn't even give me anything. Right, Wang Xian choked and his voice softened. I'm not silly, who would give you this the moment you demand it? Sui Huang shot him a deathly glare. Alright. I shall not argue with a petty guy like you. When I find the treasures that can interest you, I'll exchange them for your arts of refining elixir pills, answered Wang Xian shamelessly. After which, he changed the subject rapidly. Hee. Let's go. Old Sui, show me around the place. Tisk. Not calling me an old man anymore. Old Sui, please. End note. Kai Lu Fa Dai is a phrase used in Taoism to describe the 4 requirements of cultivation. Chapter 307, Getting Something with Nothing 1. Chapter 307, Getting Something with Nothing 1. Sui Huang really lives up to his name. A sacred clan. Indeed. Impressive. Wang Xian saw Sui family's spiritual medicine garden in a cave and praised Sui Huang. The space before them was filled with various spiritual medicine, and most of them came with fire attribution. All of the spiritual grass was glistering, and all of it ranged from level 3 to level 5. Right in the middle was level 6 spiritual grass. All the different varieties added up to a few hundred tufts of spiritual grass in total with an inestimable value. HMPH. Stop your bootlicking. Even if you do so, you'll not hand over my arts of refining elixir pills to you. Sui Huang snorted with eyes full of haughtiness. He remembered that this lad had exploded domineering oppression to compete with him when they first met. Obviously, Wang Xian had wanted to overwhelm him on their first encounter. Now, he finally gained back some face. Ha. Wang Xian was not embarrassed at all despite the fact that his trick was discovered. He laughed. Didn't you ask me how I managed to raise my spiritual grass so easily the other time? This has got something to do with my physique. And I'm a doctor. As Wang Xian spoke, he walked and put his hand in the garden. Read more chapter on novel full. All the spiritual grass was glowing with faint luster as it absorbed the immense azure dragon energy injected into the garden. Woo! Wang Xian pretended to be tired as he wiped the film of sweat he purged from his forehead. Then, he smiled at old Sui. How does it look at the spiritual medicine garden? Don't you think their vitality has increased? That's true. Old Sui was taken aback as he looked at the spiritual medicine garden. The spiritual grass grew livelier after Wang Xian placed his hand in the garden. Even those that were dying came back to life completely. You're welcome. Wang Xian smiled and waved his hands. Old Sui's face turned black as soon as he heard him. Who wants to thank you? All right. It's almost time. Tonight's disciple acceptance ceremony will begin soon, said old Sui to Wang Xian. Okay. I'll observe from the side and see how you guys hold the ceremony, Wang Xian said with a beaming face as he followed behind. Liaozu. Great-grandfather. Grandfather. As soon as they walked out of the cave, they saw the descendants of Sui family walking toward the sacred mountain. They were slightly taken aback when they saw Sui Huang walking out. Immediately, they bowed to him with respect. Okay. Sui Huang nodded and entered the same room that he had come out of just now. Sui family members gazed at Wang Xian with doubts. They did not understand why a young man was standing beside Liaozu. Master, Guan Shuking, who was waiting in the room, came out immediately as soon as Wang Xian and Sui Huang stepped in. Beautiful. Beautiful. Sui Huang looked at Guan Shuking with a satisfied expression on his face and chuckled. Guan Shuking was wearing some vintage wear that resembled those uniforms from before the 1950s. Her clothes were all black with a flower embroidered at the chest. On it was written, Tu. This represented the second generation of Sui family, and also the disciple of Sui Huang. Sui family's uniforms looked the same except for the numbers at the chest to distinguish the generations. Yes. You're quite pretty. Wang Xian smiled at the side, as the design of Sui family's uniform was beautiful. Let's go. It's almost time, Sui Huang said to them, as he looked at the wall clock that was almost striking 5 p.m. Guan Shuqing nodded. The group of people followed Sui Huang to the mountain summit. There was a small square, half the size of a stadium, on the summit. It did not seem crowded even with more than 1,000 people standing there. On the summit were some tables with food. The dishes were simple, just like the home-cooked food of any ordinary families. Back in the center were 9 cauldrons. The one in the middle was the biggest, about 5 meters in size, with flames burning in it. It was surrounded by another 8 smaller cauldrons. The cauldron in the middle was known as the Emperor Cauldron, starting from the north in a clockwise direction. The 8 cauldrons were known as Bao, Du, Kang, Gang, Tan, Fu, Jing, and Kui cauldrons. 9 cauldrons represented prosperity for the nation and family. This meant that Sui family would prosper forever. There was a central seat and 2 accompanying seats just below it at both sides. The 3 seats were empty at the moment. All the members of Sui family aged 5 and above were all present. They turned their attention to Sui Huang as soon as they arrived. Wang Xian, you shall sit beside me. Disciple, you shall stand at the center position, Sui Huang said to Wang Xian and Guan Shuqing. Allowing Wang Xian to take the accompanying seat was a form of recognition of his ability, as though he was on par with Sui Huang. Therefore, he was fit to sit in that seat. The other accompanying seat was saved for today's main highlight. Guan Shuqing, Wang Xian and the rest nodded. Lan Qingyu and Zhou Yu took the seats at the furthest end, following Sui Huang to the central position. Wang Xian smiled as he took the accompanying seat. Sui family members were surprised to see a young man sitting over there. All of them found it unbelievable. How could such a young fellow deserve to sit on that accompanying seat? What ability did he possess? All the second-generation members were seated below them. But since Liaozu did not make any comment, the rest of the people did not dare to say a word. I'm sure you know why we're gathered here today. I, Sui Huang, have taken a new disciple. She will be my last disciple. Sui Huang stood up slowly as he overlooked everyone on the stage as he spoke. Wang Xian did not pay attention to the cumbersome ceremony procedures of the Sakikrid clan. Instead, he observed the people below him, the entire Sakikrid clan. Sui family's strength was gathered in this place. All the experts in the Sui family were present. 23 inborn experts. Tisk tisk. Sui family possesses quite a formidable strength. An alchemist. Indeed. He can nurture experts at a rapid speed, Wang Xian exclaimed. He recalled that the number of inborn experts that Flame Palace had, including those who joined at a later stage, was only about 16. A single Sui family already had 23 of them. With such a strong expert like Sui Huang around, the Flame Palace was never a match. The ceremony was usually cumbersome for ancient families. Kneeling and bowing, serving tea, and paying respects took around 10 minutes. Okay. Disciple, come over. After the procedures, Sui Huang beckoned Guan Shuqing over with a beaming face. Yes, master. Guan Shuqing smiled and took a seat by his side. Congratulations to father for accepting an outstanding disciple. Junior sister, how are you? These are some gifts. I hope you like them. At this time, several elders who were sitting in front stood up on both sides. They bowed to Sui Huang and took out their gifts one by one. All of you have put in the effort. Zhao King, accept them. They should give you gifts. Chapter 308 Getting something with nothing too. Chapter 308 Getting something with nothing too. Yes, master. Guan Shuqing nodded her head, after which, she walked over and said, Thank you, Marshal Senior Brothers, for your gifts. Hee. You are welcome. We will be one family in the future. If there's anything we can help you with, feel free to let us know. Several 90-plus-year-old elders replied with smiles. Although they were old, they were in the pink of health. This might be because they were all inborn experts. Junior sister, this is a defective flame ball. It's a shame that I can't find a complete one. I have been using it for more than 10 years and have little use for it now. I'd like to give this to junior sister as something you can use to protect yourself. Junior sister? This is the highest level elixir pill I can refine right now. It's a level 3 elixir pill and highly nourishing for a girl's skin. I don't know what kind of weapons junior sister uses. Therefore, I'd like to give this jade dagger to junior sister. A few old men took out their gifts and handed them over to Guan Shuking. Thank you. Thank you. Martial senior brothers Guan Shuking thanked them immediately. Hee hee. You're welcome. I heard junior sister reached level 9 martial artist after just a month of cultivation. We are really embarrassed in comparison. You might just be able to reach the level of our father in the future. The 5 sons of Sui Huang exchanged pleasantries with Guan Shuking. Clearly, they knew what the junior sister in front of them would become in the future. Thank you for all your gifts. I really like them. Guan Shuking felt spoiled by the gifts she received. The gifts from them were truly valuable and she really fancied the gifts. Wang Xian stayed by the side and smiled. The people of the Sui family were generous and the gifts were all highly valuable. Read more chapter on novel full. It's been close to 10 years since I have gathered everyone here. The oldest of the 5th generation children are already 29 years old. Let me see the strength of these kids. Sui Huang looked plainly at the last row of disciples and shouted. Yes, Grandpa. 5th generation of the Sui family. Step forward now, show your strength to your Liaozu. The current clan leader of the Sui family stood up and shouted at the crowd of 5th generation disciples. A group of young people and teenagers stood up immediately. Surprisingly, there were close to 100 of them. Lift the cauldron, shouted the clan leader. The group of young people and teenagers nodded their heads and stepped forward to the large cauldron in the middle of the room. Ah! A young man shouted as he grabbed a large cauldron, expending all his strength. He lifted the large cauldron up. His face was flushed as a result. Ha ha ha. One after another. The young people and teenagers grabbed cauldrons of various sizes and lifted them up. Wang Xian noted that the weight of each cauldron was different. One could tell the strength of them by looking at the cauldron they lifted. Level 5. Level 6. Level 7. Level 8. Level 9. Wang Xian looked across inquisitively. Other than a young man who had managed to lift the level 9 cauldron, the rest were all weaker than this level. It's pretty impressive for a 25, 26-year-old young man to lift a level 9 cauldron. However, for a Saint class force, that's not really acceptable. Wang Xian thought to himself. At this moment, Sui Huang, who was sitting in the middle, was clearly not very pleased. As the surrounding people noticed the displeasure on Sui Huang's face, they also started feeling a little fearful. The most outstanding disciple in this generation was Sui Ao, and we spent lots of resources on him. He has even reached the half-step to inborn realm. It's a shame that he courted his own demise. Seeing the displeasure on Sui Huang, the other members of the Sui family whispered softly among themselves. To be only at this level when they are in such a good environment and enjoying such great resources. It seems like this generation couldn't match the previous ones at all. Sui Huang gave his comments emotionlessly. Saying that this generation couldn't match previous generations was harsh but factual. Grandpa, this is my failure. It's all my fault. The current clan leader of Sui family immediately went on his knees and asked Sui Huang for forgiveness. Cold sweat covered his face. Please calm down. Father, the group of old men immediately stood up and said. You guys must be getting more and more complacent and must have lost the drive from before. The most outstanding disciple actually gathered a group and behaved like a group of thugs against my disciple in the middle of the night. Who's the one that gives them the right to be so imperious? Sui Huang said plainly. All the other members of the Sui family felt their hearts skip a beat. The current generation of the Sui family was disappointing him. If their Liaozu was angry, the whole Sui family would be shivering in fear. No one in the field even dared to breathe loudly, for fear of drawing the rage of their Liaozu. Sui Huang's current aura. Hee hee. Wang Xian showed a mouth of teeth as he smiled. He looked at the group of 100 people standing in the middle of the field. Suddenly, a thought struck him and he revealed a smile. Sui Huang, your Sui family has gotten worse by the generation. When I visited the newly crowned Sakigrid sect, Flame Palace. A while back, they had two outstanding disciples who are on the outstanding young heroes chart. It appears that your family doesn't even have one, Wang Xian said with a mocking tone, and his voice resounded in the field. Everyone could hear him clearly. The surrounding crowd was taken aback and looked at Wang Xian in shock. They were furious but embarrassed. A young man said right in the face of their Laozu that the descendants of the Sui family were all trash. This was equivalent to openly mocking and criticizing them. It was especially so on this occasion. When Sui Huang heard Wang Xian, his face turned gloomy instantly. He also knew that his descendants weren't great at all. However, he didn't need an external person to point it out so blankly. Please choose your words carefully. Young man, our sacred clan isn't something that anyone can look down on. Comparing us with Flame Palace, who has been annihilated, you have gone overboard. Rascal apologized immediately. Two old men from the third generation of the Sui family looked solemnly at Wang Xian and demanded. Saying this in the face of the entire Sui family infuriated the members of Sui family, even though Wang Xian was sitting next to Sui Huang. He. The mentality of you guys is right. You should be ashamed instead of angry over what I've said. Perhaps you guys have lost yourself under the halo of the sacred clan. Wang Xian sat on the elevated platform and spoke to them in a tone as though he was educating them. Looking at how Wang Xian was behaving, all the other members of the Sui family felt embarrassed. Sui Huang, who was beside Wang Xian, also pulled a long face. What rights do you have to criticize us? What kind of strength do you have? A young man from the Sui family stood up and shouted angrily. That's right, what rights do you have? Another young man stood up and questioned Wang Xian bitterly. If it wasn't for Wang Xian being close to their Laozu, the inborn experts of the Sui family might have struck and annihilated him. Just 4 people, that's too few. Come, it's not that I'm looking down on you guys. All the 4th and 5th generation disciples step forward. I'll show you what qualifications I have to say that. Wang Xian's lips curved into a smile. Shaking one of his legs while sipping on tea, he looked down on all of them as he spoke. His behavior was like suggesting everyone here was just trash in his eyes. His arrogant words and brazen expression immediately aroused the anger and fury of all members of the Sui family. Chapter 309 Succeed. Chapter 309 Succeed. Boom! You're tired of living. How dare you insult Sui family? As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, hundreds of disciples of all ages and generations stood up and glowered at Wang Xian. Lad, watch how you're talking. Who are you to speak to us like this? Apologize now or else. An outstanding middle-aged inborn expert stared at Wang Xian coldly as he spoke. Hundreds of Sui family's disciples exploded with immense heat as they gathered like a furnace trying to melt Wang Xian away. Just 2 inborn experts. Wang Xian shook his head slowly and took a sip of tea before he placed it on the table. Roar! A soft dragon bellow came from Wang Xian's mouth. Subsequently, he spat out a dragon ball. Roar! Once the dragon ball came into sight, it turned into fire divine dragon immediately. The 7-meter-long divine dragon dived towards the 4th and 5th generation of Sui family's disciples rapidly. Imposing demeanor and domineering oppression struck fear into all the people around the area. What? A 2nd-generation old man from Sui family was aghast as soon as he saw the domineering oppression exploded from the fire divine dragon. He quickly stood up and faced the fire divine dragon. Wang Xian frowned slightly as he looked at the old man. Sit down. As Wang Xian shouted softly, the old man, who was about to stand up, grimaced. His body was trembling violently. He turned his head with disbelief as he gazed at Wang Xian with astonishment. The rest of Sui Huang's sons who were around were also shocked as they looked at Wang Xian. A soft bellow and the imposing demeanor that was exuded was able to trap their leader. They were dumbfounded by the domineering strength. They swallowed saliva in disbelief. Could it be? They looked at Wang Xian in horror, and then back at their father again. At this point, Sui Huang was knitting his eyebrows at Wang Xian. He could not make sense of what Wang Xian was doing, but Sui Huang did not make any comment as he, too, realized that the Sui family members had such a good life that they had forgotten to stay vigilant. Roar! Just then, The fire divine dragon arrived above the 4th and 5th generations of Sui family in the field. Daunting dragon power encompassed them over their heads, and the blazing flame struck fear on their faces. That's scary. A 5th generation disciple was appalled as he quickly fled to a far distance. Divine dragon. This is the legendary divine dragon. More disciples collapsed immediately onto the ground, as they were aghast. Roar! Another dragon roar was heard. 5 to 600 4th and 5th generation disciples let out a sharp and painful shriek as intense flames swept across. Most of the disciples of different ages were injured as fear crawled all over their faces. They were crying in pain as they rolled on the floor. Only a handful of people, 5 or 6, stood below with determination as they gazed at the dragon in the sky with pale faces. Child! My child! Child! Stop it! The elders from Sui family broke out heart-wrenching pleads. The situation turned chaotic on the sacred mountain of Sui family. Yet, not only Sui Wan, but the 2nd and 3rd generation elders also darkened their expressions upon seeing such a situation. They were not furious at Wang Xian, who had made a joke out of their descendants. Instead, they were outraged by the performance of their younger generations. Coward! Coward! A 2nd generation old man of Sui family gritted his teeth. He lowered his head with shame. Sui family's clan leader was so ashamed that he shook his head. Sigh. Just then, Wang Xian let out a sigh on the stage. He was looking upset as he took out 6 glowing beads slowly from his arms. 6 of them were giving off a mixture of sapphire and red glow, which made them look creepy. Sui Huang was astonished as he stared at the 6 beads in Wang Xian's hand. Old Sui, these are 6 meridians clearing beads, which I obtained, almost at the expense of my life. Wang Xian pretended to be distressed as he spoke. With a swift movement, he appeared in the center of Sacred Mountain. Only 6 people were standing in the square at this time, with 2 middle-aged men, young men, and juveniles each. Roar! The divine dragon above them let out a roar and enveloped them with 6 individual flames. They were the body refining flame from body refining spiritual flame balls. Painful looks were left on the 6 faces as the flames were injected into their bodies. The 6 beads that were glowing in a mixture of sapphire and red colors in Wang Xian's palm went directly into their mouths. Bam! 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 Wang Xian walked to a middle-aged man and jerked his arm. He injected a gust of dragon energy into the middle-aged man and unblocked his last conception vessel and governing vessel. Boom! An immense inborn power came from him. Subsequently, Wang Xian swung his arm and came to another middle-aged man and repeat his actions. Boom! Another inborn oppression was felt. At this time, those Sui family members who had been screaming in pain on the floor, or had been distressed over the scene, were stupefied. All of them watched in shock at what had just happened. This. 2 middle-aged half-step to inborn experts had stepped up to inborn realm. At this time, Wang Xian did not stop. He came to the remaining young men and juveniles and repeated what he had just did. My meridians have all been unblocked. An excited voice came from a young girl who was the only female standing in the field. She looks to be at most 19. She was trembling with joy as she sensed the changes in her body. Mine too. I have made a breakthrough to half-step to inborn. Another young man was exclaiming excitedly at the top of his lungs too. All 8 extraordinary meridians have been unblocked, made it directly to half-step to inborn. All the people around were stunned by the 6 persons as they looked shocked on their faces. Everyone slowly turned their attention to that young man who had a casual smile as if nothing in the world bothered him. Wang Xian smiled as he swung his arm. A gust of azure dragon seeped into the bodies that were lying around on the floor, whose injuries recovered swiftly. In a move, Wang Xian leaped to his seat, picked up the teacup on the side, and took a sip. We recovered from our injuries. Yes, that's true. What amazing medical skills. Those people who picked themselves up from the ground were shocked as they observed their bodies. Suddenly, a young man muttered, "We seem to have missed an opportunity." All of them were stunned as they quickly spun around and looked at the 6 people. Only they had persisted up to the very end. Now, their 8 extraordinary meridians were all unblocked. This was the opportunity. A big opportunity. Thank you, young master, for your kindness. Thank you, young master, for your kindness. The second and third generations of Sui family quickly stood up from their table and greeted respectfully. They were no longer enraged or infuriated as before, instead showing a high level of respect for this young man since he had done so much for the good of Sui family. Chapter 310 Spiritual Island on the Sea. Chapter 310 Spiritual Island on the Sea. Thank you, young master, for your kindness. Beside the cauldron, the 6 disciples of Sui family, whose 8 extraordinary meridians had been cleared by Wang Xian, kneeled on the floor respectfully and expressed their gratitude. Around them, after seeing their seniors had stood up to thank Wang Xian, the other members knew that they had to do the same. Therefore, they stood up one after another and said loudly, "Thank you, young master, for your kindness." Wang Xian, who was sitting beside Sui Huang, waved his hand plainly, following which, he turned to Sui Huang and said, "Old Sui, those are meridian clearing beads that I went through great lengths and dangers to get. All right, I know what you are after." Rascal Sui Huang gave him a glare before continuing, "Follow me back after this. I'll let you take a look at the arts of refining elixir pills." "Thank you, old Sui." Wang Xian smiled, as had gotten something he wanted without giving up anything. Nope, he did give up something. Other than putting up a show, he exhausted some dragon energy. He. Wang Xian was thrilled. By showing kindness to the Sui family in this manner, Sui Huang wouldn't be stingy considering his personality. After all, he had increased the numbers of inborn experts in Sui family by 6. This wasn't a small gift. "Alright, I believe you guys have seen the problem today. I don't wish to see this again," Sui Huang instructed the members of the Sui family. The performance of the 4th and 5th generation of the Sui family was really terrible. This had infuriated Sui Huang. However, the gift Wang Xian took out was indeed able to make up for some of these weaknesses. This was also the reason why Sui Huang agreed directly to allow Wang Xian to take a look at the arts of refining elixir pills. "Who's the young man with our Liaozu? He's really incredible." The ball he spat out from his mouth could actually turn into a divine dragon that even inborn experts couldn't withstand. The ability to heal the injuries on everyone with a wave of his hand is really amazing. If he can sit beside our Liaozu, he must be at the same level as our Liaozu. At the same level. Oh gosh, he's so young and yet he's already at the same level as our Liaozu. Unbelievable superpower, that's what a real expert is. As the ceremony ended, the group saw their Liaozu leave with Wang Xian. The disciples of the Sui family were whispering fervently and were clearly in awe. Even the 2nd generation of the Sui family had to look at the figure in fear and respect as they sighed. Wang Xian could hear the constant compliments and worship of the Sui family's disciples behind him. Subconsciously, he revealed a faint smile. He followed behind Sui Huang and arrived at a cave enthusiastically. "This is the book recording the arts of refining elixir pills. I'm only allowing you to read for a night." Within a cave, Sui Huang took out a simple-looking book made of parchment paper. On the parchment paper, dense ancient text was written all over. Luckily, what was comforting was that there were various papers slotted in between the parchment sheets. These were the explanations for the ancient text. "Alright, thank you, old Sui. I'll give you a godly elixir pill after I refine them," Wang Xian laughed. After informing Guan Shuking, Xiao Yu and the rest, he took up the arts of refining elixir pills and started going through them. Huff. I hope it works. Wang Xian took a deep breath. If he could extract dragon energy from spiritual medicine, he should be able to do the same for elixir pills. Going further based on what Sui Huang had explained, an elixir pill had 10 times the effects of spiritual medicine. That would mean that the dragon energy within the elixir pill was at least several times that of the spiritual grass. In that case, refining an elixir pill could also allow him to increase his strength level quickly. Furthermore, although he was able to raise dragonians rapidly to the inborn realm, it would be extremely difficult for him to raise them to the Dan realm. Even if he wished to help, it wouldn't work. Therefore, if he could refine powerful elixir pills and if he had the ability to breed spiritual grass and medicine, He could raise the strength level of Dragonians to the Dan realm rapidly or even to a higher level. Wang Xian flipped through the arts of refining elixir pills slowly as he memorized each word on it. Ding grasped the arts of refining elixir pills. After 5 hours. The notification of the system sounded in his mind. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile. Name Wang Xian. Race 5 elements divine dragon able to transform into a human. Level 7. Dragon Energy 1. 963. 42,110. Inyenyo. Inyenyo. Superpower dominate marine animals ability to rule any marine animals that are lower than your own level. Devour any form of marine animals for extraction of dragon energy. 5 elements control. Art of cultivation divine dragon transformation. Arts of refining elixir pills alchemist apprentice refine all elixir pills in the world with the origin source flame. Wang Xian looked at his personal attributes through the system and noticed a new arts of refining elixir pills under his art of cultivation. Moreover, the introduction of his arts of refining elixir pills looked much stronger. Refine all elixir pills with the origin source flame. I wonder how strong the arts of refining elixir pills is. However, I'm just an alchemist apprentice at this moment. Should I try to refine some elixir pills? Level 3 elixir pills and below would not require an alchemy furnace to refine. However, it would still require a fire attribute cultivator. It's a shame that I do not have any spiritual grass or medicine with me currently. I'll find time to give this a try after I get back, Wang Xian thought to himself. The entire arts of refining elixir pills was written on 30 to 40 pages of parchment paper. Other than the first few pages which introduced the method of refining elixir pills, the rest were all elixir pill recipes. An elixir pill recipe was very important to an alchemist. Without an elixir pill recipe, it would be extremely difficult for one to refine elixir pills by self-discovery. Wang Xian looked through it for the entire night. Along the way, he visualized the process. Finally, he had completely memorized all the contents on the parchment paper. Brother Wang Xian, how are you doing the next morning? Sui Huang smiled radiantly as he walked into the cave and asked Wang Xian. Understood and digested completely. A Grandmaster alchemist is about to surface in this world. Wang Xian smiled and answered Sui Huang in a joking manner. Oh, is that so? It seems like Brother Wang Xian's arts of refining elixir pills will be surpassing all that comes before you, and you will soon rule the world with it, Sui Huang replied with a little sarcasm. He he. Wang Xian smiled and handed the parchment book back to Sui Huang. We will be returning back home today. Old Sui, do you want to go back with us? You'll return tomorrow. I still have some family matters to handle, Sui Huang answered and shook his head. Wang Xian nodded his head, exchanged some casual words and left the cave. Yo, master. At this moment, Mo Qinglong came to him and reported. Yo, master. It's about the Dragonians. Oh, what's the matter? Wang Xian asked immediately. They had found the real culprit behind the incident of Mo Urson and Mo Sani previously. However, Wang Xian had instructed Mo Yuan to investigate the source instead of taking revenge immediately. One of our brothers found a piece of spiritual land on the sea, said Mo Qinglong enthusiastically. Spiritual land. Wang Xian was shocked and felt confused. Mo Xiu found a well-hidden island in the sea. The island has dense spiritual energy on it. Based on his conjecture, it should be the remains of an ancient sect and there should still be treasures on it. However, the island was surrounded by strong marine animals guarding it. The island was also extremely mysterious. Mo Xiu didn't find the island by himself. Those that were with him have already informed their families and sects. If that was really the ruins of a sect, there might be quite an amount of spiritual medicine in it. It might even have more spiritual treasures. Chapter 311 Patrolling Yaksha 1. Chapter 311 Patrolling Yaksha 1. The ruins of the ancient sect. Is the spiritual island? Wang Xian wondered with a tinge of fervor. Since meeting the Sui family yesterday and having witnessed their possession of countless spiritual grasses and treasures, Wang Xian had realized his destitution. He had $2 billion cash on hand as capital, but he had since handed all of this to Lan Qingyu, in request that the Lan family help with the procurement of gold and silver. The construction of the Dragon Palace was 40% complete. Based on estimates, he predicted that the palace would be completed within 2 more months. Aside from these $2 billion, he possessed no treasures otherwise. He also paled in comparison to the Sui family when it came to forces and manpower. Currently, the Sui family had more than 20 inborn experts. Meanwhile, of the Dragonians in the Dragon sect, the only inborn experts were Mo Yuan and Mo Qinglong. Given their speed of cultivation, it would take another month before the remaining Dragonians could set foot in the inborn realm. By then, the abilities of his forces would be rather prominent. With 50 inborn experts as his henchmen, the Dragon Palace will need upgrading after its completion, which means the consumption of resources will be even greater. I'd better prepare beforehand. Would be best if I had the means to earn spiritual stones in the long run. Wang Xian thought to himself. He would have to go all out for these ruins of the ancestral sect, given that he had way too few resources on hand, so much so that even a Levelone force was richer than him. Where's the spiritual island located? Let's head right over today, Wang Xian exclaimed to Mo Qinglong without the slightest hesitation. It's about 500 kilometers away from Rivertown. In the open sea, Mo Qinglong replied. Yo, master, should we gather the Dragonians from the Dragon sect? Dragonians, that's not necessary. Wang Xian shook his head. Since the henchmen from the Dragon Palace are always standing by in combat mode, there was no need for the Dragonians when it came to ocean battles. Moreover, based on their current combat abilities, the Dragon Palace would, in fact, be far superior to the Dragon sect. Bring Mo Yuan along. The 3 of us shall rush over from Rivertown, Wang Xian said to Mo Qinglong. Yes, young master. Mo Qinglong nodded in response. Wang Xian came to the Sahaiyuan and found Guan Shuking, Lan Qingyu, Xiao Yu, and Elder Fang. He proceeded to inform them about the plan. Returning so soon, I'd planned to have fun for another 2 days. Xiao Yu whined. Here's the deal. Isn't winter break arriving around the corner? When it does, he'll take you out for some fun. Wang Xian pacified with a smile. Thereafter, he purchased flight tickets, and together, everyone made their way to Rivertown the same afternoon. At mid-afternoon, Wang Xian and the group arrived at the villa. Wang Xian boarded the yacht with embarrassment as Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu gazed in dismay. Young master, we'll have to rush over at the soonest time possible. Mo Shu has reported sightings of 3 major forces gathering around Spiritual Island. Mo Yuan reminded Wang Xian. Yep. Wang nodded in acknowledgement. As he stood on the deck, his heart stirred. Shoom, shoom, shoom. In the nearby waters, creatures surfaced one by one. As they emerged, they opened their eyes and gathered around a gigantic turtle. Follow the Dragon King. Prime Minister Turtle commanded members of the Dragon Palace. As he did, he shook the mud off himself and opened his eyes slightly. Yes, Prime Minister Turtle. The members nodded in acknowledgement. The force was comprised of Roving Heavens, Roving Girl, Roving Lobster, and 9 venomous sea snakes. They were also followed by devil monkeys from the Devil Division, led by Roving Heavens. Together, the devilish creatures followed closely beneath the yacht as it pressed on. After a period of cultivation, all members of the Dragon Palace had undergone massive changes. The appearance of Roving Girl had become increasingly human-like, so much so that an outline of her nose and eyes formed and became more defined, with droplets lining their edges. As for Roving Lobster, its physical size grew up to 3 meters. It shimmered in a body of gold, while its 2 mammoth pincers added to its majestic air. Being the first 2 under Wang Xian's wing, the combat abilities of both Roving Girl and Roving Lobster had reached level 10. These 2 aside, the ones with the next most changes were the devil monkeys. Right now, scales had grown on the bodies of nearly 800 of them as they glowed in the flames of the devil dragon, while their claws and teeth sharpened by the day. Other than Roving Heavens, whose combat powers had reached level 11, 3 of the 800 devil monkeys had also hit level 10. The majority of the rest had also reached between level 8 and level 9. It would not be long before all devil monkeys could conquer ocean battles, armed with a level 10 prowess. The yacht soared ahead, making a dash for the open sea. Close to 7 hours later, Wang Xian and gang finally closed in on where Mo Shiwu was. Over here, Wang Xian asked with squinted eyes as he surveyed the area ahead. Just then, as it descended at the far end of the horizon, the last rays of the evening sun shone upon the sea surface. But Wang Xian soon discovered, to his astonishment, a thick fog surrounding the areas in front, and just up ahead, the misty fog continued to ascend. The ocean is a magical place, where mystical seas are filled with miraculous creatures. Wang Xian recalled reading a book. It introduced the oceans as vast seas which held secrets far exceeding man's imagination. For one, there was the most renowned Bermuda Triangle with its magnetic field. The fields were so unique, they resulted in aircraft malfunctions and the sinking of ships. In addition, there was also the continent which had disappeared in history, the various mysteries which were yet to be unveiled. It's right ahead. Mo Shiwu is on a yacht over there, Mo Qinglong exclaimed as he pointed to a location on the left. Wang Xian gazed over. Up ahead, more than 20 yachts had docked in the seas, along with 2 huge fishing vessels. On the deck stood many martial artists, each staring at the fog ahead. Vaguely, an island appeared amidst the misty fog. Yet none of the ships around had dared to make a dash for the island, as if out of fear of something. As the yacht approached, the arrival of the group drew immediate attention from the nearby crowd. Hassam on board the other ships frowned as they looked over. It's my seniors, Mo Shiwu said to the rest of the crowd. He was on another yacht with more than a dozen on board. Are these the people you've gathered? We've made a pact. Everyone must go all out in order to make it inside. Otherwise, you are not qualified to enter the spiritual island, a young man said bluntly to Mo Shiwu. That's for sure. All based on merit, Mo Shiwu chirped as a smile lifted his face gently. In one move, he hopped onto the yacht which ferried Wang Xian and gang. HMPH, just those few, I'm afraid they are going to perish in the sea, the young man said indifferently while he looked at Mo Shiwu from behind. To which, another young man swept his gaze across the yacht which had just arrived. He then looked back at his ship, where the yacht flag bearing a Thunderbolt logo flew high. Mo Shiwu is a formidable one. His seniors are likely inborn experts, not to be reckoned with. But, regarding this spiritual island, the Lei family is bent on making it ours, he continued. Haha, it remains to be seen who will be the final one to make it inside. A group of young men sneered at the side. As Mo Shiwu leaped onto the yacht, he knelt down immediately to pay respects to Wang Xian. Dragon King, he greeted. How are things going right now? Wang Xian smiled in response and asked as he glanced at the fog ahead. Just then, a strange creature began to emerge briefly, with an elongated fishtail. It bore a grim face. It had a long front claw that resembled a 2-pronged fork, measuring about 3 meters long. A petrifying yet bizarre sea creature. Perhaps. Chapter 312, Patrolling Yaksha 1. Chapter 312, Patrolling Yaksha 1. Hoo-hoo-hoo. At this moment, that creature let out a howl that propagated several thousands of meters. What is that creature? Wang Xian asked Mo Shiwu as he looked at the vague silhouette of a marine animal within the mist. Dragon King. That's the patrolling yaksha, a creature that existed in mythology. Mo Shiwu looked ahead and continued. According to records, there were immortal islands in the past. Some of these immortal islands could move above the sea. Some could hide themselves, and some even had divine beasts guarding them. Patrolling yaksha is a type of guardian beast in these records. They stationed themselves in a sea region and patrolled the surrounding waters. Their intelligence is extremely high and they possess horrifying strength. As Mo Shiwu spoke and looked at the patrolling yaksha, his expression turned gloomy. Many patrolling yakshas are surrounding this spiritual island. Their strength is horrifying. When they are in the seas, even inborn experts have to be careful. Moreover, based on my discovery, this island isn't ordinary. It could be moved. Although the movements aren't significant, there's no doubt that it could be shifted. Some experts estimate that this was a floating island. Floating island? Wang Xian was taken aback and revealed a shocked expression. Floating island? This wasn't an island that floats in the skies, but on the surface of the seas. A stone would still sink when thrown into the sea, yet an island could actually float on the surface of the sea. That's truly magical. The entire island spans several dozens of kilometers. A cruise sank after trying to enter the white mist, but was wrecked by the patrolling yakshas around the island. The number of patrolling yakshas wouldn't be less than 30. Moshu continued his introduction of the island. What's the situation now? It's going to be night time soon. What are they waiting for? Wang Xian looked at the sky before turning to the 20-odd ships a short distance from him. Based on what an expert has said, when night falls, the surrounding white mist will disappear. Entering at night is far safer than trying to enter during the day. Mo Xiu continued, when the moon rises and the white mist dissipates, all the ships will charge forward. At that time, occupying an area will be dependent on one's strength and luck. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. He looks to the patrolling yaksha and a thought struck him suddenly. When you receive my order in a while, enter the spiritual island immediately. I'll go handle the patrolling yakshas. Wang Xian said to them. He removed the watch from his wrist and dived into the sea. Yes, young master. Bam! When Wang Xian dived into the sea, he noticed the members of the Dragon Palace were hiding in the depths of the sea. He turned to his left and looked over. He saw several human figures within the sea and they were looking at the spiritual island. How they must be water attribute cultivators, Wang Xian thought to himself. Therefore, he did not turn into a dragon immediately and instead swam deeper towards the bottom of the sea. When he reached a depth of approximately 110 meters, night had fallen. Below the surface, it was completely dark. Looking down, one would feel that the seabed was within an abyss. However, day or night had no difference for Wang Xian considering his current strength. He swam and met up with the members of the Dragon Palace, after which, he stood on the Prime Minister Turtle. Greetings, Dragon King. The group of Dragon Palace members greeted him respectfully. Let's go. Wang Xian gestured for the Prime Minister Turtle to swim forward. Standing on the back of the Prime Minister Turtle, he looked at the spiritual island. Rumble, Prime Minister Turtle moved his huge body and swam slowly towards the seabed. Soon, they entered the region that was previously shrouded in white mist. The moment he entered this region, Wang Xian instantly felt some marine animals staring at them. What horrifying senses! They discovered us the moment we entered this region. Wang Xian squinted his eyes and looked above him. From above, savage and fearsome patrolling yakshas charged towards them one after another. There were a total of 10 patrolling yakshas and the largest of them all was approximately 4 meters. One of their arms resembled powerful weapons and was even longer than their bodies. Water flowed rapidly past their bodies. Hoo-hoo-voo! Scram! A cry sounded. From the cry, Wang Xian understood that they were asking him to scram. 10 patrolling yakshas stood in a row. Savageness gleamed in their eyes as they stared at Wang Xian and the group without fear. Patrolling yaksha level 9. Extractable dragon energy 38. 756. Patrolling yaksha level 10. Extractable dragon energy 155. 434. A level 10 and 9 level 9 patrolling yakshas. Wang Xian showed contempt on his face as he stood on the back of Prime Minister Turtle, looking down on the patrolling yakshas. Let us into the island or die. Rumble. As Wang Xian spoke, Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Heavens and other members of the Dragon Palace stared harshly at the patrolling yaksha ahead of them. From them, horrifying vibes started emanating. Everyone is forbidden from entering. The 10 patrolling yakshas did not back off. At this moment, one of the patrolling yakshas drew a conch out suddenly. Hoo-hoo-voo! A faint, but rapid voice sounded and propagated several kilometers through the sea. One could even hear it from the surface of the sea. What's that sound? On the sea surface. The crowd heard the rapid voices on their ships and were baffled. Look, the patrolling yakshas within the white mist have disappeared. They have dived into the sea. Patrolling yakshas are highly intelligent. Can it be that they knew we would be charging in and therefore are thinking of ambushing us? The crowd was doubtful and turned solemn. At this moment, the moon had risen. Faint moonlight shrouded the sea surface, revealing the mysterious spiritual island gradually. With their enhanced sight as martial artists, they could vaguely see an exceptionally beautiful island bristling with life that was surfacing on the sea surface. All of their eyes were burning with thrill and desire. Nonetheless, they didn't dare to charge forward at this moment. At this very moment, approximately 100 patrolling yakshas had gathered in front of Wang Zan below the sea. At the forefront was a 6-meter tall patrolling yaksha. His arms acted like powerful weapons. When he stood up, one could see he had a long fishtail. Water flowed above his arms as horrifying vibes were emitted from it. "Get out of here or die," the powerful patrolling yaksha at the forefront glowered at Wang Zan and said. Wang Zan smiled and looked at the crowd of patrolling yakshas. Among them, they were 10 level 10 while the rest were level 9. Patrolling yakshas, not bad. Not bad. Wang Zan scanned across the 100 patrolling yakshas as he rubbed his chin. Based on mythology, patrolling yakshas were responsible for patrolling the vicinity of the Dragon Palace. Since the Dragon Palace was about to be built, these patrolling yakshas appeared at the right time as they could become the patrolling guards for the Dragon Palace. Nope, when I build my Dragon Palace, they should be called patrolling Dragonshaw. The name still sounds a little weird. Surrender or die. Chapter 313 Yaksha subdued. Off to the spiritual island. Chapter 313 Yaksha subdued. Off to the spiritual island. As Wang Zan's voice blasted through the sea, an overwhelming aura of dragon power buried the crowd of yakshas beneath. Powerful forces from roving heavens, Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Girl, and Roving Lobster aided in the overwhelming aura. Scram! Or perish, the centermost yaksha warned. Waving its weapon-like arm, the yaksha carried forth a powerful surge of water and aimed it straight at Wang Zan and gang. The yaksha showed not the slightest fear towards them. Scram! Or perish, the yaksha warned again. In synchronized movements, the remaining yakshas and their leader aimed the weapons in their arms directly towards Wang Zan and gang. With action so uniform, they could pass off as an army. Good. Splendid, Wang Zan complimented, admiring their discipline. He looked on at the yakshas with increasing satisfaction. As he did, he swung an arm and ordered, "Get a hold on them, before subduing them all." "At your command, Dragon King," replied Roving Heavens along with the rest of the Dragon Palace members. With an electrifying aura, they lunged directly at the yakshas. Wang Zan had no regard for the yakshas, even with the presence of a level 11 expert amongst their group of 100. Based on the current abilities of the Dragon Palace members, the Devil Division led by Roving Heavens along with the 9 venomous sea snakes would suffice in wiping the yakshas out. "Intruders shall die," the yakshas roared once again in unison. With knife-like coordination, they attacked Roving Heavens and the gang head-on. The group of yakshas jeered as they swung their arm weapons at the same moment. A water swirl formed atop the forks on their arms and spiraled at frightening speeds. Vroom! Roving Heavens let out a roar. With a baton in hand, he charged at the level 11 yaksha standing at the center in a bid to attack. Bam! Unfazed, the yaksha struck back at Roving Heavens head-on with his weapon-like arms. Ack! 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 Screeched the crowd of devil monkeys. As they maneuvered underwater, darting like bouts of devil shadows, they seized at the 100 or so yakshas. But the yakshas responded with neither panic nor confusion. Instead, they stood single file like experienced warriors and extended their arm-like weapons. Boom! A terrifying force from their weapons surged like massive currents and headed straight for the devil monkeys. They condensed the flows into a mass, and as the sea waters tumbled, a sea spear was formed. As it emerged, it struck at the devil monkeys like an impending crisis. "Water Veil, restore peace to the seas," a spirited voice commanded. It was Queen Clam. As she flapped the shells on her sides and swung her arms, streaks of blue water flow gathered in front of the devil monkeys. Her shell was slowly turning sapphire, and it appeared more translucent than before. "Let there be calm seas and fair winds," the 9 venomous sea snakes ordered. Rattling their tails, they opened their 9 mouths wide. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew amidst the ocean and surged towards the waves which were crashing toward the devil monkeys. Swoosh! Together, the water veil and powerful gale managed to combat the attacks by the yakshas. But even so, the facial expressions on the 100-odd yakshas remained constant. Under the leader's command, the yakshas initiated another attack, with the group changing stance in one swift movement, brandishing their weapons, and aided by a strong force from the waters. The yakshas charged forth at Roving Heavens and the devil monkeys. In one sweep, The force glided through the seas. Like a giant halberd, it scoured through everything in its path. Such a powerful attack. To think that 100 yakshas can make defense this hard for the Devil Division. Wang Xian uttered in shock as he continued watching the 100 yakshas. The yakshas had attacked in a very synchronized manner. As they did, they induced the surrounding waters along to aid in attack. This heightened their terrifying prowess. With only a couple more level 10 experts than the Devil Division, the group of 100 yakshas had curbed the attack of the division, which had a strength of 800. Had it not been for the help from Queen Clam and 9 venomous sea snakes, many devil monkeys would have been seriously injured from the attack earlier. You have a death wish, Roving Heaven snarled. As he watched his suppressed juniors, he snapped in a grimace, baring his fangs. His body lit up in appalling devil flames as he flung himself towards the yakshas. Roar, roar, roar. The devil monkeys howled as the ferocity in them was ignited. Hair standing on end, they flashed their sharp claws and pounced along. Tisk, tisk, tisk hissed the 9 venomous sea snakes nearby, slithering with increasing speed as they did, staring coldly at 9 level 10 yakshas with their eyes. They charged forth at them in a flash. With one leap, Roving Lobster joined in on the attack. Using both of its giant pincers, it snipped away at the yakshas. All manpower from the Dragon Palace was out in full force. In an instant, the surrounding seas cowered under the majestic awe of the divine dragon. Schools of fish nearby swam far away, scrambling for safety. As they cleared the area, the sea appeared all the more vast and deep, which added onto the spookiness. What's happening? Why are there bouts of terrifying forces surging from the sea? It's giving me the shudders, one shrieked. Such threatening force. What exactly is happening up front? Another quivered. Didn't they say that this is the historical site of a level-known ancient sect? Why would there be waves of such terrifying forces? Otherwise, a third gulped. On the boats in surrounding waters, all people on board cast their glance towards the waters. With the horrendous force surging and the irregular waves, it set everyone out in fear and trepidation. On the deck of a large fishing vessel stood several elders. As they looked down at the seas, their eyes began to fill with dread. To think that a tidal wave had reversed in direction. This tremendous force is no doubt terrifying. As for the creature beneath, it must be from the Dan realm, at the very least the ocean. How appalling! An elder shook with a heavy look. What should we do, then? Are we still vying for this spiritual island? Don't forget that this is an ancient first-class island we're looking at. Who knows? The spiritual medicine from its garden could even be on par with those from spiritual medicine gardens of the saint class, another elder reminded. With burning desire in his eyes, he continued, what's more, given that this is a first-class force, they are bound to possess treasures. In ancient times, all the sects and clans were either located within famous mountains and rivers, or on peninsula islands, idolized by all as the land of the sacred. An ancient first-class force is now on par with a current sacred sect. Hence we cannot give this spiritual island up. Just wait a while longer, another elder concluded. Despite the apprehension owing to the force surging from the deep waters, no one was willing to give up in the face of such an alluring spiritual island. Waiting in silence, they were all bidding for their opportunity. Young Master has given his orders. Charge, a voice shouted. Meanwhile, Mo Kinglong, Mo Yuan and Mo Shiwu were on a yacht when they heard the command. Hearts raced, and the trio locked eyes for a split moment before glancing ahead. With one leap, they dashed for the spiritual island. Someone made their move, one shouted. Having a death wish. It's akin to courting doom. Such terrifying forces are coming from the seas. Yet they still dare to charge over. Well, see, they'll be killed by the marine creatures soon enough, a second mocked. It's Mo Shiwu and the gang he has called. This fellow fights pretty well, but it appears he's not very good with his intellect, the third commented. Just as well, someone to help us lead the way, another bystander cheered. As the trio charged forward, the crowd looked on with astonishment, but continued nonetheless in anticipation. In moments, however, they were met with surprise and bewilderment as their faces dimmed. Had they managed faintly? With racing speed, the trio flew inside the island parameters, eventually landing on the island without the slightest impediment. Chapter 314, the spiritual island that was overrun by monster. Chapter 314 The Spiritual Island That Was Overrun by Monster. They actually got in. How can this be? Where are the patrolling yakshas? Why didn't the guarding animals under the sea surface appear? This is bad now that 3 men have entered. Should we follow them in? At this moment, the 3 other forces that had gathered in the vicinity were stuck in a dilemma. 3 men had charged towards the spiritual island. In the end, they were able to get in easily without any obstruction. This embarrassed the other 3 forces. These 3 forces were all first-class forces. They were Lay family from Madu, Wind God sect from Dafing Mountain and Water Separation Island from the Sea Islands. When they saw Mo Kinglong and the other 2 men enter the spiritual island, they were bitter and furious. We can't continue to wait like this. Otherwise, all the good stuff will be taken away by those 3 people. We have to get through 2 on a huge fishing boat. Several old men's eyes shimmered. In that case, who will test it out first? Another old man seemed conflicted. He looked down at the sea surface and still felt heart-wrenching powers from the bottom of the sea. Since the 3 of them got through without any trouble, we shouldn't be in danger either. Elders, we can first test it out with a yacht. If the yacht isn't wrecked, we will not be in any danger, said a middle-aged man while frowning. Under such circumstances, no one had the guts to charge forward despite seeing others entering the spiritual island. Try it out immediately, the old man from Lay family ordered. Subsequently, a yacht charged towards the spiritual island. When the other 2 forces saw it, they frowned. They were also waiting. Once their safety could be verified, they would charge ahead immediately. Charge! When the yacht reached the spiritual island, the surrounding crowd could no longer hold back their urge as they charged rapidly towards the spiritual island. In an instant, a few hundred men flew over directly. At this very moment, Mo Kinglong, Mo Yuan and Mo Shiwu, who had entered the spiritual island first, were carefully observing the ruins of an ancient sect. All of them were shocked. White flowers were grown around the entire spiritual island, and these flowers were producing a faint mist. The surrounding white mist had all originated from these flowers. The entire spiritual island was beautiful. However, weeds had overrun some places as no humans had lived on it for a long time. On a stone path, Mo Kinglong, Mo Yuan and Mo Shiwu looked in shock at what was before them. A footprint. It was a huge footprint that was approximately 4 meters long and was deeply imprinted on the ground. What kind of animal would have left this footprint? How can it be so horrifying? Mo Kinglong and the group looked ahead and discovered other huge footprints that were all around the entire spiritual island. Around the footprints were several sets of human remains. Some had decomposed, leaving only bones behind. Many of these bones had cracked. It was clear that this was caused by huge physical impacts. Can it be that this spiritual island on the sea encountered an attack by terrifying animals in the sea, leading to the annihilation of the entire sect? The 3 of them were baffled. They looked to the side and found several collapsed brick houses around them. Some were even more than 50% destroyed. It was clear that these houses were knocked down by a terrifying animal. Mo Kinglong and the group turned their attention ahead. In the middle of the island, there was a huge training ground. Before the training ground was a row of buildings. These buildings were 15 to 16 meters tall. However, even the tops of these buildings had large holes. Who would have expected the entire spiritual island to actually be wrecked by a horrifying animal in the sea? Mo Kinglong was shocked. He moved and approached the central region of the island rapidly. Based on common understanding, the central location was where most treasures were kept. Moreover, spiritual medicine gardens would typically be placed in the central region. Split up and search for treasures, Mo Kinglong instructed Mo Yuan and Mo Shiwu before diving towards a building. No one knew how long ago the sect on the spiritual island had been annihilated. All the buildings had clear signs of weathering. When they entered the room, they immediately started searching it. This is a depository of books. All the books here are really precious and valuable. Mo Kinglong scanned across the room, after which he headed for another room. A depository of books wasn't particularly useful for them. This must be the accommodation of the higher management of the sect. Mo Kinglong entered another room. After looking around, he immediately started searching the room. At this moment, Mo Yuan shouted, Master, the spiritual medicine garden is here. Mo Kinglan moved and charged over immediately. Spiritual medicine gardens typically contained the most precious resources of a sect. The spiritual medicine garden was located at the back. At that place, there was a pond that spanned approximately a dozen mu. Within the pond and around the pond, various spiritual medicines were planted. 1. Beside the spiritual medicine garden were several sets of remains. There were 4 huge footprints in the spiritual medicine garden. A substantial number of spiritual grasses were dead, but there were still several hundred tufts of spiritual grass that were still emitting spiritual energy. It was especially so for the huge lotus flower in the middle of the pond. The lotus flower was the size of a basin. Amidst the darkness of the night, it was still glowing in white light. The middle of the lotus flower was an entirely white lotus seed pod with countless lotus seeds in it. One could easily tell that the lotus flower, lotus seed pod and lotus seeds weren't ordinary. Mo Kinglan looked across the spiritual medicine garden and his eyes lit up. Plucking these spiritual medicines away will be a waste. The best option is to let them continue growing here before plucking their fruits. Mo Kinglan looked around him. The most precious of them all should be the white lotus flower in the middle of the pond and a spiritual tree beside it. That spiritual tree had already reached a height of 6 to 7 meters. Based on Mo Kinglan's understanding, this spiritual tree was known as green fruit tree. This spiritual tree should have reached level 5 or 6. Therefore, it shouldn't be called a spiritual medicine, but a spiritual tree instead. Other than that, there were at least 50 to 60 tufts of level 4 and 5 spiritual grass and over 100 tufts of level 3 and below spiritual grass. Perhaps it was because this spiritual island had been deserted for 500 to 600 years or for an even longer time, with no one harvesting these spiritual grasses. There were a lot of them around. The value of these spiritual grasses alone is astronomical. Mo Kinglan and the group thought to themselves, I found it first. Get lost. I held it in my hands first. Scram or I'll kill you. Do you think my lay family is afraid of your water separation island? At this moment, noises came from behind them. Several hundred people from water separation island, lay family, and the wind god sect had dashed over. The quiet spiritual island became raucous instantly. Although they were shocked by the humongous footprints that were left behind, they were getting frenzied over the treasures they were seeing. The spiritual medicine garden is here. At this moment, a few young men dashed over. Seeing the spiritual grass in front of Mo Kinglan and the group, they were thrilled. And note, 1 mu is a unit of measurement for area. 1 mu 0.0667 hectares or 666.67 square meters. Chapter 315 Joining Forces. Chapter 315 Joining Forces. The spiritual medicine garden is here. A voice boomed, as it sounded across the entire spiritual island. All bickering and commotion elsewhere came to a standstill. In an instant, figures could be seen darting over at electrifying speeds. Across the sky, 9 inborn experts soared through the air. When they saw the various treasures in the spiritual medicine garden, their eyes blazed with desire. With a shrug, they hopped onto the fringes of the garden. A level 6 spiritual medicine. Goodness, to think it's the level 6 White Valley Lotus. Aha, ripe White Valley Lotus, one exclaimed in elation. A green fruit tree. Such a level 6 tree can produce 6 level 5 spiritual fruits in a year. While the overripened fruits have fallen and turned into compost, another said excitedly. Dozens of level 5 spiritual grasses. And plenty more of those of level 3 to 4, a third cheered. A crazed look swept across the 9 inborn experts. As they scanned their surroundings, their cold stares were overcome by burning desire at the sight of the spiritual medicine aplenty. Should they be able to obtain these spiritual medicine, it would no doubt double the prowess of their clans right away. What's more, they may even attain sacred sect status given long-term cultivation of this entire plot. But only if they could possess it. This was especially so, as this spiritual island happened to be a rare floating island. This meant that the island was able to move along the ocean, making it an ideal spiritual land. In addition, there were white flowers growing along the perimeters which emitted a misty fog. Aside from camouflaging effects, The flora could also help gather spiritual energy. Amidst the oceans, this piece of land was surrounded by unpolluted air, hence its concentration of spiritual energy definitely outweighed those from the cities. The inborn experts pondered as their eyes twinkled. Meanwhile, disciples of the various forces gathered behind their clan experts, keeping a vigilant watch over the surroundings. In the brief fight earlier, some of these disciples had already sustained injuries. To compete based on merits, a middle-aged elder asked blandly. With a glum face, he cast his glance towards the 6 inborn experts from the Lay family and Water Separation Island, to which the inborn experts kept mum, as they continued eyeing each other in order to assess one another's abilities. The strengths of the Lay family, Water Separation Island, and Wind God sect were neck and neck. This time around, each of them was represented by 3 inborn experts. Perhaps variations existed between individual inborn experts. Yet, should they really start fighting? The outcome remained to be seen. But one thing was certain: some of them would perish. The 9 inborn experts continued to observe each other, and in an instant, tension filled the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the disciples crowding behind gripped their weapons with a heavy look. A fight could break out any moment now. I don't think it would do any of us any good should we start battling it out now. Unless any of you are confident in annihilating the other party. Otherwise, it's bad news to all. Even if only one should escape. An elder from Water Separation Island chipped in as he surveyed the 6 inborn experts. When the 3 leveled forces really started fighting, it would not be surprising should they end up with a big victory. Whereas if only one party should win marginally, and should information about the spiritual island be divulged, then they would be bound to be attacked by other sects and clans. Who knows? They may even face being seized by sacred sects. All this for one floating island, given its high value. In fact, it was so superior it could make a good sect ground. Giving thought to his analysis, the inborn experts from the Lay family and Wind God sect agreed with the elder from Water Separation Island. An equal division. Then an elder from the Lay family asked as he squinted, testing the reaction of others. How are we going to do that? This floating island is one huge gem. Smiling, the elder from Water Separation Island replied, how about this? We from the Water Separation Island will take the floating island alone, while you can have everything else. Wishful thinking. An elder from the Lay family snapped. The worth of the entire floating island was no less than the spiritual medicine garden, the secret manual it held, and the like combined. Just then, the elder from Water Separation Island who spoke earlier uttered, ever thought of establishing a Saint-class force? As he finished, the inborn experts from Wind God sect and Lay family could not help but flinch. They took one look at the crowd around them before turning towards the spiritual grass which was nestled in the garden, and breathed somewhat heavily. Should the 3 parties join forces, and give it a little more than a decade, they could really end up setting a Saint-class force for all we know. A sacred sect, one immensely massive entity. But to have 3 forces coming together to set up one sacred sect is a huge matter. Where interests are complicated and stakes are high, it would take days to sort everything out. What we'll have to do now is to hide the spiritual island, to keep it away from the other forces. As for its allocation, the 3 forces shall discuss it thereafter. An elder from the Lay family suggested steadily. All right, one nodded. Agreed. Another seconded the thought. Instead of fighting and vying ourselves to our deaths, we might as well join forces. The 9 inborn experts laughed. To them, this was the best choice possible. Gentlemen, it appears that you've yet to ask for our take. Mo Qinglong interrupted. He was with Mo Yuan and Mo Xiu meanwhile. As he spoke, the trio frowned and scanned the crowd. Haha, oops. We've forgotten about the few outsiders, an elder joked as he surveyed the trio. Outsiders, we made a pact back then, to inform the forces that joined later, and split the share of this spiritual island. Mo Xiu rebuked while peering at a few young men from the 3 forces. True enough. We've indeed made a pact, to vie for the treasures based on our own merits, a voice argued. That's right. And the treasures are right here. Take them with you if you've got what it takes, another challenged. Haha, Mo Xiu, if you've got what it takes, you may take all the treasures here with you right away. But if you don't, a third gloated. Thereafter, several young men from each of the three forces stepped out and smirked as they eyed Mo Shiwu. Show us what you've got. Otherwise, you're not fit to get an equal share of the treasures as us. A young man provoked once again, this time annoying Mo Shiwu. You ingrates! Had I not rescued the few of you at the start, you fellows would have died at the hands of the Yakshas long ago. Mo Shiwu snapped as he glared at them. Humph! Weren't you also protecting yourself by saving us? Don't take the moral high ground, a young man criticized as he stared right back. Folks, how would you suggest we handle these three? An elder of the Lei family asked the inborn expert sarcastically. Vying for the treasures with us leaves us with no choice but to strike, an elder announced as he stepped forward with a faint grin. Gradually, three experts from the Lei family and Water Separation Island began to follow suit. They had their eyes fixed on Mo Qinglong and gang with a deathly stare. To which, Mo Qinglong and the gang responded with a burdened look. Chapter 316 The Roar of the Devil Monkey. Chapter 316 The Roar of the Devil Monkey. On the spiritual island, one inborn expert from Lei family, Water Separation Island and Wind God sect respectively stepped forward and looked at Mo Qinglong, Mo Yuan and Mo Shiwu with contempt. They walked over slowly with their weapons in their hands, glowing in a chilling light. You guys must be courting death. Mo Qinglong's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the three inborn experts walking towards them. Devilish aura started circling around his body. Mo Yuan transformed his fingers into claws and stared at the approaching group harshly. He devilish cultivators, it seems like we are going to eradicate devils for the benefit of the world. An old man turned solemn after noticing the dense devilish aura being emitted from their bodies. Kill the three of them, an old man shouted. Subsequently, he jumped ahead and charged towards Mo Qinglong, Mo Yuan and Mo Shiwu. The three inborn experts reached Mo Qinglong and the group in an instant. The stifling pressure of an inborn expert was mixed with their dense killing intent. The three inborn experts had no plans to hide their aura and killing intent at all. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was on the seabed, did not know about the intense battle that was going on at the spiritual island. Wang Xian smiled faintly and looked ahead. In front of him, 100 patrolling yakshas were pinned down on the floor with grave injuries under the attacks from the Devil Division. 9 venomous sea snakes, roving lobster, and roving girl. Surrender to me or die. Wang Xian stood on the back of Prime Minister Turtle, shrouded his dragon power towards all the patrolling yakshas and spoke coldly. I surrender. The leader of the patrolling yakshas looked at Wang Xian and the group in horror. Gradually, he lifted his head. Great. This will be the wisest choice you make in your lifetime. The Dragon Palace shall be separated into 9 divisions in the future. The Devil Division has since been established. Today, I shall confer on you, leader of patrolling yakshas. As the Dragon Guard Division, you shall patrol the 4 seas and guard the Dragon Palace. I shall also bestow upon you the name of Roving Yaksha. As Wang Xian spoke, he waved his hands. Drops of essence blood entered the patrolling yakshas' heads as Wang Xian smiled. Devil Division was the main battle strength against the enemies. As for the Dragon Guard Division, they would be responsible for patrolling the surroundings of the Dragon Palace and protecting it. Although there were only 100 patrolling yakshas, the strength and battle prowess they demonstrated when they worked together were incomparably horrifying. Moreover, they could move extremely fast in the water. Even Wang Xian was astonished at their speed. In water, they possessed a speed that even the 9 venomous sea snakes couldn't match. However, if the 9 venomous sea snakes were above the sea surface, their speed would be a lot faster than it was in the seas. Thank you, Dragon King. Greetings. Dragon King, the leader of the patrolling yakshas, bowed down in a unique manner as he remarked. Greetings. Dragon King, the surrounding patrolling yaksha followed, kneeling down respectfully as they remarked. This is the cultivation art for the water divine dragon. Cultivate diligently in the future. A thought was sent into their minds. Subsequently, Wang Xian looked at the floating island. Bring me to the bottom of the floating island to take a look, Wang Xian said to Roving Yaksha immediately. Yes, Dragon King. After absorbing the essence blood of the divine dragon, a flash of energy beamed from the eyes of the Roving Yaksha. The speed of water flowing on his body became even quicker. Dragon King, This is our old nest. We have been living under this island. After arriving at the side of the island, the roving yaksha pointed to the bottom of the island. Wang Xian looked across inquisitively. The base of the floating island wasn't connected to the seabed. Moreover, a type of plant was growing on the bottom of the island. This plant was black in color, similar to the color of the patrolling yakshas. They were densely packed and covered the entire bottom of the floating island. Moreover, this type of plant wasn't just a layer. Instead, there were several layers of them which formed empty spaces each layer. Wang Xian was surprised to see a 1-meter-tall yaksha moving within these spaces. This is our nest and also our food. Roving yaksha swam over, scraped a part of the plant using his weapon-like arm, and handed it to Wang Xian. Wang Xian received it and realized it had strong buoyancy. So this plant is the reason why the island floats and can even move. Wang Xian was in awe of the mysterious things of the seas. There were all kinds of strange animals in the sea. If I convert this island to my accommodation, wouldn't it be? Wang Xian's eyes lit up. He just had to modify this floating island a little to convert it to a mobile base. In fact, he could even pull this floating island to the Bohai Sea. If he wished to go to other areas, he could also shift it to the Pacific Ocean or the Indian Ocean. A mobile fortress and base. Wang Xian's eyes burned with enthusiasm. You guys, wait for me here. I'm going to take a look at the spiritual island. After finishing his words, Wang Xian moved and swam towards the spiritual island, as the ruins of an ancient sect. There should be lots of treasures on it. Moreover, he had informed Mo Qinglong and the group to search for treasures while he was under the water. Wang Xian believed they would have obtained lots of spiritual treasures by now. The rewards this time are indeed handsome. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile and arrived on the spiritual island. Rumble, Tusk, how dare you guys injure our lay family's people trying to grab these spiritual medicines and spiritual treasures with just the 3 of you guys must be courting death. However, he heard a furious roar that propagated through the entire spiritual island the moment he landed on shore. After which, the sounds of collision erupted. Wang Xian squinted his eyes and his expression turned cold. Cough cough. All of you shall die, a weak voice sounded. It was the voice of Mo Qinglong. Ha ha, kill us, we will kill you right now, a brazen voice sounded once again. Still thinking of getting the treasures, wishful thinking, even if you were a pinnacle inborn expert. We would still kill you. It seems like someone can't wait to die. Murderous intent gleamed in Wang Xian's eyes. Based on what Mo Xiu had said, all treasures found should be obtained through their respective strengths. This was the agreement for the split of treasures on the spiritual island. In Wang Xian's opinion, no one in the 3 forces would be a match for Mo Qinglong or Mo Yuan. Based on the voice of Mo Qinglong, he was clearly injured now. In that case, there was only one possibility. A group of people had attacked them together. Rumble. Wang Xian tapped lightly on the water surface. Roving Heavens immediately raised his head above the surface. Follow me. Roving Heavens gave his orders before jumping onto the shore of the spiritual island. Below him, 800 devil monkeys followed closely behind. They were like savage beasts from the bottom of the water as they surfaced from the seas. Every single one of them had an intense devilish flame emitting from their body. Roar! Roving Heavens walked beside Wang Xian and let out a cry. With his 6-meter-tall figure, he was a towering figure beside Wang Xian. He held a golden rod in his hand. Behind him, 800 devil monkeys jumped onto the shores of the spiritual island. The horrifying auras from them masked the moon in the sky. Let's go! Wang Xian stood up gradually. The group of devil monkeys spread out before charging forward rapidly with Wang Xian. Jiodar, Jiodar, Jiodar! As the devil monkeys growled, the entire spiritual island trembled. Chapter 317 by Merits. Chapter 317. I Merits. Jiodar, Jiodar, Jiodar! The devil monkeys growled. The entire spiritual island trembled as their voices blasted through the air. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes briefly as he headed towards the center of the spiritual island. With him was Roving Heavens, with a wooden rod measuring 5 to 6 meters resting on his shoulders. He followed alongside Wang Xian with a ferocious look. What's that noise? A voice quivered. Just then, inborn experts from the Lei family, Water Separation Island, and Wind God sect were at the spiritual medicine garden, when they heard the growling of the devil monkeys, to which their faces winced as they darted their eyes around hastily. Seems like animals growling, and in large numbers. One panicked. Don't tell me monsters have ascended on Spiritual Island, the second guessed. That can't be. How could sea monsters get on the island? They must be growling in the waters. But do not approach. Another reassured. Those hair-raising footprints on the island, could they have come from the same monster? A voice asked. As it was nighttime, other than the casting of faint moonlight, they were surrounded by pitch dark on this lone island in the middle of the sea. Peering into the distance around them, it felt like they were situated amidst an abyss. Given such circumstances, disciples of the three forces could not help but shiver, especially with the growling earlier. The way it sounded and felt had petrified them all the more. Something's approaching, an inborn expert cried out, jerking his head to the right while doing so. Many of them, another inborn expert added as he turned right as well. What? The rest of the disciples behind exclaimed. Taking one deep gulp, they too looked in the same direction in utter panic. They were not being timid. Instead, having witnessed the actions around the spiritual island, along with the alarming footprints inland, it became too overwhelming. They were already in fear of the creatures out at sea. Haha, like I've said, all of you shall die. All of you, voices laughed. It was Mo Kinglong, Mo Yuan and Mo Xiu who were lying at his side, resting. They shot up excitedly upon hearing the growls. Bearing with their physical pains the best they could, they swept their glance coldly across the three forces ahead. Shut up, an inborn expert snapped as he eyed the trio. With the swing of an arm, he blasted a bout of energy towards the trio. Bam! Bam! The energy struck directly at Mo Kinglong and gang, which sent them flying 7 to 8 meters back, before crashing on the floor. Had it not been for their strong constitution, they would have long been killed by the blows. Who are you trying to scare? Fear not. Even if the sea creature should ascend on the island, their combat abilities would diminish greatly, an inborn expert assured. As he did, he raised his long sword, which was flickering with laser lights. Inhaling deeply, the disciples crowding around clutched onto their weapons. Grrr! Grrr! As faint, deep growls which sounded like panting approached closer by the second, they sent a faint tremor across the grounds. Several hundred from the three forces gazed intently at the area ahead. Boom! 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 It has appeared, someone announced. It's coming, another yelled. With a murderous demeanor, all men from the three forces braced themselves. They looked ahead at the shadows, which were gradually emerging. Swish! Waving an arm, an inborn expert lit up the sky ahead with a blinding flame. Boom! The flame also revealed what was in front of them. At the sight of the figures ahead, everyone stared with eyes wide, in shock. Under the bright lights, a group of creepy but human-like creatures emerged from about 500 meters ahead. They were moving towards the crowd, slowly and steadily. They were mammoth-like in size, reaching beyond 2 meters in height, with the tallest standing at almost 6 meters. They were also surrounded by balls of black gases winding around their bodies. What are those? An inborn expert muttered in a low voice, as he looked ahead with a cringing face. There were too many of these black human-like creatures, so much so that they had way overnumbered the crowd of disciples. Some of them look like monkeys, an inborn expert commented. While he squinted at the creatures for a closer look, he gripped his weapon more tightly. Fear not. They are just creatures similar to the water monkeys, an inborn expert from the Lei family signaled to the disciples behind, as the two sides were closing in at about 200 meters. Wang Xian could see Mo Kinglong and gang lying by the side. Who is it who gave you the audacity to attack my men? Wang Xian asked the group of three forces as he eyed them indifferently. Surprised by the noise, the crowd immediately threw their gaze over in Wang Xian's direction. There's someone in there, a voice questioned. To think there's someone across. Who's controlling the group of creatures? Another asked. Only the unknown would be feared. They were actually more relieved than not when they realized that the group of creatures was under the control of a human. An inborn expert from the Lei family swept his gaze past the group of devil monkeys. With eyes narrowed, he tightened his fists. Brother, this is Elder Lei here. I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. I seek your understanding. Should we have offended you in any way? The elder said to Wang Xian. I'm asking you. Who gave you guys the courage to attack my men? Wang Xian questioned again, ignoring Elder Lei, this time in an eerily low pitch. With a change of stance, 3 devil monkeys scrambled over to Mo Qinglong and gang, and lifted them off the ground. Yo, Master, the 3 forces here have made an alliance. They challenged us to take the things here away. Based on merits, Mo Qinglong reported to Wang Xian with a pale face. HMPH Wang Xian nodded in acknowledgement. This was followed by a powerful bout of the Azure Dragon's energy which was channeled into the trio's bodies, healing them as it went. By merits. If that's the case. Well, go by merits then, Wang Xian concluded. He looked casually at the 3 forces as he nodded, and continued, if that's the case. Well, play by your rules. The crowd from the 3 forces frowned. An elder from Water Separation Island contemplated, while his facial expression changed in tandem with his thoughts. He trailed off. Brother, you possess strong powers. So you're qualified to a share of the spiritual treasures on this island. That's right. We're willing to share the spiritual treasures here with you. Another added. We acknowledge your powers. So that makes you qualified. A few elders patronized. But you guys are not. Wang Xian cut them off even before they could end their sentences. With that, he ordered swiftly, kill them. Ack. Just as Wang Xian concluded his sentence, Roving Heavens lifted his head and roared towards the sky. The long rod which rested on his shoulders crashed onto the ground. Boom! With a low rumble, Roving Heavens stared ahead with its eyes bloodshot. Slowly but steadily, it uttered in human language, kill, all around. The devil monkeys complemented loud growls, followed by a gust of demonic aura purging out of their bodies. Boom! As they transformed into numerous black shadows, they swooped straight at the hundreds from the 3 forces. Chapter 318 Zhan Lu and Hao Zhang. Chapter 318 Zhan Lu and Hao Zhang. What horrifying vibes. They are so powerful. When Roving Heavens led his devil division in the charge, the 8 inborn experts and the injured old inborn expert were shocked. The violent aura sent chills down their spines. Behind them, the disciples of the 3 forces trembled, looking at the devil monkeys that were charging towards them. They felt as though they were facing a 10,000-strong army. Shit, they have multiple inborn realm existences among them. The inborn experts were shocked and felt fear grip them. Kill. An inborn expert gritted his teeth and swung the longsword he was holding upward. The glow of the sword spanned several meters and clashed towards Roving Heavens, who was at the front of the pack. Bam! Roving Heavens smashed his long metal rod towards that inborn expert domineeringly. The rod and longsword clashed. However, it was an exercise in futility, as the horrifying strength of Roving Heavens instantly broke the longsword in the hand of the inborn expert. Rumble! That inborn expert also exploded into pieces without putting up much resistance. How can this be possible? Seeing their companions being crushed into pieces, the group of inborn experts were petrified. How horrifying. Behind them, the crowd of disciples had witnessed what had just happened. None of them could help but shiver and take steps back. Roar. However, the group of devil monkeys charged into the crowd of the 3 forces. Arg! Soon, incessant cries sounded. Without putting up much resistance, they were completely crushed. Some of these inborn experts retreated in fear, seeing how Roving Heavens killed several inborn experts with a single strike each. They were desolated. No, don't kill me, please don't kill me, shouted a desperate inborn expert. Just like what you have done. This is the consequences of being weak. Wang Xian glanced coldly across them and remarked emotionlessly. Since they had established these rules, they should follow them even if the rules led to their death. Roar! Roving Heavens jumped and charged ahead of the group of inborn experts in a horrifying manner. Crushing! Soon, cries started going quiet. Wang Xian looked around him. Young Master. At this moment, Mo Qinglong, Mo Yuan and Mo Shiwu, who were recuperating, had recovered. They walked deferentially to Wang Xian and explained. This is the spiritual medicine garden on the spiritual island. There are 2 level 6 spiritual medicines in it. One of them is White Valley Lotus and the other is Green Fruit Tree. Mo Qinglong pointed at the two spiritual medicines while looking towards the buildings behind. We have not searched the buildings. However, I believe there will definitely be lots of spiritual treasure in them. Let's go take a look. Wang Zhan looked gleefully at the garden of spiritual medicine and grass. 2 level 6 spiritual medicines were more than what the Sui family had. As for the remaining level 4 and 5 spiritual grass and medicine, Wang Zhan was just a little worse off than the Sui family. He'll be able to refine lots of elixir pills from these spiritual medicine and grass. At that time, he'll sell them in exchange for resources for the Dragon Palace. I should be able to gather most of the required resources, Wang Zhan thought to himself. After a quick walk around the spiritual medicine garden, he headed towards the row of buildings behind it. Ka. When they entered the first room, the decayed wooden door fell to the ground instantly. Wang Zhan looked around the room before pulling out different drawers enthusiastically as though he was on a treasure hunt. This is a bottle for elixir pills. Wang Zhan picked up a porcelain bottle. After opening it, he found that the elixir pills in it had already become scraps. He shook his head slightly and continued his search. Within the rooms, there were all kinds of weapons and jewelry made of jade. Wang Zhan even found 2 hairpins made from top-tier jade. As they combed through the different rooms, Wang Zhan and the group found a substantial amount of precious treasures. Young master, there's an entrance leading underground here at this moment. Mo Qinglong spoke to Wang Zhan. Leading underground. Wang Zhan's eyes lit up. He looked over and saw stairs leading underground, which he walked down immediately. This is the treasure room of the sect. When Wang Zhan entered, he immediately saw various exquisite weapons and precious antiques. His eyes lit up instantly. There were paintings and calligraphy pieces hung on the walls. However, they had decayed and were thus valueless. Looking ahead, Wang Zhan saw a sword hung on the wall. Below it, there was a zither on the table and a box made of jade. The 3 items were in a prominent position in the treasure room. Clearly, they were also the 3 most precious objects in this treasure room. Wang Zhan's attention fell on the treasured sword hung on the wall. Just as Wang Zhan contacted it, the treasured sword seemed to tremble. This gave Wang Zhan a shock. He held the sword scabbard tightly. The entire sword was over 100 kilograms. For a long sword, this was really heavy. Wang Zhan's eyes burned fervently, holding the hilt of the sword lightly. He drew it out slowly. Ka! A crisp voice sounded. A dazzling gold light shimmered, and the sharpness of the sword made Wang Zhan's arm tremble a little. Great sword, what a sharp sword. Wang Zhan stared at the long sword. Suddenly, a message appeared in his mind. Zhan Lu level 10. Spiritual sword, this is a spiritual sword. Zhan Lu, oh gosh, this is Zhan Lu. Wang Zhan was shocked and thrilled. Zhan Lu was one of the 10 famed swords and regarded as the best among the 5 unparalleled famed swords. It was said that it was forged over 3 years using the best metal and within a cold spring. I had not expected this to be Zhan Lu, one of the 10 famed swords in history. This historic sword was forged by Uyezi. In that case, Uyezi must be a grandmaster blacksmith. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to forge a famed sword classified as one of the 10 famed swords. 1. Wang drew the famed sword out of its scabbard completely. The bronze shade and the sharp aura around it were dazzling. Wang Zhan moved his arm and injected metal attribute energy into it. Instantly, a sharp glow covered the sword. From a far place, one could already sense the sharpness of the sword. Great! Zhan Lu is known to be the sword of benevolence or the sword of the king. I can use this. Wang Zhan laughed and put the sword aside, after which, he looks to the zither below it. A zither that could be placed with Zhan Lu would definitely not be ordinary. How Zhan? The zither was made of wood. However, Wang Zhan noticed that the wood showed no signs of decay despite the passing of a few hundreds of years. Moreover, it looked just like a new zither. Wang Zhan moved slightly and the information on the zither appeared in his mind too. How Zhan level 10. It's another level 10 spiritual object. This zither wasn't simple, but Wang Zhan had no use for it and didn't know how to use it. Looking at this extremely stunning zither, Wang Zhan picked it up to take a closer look. There's another long sword below the zither enchantment sword. It seems like the sword and the zither come in a set. This sword is level 9. What a great treasure. And note 1. This is a real character that forged Jan Lu in Qin's history. Chapter 319 The Wood Dragon Ball. Chapter 319 The Wood Dragon Ball. Wang Xian was pleasantly surprised by the two spiritual treasures, namely the ancient sword of Jan Lu and the zither of Hao Zhang. Wang Xian had no use for the zither. On the other hand, he was very fond of the sword. He was not versed in swordplay. Nonetheless, the childhood dream of venturing the world and helping the underprivileged as a chivalrous swordsman remained rooted at the back of his mind. Knights looked suave as they wielded their long swords. Their main choice of weapon: swish, attack at lightning speed, swash, take the counter-strike. Wang Xian grinned as he role-played with the sword. Before his sight landed on the remaining jade box, a container carved out of emerald. Just the container alone is worth hundreds of millions, Wang Xian exclaimed as he picked it up for assessment. It was not particularly heavy, glowing in emerald green translucence. It looked incredibly invaluable. What's this? Wang Xian quizzed. As he opened the container, he was stunned at the sight of a jade-green orb. A message flashed across his mind. Golden Rain Tree Wood Spiritual Bead Level 10. Spiritual Bead of the Golden Rain Wood. A level 10 wood spiritual bead, Wang Xian exclaimed with an astounded look. Wang Xian had come across many spiritual beads. For instance, the two spiritual flame balls of the Sui family, the two spiritual beads which he received from Flame Palace and Fire God denomination, as well as the ones which he had obtained right from the beginning. But this was the first time in which he came across a spiritual bead of another element. I can totally refine this level 10 spiritual bead and transform it into a Dragon Ball. A woody element Dragon Ball, Wang Xian uttered to himself, picking it up gently. Wang made a light swirl of the spiritual bead on his palm. Drops of his essence blood seeped into the bead as it brimmed with life. Soon after, he opened his mouth and absorbed the spiritual bead into his body. Given the nourishment from his dragon energy, the woody element spiritual bead would transform into a wood Dragon Ball, which would also possess incredible powers. Furthermore, a wood Dragon Ball is able to improve land art ability. By placing it on a spiritual medicine garden, it would greatly boost the growth of spiritual medicine within the area. A huge profit we've made this time, Wang Xian cheered as he admired the ancient sword of Zhanlu. Woody element spiritual beads, along with other spiritual medicine and treasures of the like. This included the invaluable floating island. To him, these were priceless treasures. Thereafter, he flipped through the treasure trove once more, but could no longer find anything more valuable than the things which he had on hand. Wang Xian exited the treasure trove and continued searching in the neighboring rooms. As they came to a room within one of the central grand halls, Wang Xian and gang discovered the name of the sect which had settled on this spiritual island. The island was named Wood Mirage, eponymous to the sect which had settled on it. Stone tablets lined the rooms of the grand halls. Based on records carved on one of them, it stated that there were more than 2,000 disciples on this Wood Mirage island. Amongst them was a Liaozu, who had attained abilities of the Dan realm. An ancient first-class sect would be on par with a current sacred sect, Wang Xian said, trailing off. He sighed as he looked at information on the stone tablet. While making his way out, he was surprised by the giant footprint ahead which measured close to 4 meters. A footprint up to 4 meters in length. The monster with this footprint must tower over 20 meters in height. It's enough to topple houses hovering at 16 meters. Wang Xian thought to himself as he assessed the extent of the damage around him. It was no surprise for a monster of over 20 meters in length to exist within the oceans. After all, the blue whale measured more than 30 meters, while a sperm whale could reach over 20 meters. And these were known mammoths on Earth, so it only meant that there were still many out there which were yet to be discovered. While a blue whale may be gigantic, its combat abilities were much weaker, which made it an ordinary species. Dawn had arrived by the time Wang Xian completed his tour around the island. As he arrived at the sea, deep in thought, he was immediately received by Roving Yaksha. Dragon King Roving Yaksha greeted. How do we go about moving this island? What's the fastest speed at which it could move? Wang Xian asked roving Yaksha in response. Now that he owned the island, Wang Xian was preparing to put the island through a series of refurbishments, turning the entire island into his ideal wonderland. For some future fun, seemed like a good choice. In this way, there was no future need for cruise ships, for he could simply ride on the island. That sounded really cool just by the mere thought of it. Dragon King. Moving the island requires aid from an external force. This can either be a powerful source of wind or tidal energy, or physical strength. Roving Yaksha explained. He continued, the island isn't too heavy, given that it's currently floating on the sea. Even we Yakshas are able to move it. That said, our moving speed will be very slow, as we can only shift it between the time of sunrise to sunset. Hence the distance moved will not be significant, he ended. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wang Xian gave a faint smile. So long as the island can be shifted quickly, he thought. There were only 100 Yakshas. But, with the addition of the devil monkeys, Prime Minister Turtle and gang, it would definitely speed up the rate at which the island was shifted. Prime Minister Turtle, Wang Xian called out, to which the former immediately moved over. Bowing his head, Prime Minister Turtle swam over to meet Wang Xian. Subject here. At your command, Prime Minister Turtle greeted. Bring roving heavens and the rest along. We'll shift this island over to the one where the past dragon sect base stood, Wang Xian ordered Prime Minister Turtle. It would be good camouflage to have the island shifted over, which would make it easier for Wang Xian to order its refurbishment thereafter. Yes. Dragon King. Prime Minister Turtle nodded, following which, he gathered all the Dragon Palace members to set off immediately. As they prepared to shift the floating island over to the Bohai Sea, Wang Xian assessed the speed at which the island was shifting. He was very pleased even though it was moving at less than half the speed of a speedboat. As the Dragon Palace welcomed more members, or with rising abilities of their manpower, moving the floating island would also become much faster, to the extent where one day, perhaps Prime Minister and Roving Girl alone would possess enough strength or prowess to move the island at hasty speed. With that, Wang Xian returned onto the island and headed for the spiritual medicine garden. He wanted to test his abilities in the art of refining elixir pills. He had just arrived in the garden when he bumped into Mo Yuan and Mo Qinglong. Young Master, the duo called out. What is it? Wang Xian asked. Young Master, the Dragonians have come with an urgent report. It's regarding the murderers of Mo Urson and Mo Sani. We've got information. Mo Yuan updated. Have they been found? Wang Xian questioned as he lifted an eyebrow. We've been informed that the selection day for the new saint and saintess of the Heavenly Sound sect has been brought forward. The ceremony will be held tomorrow and the day after, outside their sect ground entrance in the mountains, during which the murderers will appear, Mo Yuan answered. But many of their sect experts will be present then. The possibility of the Abyss to carry out a successful assassination is nil, Wang Xian said doubtfully. According to the rules of the sect, once the candidates for the saint and saintess have been confirmed, they'll be protected by inborn experts. It's only when the Abyss has surpassed the inborn status that they will be able to succeed. Mo Qinglong elaborated. Dragon King, should Master and I strike together right away? Or should we continue waiting? Mo Yuan asked. Since they've been found, we'll make our move, Wang Xian replied as his eyes narrowed. The venue for the selection of the saint and saintess by the Heavenly Sound sect. You say the one who's able to order the mission is presumably a strong competitor for the saintess. He continued. Let's exact our revenge today. Mo Yuan and Mo Qinglong chimed in together. Chapter 320 as zither as a gift 1. Chapter 320 as zither as a gift 1. Wang Xian didn't like things to drag on in whatever he did. Since he had verified where the culprit had appeared, he would want to resolve this matter quickly. Heavenly Sound sect. Wang Xian pondered for a while before asking. Among the sacred sects, what's the strength level of the Heavenly Sound sect? Among the 8 sacred sects, the strength of the Heavenly Sound sect is ranked 5th in the underworld. It isn't particularly strong, but definitely not weak, replied Mo Qinglong. The 8 sacred sects and 5 sacred clans were the 13 strongest forces in China. Every force had a peerless expert that could send tremors to the entire underworld with a stomp of their foot. Heavenly Sound sect was located in Ning City. Wang Xian and the group had been there once. There wasn't any direct flight from Rivertown to Ning City. If they were to travel by car, it would take at least 8 to 9 hours. It's already past 2 in the morning. When we get to Ning City, it will be close to noon. Wang Xian looked at the time on his watch and had no intention of wasting any time. We will head there right away. Both of you, come with me. Let Mo Shiwu attend to the matters of the spiritual island. Besides that, get the Abyss along. This time, he was prepared to do this under the identity of the Abyss. Wang Xian still did not wish to enter into direct confrontation with a sacred sect. Moreover, with his current strength, he wouldn't be a match for a sacred clan unless they were in the seas. On land, his battle prowess was similar to a Dan realm expert. After witnessing the strength of Sui Huang from the Sui family, Wang Xian conjectured that there would also be Dan realm experts within these sacred sects and clans. Moreover, a sacred sect had a lot more inborn realm experts than Wang Xian. Since the Abyss was already known throughout the underworld, it didn't matter if their name got a little more publicity. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile. Since eliminating the Dark Conjurers, the Abyss was widely recognized as the strongest assassin group in the underworld. There were even some members of the underworld who believed that they possessed the strength of a sacred sect, and was the most horrifying uprising force at this moment. Let's return immediately, Wang Xian said to Mo Qinglong and Mo Yuan. Yes, young master. The two of them nodded their heads. Wang Xian hesitated for a while, returned to the treasure room and took Zhan Lu and Hao Zhang with him. Her zither was destroyed because of me previously. I shall compensate her with this. At the thought of the cold expression of Tang Yingshuan with her broken zither, he shook his head slightly. Holding Zhan Lu and Hao Zhang, Wang Xian headed towards the shore. A short distance away, a yacht awaited him in the middle of the sea. Other than his yacht, there were over 20 ships in the surroundings. Wang Xian jumped into the air and landed on one of the ships. He collected it as resources for his dragon palace before doing the same for the rest of the ships. Wang Xian felt it was a little wasteful to convert these ships directly into resources. When he returned to his yacht, Wang Xian placed the zither in his room. Lying on the bed, he soon fell asleep. The yacht moved rapidly. When he arrived at Rivertown, dawn had broken. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not make a trip back home first. Instead, he got Mo Qinglong to drive the caravan towards Ning City directly. When they arrived at Ning City, it was already noon. The 7 Dragonians from the Abyss had arrived before them. Wang Xian took out his phone, hesitating for a moment before dialing a number. Hello you. From the other end of the phone call, a pleasing voice sounded. It was clear that she was shocked too. At this moment, Tang Yingshuan was in a 5-star hotel in Ning City. Around the hotel, the disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect were hosting a banquet. A 1.8-meter-tall young man stood in the middle of the field. He was wearing a set of exquisite and traditional clothing, just like a prince in ancient times. He stood proudly with his chest up and a cup of red wine in his hand. A group of good-looking men and ladies surrounded him and were constantly showering him with compliments and pleasantries. The young man was the saint of the Heavenly Sound sect. He had just emerged victorious from the selection today and would likely become the future elder or even sect leader of the Heavenly Sound sect. Tang Yingshuan took a glance at the saint in the banquet before walking to a corner of the banquet. That young man had actually called her. She could still feel the palpitations and shock at the thought of the news she came across 2 days after she returned to the sect. At that time, the strength that the young man had demonstrated greatly shocked her. However, all her attention was on her broken zither. When she heard that the Abyss had annihilated the Dark Conjurers, she stared blankly into space for over 10 minutes. She knew that the young man was taking revenge for his subordinates. After luring out the assassins of the Dark Conjurers and getting some clues, he went to annihilate the entire Dark Conjurer organization. In that case, the assassin group, the Abyss, was most likely his. Even a sacred sect had to be careful when dealing with the Dark Conjurers. However, the Dark Conjurers were easily annihilated by the Abyss. And now, the Abyss was classified as one of the existences that one shouldn't mess with. Recalling that young man and the Abyss, which was in the limelight recently. She felt conflicted. Tang Yingshuan. In Ning City. Are you free now? Sorry about your zither previously. Therefore, I brought you something this time. The voice of that young man sounded from the other end of the phone. This shocked Tang Yingshuan. She frowned, hesitated for a while and nodded her head before answering. Yeah. Where are you now? LZZ International Hotel. LZZ. Tang Yingshuan was taken aback. That's the hotel she was in currently. Tell me about your exact location. I'll look for you immediately. I'm in a corner of the restaurant lobby. Alight. Wait there for me. I'll be right there. Tang Yingshuan didn't reject Wang Xian. She was still curious about that mysterious and insanely powerful young man. Now that he said he had something for her, she would like to take a look. Tang Yingshuan hung up the phone. She hesitated for a moment before heading for the exit. Junior sister Yingshuan, where are you going? At this moment, a voice sounded behind her. Tang Yingshuan frowned slightly but forced a faint smile out. Saint. She bowed respectfully and continued. I have some urgent matters and have to go out for a while. Oh, what urgent matters does junior sister have to leave in such a hurry? Are you worried about the selection tomorrow? The young man had a cup of wine in his hand and exhibited strong confidence. The vibes around him were something that even famous male stars couldn't match. Yeah, Tang Yingshuan nodded her head customarily. There are some things I have to get prepared. Junior sister, if you agree to what I've suggested, I'll lend you the Sky Devil zither. The young man stared at Tang Yingshuan intensely. Thank you, Saint, for your kind intentions. I have some urgent matters to attend to and shall leave now. Once again, let me congratulate you on becoming the saint. Tang Yingshuan frowned slightly, gestured and left. Saint. Hasn't Tang Yingshuan agreed to be your girl? What an arrogant girl with her current standing. She's not qualified to be with you. That's right. Our saint is exceptional and will definitely become the management of the Heavenly Sound sect in the future. For that Tang Yingshuan, her chances of becoming the saintess tomorrow couldn't exceed 10%. Senior sister who has over an 80% chance of becoming the saintess. Moreover, senior sister who is the daughter of our vice sect leader and is interested only in you. I feel that senior sister who is a better match for our saint. Behind them, a group walked forward and spoke to the saint after hearing his conversation with Tang Yingshuan. Enough. The saint's eyebrows knitted together and he was clearly displeased. Senior sister who that woman comes from a great background. Her looks and talents are also exceptional. However, she has already lost her chastity and couldn't be compared with the demure and pure Tang Yingshuan. Chapter 321 A zither as a gift too. Chapter 321 A zither as a gift too. Seeing that the saint had turned restless, the crowd went silent in an instant. Some of the female disciples looked at Tang Yingshuan from the back with faces of envy. How does a lass like you with no prominent background deserve favor from the saint? With curiosity in mind, Tang Yingshuan walked towards the reception of the hotel restaurant. In favor of the saint's kindness, she paid no attention to the commotion behind. She had not been supported by such strong backing at Heavenly Sound sect. She had been discovered by a half-step inborn from the sect by chance, and taken in as a disciple from there. Through her own efforts, she had ascended to become one of the top disciples in a short span of just over a decade. Yet, despite having achieved her current status as a half-step inborn, she was not very confident in the face of the assessment today. Given that even the granddaughter of the vice sect leader also had to vie for the position of saintess these days, her master too had little confidence in her becoming one. She was bound to lose. Should there be a competitor whose natural abilities were paralleled with hers, but came supported by rich resources and strong backing, this was something Tang Yingshuan had found hard to concede. Where are they? Tang Yingshuan asked as she came to the restaurant entrance. She swept a glance inside and saw a familiar figure at the far end. Walking over, Tang Yingshuan looked at the party's surroundings. He was seated alone, whereas another two familiar figures sat at a table nearby. Our lovely Tang Yingshuan. To think you made it here so quickly, Wang Xian greeted with a smile, waving as he saw Tang Yingshuan approaching. The delicacies on the table had remained untouched. Alongside lay a precious sword and a box, where the latter resembled a zither casing somewhat doubtful. Tang Yingshuan looked at Wang Xian and asked, Young Master Wang, May I know the purpose of you asking me over? With a warm smile, the current Wang Xian appeared gentlemanly and dashing. In fact, he looked much more elegant than the current saint. But Tang Yingshuan knew better. This young man standing before her was highly likely to be the leader of the Abyss, the organization feared by many, mainly to apologize over the issue of the zither from before. Wang Xian explained. He noticed that Tang Yingshuan was not carrying any zither on her back. Likely to say, she had not found another one worth bringing around. After the one gifted by her late mother was ruined. You don't have to. Tang Yingshuan declined upon the mention of zither. With a cold expression, she remained standing instead of sitting down. Seeing her slightly glum face, Wang Xian shook his head. I went to Ning City to settle some matters. It so happened that I obtained a zither yesterday. But I've got no use for it. So I'm giving it to you, he chirped. As he explained, he retrieved the zither of Hao Zhang and placed it in front of Tang Yingshuan. I don't suppose you'll want to chat with me while standing. I was the reason why your zither was ruined. So here's one to make it up to you, he added. Tang Yingshuan hesitated for a moment, before she seated herself across from Wang Xian and nodded. I'll decline the zither, since you've helped to elevate my cultivation. We're even, she said in return. Wang Xian muttered as he rested his back on the chair. Take it. Having accepted $2 billion from you and being your bodyguard for several days, we're actually more indebted to you. To be exact, Wang Xian persuaded. Tang Yingshuan procrastinated briefly, and looked at the zither on the table before shaking her head. I've already got one. She rejected again. Just take it as you're told. Accept it so we can call it even, Wang Xian persisted. With a tinge of dominance, Wang Xian placed the zither at a spot nearer Tang Yingshuan. We may not be close, but even so, I don't wish to owe anyone anything, he continued, after which, he gestured towards the food on the table. Have you eaten? If you haven't, let me give you a treat, he invited. Lifting an eyebrow, Tang Yingshuan nodded in reply. Sure. She picked the zither up and placed it on her side, before picking up the cutlery and starting to eat. Wang Xian took a look at her before starting on his meal. Neither Tang Yingshuan nor Wang Xian had uttered a word then. It was an admiration of aesthetics which Wang Xian had towards Tang Yingshuan and her melodic voice. Other than that, he had no ulterior motives. As Tang Yingshuan was a very slow eater, she had yet to be done even long after Wang Xian had finished eating. He played on his mobile phone, and had no interaction with her. It was a rather rare sight. A handsome man and beautiful lady seated together in a corner, having a meal, but with no interaction throughout otherwise. I'm going off, Tang Yingshuan said to Wang Xian upon finishing her meal. Sure. It's already after 10. Time for me to head back and turn in as well, Wang Xian replied. Smiling, Tang Yingshuan looked at him with doubt before picking up the zither on her side. Carrying the zither on her back, she headed for the exit. Wang Xian walked alongside Tang Yingshuan while holding his longsword. Once again, there was no interaction between them whatsoever. Both of them had just stepped out of the restaurant, when they heard a few shocked voices coming at them. Oh, it's Junior, Sister Tang, a voice called. It's Junior Tang indeed. Junior, didn't you say you were leaving early for an urgent matter? Another asked. Tang Yingshuan stood dazed for a moment as Wang Xian remained by her side. Slightly taken aback, he too looked over at the crowd with gleaming eyes. A figure emerged in his mind, which stood in contrast to the group ahead. There's a guy with her. Hey, look everyone. Junior Tang's carrying a new zither on her back, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Who's that young man? Another asked. The group of disciples from the Heavenly Sound sect stared at Tang Yingshuan in utter confusion. Tang Yingshuan had left the saint's feast earlier in a hurry. Little would anyone expect to see her meeting a young man here. There seems to be more than meets the eye with what was going on. Upon seeing Tang Yingshuan's look of shock, which was soon followed by a frown, the saint, who was walking in the middle, withdrew his smile. He scanned Wang Xian over before turning to Tang Yingshuan, and asking coolly, Junior Yingshuan, didn't you say you had something urgent going on? I did. My friend wanted to give me this zither as a present, so I'm here to collect it, Tang Yingshuan explained and met them with a calm look. Oh, what zither is that? Senior's curious now. Junior, you've even rejected my Sky Devil zither. I'm curious to find out which zither your friend has gifted you with, the saint refuted. As he smiled coldly, the saint turned to look at Wang Xian. He raised his head slightly and stared down at Wang Xian snobbishly. Who's this friend of yours here? I'm the saint of the heavenly sound sect, he announced. Just a nobody. Here to present a zither as a gift, Wang Xian replied plainly as he looked at the saint. Haha, no names mentioned. Huh. By all means. I won't remember it anyway, the saint smirked. Junior sister? What good zither can a nobody gift you with? Consider my offer. After all, it's your most crucial selection test tomorrow, he advised Tang Yingxuan. Dismissing the saint's words, Tang Yingxuan looked on with a face of dismay and annoyance. She turned to check on Wang Xian, to see if he had been offended. A nobody? This gentleman here is most likely the leader of the abyss. How does that make him a nobody? Right now, she was more afraid of Wang Xian, for fear that he may strike at this saint any moment and finish him off. After all, she was not sure if Wang Xian would be mindful towards a saint from the Heavenly Sound sect. There's no need for that. But I'm thankful for your kind intentions, Senior. As for tomorrow, I'll leave it to my own fortunes to see if I can make it as the saintess. Tang Yingxuan excused herself graciously. Junior Tang, you accepted a gift zither from a nobody right away, but kept turning down the help offered to you by a saint. Isn't this too much? A female disciple snapped. She resented Tang Yingxuan with a face green with jealousy. That's right. How can a lousy zither from a nobody compare to the saint's sky devil zither? Junior, is there something going on between you and this lad? Another questioned. Chapter 322 Saint One Strike. Several female disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect mocked Tang Yingxuan. They looked at her before turning to Wang Xian. When the saint heard what the other disciples had said, he was clearly displeased. He was the saint of the Heavenly Sound sect and had been wooing Tang Yingxuan for some time. All the gifts he wished to give to her were rejected. For the saintess election the next day, he disregarded the possibility of incurring the displeasure of the vice sect leader by wanting to lend his sky devil zither to her. In the end, Tang Yingxuan rejected all his kindness and accepted a zither from an unknown person. Even he would not believe if one said there was nothing between them. Tang Yingxuan heard the ridicule of her peers and was a little embarrassed. Cough cough. At this moment, Wang Xian coughed twice. He looked to the disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect and said, I'm sorry. If you guys don't know anything, please choose your words wisely. I'm a married man. Wang Xian continued. A gift from an unknown person might not always be a shitty item. Besides, I have not heard of all your names either. Huh. Wang Xian's response made the crowd of Heavenly Sound sect's disciples raise their eyebrows. They looked at him and started scrutinizing him from top to bottom. You have not heard of our saint's name? You must be cut off from the world. You can go look him up. The ninth-ranked youth on the Outstanding Young Heroes chart. You must not have seen the world, a young man said with contempt. He's just another frog in a well. The only question is which sect he's from. Tell us about it, or let us see what you're capable of. The other young man lifted his head slightly and looked mockingly at Wang Xian. Haha. If there's time, you will naturally be able to see it. Wang Xian smiled and replied with hidden meaning. It seems like we have someone who is really confident about his strength. Instead of waiting for another day, why don't we do it today? Show us a little. Seeing how casual and relaxed Wang Xian was, the saint revealed a smirk. Moving his arm slightly, a long flute appeared in his hand. The metal flute spun in his hand and pointed at Wang Xian. Metal attribute aura circled the flute, giving off a sharp glow in the process. This is my secondary weapon. Golden Imperial Flute. Saint. This rascal is clearly acting tough in front of us. How could he possibly compare with you? He's just a nobody who talks louder than what he's capable of. Your junior brother, can easily defeat him. A young man smiled and looked at Wang Xian when he saw the saint take out his weapon. At this moment, he smiled mockingly and gradually placed both of his hands before his chest. Suddenly, he chanted some music notes. The devilish music headed towards Wang Xian's ears. Suddenly, strong winds started blowing around them. The chilling cold wind turned into musical notes and struck towards Wang Xian. The young man stared at Wang Xian with a mocking smile. Clearly, he wanted Wang Xian to make a fool out of himself. The surrounding disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect also looked on with ridicule. As disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect, their methods of attacking were creepier than other sects. They could integrate their attribute energies into sounds. A strong inborn expert with high music attainments could even make one lose his sense of direction and self. In their view, an unknown rascal tried to act tough in front of them. That would be equivalent to asking them to humiliate him. Crack. At this moment, a crisp sound of a sharp weapon propagated. A stream of metallic energy disintegrated all the wind attribute musical notes and headed for the young man's palm. Arg! The young man cried out pitifully and immediately moved his hands aside. Looking at his own palm, he was horrified. Long and deep wounds had appeared on his palms. They were so deep that one could see the bones. Fresh blood was oozing out from the wound. You dare to attack me? The young man revealed a pained expression. He held onto his arm and stared solemnly at Wang Xian. SSS. When the disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect saw the injuries on the young man's hands, they gasped. Their pupils constricted as they stared at Wang Xian. Huh. The saint frowned and murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. He looked at the treasured sword in Wang Xian's hand and commented, "You are pretty strong, but you must be courting death to injure the disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect." As he spoke, he moved the golden imperial flute in his hand and pointed directly at Wang Xian. The next moment, the metal attribute energy shot out. It was the disciple of the Heavenly Sound sect that had started this. However, they ended up chiding Wang Xian. How domineering and unreasonable. Saint. This is a friend of mine. Tang Yingxuan was shocked. She quickly moved to stop the saint from attacking. She was really afraid that the saint would offend Wang Xian and Wang Xian would kill the saint on the spot. Besides that, she was a little surprised by Wang Xian's attribute. If she had remembered things correctly, he was using water attribute attacks while fighting with the assassins from the Dark Conjurer. However, he was using metal attribute attacks currently. Your friend. Seeing Tang Yingxuan blocking his attack, the saint's expression turned gloomy. He dares to attack the disciple of the Heavenly Sound sect. As the saint, I have to stand up for them. I'll cripple anyone who dares to injure us. Could it be that you, Tang Yingxuan, wish to stop me? As he spoke, he stared harshly at Tang Yingxuan. The anger in his heart raged even fiercer. He who started the fight and yet tried to stop me from retaliating. Saint, I've really not heard of the saint of the Heavenly Sound sect or the ninth-rank existence of the outstanding young heroes chart. In my eyes, Saint one strike is enough. Seeing the young man before him trying to attack him, Wang Xian's expression turned chilly. He lifted Jan Lu in his right hand. Dang. Tisk. I'll let you know the consequences of being arrogant and talking big in front of me. Seeing that Wang Xian wanted to retaliate, murderous intent gleamed in the saint's eyes. He waved the golden imperial flute in his hand. Woo-woo. As the air entered the long flute, rapid notes were made. A sharp metallic edge shot towards Wang Xian. Dang. However, Wang Xian drew Jan Lu partially out at this moment. The intense metallic edge on it formed a razor-sharp golden sword. Before the sword left the scabbard, the glow of the sword had already been shot forward as an attack. The metallic edge from the golden imperial flute vibrated a little in the air before disintegrating rapidly. As for the sword glow of Jan Lu, it slashed towards the golden imperial flute in the saint's hand. Ha-pa. Before the saint could react to it, the sword glow had split the golden imperial flute and was striking towards his shoulders. What? The saint was horrified. He immediately dodged to the side. However, the razor-sharp sword glow still landed on his shoulders. Instantly, his clothes were dyed red from blood. Pa! The golden imperial flute split in the middle and fell to the ground, giving off a crisp voice. One strike was enough to split the weapon of the saint of the Heavenly Sound sect and injured the saint. Trash. Wang Xian kept Jan Lu away and looked nonchalantly at the crowd, without having to pull Jan Lu completely out of the scabbard. Their saint was already injured by it. We will meet again if fate dictates. Wang Xian looked at Tang Yingxuan and spoke with a smile. After which, he turned around and left, as he felt disinterested. Tang Yingxuan stood rooted to the ground, after which, she turned to look at the figure behind her. Chapter 323 Appearance of Hao Zhang and the Soundless Instrument 1. Chapter 323 Appearance of Hao Zhang and the Soundless Instrument 1. Insolence. Blatant insolence. How dare you injure me? How dare you do this to a saint of the sacred sect? The saint growled. With a deathly stare, he glared ahead at Wang Xian, who was leaving. The contempt and the look of disregard made Wang Xian appear all the more indifferent. Leave your name. In no time, I'll slaughter you. With my own bare hands, the saint called out harshly as he watched Wang Xian from behind. Upon hearing the saint, Wang Xian stopped short and turned around to look at the young man. You've lost your chance, he mocked. In a fit of anger, the saint snapped in a grimace as his eyes filled with bloodthirst. He took a quick look at his arm and called out, I'll kill you soon enough. Wang Xian looked back at the saint, smiling. He beamed with a glimmer in his eyes before turning to leave. Saint, are you all right? A voice asked. Saint, let me have a look at your injuries. I have some elixir pills with me, another called out in concern. The crowd of disciples had barely recovered from shock. To think that the saint had been injured by a nobody with one mere strike. Just how could this be? I'm all right. The saint brushed them aside. With a glum face, he took one look at the injuries on his shoulders. As he watched Wang Xian leave, a young man tried to appease the saint. Saint, had the lad not snuck an attack, and had you brought your sky devils hither along, you would've maimed such a lad easily, he flattered. HMPH, the saint replied impassively. Displeased, he looked at Tang Yingshuan and pressed her for an answer. Who is he? Which sect or clan is he from? Upon hearing the saint's words, Tang Yingshuan furrowed her brows and shook her head. Saint, I have something to attend to. I'll return to the sect now, she replied before making a direct exit. Hold it right there. Tang Yingshuan, the saint is asking you a question. A female disciple of the Heavenly Sound sect yelled at Tang Yingshuan. Ignoring the call, Tang Yingshuan excused herself again. Apologies. Saint, I'm feeling unwell, so I'll head back to rest, she said before hastening her steps. Feeling helpless, she sighed softly as she rushed back to the sect. Well, this Tang Yingshuan, the saint rebuked. As he watched Tang Yingshuan disappear gradually, he headed straight for the exit with a steely expression. Saint, a few disciples called out with unease. Go, get me details of the lad's identity, the saint ordered one of them as he turned his head back. Yes, saint, the crowd of disciples replied hurriedly. Shocked by the comment, the saint of a sacred sect is not someone to be trifled with. Offenders shall die. As Wang Xian entered the presidential suite, he was immediately welcomed by Mo Qinglong, Mo Yuan and 7 Dragonians. Young master, they greeted respectfully. Just place the information you've got over there, Wang Xian replied, acknowledging the gang with a wave. He picked up the documents and headed for the bedroom. Noted, Mo Qinglong and gang nodded, before they headed outside. Meanwhile, a worn-out Tang Yingshuan returned to her room, located atop the 9th summit of Ning City's 9 Peaks mountain. As she placed the zither on the desk, she looked to the side, where 2 zithers rested. One of them was covered in cracks, and bore obvious signs of repair. But repaired zithers could no longer be used. As for the other zither, it boasted an all-green body which exuded both extravagance and beauty. This was a zither gifted to her by her master. This green zither had been obtained by her master at an overly exorbitant price. According to her master, it was a level 6 zither. As with all things in life, even weapons are classified by levels, as they are graded similarly to humans. In fact, where grading is concerned, only the classification of spiritual grasses and elixir pills differ vastly from the others. Weapons are graded in ascending levels, and where a weapon has surpassed level 9, it would then be named a metamortal spiritual weapon, also known as an inborn spiritual weapon. Inborn spiritual weapons possess a spirituality of their own. When a weapon ascends to such a level, it gains unimaginable powers. Take the ancient sword of Zhan Lu, which Wang Xian now owned. For instance, it is no sword to be owned by mere mortals. Given that it possesses energy of the gold summit, an average martial artist could even be killed by the sword simply by holding it. Similarly, an expert martial artist of level 8 or above could challenge someone at superseding levels, simply by wielding the sword. So much, so that a level 9 martial artist could kill a half-step inborn with the Jian Lu sword in hand. Which is what makes an inborn spiritual weapon so formidable. That said, inborn spiritual weapons were few and far between in the current world, as there were barely any blacksmiths left, along with the art of equipment refining being long lost. All current renowned weapons were the ones passed down from ancient times. Thus, this level 6 green zither gifted by her master was incredibly rare. Tang Yingshuan looked at the casing which held the zither from Wang Xian. Its appearance was very common, and it even bore a trademark. Ling Yin, Tang Yingshuan chimed, giggling as she looked at the trademark brand. Ling Yin was currently one of the top zither brands. An exquisitely customized zither could cost tens of thousands, while the pricier ones could even fetch more than $1 million. Yet, in her eyes, these supposedly branded zithers were no different from the ordinary ones. They could not compare to the green zither gifted to her by her master, which currently rested by her side. To think an invincible expert of his times is this insincere. How miserly Tang Yingshuan pouted. Looking really adorable, it appeared she would only reveal this endearing side of her when she was alone. How ordinary it is, it's also an ordinary zither which mother gifted me, she presumed. She had been prepared to reject this gift from the start, and hence gave little thought to Wang Xian's intentions. As she opened the casing, a simple yet classical king garnet zither emerged before her. Written on it were several traditional characters. On the center of the zither were 2 enlarged characters. Stupefied, Tang Yingshuan stared at the 2 characters in a daze. Hao Zhan, she mumbled, repeating the name. Astounded, her face twitched in shock. She placed her hands on the zither immediately. Sing, ring, ring. Suddenly, a melodic note rang through her mind. She shuddered as though she had heard heavenly music. In an instant, she felt as though she was bursting with energy. Her vision became crystal clear, while the spiritual energy in her circled frantically. Hao Zhan, to think it's the zither of Hao Zhan. Tang Yingshuan shook at the thought. She caressed the zither with trembling hands, sensing each chord as she went. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Hao Zhan, the world's #1 zither, used by the top zither artist in history, Master Boya, subsequently passed on to Duke Huan of Kai, leader of the 5 hegemons during the spring and autumn period, deafening as it plays. The zither chimes clear like a bell and trumpets like a blowing horn. Legend has it that the Duke played music on the zither during a war to boost morale, and because of that, he emerged victorious and rose to become leader of the 5 hegemons. Tang Yingshuan murmured incessantly with burning passion in her eyes. 1. Hao Zhan, the legendary inborn spiritual weapon. To think that this, she uttered under her breath. Gradually, she began to recollect herself as she continued to caress the zither. Just then, a thought came to her mind, and she flipped the zither over immediately. On the bottom hung an exquisite, long scarlet sword. It was known as the enchantment sword. Tang Yingshuan bit her lip, blushing as her eyes glinted. To think that a married man would do something like this. And note, 1 spring and autumn period refers to 770 to 476 BC. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.